this thing. I didn't want to be this weird stalker guy going, here, and throw this thing at her. 55 cents. And I thought, well, there's no way she's going to the showcase with 55 cents. And the second person ended up, I think, only with 40 cents, and the third person, I think, ended up with less than that. And we were just shocked that she was going to showcase. Ended up getting for a bid of 9,500. They went ahead and showed the second showcase. It was another one where I thought, okay, I know most of these and generally how much it's going to be. And when he did, I was like, uh-oh, this might be really close. $1,814. I thought, okay, well, she's closer than that. Lauren? Or she's over, but I don't know which. $9,846. You win. $346. There's Theodore, which, as I thought. So, she comes down off our table and we give her hugs. At that point, models had started coming out from backstage to walk us over the prizes, and Holly had walked right up to me and just said, hey, or hi, or whatever. And I was like, oh, hey. And I proceeded to tell her very quickly the story about the article in the school newspaper, and she was like, that's so great. And she kind of gave me a kind of a hug, and we started walking over the prizes, walking over the bedroom. She had kind of pushed me forward because I wasn't in the shot, and we were like waving goodbye and showing off the air. Holly was just chatting with me like we're all buddies. It was just kind of a really good moment. And,
well, I said that you were fantastic one day. It was very complimentary and had watched the show. I said you were a loyal friend and true. And it kind of got a reaction. And I started saying, if they were a loyal friend and true, why, that was, as you said, like 90.
The most extreme detail that makes you take watch every day, know what our prices are. They want. I changed the fonts one time. They were discussing that, and some people liked it, some people didn't. Whether they liked it or didn't, they were still loyal friends and true because they were discussing the font.
having been to two tapings and having been, there was always a sense of disappointment at the end of the show. Even though it was fun to be there and fun to watch people win, there was always that feeling that, well, they didn't pick me yet, and I've been here, X number of times. So, been to the Monday show, been to the Tuesday show, I'm going to stay for the Wednesday show. I brought the Holly shirt that I wore at the first taping. Got the shirt on, and a lot of people were like, they were all kind of intrigued by it. This is the famous I'm Here to Kiss Holly shirt. And here's the back of the I'm Here to Kiss Holly shirt. I figured, okay, I better probably say something about it this time, because that other time, the producer just kind of looked at it and said, you've got lips for Holly. I figured, maybe I'll think of something. So
some of them, they weren't picked because their time wasn't right.
We're standing there, we're ready, and he's talking to people on my right. He gets to me and he goes, Theodore, good to see you again. And I said, thank you.
We try to find exciting businesses of people that people can walk through.
I said, I'm still a middle school math teacher, and I'm still on my longest vacation ever, which is what I had said the 2 days before.
But what happens if they get something more and more hungry? 3, 4,
forget the refrigerator, forget the new car. This is why I'm here, and I pointed to my shirt, and he looked at it and started laughing, and it kind of made me stop in the middle of what I was saying, because I thought, he's never laughed before. This is really different.
Well, maybe they they become bright. And then we take them.
You usually couldn't hear names during the first four because it's so loud in there, and they have cue cards because of that. But I could hear my first and last name pretty clearly. In fact, so badly that the lady next to me, I think I put my hand on her bare leg because I was like, oh my God, they're calling my name. You know, most people would want to bid last. I wanted to bid first, so I ran kind of to the other end. On TV, looks like it's, you know, pretty far distance. It really isn't. It's about 6 or 7 steps. And what I remember is it seemed like an eternity while they called the other 3 people. And probably doesn't help that I would have dreams about going to the show and getting picked, and there'd be some stop down, and it would take forever, and they would never get around to finishing the show, and I'd, you know, end up waking up from the dream and never having won anything. So I'm down there, and I'm just like, what do I do? What do I do? And next thing I know, the doors are opening, and Bob's walking out, and it was interesting because he walked a couple steps out, and then he looked right at me.
Theodore, you made it. You made it.
I was, you know, very excited at that point.
Theodore has been a loyal friend and true. How many times have you been here?
24.
24 times.
That really kind of surprised a lot of people because probably 95 to 99% of the audience it's their first time. In fact, that's part of Rod's karma is, ooh, look at that, an audience full of virgins.
Last year at Contestants, I'm here to kiss Holly. Sorry, Bob.
And everyone's laughing, and he goes, Theodore.
Yours is one kiss I'll pass on, if you don't mind.
I knew from the moment we made the shirt, and he got to see it, he would make some kind of funny remark. Didn't disappoint me.
Lovely outdoor furniture.
Made mine Allen, and at the time I knew I had 3 of those in my database. I wasn't sure which one this was.
Theodore, what do you say?
$1,414. Josephine, who was the second contestant, did 1,417. So I thought, well, if I'm not exactly right, I probably don't, I'm not going to win this.
1578. The winner is.
He ended up playing the check game for a trip to Mexico, which good thing I did get out there. His trips were, you know, always kind of a guess. He wins his game, they go to commercial, and it's time to start up again. And the next item up for bids, and it's a recliner. So I listen carefully, and I look at the monitor, and I see it's per climb. Wardell, who's just come down to Contestants Row, bids first, and I'm thinking, please don't bid $599, please don't bid $599, please don't bid $599.
$650. $650. Now let's go up here to Theodore. $599. $599. $100 bonus for the contestant to bid. $599. Theodore.
Very happy. I go up on stage. I almost tripped going up the stairs. People say you don't really understand until you're on the stage, and it's true. You get up there.
It's the song actor.
You just feel like, oh my God, I don't know what I'm doing. It's very exciting. You know, just so Bob says to me now, in your 24 visits to the show, you've seen that recliner before, haven't you? And I said, I think so. I was trying to be modest. He goes,
No, so. I know, you know, so.
Everyone starts laughing. And then he says, now, Mr. Roddy has good news for you.
Now you have a chance to win up to $10,000.
The stagehand would always have a cue card with the next pricing game they would play, so Bob would kind of know where he needed to go. I mean, with 50, 60, 70 games, you got to kind of know where am I going next. And I had seen that this game had started with a P and it looked like a view, and I thought, well, punchboards for money. Money's always good. You know, you don't. So he pulls me back and proceeds to start to explain, you know, what we're going to do. And meanwhile, the third door opens and the prizes that I'm going to price are behind there. And Holly's going to show the prices of those. And she sees my shirt.
As you well know, you can win 4 punches on the punch board.
And she kind of burst out laughing. And Bob says,
Come on, Holly, give him a kiss. So he can concentrate on what he's doing.
Come on, Holly, give him this kiss. And so she comes walking out and he pushed me over kind kind of met in the middle.
Just see this shirt. There it is.
I thought we were done, and she kind of grabbed my face and just planted one right on my lips.
That's enough, Theodore. That's enough.
I have to say that if you've ever seen him kind of guide contestants by grabbing them by the elbow, and he wasn't gentle about it with me. That's what I remember. Was it was kind of like, ooh, he's doing this with a purpose. And he goes, "That's enough, Theodore. That's enough. I've got a show to do." And he's grabbing my arm and pulling me back, and Holly's laughing and going back where she is.
I don't want an engagement. But it's just a kiss.
And Holly, meanwhile, is motioning me to like wipe my lip because I guess she got something on me. So I'm trying to do that, not on camera. It didn't come out very well because you can still see me do it.
Right price higher or lower? Lower, Holly. That's right.
It's $160. I mean, this thing is this big, and you think, how can there be $160 worth of stuff in that? But anyway, I got that one right. The second one was, I think, the children's clothing. I got that one right. And then there was a dumbbell set.
Yes.
Hamilton Beach photo laminator is like, that one's $50. I know that one for sure.
Got them all.
So I won all 4 punches, and now I have to figure out where I'm going to punch. And on my home game that I had programmed, I had just played Punch a Bunch like that week, and I'd just done like the middle 4 holes on the board, and the very first one was 10,000. And I thought, well, maybe something like that would work. So I just kind of went on the second row and just did every other hole that I could do.
The first contestant who ever did that. Theodore, you have done quite well.
And I thought, oh no. Honestly, can say if he had shown me $10,000 on that, I probably would have passed out right there.
$1,000.
He turns it around and it's $1,000, and I think, okay, $1,000 is nice. There's only 5 on there that are bigger than that. 44 are smaller than that. My luck is usually, if I give this back, I'm going to regret it. And the audience, of course, there's 300 people telling me, give it back and go, give it back. And I'm just like,
He's taking the $1,000. There you are.
he's taking the $1,000 and he hands it to me. And the audience is like, boo, boo, boo. And you can see me turn to them and say, you don't have $1,000 to lose.
I don't blame him. He could have had $500.
And I'm looking at the audience like, see? And he goes, or he might have gone on and ended up with
$250.
And I'm thinking, yep, this is about right. This is down, down, down. Then he goes to the last hole and he says, or in the last hole, he would have had to accept
$50. You did the right thing, Theodore. Congratulations.
Walked over to where the producer was because, you watch the show that long, you know exactly what you're supposed to do when it's time to go. And lights went down and Roger started to kind of escort me down the stairs to show me where I was supposed to sit. And I was about 2 steps down and I said, oh, and I stopped and I reached in my pocket and I got a $100 bill and I handed it to him. And he stopped and looked at me. He literally grabbed my arm and said, thank you. And I had been there enough times with Perfect Bids to see that he would always ask the contestant when they were going back down, I need the $100 bill back, and give it to him and give it back to Bob. So, because you can't live there with their money.
Spin that wheel, and I don't have to tell you to get it all the way around.
And I should also mention that I thought this was kind of neat. They changed out the little circular carpets that the contestants stood on that taping. So I was literally the first person to stand on both of them.
First spin, 40 cents.
Spun the wheel the first time, got 40 cents. and spun it again, thinking, well, I can't stand it 40 cents. I can probably get beat.
40 cents and 15. Hurry, that's fine.
Second time I landed on 15, so I'm like, well, at least I'm still in the game. Lauren went to the showcase with 55 cents. Maybe I can do it too. So I go over and stand under the scoreboard. Thomas spins the first time.
And you will spin again.
He didn't beat me, so he's spinning again.
And 40 cents. You're the leader with 70 cents.
But unfortunately, on his second spin, he got 70 cents total. So I'm out. So I went over where I'm supposed to go. And as I'm waiting for the showcase showdown to finish, it dawns on me, I'm done. I'm going back and sitting in the audience, and I'm not in the showcase, and my time on the Price is Right is over. So, okay. And they kind of line everybody up, the 3 people who didn't get on stage, the 6 people who did, and you all go up the aisle, and there's a little curtain that they take you through, and there's an area where you sit, and they process you with your paperwork. I'm looking down on my paperwork, and all of a sudden there's like this tap on my shoulder, and someone's saying hi to me, and I look up, and it's Holly, and she's handing me an autograph picture, and I'm like, hey, and I got up and I gave her a hug, and she said, I want to bring this to you, and I was like, thank you so much, and she left, and to me that was always like the best moment of the whole experience, because she was always my favorite model. To me, it was like I didn't ask for an autograph picture, but she felt like, I was such a great fan that, it would be a nice thing to give me. I was really kind of blown away by the whole thing. And we finished up our paperwork, and they kind of sent us on our way, and I sat home and waited for my prizes to come. And the rest, as they say, is history. I have a copy of the prize form. This lists everything that I won on the show. There's 2 different money amounts, the 100 for my perfect bid and the 1,000 for playing Punch a Bunch. This is what I got from Berkline, so that I can choose the color of my recliner. I think I chose that top right-hand color. And here's the directions for the dumbbell set that I won. And I still have the photo laminated, the pouches to laminate, and the directions.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Mr. Charlie?
So in, I think it was 2002, the Memorial Day time frame, I got together a kind of a ragtag group. It was my partner, a friend of ours, her mom, my nephew, my sister, my dad, another nephew, and me. That's 8. That's all of us. So we all showed up in line. A little short time later, a couple of guys got in line behind us, and we soon started chatting with them a little bit. And their names, one of them was named Brandon. I don't remember his brother's name. Brandon was a bundle of energy at 3 in the morning. Just incredibly excited and hyper to be there. And we spent the day kind of chatting with him and his brother a little bit. And my dad and my sister, bless their hearts, and I don't mean this ugly, they had this way of picking me out to the other contestants. Well, you picked my brother or my son. Knows a lot of the prices. You should listen to him. And it's like, great, now you put pressure on me to perform. Thank you very much.
You know what I like about the Crimson, right? It's is a very democratic show. Not democratic in the sense of political party, because we picked the audience, gives everybody a chance to win.
He said, I'm going to get picked as a contestant. I'm going to win a car. I'm going to spend $1 on the wheel, and I'm going to win the showcase. And we were all like, okay, that's positive. Good for you. Well, he studies prices. You should listen to him. And Brandon must have asked me at least 3 times during the day, how much are the Flintstone vitamins? And every time I would be $6.72, remember? They were the last time you asked me, Brandon. And here comes Brandon, just like coming down the aisle. People are trying to high five him and realizes, oh, I'm supposed to high five people. So they kind of went back and then high fived a few more people and then on down to contestants from.
This one, you guys got to say, it's the one that does the best job.
Well, I don't know what happened to him, but I think his mind kind of blanked for a while because first item up for bids came and went. Second item up for bids, third item up for bids, fourth item up for bids. We're running out of chances. During the commercial, I think they had just stood up. Bob would always make a joke about you guys can stand up and make another bad bid to sit down again. They had just stood up, and Brandon turned around to look at his brother, and I just was like, I looked at him and I kind of waved, and he just went. Before they come to him, you can see him mouthing, like he's ready to say it. And everyone's bidding like 600 and 800. Nice round numbers. And they get to Brandon, and he goes,
15, 50, 54.
People in the audience going, just making these faces and shaking their head and going, oh, like this. And they light up his bid, and the perfect bid bell goes on.
1554.
And Bob is like, well, we have to know the story of this bid. Have you seen that barbecue before? And he says, no, I just took a bid from the audience. And Bob said,
And sir, here's your
Brandon likes grabbing the money, and everyone's laughing because it's like, you know, I was never grab it.
And then they get them on stage and they play against the house. They're not playing against Bob. Bob's on their side, which is kind of unusual in game show.
So he's already gotten on the show. He's already won his stuff. He goes up to spin the wheel, and what does he land on?
I love their show. All rooting for the contestant. Bob is rooting for the contestant.
Brandon Showcase had a full table, which I knew was it was $2,100. It had a computer, which I knew was probably around $1,500. I don't know that I knew exactly. And it ended with another car. And I kind of knew roughly the price, but I'm like, I don't want to make him go over all this. And I decided on $20,000 for the whole thing.
22,008.
We thought we were going to be able to go up on the stage and celebrate with him, but Roger stopped us at the stairs, and his brother came down and he let him go up on stage. After the show, he gave me the biggest hug I probably ever got in my life. He was still so excited. He's like, I want to keep in touch with you. Can I have like your phone number? And I said, well, I can give you my email address. And he said, I don't have a computer. And I said, Brandon, you just want a computer. Oh my God, I just want a computer. And I'm like, but you just want 2 cars. Almost every show I've been to, they had VIPs. And on this particular taping, my dad, my sister, and my nephew were with me, and we must have gotten in line very early because we ended up in the second row, as I recall. I ended up sitting right next to a woman whose name is Pam, and they actually came in, of course, right before the show. Bob, talked to the audience for a second and said, well, Pam, it's nice to see you. And she said, hi, Bob, and they were talking back and forth. And I was like, well, wow, this is interesting. And I asked her when they went back into the taping, she said she was marked as in solitary.
We have just tied the all-time record for perfect games. At 3.
Bob announces retirement. I remember the exact date. It was October the 30th, 2006. He calls me after the day off. Everything started fine. He says, Roger, I think I'm retired. This is my last year.
More than $140,000. Now, folks, I want to thank
thank you very, very much for inviting me into your home for the last 50 years. I am deeply grateful.
This is
And
phenomenal.
please remember, health
This is tremendous.
all the pet populations. Have your pets spayed or neutered by
In 2007, as you probably know, Bob Barker was hired for The Price is Right after season premiere.
Bob Kinsey Park. So I'm 35 years, 50 years of the show, 35 years of the show. I'm really fun. 50 years of the show, 35 years of the show.
I consider myself very lucky because all my life I did something I thoroughly enjoyed. I really did. I never got up in the morning and thought, oh, I don't want to go in there today. Never. I really enjoyed it. And upon retiring, I really miss it. But I keep it stick up the lip. I really have sympathy for someone who doesn't have the same feeling. You know, I don't have to work. That would be terrible.
We're taking a picture of us driving up to my space. I did this very perfect front yard dog. I brought the artisan. Roger's going to do his band because, whoops, it's the second to the last taping of The Price is Right. These things happen, so they change producers all the time. You have a hit show, and all of a sudden they have new producers for the new season. That's what happened to me. I was spoiled. I worked for 36 years on the show, and I was lucky to have worked 36 years on a great, great show.
And he brought tears to my eyes. Took me several drinks. Roger, this is my pleasure, my honor, to try to figure out how to open it. Here, Roger, is what you missed most of all. When Drew was coming in as the host, I was going to ask him, would you please continue to say have your pets favorite? And we came in and he said, how do you do, Drew? And he said, Bob, I want you to know I'm going to keep right on the end of every show. Have your pets favorite neuter. I kissed him on the lips.
So I continued to watch the show, track the prices in case, friends or family wanted to go back to the show. And at the end of season 36, they made a decision to change the rules to the show, where if it had been 10 years or more since you've been on the show, you were once again eligible. And before, the rule had been once you were on the show, you were not eligible again. So to me, this was like, well, this is cool. I can go back and maybe get on a second time. So I really put a lot of effort into studying the prices over the summer.
So this is the program I wrote to help me memorize the prices on the show. I'm going to go by category. Go ahead and hit regular prizes. And here's a mattress. They have the description, the favorite on the show, a picture of what it looks like on the show. And there were 1,073 prizes in this new race. As I recall, this was the beginning of each round. So if you notice, the left two guests were now by one. I was going on the show in 2008. I was able to get through this entire file in an hour.
Because I figured, well, now, I can win something for myself again, maybe do better than last time. Who knows what's possible.
Terry, $23,743. Actual retail price, $23,743. You got it right on the nose. Terry, you there?
Yes, I am.
Mr. Terry Lees, aren't you, should I say lucky? Or should I say talented? Or should I say, what should I say?
Well, I don't know, quite frankly. I kind of feel like I'm in the middle of a storm, but yeah, I think I'm very lucky.
It was Terry Lee's folks that changed things up a little bit.
Oh, that dude.
That dude who did
Exactly.
to the penny on both showcases.
Yeah, he won both showcases because he got his showcase on the right to the dollar.
Right. And somebody on a headset's gotta be freaking out.
Were we up on something?
Right.
Has anyone talked to you about that or brought that up to you?
When we were outside in the middle of the night at 3 o'clock in the morning, we were the first 3 people in line. There was a fellow that had been there like 99 times. Some people kind of make a career out of this. The guy next to me had been there 33 times.
There was an older couple named Norbert and Francis. Terry, who's the man next to me, silver hair, gets on his phone and he's talking to his wife. You probably should come over and get in line. It's starting to get really busy. And he says goodbye and he hangs up. And I said, okay, I don't want to be rude. My sister would kill me if I didn't tell you this. I said, this is not the greatest neighborhood in the world. Happy to hold your place in line. No problem. And he goes, oh, are you sure? I said, yeah, absolutely. They were back in probably 5 minutes. His wife's name is Linda. Very nice lady. Obviously a big fan of the show.
And we played pricing games. What are the cookies worth? And what's the salsa sauce going for? And what about ester seeds?
At this point, it's a different producer who's now making the selections. And he starts asking us our questions. And I had prepared. I thought I'd really catch his interest. Tell me about yourself. And I said, I'm a mathematics assessment specialist for an educational testing company. And he just reacted like I had just, shot him with a machine gun. And I think he may have asked me, what does that mean, or, whatever. And I thought, well, that's good. At least he asked me more than one question. It's good. And the first name is Terry Ace. And like I am in that studio, I'm like, Terry, I remember there was a Terry in line somewhere. Where was that Terry? And Terry jumps up 2 seats away from me. I'm like, oh, Terry, this guy right here. And he runs the varsity, steps into contestants' row because he's right behind it, pretty much.
Land plus water equals the perfect day on this new sailboat.
I think it was $35.95, but it had recently gone up, and I didn't know that yet.
Hours of fun as you sail your favorite waterway on this 10-foot boat.
And I think you can see me either signaling or saying, $35.95. he reads the price, $36.95, and the guy who was closest was up on stage, and Terry wasn't listening to me, and Linda didn't, I guess, know yet that I knew my prices. So there was a guy who, this fan group that was able to show up, and he was in the front row or the second row, and he was giving people advice, like people in the audience.
Well, the first item for bid that I successfully bid on was the large green egg ceramic cooker.
And the first time it was $900, which it had been previously to that. And then in March, it was on the show again, but it was $11.75.
And it was on about 3 weeks before. And I knew the price was $11.75 on that.
And Terry looked to Linda and me for advice, and so we signaled him or told him $11.75.
So that got me up on the stage, and we went on from there.
I mean, critics had to yell out. Yeah, one guy won a Chevy one time at the show. He was with a friend of his. He was a Chevy salesman. And he got every number just, so what? Yeah, it's not going to
$44.
She realized that I knew some of the prices that I was yelling out and things were correct. She kind of was like, I'm going to listen to you. I was like, okay. So she gets back up, and she bid $22.01. She bid $1 higher than whoever was the highest. And Drew reads the price, and it's $25.98, and you can see her kind of look at me like, whoa. And they open the doors, and she's going to play for a car. And I'm trying to listen carefully to the car and the options. And I remember it was the Pontiac 5, so I'm thinking, okay, $17,695. And then I hear this endless string of options that's going on and on and on and on, and I can't even possibly keep up with it. And then I heard AM FM stereo and fabric protection.
Some lady was paying one away and got every single number exactly, and it's like looking at this guy and changing the number. And this guy was yelling out, "No, not 5, 7." Or I'll make that a 7.
Well, the way they have the number set up, I could tell with the price it had to be 18,546 because I usually don't repeat digits, and I knew it had to end with a 6 because only the paint and fabric protected caused that last digit to change.
But when that guy that ended the showcase, when he was doing his pressing game, it was in door 2. We were really far away from that guy. I couldn't hear him. He lost his pricing game.
They go to commercial, they come back to do the wheel. Terry spins first because I think he won the least, and he hit 90 cents. And they were just like, this is awesome. He's got a good chance. And the other two contestants spun. They didn't beat him. So we're like, this is great. He's in the showcase. Yay, we're happy. We can see Terry. He's right up here. Probably, stone's throw away.
And the showcase, what was your strategy?
The karaoke machine had been used as a get up on the stage prize before.
And it was $1,000. And the way I remember it was that big giant tower was the 1, and then there were zeros after it in my head. And that's just the way I thought of that. And they opened another door.
It's 3 things everybody's seen before. Certainly the guy from this Ringman dude from the fan group.
Yep, that's the $2,800 pool table.
I knew they were about $3,000. That put me at $4,000.
And the last prize is the high-low trailer.
The rule of thumb for campers is $1,000 a foot.
Well, there's 2 of them. There's a 17-foot and there's a 22-foot.
I thought he said 19 feet. So I'm thinking $19,000.
Okay. It looks kind of short, but I listened to make sure that was what it was. I added it up, told Linda what it was, and I said, let me do it again. And I added it up again in my head, and I said, $23,743. Is that what I said before? And she said, yes. Meanwhile,
She's passing it on to Terry.
she decides to pass. Terry looks at us, and then I thought, maybe we. Don't want to call this much attention to ourselves. Maybe we should just get both showcases and not make it a big spectacle. So I went 23,500, but I think at that point he was really focusing on Linda, and I'd already told him the price. And you can see him kind of mouthing numbers and looking at us, and he said,
23,743. Wow.
and Drew, most ironic statement ever, says it's a very exact bid. And
So I know I'm in the ballpark. Now, as strange as this sounds, I opened my mouth, 743 came out.
then he proceeds to show Sharon her showcase, which is every trip in the house that I had no idea because, like I said, trips were always a big guess, and it depends if you're going from one place to another or if you're always starting from LA, and who knows. So she bid 30,525. Well, like, okay, great. But the second Terry made that bid, I saw Kathy Greco, who is now one of the producers. She's got a clip for it. She's just standing there watching, and she just turned and walked over to this little area that was called the puppet booth. It was where the kind of the production people sat behind this screen wall, and she just stood there and stared into that screen.
Right back, folks, from the left.
They go to commercial, and everything stopped.
Kathy Greco, when she came out with her headphones, she was like that. And I was like, what happened? She goes, "Hey, what you got the check out?" I go, what? What was the item? I said, there's always like three breakings on it. And I go, that never happened before. And she goes, no. That it never happened. No, so that's what she said right away.
People on the show were on the stage talking with other people on the show.
We shut down for like 10 minutes, 15 minutes, which is a long time.
They started playing music again to keep the audience up, and we're clapping along. And I think the song may have been like "We Built the City" by Jefferson Starship.
And everybody was like, we got standards and practice there. And what do we do?
What does this mean? What does this mean?
Yeah, this is possible. Right. You know, this even happen.
And we're talking along, and I'm looking around, and I glance up, and I'm like, there's a camera staring right at me. Just right in front of me on the stage.
Did someone cheat? That's got to.
Yeah, and this fan group had a lot. We knew that this guy was going out prices because we knew the people that were in the fan group.
The question has popped up. Oh, he cheated. Did you cheat?
I don't know how you could cheat. First off, I have a little bit of a hearing problem. Okay. So if people were yelling prices, I couldn't hear it very well.
Well, they obviously know it came from me. We'll see how this plays out.
Let's get the guy's prize right now. Investigate.
So when we come back on the air and you're not thrilled for the guy, which is all
I'm
impressed.
Right,
You're out of a job.
I think I'm out of a job.
You think they're shutting down the show?
I think they're shutting down.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Sharon.
But finally, they bring the lights back up, and Drew and the contestants are in place. This is probably the saddest moment. She only missed her showcase by $494, which with that much money involved is a pretty darn good bid. He walks over to Terry,
And I thought they were going to hurt anyway. Good night, because I was like, fucking.
I see that before you went back on the air.
I didn't think they could. Yeah, I remember hearing somebody wondering how they could even air it. If it was a scam. Right. And I was like, well, this is fucking. I mean, I was so depressed right then.
Actual retail price, $23,743. You got to
display changed to just a zero, and then they showed his total. And Linda went up on stage huge. Terry, I think, was more like shocked than anybody that he was on the nose. Linda went up and gave him a hug, and they went and looked at the prizes. And
Oh, it was a standing ovation. I was stunned. It's just like being dipped in Novocaine.
It wasn't like 4,700. No, it was ridiculous.
Yeah, it was around the thing. Yeah, it was crazy. And so everybody thought that something happened.
we're all in the audience clapping, and we're all on our feet because it's such an exciting moment. And I'm standing there smiling and clapping, and Kathy Greco is standing right in front of me on the stage, just shooting me the dirtiest look I've ever gotten in my life. And
There was a producer on the show my first year that been there 35 years. So he'd been there his whole television career. It was his first job out of college. And then he wasn't there my second year show. His fan group, they didn't really meet because they ended up being there, but we thought somebody from the staff was also mad about this and was cooperating with the fan group, and it was like just to fuck the show over and gave the guy the price in the showcase.
Yeah, you didn't have to be Oliver Stone to see a conspiracy theory going down.
Yeah.
Show goes off the air, Linda comes back down, and next thing you know, Kathy's at the front of the stage and she's like, Linda. And she turns back around and she motions her back up on stage, and I thought, oh, here we go. Now they're going to call us all up there and find out what happened, ask us questions. And,
like, they were always getting a lot of inside information about the show. We never knew how they were getting information about the things we were planning. We used to have a lot of contacts, you know, to do the show.
well, what happened was, I guess she had wanted Drew to autograph her shirt, and so they were going to have that done. And so they took her up and he autographed her shirt.
And they were mad about this guy not being here, so we all thought, like, oh, they're just fucking with us now. Because they're mad. Now
They produced it this 35 years.
Yeah, now they're mad because this guy's not here anymore. They're just trying to fuck with us.
There was discussion because they had fired Roger Dopkins, who was the producer from day one, and they thought that I was part of this fan group that was trying to take the show down.
Turns out,
The guy was able to, because we never
beat the game?
Yeah, because we didn't repeat, because we repeated prizes so much, he was able to just like memorize all the major ones we give away.
There were all these theories, none of which were correct. I mean, I think we've proven that I've known my prices from day one, and it's not unusual for me to help people win.
Now it's like constant meetings, constant prize fixing. You know, like that's never gonna happen.
What in practice, what's the salsa sauce going for, and what about ester seeds? So, I mean, in that sense, yeah, we were playing pricing games out on the streets.
Let's just say you did your homework.
I did my homework, and that's what I suggest to anybody that's going to do that show. Do your homework. Watch the show. Watch the show. Watch the show.
Did you hear that? Watch the show.
And I honestly, all those guys are going to come wait line. We never had to wait line anymore, so not gonna. But if you want to wait line and come see the show and try your best, you're never going to do that.
You know, I've been called a lot of ugly names on the internet and in podcasts and things like that. And it's just sad that people don't know the whole story. So I appreciate being able to tell it. My dad would ask from time to time, well, did you ever hear from Brandon? Well, I just think he should have given you something for all that help. And I was like, Dad, that's not why I help people. It's just, it's fun to watch people win. And, you know, I don't have to pay their taxes. So, you know, good for them.
That's amazing.
Please use caution when trying any techniques used in this movie.
What the fuck is that?
Speaking out against oppressive regimes, make copies.
Huh?
Documentary.
Ah.
My entire life has been movies. I was what they call a latchkey kid. So I was brought up with the TV. That's how I learned to do what I do. The reason I do what I do is because of movies. Without movies, you're only getting half of the story of what our culture was at any given time during the day.
Renting movies was huge. When I was a kid, I had to rent the VCR.
Shout out to my
I
girl.
would get one for the weekend and then get a stack of movies, at least for it, and just watch them over and over.
I missed that act, like getting in your car with your girlfriend, and arguing over what you were gonna watch. You had to watch movies, and watch movies. It was just it was a neat time.
Blockbuster became dominant beast. Like, it was it. It was a name that you never imagined would go anywhere, like McDonald's. Like, we got to see a corporation built up in our lifetime. We also got to see a corporation die.
It's stock. 1 million shares. Oh my God! Blockbuster video stock.
Oh,
What? Is that bad? I still have a Blockbuster card. What happened to Blockbuster?
Why did Blockbuster Video go out of business? Was it Netflix?
Netflix was the nail of the coffin.
for sure. Netflix. Or streaming. Or
Yeah, so look, most people think Blockbuster went out of business because of Netflix, but that's not true. What really happened was
My hat's off to them. Like, there must be a story. There must be a reason, perfectly rational explanation for why they're holding out hope. We all live in the same plane of existence, but they live clearly in a different reality than I do. And I'm not saying mine's better, but it's like their reality still supports the neighborhood video store, whereas my reality has
Okay, so once we get in here, we got like 30 seconds, which is actually longer than I always give it, but let's get back in the back room. Well, it's Saturday. It's not as full as it is on Monday. Believe it or not, back in the day when we rented a lot more, there would be many mornings when we would come in and these doors would be open, movies would be out to here, and they'd be all the way filled to the other side. And so it would take a long time to get all the movies to go out. Now, unfortunately, it's not as busy as it used to be, but it's a little bit more manageable, so we can pull the movies out in the morning. Once the doors are open, we fill the candy, we fill the soda, and then just walk around and make sure that they didn't leave like the broom in the middle of the floor. You know, stuff like that. As the Blockbuster mom, I'm always walking around reminding them that I'm really not their mother, so I don't really need to clean up after them. Right, store's ready to open.
This Blockbuster mom is Sandy Harding, the general manager of the last Blockbuster in Oregon and one of the last Blockbusters on Earth. She considers herself a Blockbuster mom because she's employed nearly every teenager in her hometown of Bend over the last 14 years. Sandy, how much has changed since you first started at Blockbuster?
All right, so when I started in 2004, Blockbuster Video had roughly 9,000 stores and over 60,000 employees. And now we have about 12 stores. I would say with 12 stores, maybe a couple hundred employees.
From 9,000 stores down to 12. So what happened? Maybe it's best to start with why video stores exist to begin with. After all, we don't have music rental stores, and besides the library, we don't have book stores. To explain, meet Alan Payne, a Blockbuster franchise owner who once owned 40 44 stores across America. But at the time of this interview, only 3 remain. So tell us, Alan, why video rental?
Why video rental? You got to go back to the early days, right? To the early 80s. VCRs came along, and studios decided that they were going to sell movies directly to consumers. Play a movie on a VCR. The only problem is they thought those were worth about $100. And they probably thought that was a bargain, because if you're going to pay, at the time, probably $7 to go to a movie, that means 11, 12 people could watch a movie one time at your house, and they're already in the red. That's the way they would look at it. So they had to charge $100. Very quickly, some very ingenious entrepreneurs decided that, well, we'll buy it and rent it. The studio subsequently sued those stores, went all the way to the Supreme Court to determine whether or not people have rights to do that. And the Supreme Court ruled against the studio. You know that? So that's what enabled the business to explode, because at that time there was no legal risk. And the studios very, very quickly found out that they were dead wrong, and rental became their biggest source of revenue.
In the 80s and 90s, a video store was like a license to print money, if you could afford to open. That allure is what attracted Ken and Debbie Tischer to this beautiful town, Bend, Oregon.
In 1990, my wife and I moved up from California to Bend to open a video store. To get it up and running, it cost us about $400,000, which was about all of our savings. So we were hoping it succeeded. Pacific Video. It's the name of my wife's company. We were almost going to do Coyote Video. Bad video. And we ended up with Pacific Video, and everybody thought we were a franchise. Like it or not, a lot of the smaller stores went by the wayside. It certainly wasn't our intention. It's just the nature of the beast.
I know. I lied to you. I know. I should have told you the truth. This, I'd say, was in May, after 5 years when I came war, I had to hide this cigarette.
Yeah, but run Flintstone here, and today is the last
My life without movies no movies, one bad. Now, there was always video stores growing up, 4 blockbusters.
Really for me, when I was a child, was tell me and my sister and my mom all going together, and my mom would pick one, and she loved me and my sister, and each would pick a video, and so it always became like a bit of a treasure hunt.
I remember the first time I went to rent a movie. I said to the brother, give us like the most disgusting raw movie. And he gave us blood-sucking movies, which I've never seen in movies. But still to this day, it holds up, and it's like horrifying transgressions.
I couldn't get the impression that it was this way everywhere, but I don't know if it was. I think they called the rated R, and so Friday the 13th, 1 through 7, I was hooked on the video. And the third movie I got, which I watched, and I just kept painfully, was Scarface, which at the time was like a 13 or 14 rating.
I remember telling my dad I wanted to rent that Pink Panther movie because it had the cartoon Pink Panther on the cover. And I remember him saying, this isn't what you think it is. You're not going to like it. And we got into an argument. He said, okay, you can rent it, but you're going to have to watch it. And I said, fine. And so that's how I saw the Peter Sellers Pink Panther when I was 6 years old and had little to no idea what I was watching the whole time.
Classic movie, heavy metal. My 9-year-old son is, and he's less impressed by the kick-ass lady rolling the sword and flying on the
Yeah, buddy. Pretty simple.
Going to the video store with like your mom or your dad or your friends, getting a video and getting a pizza, and coming home and like watching a pizza with or watching it.
And I'll always remember being disappointed. What I wanted was not there. And then the first thing you do is go right to the camera and go, hey, when's this film supposed to be turned back in, you know? And I remember the time they said, well, it's supposed to be, it's late, it's supposed to be back at like noon. So you kind of hang out. Well, hey, I'll take that. And it was like, it's not just like a little closet.
The Last Blockbuster, directed by Taylor Monin. Like, oh, okay. Like, I can chill in here at midnight, nothing bad will happen.
And it was, I'm sure everybody's saying that already.
With the yellow.
Wait.
How did that even work?
The Last Blockbuster, directed by Taylor Monin. This nostalgic documentary reveals the real story of Blockbuster's demise.
Going to the video store with like your mom or your dad or your friends, getting a video and getting a pizza, and coming home and like watching a pizza with or watching it.
And I'll always remember being disappointed. What I wanted was not there. And then the first thing you do is go right to the camera and go, hey, when's this film supposed to be turned back in, you know? And I remember times when they said, well, it's supposed to be, it's late, it's supposed to be back at like noon. So you kind of hang out. And I'm going, oh, hey, I'll take that.
Blockbuster. And then it was like, it's not just like a little closet.
It's also something kind of comforting about the blue and the yellow, and like it's like, oh, okay, like I can chill in here at midnight, nothing bad will happen.
And it was, I'm sure everybody's saying that already. It's like walking and go, everything is on. I love it.
Blockbuster's America's family video store. You know, we have more kids' videos than any place else. And more movies, more nights, more fun.
This one did make Blockbuster different. Maybe we should look at how it got started. It took place in the 80s, so let's cue up some 80s music. Or for budget reasons, something that sounds like me. The year was 1985. David Cook was a software engineer in the oil and gas industry in Texas. When that industry hit the crapper, Cook's wife convinced him to start a video store. Cook opened a store in Dallas and named it Blockbuster Video. From the start, he made Blockbuster different by having a bigger selection, staying open until midnight, and actually putting the tapes out on the shelf. While most video stores kept the merchandise behind the counter, at Blockbuster you could pick up the box, take a closer look, and read the back. At the same time, Cook wanted the experience to be family friendly. And that means something was missing.
That door that was made of beads.
It had to be 18 nickel ago. It kind of glared over.
There were usually bells attached to it so that the person behind the desk knew when someone was coming or going from there.
But then when Blockbuster came, it was like,
you get a call or a person in a week looking, and there would be people you wouldn't. I'm not like thinking like people in like a trench coat and a hat. These are like suburban dads, like looking for like where's the cheerleader?
But what may be the single most important thing that made Blockbuster different was Cook's software. While other mom-and-pop stores were still using pencils and logbooks, Cook used databases to streamline his inventory and make checking videos in and out more efficient. That meant he could replicate stores much more quickly than competitors. Just a year later, Blockbuster had 20 stores, and that caught the attention of garbage man Wayne Huizenga. Well, less than garbage man and more than CEO of Waste Management, the largest garbage company in the country. While Cook was looking to grow the business through franchising, Hazenga bought Blockbuster and was able to bring in enough capital to grow the company quickly by gobbling out competitors and converting them to Blockbuster. Corporate Blockbuster had begun, and at one point there was a new Blockbuster opening every 17 hours.
Usually I'll be at home and I'll think of some very specific movie that I haven't seen in a really long time. And I'll think, well, hey, I live right by Blockbuster, I'll walk down there and see if they have it. So the last one I wanted, very specific, was Insidious 2. So I was like, I'm gonna walk to Blockbuster, I'm gonna get Insidious 2. I grab my keys, lock my door, I walk out my driveway, and then I just have to take one turn. Cross the railroad tracks. So I get to Blockbuster, look around, find the movie myself, which is my favorite part. Is like, I gotta go to horror, gotta go to eyes, like actually finding it. So I go up to the counter. They say, "Hey, are you ready to go?" And I'm always like, I'm never in a hurry to leave, so I'm always like, "Yes." And they're like, "Okay, if you're a regular, you know that they either want your driver's license or they want it. So if you have it, just have it ready, so they don't have to ask you. Then you're like, yeah, I'm ready." So they take it, they pop the lock out of the movie. They check to make sure it's there. They check if they beep it, and they tell me if I have any late fees or not. They're like, "So it appears you have $4 on your account from the use Bigelow." And I'm like, you look around like, "Oh, I didn't rent you Bigelow." Okay, how much is it? And then you pay it because you don't ever want them to bring up News Bigelow. My favorite is if you have like 2 or 3 movies. One's a new release, one's a season of a TV show, and one's an old movie. You can be like, "Okay, this one is Thursday by 5. This one is Friday by 2 or Wednesday by 1. And I'm like, I'm never going to remember that. And then they're like, "Here's your receipt, it's all on there." And then I'm like, "Cool." And I throw it on the ground and I walk out.
Tuesday mornings are new release day, and so every Tuesday morning I have to look through and see what movies that I still need to get that I need to remember. And then I literally go around to Walmart, Target, Best Buy, and anywhere else I can try to find movies and buy what we need. We do the same thing for our new for sale movies and for customer requests that we don't have in the store. And what I can't find locally, and then I start looking on Amazon and do my very best to find it with customers.
Sandy is an amazing movie. Like the second or third time I ever met her. If you go to this Blockbuster and you don't have a movie you want, Sandy will literally just go right, and then they have it put it on.
Sandy has absolutely been key for the last few years. She's taken it to heart. She likes it. People like it.
And now, 112 seconds with Lloyd Kaufman.
Come on in. Welcome to Blockbuster, New York. You got 500 copies of Suicide Squad and absolutely no copies of the TRUMAN movies. Not even Toxic Avenger. So come on in and let's talk about the greatest company. And yes, sirree. This says it all. Greatest American symbol of true monopoly. Blockbuster, Manhattan. Come on in.
Why? I'm just curious. Why do I need to do it? You don't know anything about me, do you? Oh, you do? Oh, all right. Okay, you just put the, you can't put the crime in? You haven't done your research. I'll find out when you start asking questions. Greetings from Tromaville. I'm Lloyd Kaufman. Why? I'm just curious. Why do I need to do it? You don't know anything about me, do you? Oh, you do? Oh, all right. Okay, you just put the, you can't put the crime in?
You haven't done your research. You don't know that's. I'll find out when you start asking questions. Greetings from Tromaville. I'm Lloyd Kaufman, president of Troma Entertainment and creator of the Pots and Plate. Most of the people in the entertainment industry are scum of the earth. So I'd have to go to Texas and go to the editors of the corporate blockbusters. They were rude. They were scumbags. They had no respect. They're not going to get rid of us. Troma's the herpes of the movie industry. We're not going away. The only blockbusters Troma would get into were the franchises. The difference between the corporate-owned stores, namely the ones that eventually Viacom, which owns Paramount and MTV and all that stuff, and had an old part that God knows if he was still around, being flies on his.
And this has been 112 seconds of flavor.
With the dominant store, we then multiplied to a second location and then a third location. We had 3 Pacific Videos at one time in Bend. For those who don't know, Bend is a huge movie town. Blockbuster moved in. We didn't even know Blockbuster was there. They were down the street from us. Once Web showed it, that was a whole different ballgame. Sure.
Back then, you couldn't purchase it. The price of a video cassette, it was sort of astronomical.
Everybody loves Terminator. To spend $99, I think I do. Before the economics were the same, whether you were a franchisee or independent. You bought your movies from the studios, roughly between $70 and $75. And if you were a blockbuster, maybe you got a break at $1 or $2.
Every video store pretty much lived and died by the release section. So mom and pop's on its best. Let's go crazy. You know, Terminator 2 is coming out. 3 copies. Wow, Blockbuster offers the promise of like, come on in, we got 100 copies.
Blockbuster had the foresight to go to the studios, negotiate with them revenue share deals, which means instead of paying $72, they would pay maybe $2, $5, and then you share the revenue with the studio. So they had the independents out saying we didn't have the financial ability to pay them.
That was the beginning of the end for the mom and pop store.
Like I remember walking into the Pacific Video when the sign was in the door saying, starting next week, this Pacific Video will become a blockbuster. Like I remember seeing that, but I don't remember what the store was.
They made us an offer we couldn't refuse because they said they were going to open another store.
That'd be an interesting narrative film. Kind of like Up in the Air with George Clooney when he flew around firing people. Like a guy whose job it is to fly into the town and shake down the rental store and say, you know, open up a blockbuster.
But I remember, like, a week later going in, the movies were all the same, the vibe was the same, it was still a mom and pop video store, just with the brand. Like, that's really all it was. So, you know, it's really easy to be like, corporate, but, like, if you really think about it, this Blockbuster has been a mom and pop video store for over 20 years.
So this is my husband Brett, my son Jeremy, my name is Ashley, my son Ella, Josh, who's basically an adopted son, and Sam, who's actually an adopted daughter. And we're a Blockbuster family. You know, everybody's worked at Blockbuster. I know this is a small group of us right now, but in a heartbeat, I think we'll probably have 15 people here that were all our Blockbuster same family. And I think that the next person that probably works in the store would have been my 4-year-old son.
Yeah, I would walk around with a Blockbuster shirt on and name tag and everything, asking people if they needed help or, you know, like you talk about it to one of people if they wanted me to. So, yeah, that was real help to the store.
They have mascot.
Exactly, yeah. I go to like elementary school with the shirts on.
It was great. It was such a fun time.
such a great movie. We all got along super well. Interacting with customers, all that good stuff. One of my favorite things is seeing staff picks when I show up at a place. Okay, there's like some members of the staff who really like me, and maybe I want to be friends with them because I like Gremlins, and then they introduced me to another movie that was similar to Gremlins. I didn't even know I would like. And then some people where you're like, oh, okay, you're so hoity-toity, I'll never be friends with you. I don't want to watch this movie.
Look at your whistle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As someone who worked at Blockbuster, one of the cool things was being the arbiter of other people's tastes, letting them know that if you pick something cool, they would not have never come back to that. That was a great choice. Hotter beans with South
If someone might come up and they'll have a
love it. So they would write to it, but when they get it back, I was like, thank you for telling me that was terrible. What else do you recommend? And then I could recommend it. The great perk of it is you have like basically free rental. So that was a great perk. I wouldn't call it glamorous, but it certainly seemed like a more exciting place to work than grocery store. And it was. They did work at a grocery store. That was hard. Blockbuster wasn't that hard to work at. It was pretty fun. You put the movies back, and then you check them. You check them out for people. You put them in the box, and you rewind it if you need to, and you put them back on the shelf. And again, you're surrounded by all these movies posters, so it's constantly kind of interesting too.
It was the perfect high school job. We would mess around there so much. We had a giant return bin. So this is a giant bin. And our bin was actually inside our store. And we would hide inside that bin and wait for people to drop their tapes in and then grab it. Like there was like a monster inside the box. And it was the most fun thing. If we had phones that had cameras in it, we would have taped the reactions of people, but we didn't have that.
What a job. How amazing if I could be that guy. Just telling people what movies to rent, and then you go get the movies and you're around the movies all day. Probably at the end of the day, you can take any movies you want home. Watch movies on the job.
I worked at a place called the Record Depot in my hometown, Sonoma. There, I could dress like this, which I love, and sell you videos, and then also sell you the Megadeth record. But at Blockbuster, you had to wear some khakis, you had to wear ugly shoes, you couldn't be sporting these Nikes at a Blockbuster, and then you had the polo shirt, the ugly polo shirt that you wore every shift. I'm sure it got stinky.
There was a girl who I was attracted to, who was a customer. She looked a little bit, actually no, a lot like Jamie Gertz. Now you're probably thinking, who's Jamie Gertz? And back in that time, so were people thinking, who's Jamie Gertz? But it was okay. I knew Jamie Gertz from like some of the movies that I grew up with. And one of my coworkers, Kelly, she was like, I know it. I'm like, you know what we should do? We should set up a fake signing for fake Jamie Gertz. And we put up signs on the store that Jamie Gertz is coming to do a signing. Now, the big flaw in my plan was A, I thought I was flirting. B, no one cared who Jamie Gertz was. So my great plan was spoiled by the fact that no one wants to meet this person that didn't even know that you'd have to kind of explain three levels of. And now looking back at the pictures, I don't know how much of Jamie Gertz she looked like. She was significantly younger. I think that girl that we were kind of having fake sign was like 16, and Jamie Gertz at that point probably mid-30s.
Getting that job was the reward. Like, that was as good as it was going to get. You mean I'm going to rent videos? I'm going to get them first? I'm going to open up the box when the videos first come to the store so I can watch this shit before anybody else. Drop the mic. I'm done. Like, this is it. This is the pinnacle.
Are either one of these any good?
Much movies.
It's crazy to think that I do this, right? Because they are so old, we don't have excessive amount of parts, and so I'm constantly Frankensteining things back together and going in the back room and digging out a part that I forgot that I had and trying to put the pieces back together. So this is the board that I got this inside the computer. I can't plug in call together parts and pieces of the system out front, the POS system, to make it work. So this kind of these are basically our dummy computers that we use up front that they didn't ever close all the current stores. We were able to acquire from them so that in case we had the computers break down, we have parts and pieces since they're pretty much obsolete. They have floppy disks, which 90% of the teenagers have no idea what a floppy disk is. I can't tell you how many times I will call a store and be like, oh, get out the floppy disk so we can reprogram the computer really quick. And they're like, what is a floppy disk? So that's pretty much everything we're going to roll out of this. I'm going to start there because I'm not doing anything again. So, they're just these.
I was broke. Snack. And I had a commercial agent. One stand up, and I had a bunch of auditions, and I went on like I wrote it down like 85 or 86 auditions, and I couldn't get anything. My next audition was for Blockbuster.
Meet Kate, Benny, Sandy, and Bob. They're the Blockbuster Entertainment team. They buy more copies of new films for you to rent than anyone. Blockbuster Video, the entertainment team.
And it was me, an actress Sandy, another girl, Jim Gaffney. And we were entertainment team. We were the team, and we would go on stage and wave, we would go to Blockbusters, we would go to openings. It was incredible. I know, you had no idea. Then I started getting parts, and I got a part in Romeo and Juliet. I guess I knew people like Randy and Scream. I read a lot about Quentin Tarantino before I got the part, and I always equated Quentin Tarantino working this sort of totally saw how he can be like that. You know, I mean, super beyond simple.
What's that werewolf movie with E.T.'s mom in it?
The House horror straight ahead. So I went from making $9,000 a year working at Domino's. They made $99,000. And since that job in Hollywood, I've never had a job.
By 1994, Blockbuster had become an entertainment juggernaut. From 20 stores in 1986, the rapidly growing company had ballooned to over 3,600 stores, with more on the way, which caught the attention of the quote, old fart who runs Viacom, as our friend Lloyd Kaufman put it, Sumner Redstone. Viacom bought the business in 1994 for $8.4 billion. The following year, they created the annual Blockbuster Entertainment Awards to celebrate movies and stars loved by most people, but who were often left out of the fancy Oscars. They even had plans to build a theme park just north of Miami, but behind the scenes, financial struggle began to brew. Viacom had been using Blockbuster as a cash machine as a bid to buy Paramount, borrowing heavily against future revenue.
Really almost needed the enormous cash flow to service the debt. So strategically, it made a lot of sense, and also we thought Blockbuster was a good business.
Wayne Huizenga was eventually replaced by John Antioco, the wizard who had revitalized Taco Bell by wrapping a taco in a cheesy flatbread and calling it a cheesy gordita fry. Sumner Redstone was hoping Antioco could pour some of his famous hot sauce onto the Blockbuster brand. Then, in 1999, Viacom spun off Blockbuster and took the company public, bringing in $465 million in its initial public offering, while at the same time leaving it saddled with massive debt. In 2001, they killed off the Blockbuster Awards and began to see competition from Redbox, Netflix, on-demand movies, and even every advertiser's worst nightmare, dreaded DVR. At nearly every turn, they seem to be making the wrong choices. One choice in particular seems to stand out.
Did you know that Blockbuster had a chance to buy Netflix?
We had the opportunity, so I'm told, so I've heard, so the legend goes, to buy them at a reasonable price.
And take it all, $50 million.
John had an opportunity to acquire Netflix.
Yes, and then in 2000, well, I don't. It's back in those days. Yeah, it was possible.
His words, they laughed out of it.
So they set up the meeting? Okay. So the story goes. So I've heard that Netflix set up a meeting with Blockbuster. Early days of Netflix. And I can only imagine playing gangster movie or something where Netflix just kicks the door in and comes in and says, "Hey, do you want to work together or do you want to go away entirely?" Because this thing is going to revolutionize the way people watch movies. And Blockbuster probably sat back and laughed and didn't take the threat seriously and showed him the door.
Hey, Blockbuster, you didn't do it.
Yes, they did, Brian Hossein. Everything Blockbuster did at the time pointed to bad management who were too busy making money today to worry about the future until it was too late.
I remember we had 6 registers. We'd have lines back to the back wall, and so many people waiting to be checked out, and it would just be insane.
As Netflix and Redbox began to expand more rapidly, Antioco realized he had to do something to stay ahead of these two companies. His big idea to compete with Netflix, not only would they offer DVDs by mail, but he would take it one step further.
To this day, I don't understand how they plan to make that work. It would be like Davis rent a car, renting a car, you just keep it how long you want.
I hate late fees. I feel like that really is what kind of ruined it for Blockbuster. Those late fees and rewind fees, things of that nature, just ridiculous time fees anyway. But I understand that you had to do it, otherwise people say, yeah, I know I did.
And it would not be uncommon by Saturday to have no consumption. And we'd have more angry customers who spend movies than we did because they don't like these. And most of them would be like, I would pay for late fees.
I remember this family, they didn't return their videos on time. And just I would hang out at their house a lot as a teenager and just see that they would leave their videos not returned. And I'd be so anxious. Like, return the member, return your video, drop off your video. To my mother telling us to do you know, the late fees. It was like a big deal.
I wasn't angry about late fees as much as I just was, aware. Oh, it was totally the money. I didn't feel bad about the next rental.
Lost over 250 million in sales overnight.
The cash flow business was really cut a third of this. No, cut down to a third.
Whose idea was that? Well, John Antioco. He made a decision.
With late fees now left in the dust heap of history, Blockbuster was finally taking its new competitors seriously. Ironically, Netflix founder and CEO Reed Hastings had attributed his decision to start Netflix to having to pay $40 in late fees for the movie Apollo 13 back in 1996 to, you guessed it, Blockbuster.
We have a problem.
In early 2006, Hastings noted on an analyst phone call that Blockbuster was throwing everything it could at the corn company, except for the kitchen sink. The following day, John Antioco mailed an actual sink to Netflix headquarters. People started paying attention to these bad management decisions, especially a man famous for shaking up good companies he thought were being run by bad people. That man was Carl Icahn. Nowadays, we would call him an activist investor, someone with a lot of money who buys up enough stock to take control of the company. Back in the 80s, these investors were known as corporate raiders. But since then, people realized the value in someone coming in and shaking up a company. Once Icahn was on the board of directors, guess what he did?
There was a fairly comprehensive change in the senior management team, starting with the CEO at the time, John Antioco.
Wow, that was some serious corporate speak, Tom Casey. Translation, Antioco got fired. Icahn and the board then hired Jim Keyes away from 7-Eleven, where he had recently turned that company around by offering free Slurpees on July 11th. Thanks for that, by the way.
But he turned Blockbuster Blockbuster around too?
Today it's about making our content available anywhere, anytime. So we have brand new Blockbuster Express kiosks, we have DVDs by mail, and then Blockbuster On Demand with Blockbuster movies as convenient as a button on your remote control.
After 1 year under keys, revenue doubled. Things are starting to look up for Blockbuster.
Yeah, Carl Icahn charged up. Carl put out a rare press release for a activist shareholder to say how great management was doing with Blockbuster back. But it was literally a month after that that Lehman went bankrupt and the world all went to hell.
It's going to be one of the watershed days in financial markets history.
It was a manic Monday in the financial markets. The Dow tumbled more than 500 points after two pillars of the street tumbled over the weekend. Lehman Brothers, a 158-year-old firm, filed for bankruptcy.
Yeah, so look, most people think Blockbuster went out of business because of Netflix, but that's not true. What really happened was Blockbuster and Netflix were pretty evenly positioned to grow in the mid-2000s and 2007-2009. They had capital, we did not, and Blockbuster had inherited over $1 billion of debt.
You really needed the enormous cash flow to service the debt.
And with the debt markets as they were in 2008, 2009, did not have the wherewithal to invest in subscriber growth as Netflix did. If you stack up the two companies side by side at that period of time, Blockbuster had over 7,500 stores around the world, had a buy mail business, had a growing digital business. Netflix had a business by mail and a small digital business, which didn't really offer very much. So just in terms of the business metrics and business composition, they were fairly comparable, both trying to grow subscribers, one company with the capital to grow and the other without.
Thanks, Tom. So there you have it. If it wasn't for the financial meltdown in 2008, we might all be asking each other if we caught the new season of Stranger Things on Blockbuster's in-home streaming service. Or we could all be getting a lesson on equality while watching Blockbuster's series The Handmaid's Tale. Instead, Blockbuster was forced to make a decision.
Blockbuster Video on Thursday filed for bankruptcy protection. Well, Blockbuster, seems our 8-year tug of war over Tango and Cash has reached its conclusion.
Chapter 11 bankruptcy doesn't mean a company goes out of business right away. They're given a chance to find new financing. But in the years following the financial crisis in 2008, there just wasn't any money to be found. Ultimately, Dish Network bought Blockbuster in 2010 for $320 million. Steep decline from Viacom paid $8.4 billion for the company 16 years earlier. Dish did try a few gimmicks to resurrect the stores. In the end,
everything must go in every Blockbuster store the company filed for bankruptcy 6 months ago, and now it's closing up shop.
A week before they went out, I just rented a bunch of new games, and I'm like, well, I never get these back. And you're just going to have to do this because you're going out of business anyway. So that was
I remember the day that they announced it closing because I was still asleep. Kicks the door open and goes, hey, we gotta go down early. The Blockbuster closed. And I said, liquidating 6 months. And I was like, what? And he sort of remodeled the store. Like the day before we went to everyone thought that's what it was. And business had cut in half. Pretty much overnight.
It was shocking because obviously it was the biggest video store in the universe. Here and then, in particular, that's all we had was Blockbusters. So for me, it was like, oh shit, like the next house. What is that going to be?
Down to Jeff Foster in Energy Source Alaska. Which makes me a little nervous because I don't really know if that's going to be created. We're going to have. I hope so.
Let's talk about Alaska. Specifically, we're going to take a look at one of Alaska's endangered resources.
One of Alaska's last Blockbuster stores is closing to retail sales today.
Wow. We seem to be rapidly losing something I didn't even know we had.
That was crazy. I know what John. Don't watch the show. Not the right demographic.
There are apparently currently 4 independently owned franchises still operating in the United States, 3 of which are in Alaska. If only there were a fun, movie-themed way for them to draw people in.
That night that you did the jockstrap, around midnight that night was the son of Mama's first night.
There is no way for a blockbuster in Alaska to get memorabilia like that. Or is there? Because a few weeks ago, you may remember that we told you about Russell Crowe, The Art of Divorce, an auction in which, to celebrate the end of his marriage, he was selling artifacts from his career, from the gladiator chariot to this leather jockstrap he wore in the film Cinderella Man. It does sound like something that we would do. You know, buy Russell Crowe's jockstrap and send it to one of the last remaining blockbusters in Alaska. Even that sentence is absolutely incredible to say out loud. To the manager of the only remaining blockbuster in Anchorage, Alaska, at 5600 DeVar Road, number 5, all of this shit is yours. Just call us in the next 48 hours and we will send it to you.
We spent the next 2 days trying to find it, which was not easy because you go try to find a phone number for John Oliver's show, it's not there.
I have some good news for you. He called.
HBO's John Oliver has delivered on his promise. A surprise movie memorabilia is now on display in Anchorage's last blockbuster. Yes, just in time for tourist season.
They're great working with. They supplied the cases. Clearly helped business. But I told them, I welcomed it, I appreciated it, but I didn't think it was going to save the business. So don't be disappointed. We closed the store, after you give it.
The smell of a blockbuster is absolutely. Isn't that weird? I'm in the store. Blue carpet, yellow walls. I can smell it.
Yeah, it smelled like Orville Redenbacher popcorn. Khaki pants.
Sodas that have been slightly open, and so you can smell a little bit of it.
Burnt plastic, but in a pleasant way. That kind of library smell of like dust media.
I miss that smell. They should make like some sort of air freshener that smells like.
They tried to kind of give you that moving sensation, but there was just the smell of these plastics. And printing on it. They print their own things on it. Yeah, there is definitely blockbuster smell.
So I just found out that that's what shows are bridge into it. I don't know what that is.
We thought there was a chance that we might be able to go a lot longer.
This should bring over that.
Video stores and movie theaters always kind of felt like the church. It's felt like the place where I go to feel it's like the calm, normal human being that everybody's wanted to be. It's too weird to ever get it. But I walk into a video store and I'm like, oh, this is where I'm normal. It's
really kind of isolated. It's an iPhone, the old phones, watch a movie. Apple TV, all that. And I still love that.
They're living libraries, they're living film archives. And for some of those films, they only exist on one VHS copy, they only exist on Laserdisc. And by getting rid of so many video stores in America, we're losing a lot of those films.
It is like a library. People are there, they all want to be entertained, they all want to see what you're renting and talking about this and heard about this. There's a real dialogue going on. And I think having physical media allows you to interact with the public. You have to go somewhere to get it.
By not being face to face, left to their own devices, kind of veil of anonymity that in this court, it's a shittier world. Let's be honest.
The air of that time, what it represented for me. You miss that. People are eventually going to be like, Siri, I don't want you to
tell me what movie to watch, and they want to go watch it. I know that sounds like old Evangelion Clouds kind of, but like, it's true. You have to have a human being who knows the kind of person you are, who watches you walk in, sees that you're wearing like a Black Flag t-shirt, that knows what you're gonna like. You're not gonna get that from anything else.
It is truly the last standing bastion of a bygone era that at its peak was as big as anything. I mean, I'm talking like if the NFL went away tomorrow, how people would still talk about it 25, 30 years from now. That's what the last standing blockbuster is.
Do I miss renting from a physical store? No. I don't think anybody does. Oh, sorry. Okay. Well, then I would say they're offering something else, not just they're offering an experience and probably something more than just it's like it's more of a relationship and an experience than just
Times to CNN to Fox News to NBC Nightly News. I mean, it's just been absolutely crazy around here. And I can't believe I'm on the front of the moment, but it's super exciting. And
Once the largest video rental chain in the U.S. with thousands of locations will soon be down to just one little store.
Guess what? There is still one left.
Just next week, one of the stores is going to be the last one open.
The soon-to-be last store standing is in Bend, Oregon.
In its heyday, there were close to 9,000 Blockbuster stores worldwide. At one point, it's estimated a new store opened every 17 hours. Now, there will soon just be this one. Did you ever think you would be the last Blockbuster? No, I didn't.
General Manager Sandy Harding says customers visiting the Blockbuster in Oregon treasure its customer service and familiarity.
Sandy, great to talk to you. How did your store become the last surviving Blockbuster?
Well, you know, it is quite a surprise to us too to be the last surviving Blockbuster store, but I think it has a lot to say about our community, about our staff, and just about how unique we are here in Bend. And our owners live right here in town.
Let's talk about my typical Fridays. And a year ago, they wouldn't have been quite as crazy as they are now. And it seems like every single morning, even if when on the days off that I have between online orders and selling out a product in the store and a vendor calling me on the phone, it feels like I'm constantly doing something every day. And my husband is always like, "You're just working." And then, of course, this week is the week that I started making the beanies again, which I really thought I would be good until fall, and I could get a stock built up. But now I've got to get some online orders filled for beanies. So it comes out looking just like a knit hat. And the first couple ones I did, I actually made. But this is just so much faster. And like I was telling Taylor, I could get one of these done in about an hour. Really don't even know very well. We signed our fourth and final agreement last year, and so now we have to renegotiate the whole contract. But I get it. I mean, they're also looking out for their just look great. Messages you're getting,
Peaking at 9,000 locations in the year 2004, this chain of stores was down to one in 2019, located in Bend, Oregon.
I sensed it, like that Bend would be a place where everything, like all the weird things would last just a little bit longer than other things. We're kind of like this small town in Canada or something where everything happens a little bit later than everywhere else. Like, of course we have the last Blockbuster. We had a Radio Shack until a year and a half ago, and the same thing until a couple years ago. It's like half Twin Peaks, half Gravity Falls with like a dash of Twilight Zone.
That is, it has to be a place that really appreciates old stuff, you know.
Hey, that's cool. You know, the last Blockbuster that's in existence is right here in my hometown. Bend, Oregon. You do.
There's some cats in Oregon still scratching it out, you know, with Be Kind Rewind. Nothing wrong with that. That's beautiful. It's like the, you know, what they call them, the uncontacted tribes. Like every once in a while you see a story about like these cats living in the middle of Peru or some shit they've never seen.
I was in a town with not strong internet access, so they were rural, definitely. A town probably the population is a bit older.
Such an awesome place, and I think because it's not even not one of your major cities, I think a little slower pace of life, which is I think a lot of agree with that. But very much about quality of life. It's the reason I'm here. It's because I like
No,
people.
'cause it's the West Side.
People really help conscious. They ride bikes, hiking, cross country ski. I mean, all of the above as far as the outdoor
What
activity.
baby? What you ate there? Your baby?
Ready to close, and then reopen. But I guess that's not the case. It's been open the entire time. So there's lucky people in Oregon. That makes a lot of sense.
Because Oregon's cool.
And kind of dumb and nerdy at the same time.
I didn't know there were any Blockbuster videos stores left. I get that just so I lived in New York for a few years, and we had one down the street, and I remember we used to walk by and go, place, it's funny, it's still there. In this city, in this day and age, wow. You know,
but yeah, how weird to go from like, you know, the most dominant fish in the sea to the novelty. Which, you know, right now the people are going, you're a novelty act. 25-year career on one black and white movie. You're the novelty act, Clutch Boy. Sorry. You're on the board.
Now that to me is crazy. That I did not really get one Blockbuster full. That way it's a lot like the days that we see, which is like you don't even have somebody to make with. Really. Once you die, you die. So that's really you gotta protect.
It's quite a shock when the listers started feeling like they might actually go away. And then they did. Except for one brave little blockbuster. The blockbuster that
Just today, for instance, I was getting coffee and I was wearing my Blockbuster shirt and I was like, oh yeah, I'm on my way to work. And they're like, oh yeah, I know your homie that works there. And I was like who? They're like, Sandy. I was like, oh, yeah, that's my mom. They're like, oh damn, that's crazy. Yeah.
You can go to anybody in the country and you remember Blockbuster.
yeah, of course, there's Blockbuster.
My wife is the manager of the last Blockbuster in the United States. And they all know what that is. You know, may not know where it's at, but they know that it's the last one and that I'm married to her. So, somebody once told me the world is gonna roll me. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed.
Sandy Harding proudly remains at the helm of the last Blockbuster in the world, located in Bend, Oregon.
Good morning. It's Sandy. I think the fact that you can come in, you can touch the movies, you can walk around with them in your hand, you can look at them. We good?
It's the lady like cool. She has a room this side. Yeah. She's going. She's tight. I'm gonna call her. But I'm fucking I just get them done, yeah. That's the hour show. Kids, you know how old you're on the fucking math child is? Oh, hi, David.
I'll buy it everything before we open.
Executive.
love going in
Blockbuster's
Blockbuster
got
and just
red.
spending like an hour or two just picking out a movie. Yeah. Oh yeah, and we still see that every
That's
Friday and Saturday night.
It's like Netflix with extra stuff.
You guys are on camera, so wave, girls. Bye. Bye, guys.
Reese's are so nice. There's so many more so pretty.
It was perfect. Like the Cats of Marvel trailer, you're watching on a 50-foot screen, and there's Cats of Marvel flying right through a blockbuster, and it was hilarious because I was like, oh yeah, we're right at that point now where like the nostalgia swing is going to come back around. It's pop culturally relevant again. It's perfect.
Blockbuster nostalgia hit America and the world. And the only place to get your fix was our little Blockbuster that could, in Bend. It was attracting attention from talk shows, YouTubers, and video store fans from all over the world. A local brewery even created a Blockbuster beer. It was a media frenzy.
Por el último blockbuster del planeta.
It's like we got out of the car and we were like, oh my God, it does exist.
Blockbuster brings me back. Do they all smell the same?
I drove here from sunny San Diego, California, just to see the last blockbuster on it.
How long ago was that?
About 15 hours total.
Utah.
And Las Vegas.
It's so beautiful. I'm like a kid in a candy store right now. It's great. And there's actual candy here too, so that's good.
It's the last one in the whole world now, not just America. This is my last shot. I want to relive my childhood a little bit.
I decided to send my writer Adam there to play a cashier named Kevin. We set up hidden cameras, and here's what happened.
We don't have an adult section. We don't have an adult section. You look like you're looking for the old saloon doors. No? All right.
We flew in from Boston this morning. My first job was a video rental store. I'm 32, my little brother is 15, and he has never been to a video rental store ever in his life. And I'm from Spain.
And did you come to Spain just to come here?
Just to see this.
Part of my life, 9 years of my life, my best job was this one. Because I have to go and see if everything is the same or it's a little bit different. But no, I saw everything is the same, exactly the same.
Is there something bigger than DVDs at stake here?
Oh, absolutely. It's a family business. I mean, we have relationships here that we have created over the years. I mean, I have all my employees are family. I mean, they call me the Blockbuster mom. They're all getting married now and having kids. Now I'm having Blockbuster grandkids. And I mean, this is a family business. I'm looking at my Blockbuster baby.
She actually, we closed the Redmond store on the 5th of March last year because she decided to go on bed rest. We were just waiting for her to go into labor with Liam.
So it's Liam's fault that Blockbuster closed?
He kind of regrets it though. He likes the movie.
See the last Blockbuster? Yeah, I was there for 14 years. I was there for 8.
Hey. What number interview is this?
Oh my goodness. 500? I don't know. Gosh, it seems like between radio and newspaper and oh my gosh. New York Times, USA Today, The Washington Post, the Washington Journal. I know this is the right one. This we received from a gal in South Carolina, but now we're in South Carolina. That makes a road trip to the Bend impossible. But if it was still in Oregon, if I was still in Oregon, I would surely come and rent some. That's just something about that. Sweet cards. They're just saying, if they still work, please donate them to a loyal local customer. And there are a couple of old Blockbuster gift cards. Again, it has 3 gift cards. And it says, while cleaning out my gift cards, I found these. Hopefully, they are still valid. Please give them to a family of managers. They will better them. That was very sweet. Very nice thing to last. Just some fairs and stores that they are exercising their fourth and final renewal option. In case it helps, just a copy of the yeah, that kind of scared me a little bit.
What do you think they should do?
Maybe they should keep the same exact coloring scheme. That will be the same and just rename it, but it's just like video store.
Really is what I would
Love
do.
it.
The world's only Blockbuster / dispensary. That's something I was looking at.
Hell yeah, I love that guy.
Yeah, serious.
This motherfucker, I got hit out all the time.
I would
Respect.
make it more of an overall store that kind of encompasses the 80s and 90s in general and things like that. So they can also buy popcorn or Teddy Ruxpin.
Can you and I be friends?
They should just stay open, call themselves something else. Blockbuster. Blockbuster. Just Busters. Busters Video Room. Anything where they don't, don't want to spend a lot of money making a new something. Yeah. Just put some tape up there.
Dish owns that name. Any corporation can use good press. So good press is like, we let these kids keep calling this place Blockbuster even though we don't have to. That's what kind of good thing we are. But if they want a problem, then all they have to do is be like, yeah, we took this name because we're just corporate riches.
Definitely not.
We were picking gloves because we have been moving things around all day in preparation for the Russell Crowe memorabilia from the Alaska storms. And we did not have a draft dress, but we do have a lot of the other pieces that the Alaska stores had. And Alan was very gracious to allow us to borrow it while we're open. And so now we're going to open up the box and we're going to put the stuff up. Gosh, I see that small one. So there are several pieces. There's some from Cinderella Man, from American Gangster, from Les Mis. Say the word very well. Les Mis is what I always call it. Let's just read. It is real leather. Can you smell it? This is so much fun when you're short. When you're trying to reach the very top on your tippy toes. Which might be why. My trusty bench. This bench, and I have never. It started with me at the West Store. And Ken had to give me a bench because I was too short to reach the top shelf. Yeah, I hope this stuff isn't bad luck. I mean, it was sent to lots of stores in hopes of saving them, and it didn't. So let's hope we get a look at it.
You guys hear that that's how your parents used to date, is that they would come in here and spend an hour picking out a movie and then go home. What goes through your mind?
Remember seeing it in a Blockbuster. That's what I saw. I never met him, but that's him.
Our date we would walk through them together and not really argue, but try to find something that we both want.
That's kind of part of the whole date. That's how you get to know someone. Because then, if you split off and go to different areas, she goes to romantic comedies and you're like in action, and then you both bring back things that are totally opposite. because you got Bruce Willis and you got Tom Hanks, and it just never quite your meat.
I think those are classic dates too. Grabbing some Chinese food, go rent a movie together. I mean, they still, I guess I do that now with Netflix and chill, but that's getting a little dirtier because it's just like going straight to their house and they already got the movie ready. They probably don't even buy you food. So
I felt that that was really the dates. It's a foreplay. It's the foreplay of the whole evening, isn't it? I mean, I wouldn't want to advise, my own daughters this, but how do you start making out? And for me, it was so easy. Watch a movie and sit on a couch, and maybe there's a little blanket over your lap, then you sort of eventually touch.
Years later, when I worked at RSD, I had sex in the movie. Only makes sense.
Part of getting laid, right? I mean, you're like, what should we do tonight? Let's go dancing. Better idea. I make a mean spaghetti. Let's go to Blockbuster. Get some red wine, some popcorn, and too many movies. I'll make you some spaghetti, which is really hard to mess up. And we'll not watch the movie.
Kiss me. I mean, that sign, you gotta get a selfie with it.
Shout out to
It's too cool.
Peter Banks.
Smile.
I
can't believe I'm at the only Blockbuster in existence. That's sweet. I'm excited to go inside. Yeah. Oh, thank you.
He might be
Hey, Doug. Hi, Sandy. So how long have you been running this one?
I've been this one.
Did you see Captain Marvel? Was that this Blockbuster or did they fake it?
No, they fake it.
Jerks. So many movies. This is what I used to do when I'd go to the video rental store. Because I would just wander around, especially if you do it with another person, you have to agree on a movie. You just wander around, not knowing what I mean. Do I want to watch a sad movie about dogs? Or do I watch this movie about a dog that I've never heard of? Like, there's so much choices. I swear sometimes I just would go to a video store and walk around for a while. Sleep.
And they have to do inventory.
It's too much. There's too many movies. Those movies, come on. See where the documentaries special interest. Oh, look at that right next to each other. I love it. Because that was part of my conceit when I made this movie. Everywhere where movies are alphabetical, so even if people didn't have much of each of my movie, they might have some. He's making a second one. So this is Russell Crowe's fighting robe, Cinderella-Man. And this sign is ironic. It says, do not lean on the rope, which is what he would not want to do as a boxer.
Yeah, we have the done all the stuff and all the stuff.
This is so cool.
Yeah, and everything that's up there has people can actually spend
I mean, look at the James Bond section. Every James Bond movie. Every Avatar movie, because, it's just one so far. I'm going to take a picture of this and send it to the mail. I don't think it's in a Blockbuster. Excellent pick, Zach. Brittany's terrible picks. Erica's no good. It's all about Zach. I actually like Baby Driver. We got both blarts, all blarts on board, total blartosity. Can't wait. Look at they're even waiting to finish the trilogy. Put Fallout 3 right here. Fallout 2, all come. Flat Rights again. There's nothing like Italian in the kids' areas. What do you think about that lone blockbuster Twitter feed? Do you look at it and laugh at the crazy stuff they write? Oh my god. So I looked on Twitter to see if there was a Twitter account for this store, and there is an account called Lone Blockbuster. I started reading the tweets. And they have a ton of followers. They have 375,000 followers. Follow no one. And so I thought somebody hilarious that works there, or maybe even Sandy would be. I really like this one. Do you think you can stroll in here the day of the Pride Parade and get your hands on a copy of Both Back Up? Yeah, and I also got something else I want to show you on my phone. Kumio responded. So you're going to get him in the movie without having to. So I texted a picture of his movie The Big Sick to Mail and John. I wrote, do your movies in the last existing blockbuster. And he wrote back, wow, where is this? Ohio or something? No. Bend, you dummy. Bend, Oregon. I'm so excited he's going in here. I'd like to rent a movie, please. Yes, please. Let's use my new phone. On the flight up to Bend, I just kept thinking that I'm crazy because I'm so excited to visit this thing. I'm not going to rent a movie on here. I'm just going to leave and fly home. But still so happy that I came to see it. I didn't miss Blockbuster until I was in this Blockbuster. Like, I moved on. But now, just seeing it and being here, I love it. Who doesn't love Blockbuster? I can't think of anything to say nice about Blockbuster. Whoa, I'm sorry.
Which customers here concerned, but yeah, so I reached out to Dish Network about a week and a half ago, right before October 1st, because our renewal is up in November, and I wanted to get working on that and try to figure out, how we can renegotiate and amend our contract so we can sign over another year. And heard back from our rep who said, I'll check into it for you. That's a week and a half ago, and I haven't had anything since. And I'm really surprised typically they get back to me pretty quickly when I have a question. And so I'm a little concerned. It definitely makes me worry a little bit because if they don't renew it, then I'll be very sad. I don't know.
Yeah, that does. People feel it right away. It makes you feel confident.
Every tape looked just like this. It was all beaten up. This thing was not meant to survive cars, drops, whatever.
I also remember this classic guy who was always able to it's been used.
Angela. July.
Just the idea that it's a heavy object, and if you leave it in a hot car, it melts. That it's a physical object that has limitations, I think made it more precious. It's like, straight on Netflix.
Oh, look at this.
What's up?
There's already a movie called The Last Blockbuster.
No way. How am I in there?
I actually got like a little through my spine just in the box. Kids don't have this magic anymore. But this set, it's so satisfying when that one, you just make sure that it's closed.
That is all probably expressed.
When I hold something like this in my hands, it is like going back to childhood and picking up a stuffed animal or something that had to have near you all the time. A toddler.
Then you can take your taste and go to the grocery store. Try treat it and have
Obviously, bulky, you've got 5 minutes. There's something fun about that too, because it's a bounty. Now you can go digital, that's fine, but a bounty is we get 4 of these, put them in the bag, take the books, go to school, trade.
Oh, look at that. Last blockbuster.
That's awesome. I'm gonna have to see it now.
I love you. Put all the info on the side and everything. I have it.
Ruby Bear.
We're having our family barbecue, our Blockbuster family barbecue. You gonna say hi, Liam? Yeah. Anyway, I get to enjoy the day with all my Blockbuster family, which is awesome.
Working with Sandy, she was kind of like the mom here. She gave us all a lot of chances. There's some stuff we got away with that was a little bit borderline, but we had a lot of fun working here.
She put up with a lot of tomfoolery, kind of messing around. It was a really fun place to work. Yeah, working with Sandy was awesome.
And she's still like my favorite boss out of all of them. Like she's so like understanding and sweet, and it's really easy.
That's across the over.
I'm trying to think of my niece has worked here, and my nephew worked here, and my sister-in-law worked here, and all 3 of my sons worked here. Let's see, Kim Fisher and both his kids worked here. Adam Cheek and his sister both worked here. They're not here, unfortunately. But God, we've had so many families work here. It's just crazy. I can't even think of all of them right now. And I know I'm missing somebody. I'm sorry. But we've had so many families. And we love them all.
Calling out now, came with a surprise.
Actually, did an excellent job while I was gone. I came back and threw like fantastic. Bathroom floor can be more than that. So it's great. Well, Brad and I were talking about the day you retire, and so we're talking about doing the snowboard thing. And he keeps laughing, going, "What happens if in 6 years I retire and Blockbuster's still open? What are we gonna do?" And I was like, "You know already I'm going down the ship, so I am not leaving until Blockbuster." So who knows? Maybe I won't be retiring in 6 years. Might be a really good thing. Sandy, what was that phone call about? Well, they're going to let us renew our license. Stay open. Awesome. Can't ask for anything better.
So the little Blockbuster that could survive. For now. We asked Ken what it would take to keep the store open indefinitely. He responded with one word:
Customers.
So I guess if you want a video store in your town, get out there and start cruising the aisle.
Someone had said to me, "Oh, this is going to stop being a thing. You're out of your mind. You're everywhere. Everybody loves it. Nobody I know doesn't like movies. It's a thing we do of society."
You know, and I get it. Like, this thing of, having things so easily accessible. Just having movies on your phone is way easier than getting on your stupid bike or asking your stupid dad to get in your stupid car and take you down to the stupid blockbuster. But being a kid that grew up with this other thing, I miss the physical.
I mean, how long until studios, companies don't even make CDs, period? Then I don't know what.
It's sort of vulnerable in a weird way, like taking your movie in front of people, and there's that man over there, and these kids over there, and it's in this beautiful space, and the community aspect is so amazing. The video store is a community hub like any other community hub, like a movie theater, like a rec center. It allows us to connect with each other. The video store is the place, but oftentimes it's just a conduit for us to have conversations with other humans, and that's really beautiful and something we'll never get with streaming.
My feeling on the videos is it may find second life the way the records. Because so many of us grew up having this wonderful experience, warm memories walking through the door, looking, hunting for that latest release, bringing it out to the counter, take shots, and you leave something back. Gotta have this back in a couple of days. There'll always be someone out there wanting to keep that fire into that wonderful nostalgic, sentimental memory, like burning.
The streaming services are not as much of a physical, emotional experience. And when we start taking those physical, emotional experiences away, what are we going to be left with but a black screen?
You're filming me, aren't you?
Yeah.
Like, honey, we're going to Oregon.
You know what I like about the Blockbuster is it's a block and it's a buster. And together they make a blockbuster with a video. I wonder how many of my videos are in here.
You know, it's crazy because there are movies in go to Blockbuster. I would sit for hours looking, watching.
This is Hollywood. This is the Johnny Carson of, my hometown. So I feel like Blockbuster just had this energy and aura around it that made me feel like it was all happening there. Making a Blockbuster night.
Even now, it's very satisfying sound from the closing, getting the corners to me, and that's a physical sensation that I had as a kid when working on it. So there's a satisfying feeling when you're waiting on the front row of that feel the moment situation. But I remember now, I did a photo shoot right when the OC came out. I did a photo shoot in the Blockbuster as if I was some cinephile, which I wasn't. It genuinely feels like this is a place that could last indefinitely because it still has the brand new movies, it still has sodas and candy and popcorn and everything people want, but it also has people there that care that you're not running garbage, that care that you're going to walk out with a smile on your face as opposed to angry that they didn't have what you wanted.
Many, if not most businesses around the country are shut down right now, but there's one establishment in Bend, Oregon that refuses to surrender to anything.
Not even the coronavirus could stop the last Blockbuster on earth. It's still open. The movie rental business is offering curbside pickup during the pandemic. Customers can call the store ahead of time, order a movie, and pull right up to the front and grab it. Store general manager says they'll survive this challenge for the same reasons they've stayed in business all these years.
Good for Blockbuster. If they can make it, so can we.
Where do you like it down here? I live literally right by the World Trade Center. I walk home. I live above it, actually. An ankle bracelet. Tells the government where I am every second of the day, any time of the day. But it's gonna come off when I go to prison, I think. I mean, I don't think I'm wearing this in prison, so that's what the plan is for that.
Closing numbers on the markets today. At one point, the market fell as if down a well.
It was an historic day with Wall Street shaken to its very foundation. And even the health of the most trusted firms are now being called into question.
We have former secretaries of Treasury who go from government to Wall Street pocketing hundreds of millions of dollars.
In 2008, I became somewhat obsessed with the role that money itself played in crisis and the role that governments and banks played in money. And why was it that our money was controlled by central banks?
Something new.
Search. Loading search results. Search complete. No time.
$26 available. Oh, it's over. I haven't watched anything else.
Now entering the studio are today's contestants. An advertising copywriter originally from Miami, Florida, Frank Selleman. A freelance copywriter originally from Lakeview, New York, Lois Feinstein. And an energy demonstrator from Waverly, Ohio, Greg Hopkins. And now, here is the host of Jeopardy, Alex Trebek.
Thanks. What's your name, Bobby?
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of all of us, welcome to America's favorite answer question game, Jeopardy. You know how we play it. We provide the categories and the answers, and it's then up to our contestants to give us the right question. Players, as you know,
time you recognize an answer, you're free to ring in. However, I do want to caution you about the jeopardy. If you were wrong, the value of the answer will be deducted from your score. But to help you add to your winnings, we have given somewhere on the board a daily double.
Look at this list of drinks.
Cover that, then you'll have a chance to double any or all of your winnings up to that point in the round. It is very important that you try to win as much money as possible, because only the player with the most cash at the end of the day will wind up keeping his or her winnings. All right, we'll play the game until you hear this sound. That will signify that particular round is over. If you're all set to begin, pick up your signaling buttons, but do not ring in until the answer is fully exposed. If you're ready, then let us play Jeopardy! This time, as I indicated, will answers ranging in value from $100 to $500. Here are the 6 categories you're going to be dealing with in this first round: lakes and rivers, invention, animals, foreign cuisine, actors and roles,
And the West Side. If I ever answer any of them incorrectly, it's to teach you that, you know, sometimes just to make you not feel like I'm so smart.
Our very first answer is these rodents first got to America by stowing away on ships. Greg,
Rats?
what are rats? That is absolutely right. So that again.
The clarification.
Answer is there are about 40,000 muscles and tendons in this part of an
Trump?
elephant's body. Frank, what is the elephant's trunk? Yes, that is right. You're on the board. All right, let's try actors roles for 100. Brand new category. Video in which Michael Jackson plays a werewolf and a zombie.
What is Thriller?
Frank, what is Thriller? You're right again. Select. Let's try actors roles for 200. Correct answer is 2 Saturday Night alumni who tried trading places.
Who
Frank,
are
Dan
Eddie
Aykroyd,
Murphy and Dan Aykroyd?
right again. You now have $500. Another selection. I'll stay with actors roles for 300. He may never say never again when asked to be Bond. Frank,
Who's Sean Connery?
Sean Connery. All right, if you're on a roll, select again for us. I'll stay in the same category for 400. The blonde preferred in the film Gentlemen Prefer
Where's
Blonde.
Marilyn
Frank,
Monroe?
who is Marilyn Monroe? Right. I'm going to stay in the actors and roles for 500. Complete the category with this answer. Sam Shepard played this barrier breaker in The Right Stuff. Frank? Sorry it took too long. Greg, you have an answer for me. Who is Colonel Chuck Yeager? Chuck Yeager is correct. That means you earn money and you deduct $500 from Frank. If you're still in the lead, you've got 700. Greg has 600, and Lois has yet to make a move. Greg, you gave me the last correct question, so go ahead and make your next selection. Select answer 3. The answer is when husbands pop for an ermine coat, they're actually buying this. Lois.
What's sable?
No, I'm sorry, that is wrong.
Ermine
Greg or
coat?
Frank? Either one of you have an answer. Frank, what is mink? That is incorrect also. Greg, do you want to try it? Then I'll give you the correct question is what is a weasel? A weasel. Its fur turns white in the winter and it becomes an ermine. Greg, you gave me the last correct question. Select again for me. Animals for 400. Animals for 400. The answer is close relative of the pig, though its name means river horse.
There's a taper?
Greg, what is a hippopotamus? Hippopotamus
Wait a minute.
is the right
Of
question.
course I
And
know.
that brings you to
See, I want you to think that
and
is
we're
right.
going to take a pause right now, and we will return to continue Jeopardy
But, yeah.
right after.
See, I want you to feel like you're smart. So I don't know, it's good. Taper, you dumb shit.
Welcome back to Jeopardy. Before we continue with our game, I thought we might take a few moments to
Taper
chat
could
with our
also be
contestants. And the man at the end with $400 is an advertising copywriter from Miami, Florida, Frank Sullivan. That's right. You have,
I hear you suck dick in Miami. What's up?
I tried out to be a broadcaster when I was going to school in Houston, but I didn't quite make it. And Lois Feinstein, you're sitting in the middle right now, but it says according to my card that you're a newlywed?
Right, that's right, about 5 months ago.
How long did you know your husband before you married?
13 years.
You knew him for 13 years?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure we really
Obviously, you're going to make it work this time. And Greg Hopkins, you're an energy demonstrator. What does an energy demonstrator do?
Well, we do things like this. Let's imagine the balloon is the uranium atom. Take the atom and shoot it with a neutron. Bang, pulsates, vibrates, and splits into 2 separate atoms in a reactor. It gives us energy.
Greg, try and relax.
You've got $1,000. You're doing very well on Jeopardy. You're in the lead. You gave us the last correct
That's what that guy
question, and
does
that
for
means you're going to make the first
kids.
selection now.
People used to be able to just do anything back in the
Pick
day.
a
Oh,
category and an amount for me. Animals for 500.
you fucking.
Here it comes, the answer.
Juggler.
If this species of hybrid's parents were reversed, you get a henny. Greg, what is a jenny mule? You're doing correct line. You got mule, and that is the right part of the question. Go again. Leading in the new category. River mentioned most often in the Bible.
Was it Jordan?
Denial.
That is incorrect. Greg, what is the Jordan? That is the right question.
Throw your old rabbi, that's what he says.
The answer is a Scottish word for lake. Frank.
What is love?
That is right. Let's try inventions for 100. Brand new category. The answer. Marconi's wonderful wireless, Greg.
Who's radio?
Radio. You are right. Select Lakes and Rivers for 300. The answer is. Oh, $60, and you have uncovered our daily double. In this case, it is an audio daily double. You know what happens if there's any or all of your 1,600 on this? The multiplayer allows to come up with the question. How much do you want to risk? Let's try $800. Okay, you'll wind up with 2,400 right or 800 if you are wrong. The answer is River in this famous song. Listen. Olga. Absolutely right. Nice going. You're in command of the game and you're in control of the board. Please make a selection for us. Lakes and Rivers for 400, please. The answer is American River, only 33 miles shorter than the Mississippi. Greg, what is the Missouri? Right again. Go. Lakes and Rivers for 500. Wrapping up the category. World's largest lake, nearly 5 times as big as Superior. Greg, what is the Caspian Sea? You got it. That is right again. Congratulations. You ran the categories for us, and you ran your total up to $3,300. Selection. Inventions for 200. The answer is, in 1869, an American minister created this Oriental transportation. Right? What is a rickshaw? That's it. Yes.
I would thought it was earlier.
The answer is 1920s. Canada inspired bird's eye food preserving method. Right?
It's freezing?
Right again. Right. Inventions for 400. The answer is this fastener gets its name from a brand of galoshes it was used on. Lois?
What? Snaps?
Snaps is incorrect. Greg or Frank? Either one of you have a question. We've got about a minute to go in this round. Frank? Macintosh is wrong. Greg? You don't want to try it? The right question is, what is a zipper?
Dude, I'm going to start saying it if I think it's right.
Frank, you make the selection, however. All right, let's
No
try
matter what.
foreign cuisine for 100. The answer is a cock. Lois.
What is chicken?
Right, go again. A British variety is called bangers. The Mexican variety is chorizo. Lois.
What are sausages?
You are right again. Go.
Foreign cuisine for 300.
The answer is Jewish crepe filled with cheese. Lois.
What is that?
You got it.
Yes.
Foreign cuisine for 400.
The answer is French for a ton of meat. Lois.
What is Chateaubriand?
That is right. And that is it.
Yeah.
Means that the round is over. Just in the nick of time for you, Lois. You're still in third place. You've got $200. Frank's in second at $700. Greg has a big lead at the moment, $3,300. All three of you are now out of Jeopardy. We'll be coming back after this break. Double Jeopardy. First, this.
One time I got heard my food is my Jew things. Favorite. Okay.
More cash. Players once again are going to play this sound. Simplify the round. We're all set to go, and let's play.
Fuck yeah, man.
This time with about $18,000 in cash, as well as those 2 daily doubles. Here are the 6 categories we're going to be dealing with. First of all, the Bible, 50s TV, national landmarks, weights and measures,
I hate the Bible questions.
notorious,
and four-letter words. All right, we wrapped up the
That was really
last
hard.
round. Lois, you were in third place.
So it's like, who's, you know, nephew with this? I don't know what the fuck that was. You gotta read that shit. Fuck that shit.
Very good answer is pull the trigger or what's in a jigger. Right. Sorry, you didn't give me a right.
What is a shot?
So it's up to Lois.
What is a shot?
Shot. That's right.
Because I'm the West Sider.
The answer is basketball defense or swimming twilight area. Lois?
What is zone?
Zone. You're right.
Four-letter word for 600.
Little girls do it with a rope. Van Halen
What is
does it in a
jump?
song. Lois?
What is jump?
Correct again. Select.
Four-letter words for 800.
The answer is roll one.
Oh, it's a dirty double. Suck this dick, motherfucker.
Negative position in regular Jeopardy. Greg is leading with 3,300. You've got 1,400 in cash in the bet. What are you going to do?
I'm going to be daring and go for 1,000.
Oh, you said something.
$1,000. All right. Here is the answer.
Are you gonna get it? Yeah, for sure.
You alone.
I'll leave it
It's
there.
the first four-letter word in the Star-Spangled Banner.
What is what?
You got it. Good girl. Go again.
Four-letter words for 1,000.
Wrapping up the category. The answer is the president takes one before stepping into office. Great. Oh, that is the four-letter word we were looking for. 1,000 more for you. Select one. Five. The first answer in this category is when Joshua did the Battle of Jericho, these took a tumble. Great.
The wall.
The wall. You're right.
I'm using that mouse. I'm not paying attention.
The answer is his price was 30 silver. Greg.
Ooh, I don't know. A lot?
Frank. Judas. Judas is the right question.
I know.
Frank, select one.
But I think people are gonna fucking know
The
this.
answer is she came from France to harbor America's freedom.
Statue of Liberty?
Statue of Liberty.
Yes,
Who is the Statue of Liberty?
the answer. Occupation of Richard Diamond, Peter Gunn, and Mike Frank.
What is that? The attorney?
Private eyes or private detectives?
Ooh.
Yes. Select one.
Alright.
TV for 400. The answer is Chief Tower Miss Brooks. Frank was Evart. Is Evart. That is right. Select
Who
again.
is? That bitch is still living, baby.
How quickly they put that TV. Correct answer is amount Michael Anthony gave out each week on behalf of John Beresford Tipton and Frank. What is $1 million? Yes.
Let's say with 50 TV 300, please.
The answer. This card read have gun, will travel. Frank?
Maverick.
Maverick is incorrect. Greg. Who was the power of Richard? Paladin. Absolutely right. That's wrong. Frank, unfortunately. Greg gave the last correct question. Select 5 or 600. The answer is, according to the Bible, it wasn't necessarily an apple, Greg. What is the forbidden?
What is the fruit?
Yes. Tree of knowledge. You're right. Increasing your lead. Select again. 5 or 300.
I'm against kids.
So it means city of peace. It's seen over 30 wars.
What is
Last in
Jerusalem?
1967. Greg, go ahead. What is Jerusalem? Yes, that's right. According to 1 Timothy, it is the root of all evil. Greg, what is the love of money? Love of money. You're absolutely right. Make a selection. National landmarks.
Where's my friend?
You're right.
And then,
Let's try national landmarks for 1,000.
unless you're nice,
DC building shaken by November 83 bomb blast. Frank?
What was the Senate?
That is incorrect. Greg? Where's the House float? Be more specific. The House of Representatives.
Where's the congressional office building?
Lois?
What is the Capitol
What
building?
is the capital? Yes, that is right.
Oh, that mine kind of works too.
Lois, select for me.
Let's try 50 TV for 1,000.
Wrapping up this category, name under which experimenter Don Herman taught viewers all about science, right? Wizard, Mr. Wizard, you got it. Moving back up, you got it.
Try national landmarks for 800, please.
The answer is site where John Hancock signed is John Hancock.
Where's
Got about a minute to go. Frank.
in Pennsylvania?
No, that is incorrect. Greg. What is Independence Hall? Independence Hall. Greg, go again. National landmark.
I don't understand why Philadelphia didn't count.
This cornerstone of Massachusetts bears the date.
Where does Plymouth Rock?
Greg, what is Plymouth Rock? You are right again. Select probably a liar, not a fiddle. Lady while it all burns. Lois,
Who was Nero?
right, select. The answer is the book translated as My Struggle outline plans and
Who was
Greg,
Hitler?
who is Adolf Hitler? You're right. That's the answer. The answer this time. Lenin called him ruthless. He was. Frank, who is Stalin? Stalin, that is right. Stalin, Stalin. Right at the bottom. After the news leaked to the stage shouting 6 cent fare tyrannic. John Wilkes. John Wilkes is correct. Double Jeopardy is over, and let's see what we have. Frank with $500, Lois with $3,800, and Greg with $8,100 in cash. Nice going, all three of you. Congratulations. I'm going to catch my breath for a moment and remind all of you that in a moment you'll be placed in Final Jeopardy for the championship. Now remember, only the top dollar winner gets to keep his cash at the end of the game. However, we do have some lovely prizes for the other contestants. Watch. Today's will receive a vacation at the historic Ingleside Inn in Palm Springs. Wonderful dining in Melbourne, Zimmer, East and Disco Act, Seafood West. An elegant vacation in Palm Springs. And Skyways newest luggage for easier handling on stairs, curbs, and high places. Luggage on wheels with outdoor twist fabric and colors including New Times Square from Skyway. And our third place contestant will receive his and her Wimbledon tennis rackets. Dynamically weighted for more power, greater head speed, and better control. Made from a special blend of oil and graphite from the Sports Incorporated. And now, let's go back to Alex Trebek.
Means whatever you want to mean.
Our time, the second place will be awarded to the player who was leading at the end of the previous round. During our upcoming break, you're going to have a couple of minutes to write down in secret how much of your current winnings you want to risk today on Final Jeopardy. And the Final Jeopardy category is holidays. Think about it, make your decision, and we'll come back to play Final Jeopardy. All right, folks, this is Final Jeopardy for the championship.
For the championship.
Please be sure to use the form of questions. Ready? The category, as you know, is holiday. The Final Jeopardy answer is the third Monday of January, starting in 1986. Good luck.
I want to say Martin Luther King Jr. Day. I think they changed it and it's now President's Day. You going with Martin Luther King Jr. Day or President? I think it's President's Day. You can change it. But,
All right, players, time's up. Let's find out who today's Jeopardy champion is. Frank Sullivan, you got $2,500 going into this Final Jeopardy round. The answer was the third Monday of January, starting in 1986. You said the correct question was, what do you Martin Luther King? I can't make out the bottom, but you got Martin Luther King Day is the correct question. I think that's acceptable as far as I'm concerned. Let's find out how much you wagered on that. $2,500. That gives you a total of $5,000.
alright, well, you got it. You knew that shit. It is? I don't know why I didn't think that. I mean, I said it like 10 times. I was just being fancy.
What is Martin Luther King's birthday? Is it his birthday? It is also his birthday, and it is Martin Luther King Day. That is right.
It's not his birthday. Because it changes.
Let's find out what our leader did. Greg Hopkins, what was the question of the Final Jeopardy in your mind? Was Martin Luther King Day? Well, we'll accept that. Yes, from the category holidays. And you risked $8,100, $300 for your chicken. You wind up at $8,400.
You chicken shit, motherfucker. No one just literally rapes him. Creep. Come on, you shitbag.
Anybody else from beating him out. And as
so it's all he is our new champion. He'll be back on our next program to face 2 new challengers and for Lois and our third player. We have this wonderful prize. Thank you for tuning us in. See you next time on Jeopardy.
You did not do well that one. It was my first time. You didn't even get final Jeopardy. No, because you know it's not President's Day, fucking dumbass.
Jeopardy is a production of Bird Griffin Enterprises, distributed by King World.
This is Jacob and Ron. You've been in an accident. Call 844-24.
Hey, Westside, what the fuck is happening? Hey, Westside.
This is Jeopardy! Now entering the studio are today's contestants. An engineer from Lancaster, California, Steve Bowie. An attorney from Fairfield, Connecticut, Susan Blum. And our returning champion, an advertising consultant from Los Angeles, California, Alan Lefkowitz, whose head winnings total $18,900. And now, here is the host of Jeopardy, Alex Trebek.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the first day of our second year right here on Jeopardy. We hope that by now we have gotten over our first season growing pains. We're looking for an exciting second year. You've noticed some changes we've made already. The colors of the set, the way we had our players enter, and the positioning of the contestants. Our champion is now at the number 1 podium on the outside instead of the number 3 podium on the inside. There is one further change that will affect the play of the game, and I want to tell you all about it right now because we hope it'll make the game more interesting for you people at home.
Hey, you shitbag.
Last season, you'll recall that our players could ring in whenever an answer appeared on the board. This year, they can ring in only when the answer has been read, and that will be indicated on our board by this white perimeter light. You folks at home will not necessarily see that at all times. We're hoping that by having a few extra moments to consider the answer, you'll be able to play along and match your reflexes against these players. All right, contestants, I know you're anxious to get going as year number 2 begins, so let's put the board in motion and play the first round of Jeopardy! Remember that in this round, there will be 1 daily double to help you add to your winnings. Once again, $500, the maximum value at the bottom, $100 at the top in these categories: presidential trivia, dogs in literature, foreign cuisine, proverbs, cartoons, and finally, alphabetically first. And Alan, you are alphabetically first on the program today, as well as being the returning champion. So you get to make the first selection. Good luck to you.
Thank you, Alex. Presidential trivia for 100.
The answer is, at various times, he and all 5 of his brothers were nicknamed Ike.
Who is Dwight D. Eisenhower? What'd you do? I don't know. It just disappeared on me. What if it went down? Would you be fucked? No, but I'd be up against the wall. Yo, Seahawk in New Jersey.
He's got to drive from Southern California to Sacramento. This happened on a Labor Day afternoon. Family emergency 600 miles away.
Shinoshi.
He and his wife grabbed their suitcases, stuffed them with clothes, and then jumped into the...
Don't you love how it goes like this, and then it allows you to go like this, and then it's like, oh, dog, everybody knows a password. Let's do a pin. Yo, dog. This thing sucks. No, it's working. Just don't suck dick. That's all I ask. Just crack my big toe, my middle toe, my ring toe, my pinky toe. Did you? Push perhaps. What the fuck is this shit? I don't want to fucking. I don't want Windows 11 to climb. Jesus Christ! Now I gotta do all this bullshit again. Why? Because this thing sucks. What doesn't suck? I don't. That's the first thing that doesn't suck. My future wife doesn't suck. And then about everything else that doesn't come from us sucks. So fuck you. What the fuck is that shit? Come on, you piece of shit. Fucking cocksucker. You fucking cocksucker. Yo, load. Oh, load a tree, dog. Dude, we were just loading trees. It was so sick. Load the macro, dog. Do you know what a macro is? Do you know what a macro is? So such a nerd. Fucking nerd. Nobody's ever gonna play catch with you, fucking nerd. Alright, hurry up, piece of shit. Yo, dog. Remember when this thing was loading? Maggie. Remember when you psyched it? Nerd, crimson nerd. Sucks dick. I bet she sucked your dick. I bet she has. I bet she likes it too. Really? Hmm? Yeah. No. Yo, dog. Damn, look at that muscle. You got a hairy mole right here. Got some kind of Maggie cake king thing going on here with this arm here. Calm down. Shit with a tube up on here. Are you done? Like I do, baby, with this arm here. Are you done? Are you done? Are you done? Huh? Yo, dog. Dog. Great fast. No. Open. Okay, now a mouse click, and then a thing. Yosh. Yosh. We're having some trouble. Well, fucking get your shit together. I don't care. That sounds like a you problem. We're having some trouble. Okay. Sounds like a you problem. Yo, dog. Dog, then this motherfucker's having a you problem? Yo. We're having some trouble. That sounds like a you problem. Yo, dog. Is it on demand? It's just hurry the fuck up. I don't give a shit at this point. See me. Yeah. Okay, on demand. Jesus fucking Christ. You believe this shit? Do you? Yo, dog. Browse view? Oh my Christ. It just says on, it should say on demand, dog. Loading. There you go, you shitbag. Oh. There you go, fucker. Did it work? No, because this thing sucks. We're having some trouble. What the fuck, dog? I was just fucking watching this. Yeah, I was just watching this. This is just right here. Okay. Yeah, continue watching. Continue watching. You should just do it and then not continue until you got all the answers right faster than they do. Okay, well that sounds like fucking boring as shit. Is it on demand? Oh my Christ. Jesus Christ. Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? Dog. 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 Are you fucking serious? Dog. 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 Sons of bitches. Dog. Dog. Worst. Are you fucking serious? Rush from the start. To the security. I get all that. Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? Fast forward and rewind. Not permitted during commercials. Huh?
Oh, it's Feinstein. You're sitting in the middle right now, but it says, according to my card, that you're a newlywed?
Right, about 5 minutes ago.
How long did you know your husband before you married?
13 years.
You knew him for 13 years?
Yeah.
Oh, so we gotta watch this shit again?
Make it work this time. Greg Hopkins,
Yeah,
you're an
Martin
energy
Luther King Day.
demonstrator. Yes, an energy demonstrator.
Well, we do things like this. Let's imagine the balloon is a uranium atom.
Dude, this guy sucks.
Take the atom
Really?
and we shoot it with a
No,
neutron.
he's okay.
Bang, pulsates, vibrates, and splits into two separate atoms in a reactor. Gives us energy.
Greg, try and relax. You've got $1,000. You're doing very well on Jeopardy. You're in the lead. You gave us the last correct question, and that means you're going to make the first selection now as we continue with our round. Pick a category and an amount for me.
Animals are 500 beginning.
Here it comes, the answer. If this species of hybrid's parents were reversed, you'd get a hinny. Greg.
What is a Jenny mule?
Mule?
Correct, now. You got mule, and that is the right
What is it, Jimmy? A Jimmy?
Makes nervous swimming.
Beginning of a new category. River mentioned most often in the Bible. Lewis.
Denial.
That is incorrect. Greg.
What is Jordan?
That is the right question. That's
Yo.
the answer is Scottish word for lake. Frank. That is right.
Let's try inventions for 100.
Brand new category. The answer. Marconi's wonderful wireless. Greg.
What is a radio?
You are right. Select.
Makes nervous for 300.
The answer is.
I hope so. You can get out. She's beautiful.
And you have uncovered our daily double. In this case, it is an audio daily double. You know what happens? You can risk any or all of your 1,600 on this, and you will be the only player allowed to come up with a question. How much do you want to risk?
Let's try $800.
Okay, you'll wind up with 2,400 if you're right, or 800 if you are wrong. The answer is River in this famous song. Listen.
Where does the world go?
Absolutely right. Mississippi total 2,400. Nice going. You're in command of the game and you're in control of the board. Please make a selection for us.
Lakes and rivers for 400.
The answer is American River, only 33 miles shorter than the Mississippi. Greg?
What is the Missouri?
Right again. Go.
Lakes and rivers for 500.
Wrapping up the category. World's largest lake, nearly 5 times as big as Superior. Greg?
What is the Caspian Sea?
You got it. That is right again. Congratulations. You ran the category for us and you ran your total up to $3,300. Make a selection.
You mentioned 200, please.
The answer is in 1869, an American minister created the Orient transportation, right?
What is a rickshaw?
That's it. Yes. The answer is 1927. That inspired bird's eye food preserving method, right? Right again.
Try dimensions for 400.
The answer is this fastener gets its name from a brand of galoshes it was used on. Lois?
What, snaps?
Snaps is incorrect. Greg or Frank? Either one of you have the question. We've got about a minute to go in this round. Frank?
Macintosh.
Macintosh is wrong. Greg? You don't want to try it? The right question is, what is a zipper? Lois, you've been burying a deep hole. Let's see if we can change it. Frank, you make the selection, however.
All right, let's try foreign cuisine for 100.
The answer is a cook in Buffalo Bay. Lois?
What is chicken?
Right. Go again.
Okay, sorry.
A British variety is called bangers. The Mexican variety is chorizo. Lois?
What are sausages?
You are right again. Go.
Foreign cuisine for 300.
The answer is Jewish crepe filled with cheese. Lois?
What is a blend?
You got it. Select again.
Foreign cuisine for 400.
The answer is French for a cut of meat. Lois?
What is Chateaubriand?
That is right. And out of the hole. And that sound effect means that the round is over.
What the fuck is Chateaubriand?
Lois, you're still in third place. You've got $200. Frank's in second with 700. Greg has a big lead at the moment with 3,300. All three of you are now out of Jeopardy. We'll be coming back after this break. You all into double Jeopardy. First, this. It means there's a lot more money involved, and it also means there are 2 daily doubles somewhere on your board to help our contestants earn more cash. Players, once again, we're going to play this sound. Signify the end of the round. We're all set to go, and let's play double Jeopardy. This time with about $18,000 in cash, as well as those 2 daily doubles. Here are the 6 categories you're going to be dealing with. First of all, the Bible, 50s TV, national landmarks, weights and measures, notorious, and 4-letter words. All right, we wrapped up the last round. Lois, you were in third place with just $200, so you get to select first. Make it a good one.
Okay, let's try 4-letter words for 200.
The very first answer is pull the trigger for what's in a jigger. Frank. Or you didn't give me the right question, so it's up to Lois.
What is a shot?
Shot. That's right.
4-letter words for 400.
The answer is basketball defense or serving twilight area. Lois?
What is zone?
Zone. You're right.
4-letter words for 600.
The answer is little girls do it with a rope. Van Halen does it in a song. Lois?
What is to jump?
Correct again. Select.
4-letter words for 800.
The answer is, oh boy, nearly got it. Big opportunity for you, Lois. You're in third place. You're in a negative position in regular Jeopardy. Greg is leading with 3,300. You've got 1,400 in cash to invest. What are you going to do?
I'm going to be daring and go for 1,000.
$1,000. All right. Here is the answer for you and you alone. It's the first Four-letter word with the Star-Spangled Banner.
What is what?
You got it. Good girl. Go again.
4-letter words for 1,000.
Wrapping up the category. The answer is the president takes one before stepping into office. Greg. Oh, that is the four-letter word we were looking for. Now the more for you. Select for me. 5 words. The first answer in this category is when Joshua won the Battle of Jericho, Dean took a tumble. Greg. What were the walls?
How isn't it Dawn's? Because I know it's like an apostrophe. I get it. But, I mean, I think Dawn's arguable.
What? Frank? Judas is the right question. And take some away from Greg. Frank, select for me.
Let's try national landmark.
The answer is France, the harbor of America's freedom. Lois.
Statue of Liberty.
Yes, you got it.
Let's try CCTV 200.
The answer. Occupation, Richard Diamond, Peter Gunn, and Mike Hoover. Frank?
Private eye.
Private eyes or private detectives? Yes.
Let's try 50 TV for 400.
The answer is she was our Miss Brooks. Frank?
It was Eve Arden.
It is Eve Arden. That is right. Select again. Still right.
How
quickly they put
okay, TV.
Correct answer is amount Michael Anthony gave out each week on behalf of John Beresford Tipton. Frank.
What is $1 million?
Yes.
Let's say with 50s TV for 800, please.
The answer. His card read, have gun, will travel. Frank?
It was Maverick.
Maverick is incorrect. Greg? Who was the Paladin? Absolutely right. That's fine. Frank, unfortunately, Greg could be the last correct question. Select one. 5 of 600. The answer is, according to the Bible, it wasn't necessarily an apple. Greg? What is the forbidden fruit? Yes. Give knowledge. You're right. Increasing your lead. Select again. 5 of 3. The answer. Though it means city of peace, it's seen over 30 wars. The last in 1967. Greg, go ahead. What is Jerusalem? Yes, that is right. According to 1 Timothy, it is the root of all evil. Greg, what is the love of money? Love of money. You're absolutely right. That's so great. That's $300 into review and support. Make a selection. National landmarks. The answer is when he was home for 22 years. Frank, you're right.
Let's try national landmarks for 1,000, please.
Right at the bottom. DC building shaken by November 83 bomb blast. Frank,
What was the Senate?
that is incorrect. Greg, what is the House president? Be more specific. The House of Representatives. Lois,
What is the Capitol
what
building?
is the Capitol? Yes, that is right. That is and it's Greg and Frank, 1,000 apiece. Lois, select for me.
Let's try 50 TV for 1,000.
Wrapping up this category, name under which experimenter Don Herbert taught viewers all about science. Frank, Mr. Wizard, Mr. Wizard, you got it. Moving back up, you got to say
Try national landmarks for 800, please.
the answer is site where John Hancock signed his John Hancock. We've got about a minute to go. Frank,
It was Philadelphia.
no, that is incorrect. Greg,
Independence Hall.
Independence Hall is where you did it. Greg, go again. National landmark. Bring the category for this one. Is Cornerstone of Massachusetts. It bears a date in 1620. Greg, what is Plymouth Rock? You are right again. Select notorious. Brand new category. It was probably a liar, not a fiddle. Long word. Lois,
Nero.
Nero, right. Select.
400.
The answer is his book translated as My Struggle outlined plans to conquer Europe. Greg, who is Adolf Hitler? You're right. Select again. The answer this time. Lenin called him ruthless. He was. Frank.
Stalin.
Stalin, that is right.
Try to score for 1,000.
Right at the bottom. After the deed, he leaped to the stage shouting, "Success there, tyrannis."
Who was John Wilkes Booth?
John Wilkes Booth is correct. They're going to find that double jeopardy is over, and let's see what we have. Frank with $2,500, Lois with $3,800, and Greg with $8,100 in cash. Nice going, all three of you. Congratulations. I'm going to cut time rest for a moment and remind all of you that in a moment you'll be placed in Final Jeopardy for the championship. Now remember, only the top dollar winner gets to keep his cash at the end of the game. However, we do have some lovely prizes for the other contestants as well. You can find it in Elgin, Denver, Nancy, and Caesars East, and Disco at Caesars West, and Elegant Vacation in Palm Springs. And Skyways use luggage for easy handling on stairs, curves, and high places. Luggage on wheels with outdoor twist fabric and colors, including New Times Square from Skyway. And our third place contestant will receive his and hers Wimbledon tennis rackets, dynamically weighted with more power, greater head speed, and better control, made from a special blend of boron and graphite from the Sports Incorporated. And now, let's go back to Alex Trebek.
And if the runners-up are tied, then second place will be awarded to the player leading at the end of the previous round. Definitely, during our upcoming break, we're going to have a couple of minutes in which to write down in secret how much of your current winnings you want to risk today on Final Jeopardy. The Final Jeopardy category is holiday. Think about it, make your decision, and we'll come back to play Final Jeopardy in just a few moments. All right, folks, this is the Final Jeopardy for the January. Our contestant has been done. Players, in a moment, I'm going to give you the final answer, and then have 30 seconds to write down the question. Please be sure it is in the form of the question. So ready? The category, as you know, is holiday. The Final Jeopardy answer is the third Monday of January, starting in 1986. Good luck. All right, players, time's up. Let's find out who today's Jeopardy champion is. Frank Sullivan, you got $2,500 going into the Final Jeopardy round. The answer was the third Monday of January, starting in 1986. You said the correct question was Martin Luther King. I can't make out the bottom, but you got Martin Luther King today is the correct question, and I think that's acceptable as far as I'm concerned. Let's find out how much is weighted on that. 2,500. That gives you a total of 5. Formally occupied by Lois Feinstein. Lois, let's see what you said the Final Jeopardy question was. What is Martin Luther King's birthday? Is it his birthday? It is also his birthday, and it is Martin Luther King Day. That is right. And you risked how much? $3,700, and that means you now have a total of $7,500, putting you in second place. And let's find out what our leader did. Greg Hopkins, what was the question of the Final Jeopardy in your mind? What is Martin Luther King Day? Well, we'll accept that. Yes, because we're dealing with the category holidays. And you risked $8,100, $300 to chicken. You wind up at $8,400. Greg Hopkins played it very conservatively, ladies and gentlemen. He decided that $300 was all he had to risk to keep everybody else from beating him out. And as a result, he is our new champion. He'll be back on our next program to face 2 new challenges and for Lois and our third player. We have a wonderful prize. Thank you for joining us, and see you next time on Jeopardy!
Jeopardy is a production of Verb-Driven Enterprises, distributed by King World.
You get to make the first selection. Good luck to you. Presidential trivia. The answer is, at various times, he and all 5 of his brothers were nicknamed
Who is Dwight D. Eisenhower?
Susan. You are right, and you're in control. Got 100 select.
Presidential trivia for 200, please.
Moving down. Springtime ritual started by President Hayes on the White House lawn. Susan again.
What's an Easter egg?
Where's Ava?
Presidential trivia for 300, please.
Middle of the column. For the presidential portraits, Gilbert Stewart stuffed his sunken cheeks with cotton. Steve, you are right. Presidential trivia for $400. The answer this time is on your daily double. Very early in the round, I think I'll go for $500. Then here is the answer for you. The president who preferred Chopin's waltzes to this is musical trademark. Listen to some of it.
Okay.
Yes, that's the Missouri Waltz.
Yeah. So I'm gonna make sure keep you on your toes.
Make a selection. You got it. Final clue. In 1908, 5 years before getting the job, he wrote a book titled "The President of the United States."
What is yours about?
Stephen. Nice going. $500 more for you.
I did know that. I was just being stupid.
Cartoons for 100. The answer. The appropriately named Pepe Le Pew is this
Skunk, motherfucker.
What is a skunk?
What is a skunk, baby?
Let's try parentheses.
Category, first time in it. No matter how you slice it, it's blocked in Germany.
What is sausage?
Susan or Alan? Susan.
What is a ham?
What's the question? Category?
Red. Stephen and Susan lost money on that one. Susan, you're
Red?
in control of the board. Make a selection.
Foreign cuisine for 200, please.
The answer this time from the Latin meaning to serve. It's the soup that starts an Italian meal.
What is minestrone?
Minestrone. Minestrone. All right, we're going to take a commercial break right now. And
I love minestrone.
back to Jeopardy. And then we'll continue the first round on Jeopardy. Welcome back. Let's spend a few moments with our players. The man we introduced first on the program today is Steve Bowie from Lancaster, California. It says here you're working on family genealogy. How far back have you been in your traits?
Well, that's great. I've gone back to the great-grandfather.
This is the worst.
It's very deep.
I see. Just remember Ellie's family. Susan Blum, good to have you on the program today. You're from Connecticut. And we discovered you one of our contestant searches. Where was that? Did you just happen to be visiting that part of the country?
No, I happen to be living in Raleigh, Durham, and I just moved to Connecticut.
And now you're in California for our show. All right. You like to travel, obviously. Nice having you with us. Our returning champion, the man who has done very nicely, $18,900. He had 2 previous appearances on the program. Alan Lefkowitz. How you doing today, champ? Yeah. It says here, and I don't remember asking you about this last week, you wanted to write and direct a Hollywood film. Any particular kind of film? Anything that's going to make a lot of money for you. Is that right, Alan? Okay, well, at the moment, Susan is in control of the board. She's also in second place. Make a selection, please, Susan.
Foreign cuisine for 300, please.
Foreign cuisine for 300. The answer is cookie from northern France made of sugar, egg white, and almonds. It got its name from the Italian for macaroni.
What is macaron?
Alan, macaroon is correct. Make a selection.
Macaroni, okay.
The answer is this superhero was originally called Super Mouse.
Who is Mighty Mouse?
Susan.
Who is Mickey Mouse?
Oh, you dumb bitch. Mighty Mouse. I love Mighty Mouse.
Cartoons for 3. 3. Name of George of the Jungle's pet ape. George of the Jungle's pet ape. What is ape? We're back to Stephen for the selection. Answer. Though he never married, Paramount's Popeye had this many nephews who all look just like him. Alan. 3. Sorry, that is wrong. Susan or Stephen? Steve, what is 4? 4. Popeye, Popeye, Pit-Pie, and Pie. Those for the nephews. Stephen. Okay, let's continue the cartoons for We'll wrap it up with this clue. Ellen Kane sued Max Fleischer, claiming this character's name and voice were copied from her. Susan. Who is Betty Boop? Betty Boop is right, and that gives you an additional 500. Susan. Answer this time in that column. The ingredient, the distinctive starchy ingredient in Chinese dishes with made under the name. Distinctive starchy ingredient. Alan. Noodles is right. That takes you out of that negative situation. You've got plus 300. Select, Alan. First time in this category, Sherlock Holmes novel about a devilish dog. Steve. What is the count of the basket? Right. Select again. Answer. He knocked over the screen, concealing the Wizard of Oz. Susan. Toto is right.
On the west side.
In this round. Last food in that column, tropical fruit called the fruit of India. It's the main ingredient in a popular chutney.
Fuck, I need to start saying this shit.
First for 500, please. 500 at the bottom right-hand corner. Alphabetically, the first signer of the Declaration of Independence. He's also first alphabetically of president.
Who's Adams?
Alan. All right, select again. At the top, alphabetically first of the days of the week. It's usually last of the work week. Alan. Right, go again. Back to that one. In this book, Nick Charles Asta is a schnauzer, but in films was played by a wire-haired terrier. Alan. Right, select again. Answer. Gary Owen is the bloody mangy mongrel in the Cyclops episode of this James Joyce novel. Susan. Right, select. Back to that column, this clue. Alphabetically first of the planets who can be seen without a telescope. Alan. Right, select. We won't have time for more. All right, let's see what we've got. We've got a very lively contest. Steve in the lead with 1,900. Our returning champion with 1,600 in second place. Susan in third with 1,200. Relax for a few moments. We're going to take a commercial break. We'll come back having set the board up for double jeopardy. A lot of cash available in that right after this. We've got a very good game underway, so let's not waste any time. We'll get right to it. I'll remind you that in this daily double round, we will have two daily doubles and a double jeopardy round. Two daily doubles to assist. Here we go. Numbers go 1,000 and 200 at the top in these categories. Fashion designers, the Renaissance, four-letter words, law, New England, and finally, ghosts. Susan, you're in third place. You get to make the first selection.
Well, being from Connecticut, I'll go with New England for $600.
The answer is the first and last of 6 New England-born presidents both had this first name.
Who's James?
John Adams, John Kennedy. Right, 600. Select again. We down one. In 1964, it became the first in the nation to have a
What is
lottery.
Massachusetts?
Again, Massachusetts. No, I'm sorry, that is wrong. Alan or Stephen?
What is
Let me give it to you. That one is New Hampshire. First state lottery. Susan, select.
New England for 1,000, please.
At the bottom, Sikorsky built the first one-rotor helicopter in this state, which still makes most helicopters.
What is Maine?
No, that is wrong. Susan.
What is Connecticut?
Connecticut is right for 1,000. Yes, indeed. Big swing there. Susan, go again. New England for 400, please. New England for 400. The answer, shortest state motto, hope, appropriately belongs to this New England state. Susan.
What is Rhode Island?
That is right.
200, please.
Finish off the category for this. This New England state is about the same size as the other 5 combined.
What is Maine?
Susan.
What is Maine?
Right. Yes. Got it. We're going to say something else. I got 2,600. Select.
The law for 600, please.
Law for 6. Court session when a prisoner hears charges against him and enters plea. Susan.
What is an arraignment?
Arraignment is right.
800, please.
We down one. We have a daily double.
I've had him.
got 3,200. How much is she going to risk? Susan? $1,200. $1,200. Here's the clue for you. The Supreme Court said electrocuting someone again after the chair failed once wasn't this.
What is current? You know,
Is it cruel and unusual punishment? Absolutely right. Nice going. 4,400. Select again. At the bottom of this clue, specific purpose stated in the Second Amendment for the right to bear arms. Steve, what is for the right to maintaining a militia? That is right. Okay, let's go to ghosts. Ghosts for two. In the U.S., it's traditionally the best night of the year to see ghosts.
Was that October 31st?
Right. Back to your category, it seems. For only time in U.S. history, he had Congress suspend habeas corpus during the Civil War.
Who is Abraham
Alan,
Lincoln?
you are right. Back to that column. He, not the president, is said to haunt Ford's Theater in Washington, D.C. Alan, you are correct. Down at Windsor Castle, this Tudor queen supposedly haunts the Queen's Library.
Who's mayor?
You are right. Back to that one, the final answer is use of reasonable force to protect oneself is called this. Susan,
What is
that is right.
4-letter words for 600, please.
The answer is a daily double. So you can find the second one for this double Jeopardy round. You've got 5,400 to risk right now. How much of it are you going to venture for 4-letter words? 1,600. 1,607,000. If you are correct, here is the answer. First 4-letter word, the Lord's Prayer.
Name? What is his name?
Absolutely right. You're up to $7,000.
How do you know that? I don't know.
Fashion designers for 600, please.
At the middle of that column, Austrian princess who created the look of the simple wrapped jersey dress of the 1970s. Alan. Sorry, that is incorrect. Susan. Diane von Furstenberg. Sorry, Alan. Susan, go again.
Fashion designers for
She did
800,
it.
please.
Answer. American designer Willie Smith's ready-to-wear label. Susan.
What is footwear?
Willie Wear is right.
Fashion designers for 1,000, please.
At the bottom, although over 80, she's still consulting editor of Vogue magazine. Susan again.
Who is Diana Freeland?
You are right for another $1,000. You're up to 90.
Fashion designers for 400, please.
400. This American costumer revealed the mysteries of Cher's navel weekly on the Sonny and Cher show. Susan again.
Bob Mackie.
Bob Mackey's right.
Fashion designers for 200.
Finishing it off with this, his signature is an elegantly scripted YSL. Susan.
Who is East Around?
Nice going. You ran the category. $10,000. Select.
4-letter words for 800, please.
The answer. The ninth letter in the Greek alphabet, it's come to mean a small amount. Susan.
What is an iota?
Right.
4-letter words for 1,000, please.
Answer. Spelled forward, it's how you feel. Backwards, it spells disaster. Susan.
What is mood or doom?
Mood or doom? Yes. Lady, it's hot today.
4-letter words for 400, please.
The answer. You try to do it to a putt or an enemy boat. Susan.
What is sink?
Correct.
4-letter words for 200, please.
At the top of the column, a Marine Corps camp for appropriate footwear for one. Susan.
What is boot?
Oh, yes, we've got less than a minute to go in the round.
Ghosts for 800, please.
Ghosts for 8, right-hand side of the board. Shakespearean monarch visited by 11 ghosts of his victims before the Battle of Bosworth Field. Alan. You are right. Select. At the bottom, a hideous Arabian ghost who steals corpses. It's come to mean any grave robber. Steve. School is right for 1,000. Select again. New category for us. The term Renaissance is from a French word meaning this. Steve. Right, go again. Answer. A 1490 census of Rome showed 15% of the female population registered in this profession. Susan.
Prostitute.
Yes.
Renaissance for 600, please.
Middle of the column. Some say he based the ruthless ruler in The Prince on Cesare Borgia. Alan. That is right. Select again. At the bottom. His brilliant 16th century translation of the Bible into German became the basis for modern German. His translation, Alan. Sorry. Steve or Susan, I'll give it to you. Mark the link. Translated it. And we're out of time. We have just one answer left up there. And boy, oh boy, performance by Susan. $12,800. salivating already. Let's take a look at the prizes we have for our contestants today.
Today's second place contestant will receive Panasonic's compact disc player, pickup system that combines Panasonic's two-piece portable component stereo to deliver superb hi-fi sound from Panasonic. And one of the most comfortable seats in the house is our sport recliner, featuring a loose three-tiered back, push-pad arm, deep seat cushion, action recliners by length. Today's third place contestant will receive his and her Classic Series Diamond Dial watches by Jules Jurgensen. Elegantly styled, his 20 genuine diamonds, hers with 10. The Classic Series by Jules Jurgensen. And now let's go back to Alex Trebek.
Great prizes. Our contestants are going to be making their wagers in a few moments on this final Jeopardy category. Women in sports. Think about it. We'll take a break. We'll come back to decide the match right after these.
Who is Maria Navratilova? Martina Navratilova.
Our players have made their way through this category. Question on Final Jeopardy today is this. Among the women prominent in this sport are Rachel McLish, Lori Bowen, and Carol Everson. Good luck, contestants.
Fucking hell. Boy? Everton? What is bowling?
Everyone seemed to finish pretty fast on that one. I'm going to start with you, Alan. You're the returning champion. That goes $15,000 in cash up to today, $2,200 after double Jeopardy. Let's see if you got the correct Final Jeopardy question. You say, what is skiing? Sorry, that is wrong.
You dumb motherfucker. Maybe they won't
Now
go
let's
there.
stand to Stephen at 3,100. Did he get the correct question? What is bowling? That too is wrong.
Huh.
How much
Steven and I are good looking motherfuckers, though.
2,200, leaving it with a total of 900. Susan,
I heard those bitches bowl before.
12,800 going into this round. Let's see.
What is it, golf?
Did she get what is bodybuilding? She may have seen the film Pumping Iron 2. You're absolutely right. How much are you adding?
Oh, there's a pumping iron, see? You guys have pumping iron 1. Bodybuilding. Damn, that does it well. Good for you, girl.
This is Johnny Gilbert speaking. Jeopardy is a production of Bird Griffin Enterprises, distributed by Geek World.
Oh shit, totally.
This is Jeopardy! Now entering the studio are today's contestants. A singer from Los Angeles, California, Sandra Cheltenham. A teacher from Los Angeles, California, Florence Cohen. And a writer from Studio City, California, Susan Sackler. And now, here is the host of Jeopardy, Alex Trebek.
Thank you, Johnny Gilbert. Thank you very much. much. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome once again to our show, and an especially warm welcome to a traveling student tour group from the Northeast. We're joining us in the studio today for a half hour of answers and questions. I'm delighted that you folks at home have accepted our invitation to match your skills against these three newcomers. Three newcomers because on our last program, we crowned an undefeated champion. Ladies, good luck to all three of you. I'll remind you that in this first round of play, one daily double to assist you. And remember, don't ring in until I have completely read the answer. If you're ready, let's go to work. Let's play the first round of Jeopardy! Once again, the easier clues will appear at the top. Here are the categories you're going to be dealing with. First of all, U.S. government, followed by animals, sauces, the year 1966, quotes, and finally, in quotation marks, Lewis and Clark. Our in quotation marks means that each correct response will contain either a Lewis, a Clark, or perhaps some of both of them. Susan, you won the toss. That means you get to select first. Off you go.
I'd like animals for 100.
The answer is, don't kick an adult male of these duck-billed creatures in the ankle. It's got a poisoned spur.
What is platypus?
Susan. Right. Moving down. Albinus rosmarus, Latin name for this Arctic tusk animal, means one who walks with his teeth.
What is walrus?
Florence.
What is a walrus?
You're right. You have control of the board.
I'll have Lewis and Clark for 100, please.
You're ready the board. This 1984 gold medalist was booed when he didn't try to break the long.
Who is Carl Lewis?
Sandra.
Who is Carl Lewis?
All right, you're on the score.
Lewis and Clark for 200, please.
He had actually worked in an oil field before he drilled for oil in 1940. Moved down.
Who is Clark
Lewis
Gable?
and Clark Gable.
Right again.
I'll take Lewis and Clark for 300.
The answer to the middle is this. Their first hit, this diamond ring, was their
Who is
only
the Dave
song
Clark
to hit
5?
number one. Susan.
Gary Lewis and Playboy.
Right.
Oh, Gary Lewis. Oh,
Author who briefly worked as a janitor at Upton Sinclair's commune. Sandra.
Who is Sinclair Lewis?
You are correct.
Let's try quotes for 100.
Starting off the category with this. The band leader who said in 1977, when I go, I'll take New Year's Eve with me.
who is Alan Bardo?
And I'll take animals for 300.
The answer in the middle of that column. The Bible states it was upon this color of ass that great personages preferred to ride. Florence.
What is gold?
So that is wrong. Sandra or Susan? White ass. Florence, you're still in control of the board.
White
Excellent.
ass.
My second choice. I'll go to sauces for 100.
Certainly. By corporate policy, it accounts for 2 of the 13 layers in a Big Mac. Florence?
What is the bun?
Sorry, that is wrong. Susan or Sandra?
What is the special
What
sauce?
you're looking for here is what is the secret sauce. Florence is still in control of the board. Remember the category.
I will this time. I'll take sauces for 200.
The answer, made of beaten oil, egg yolks, and vinegar. It's a sauce more common on salads than on meat.
What is mayonnaise?
Sandra.
What is mayonnaise?
Right.
Let's try quotes for 200, please.
Back to that one. Finishes Lord Chesterfield's 1749 line, no idleness, no laziness, no procrastination. Never put off.
What is
Susan.
Until tomorrow. What is until tomorrow?
That is correct, and
It is
that
tomorrow,
gives you
you can
$200
make it
more.
up.
You go to 600. You're trailing Sandra.
Yeah, bitch.
We're going to take a commercial break. Good beginning for you. Proud of you. We'll
Oh,
pause now for a
thanks,
couple of
ass.
important messages, and then we'll come back to talk with you later. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm certainly happy we got through that first part of the round without any serious problems, because for some reason I'm feeling very nervous. And the same applies to you. Sandra Shelton, we have used you as a singer, we used you performing in front of an audience. Feel nervous a bit?
A little, yes.
How nervous were you when you sang?
Are you fingering yourself as we speak right now,
I
ma'am?
wasn't nervous at all until I went out on stage and my contact lens came out. Yeah.
Oh,
So I held it throughout the whole.
Where did you perform?
At Ford's Theater. Yeah, very historic.
Lady next to you, Florence Cohen, introduced you as a teacher. You're from?
I'm originally from New York City. I live in Los Angeles, and I teach in the Bassett District.
How long have you been teaching?
I've been teaching for 30 years. I've done some of it on Okinawa and the rest of it.
You're a linguist, aren't you?
I speak French and Spanish. I majored in French and came out to California, and I had to learn Spanish, but I can speak a little Japanese, a little Chinese, and Yiddish.
Congratulations. All right. Now we go to Susan Sackett from Studio City, writer, working on what right now? you sold anything?
I've had 4 or 5, not many, 5 books published. And right now,
Wow. Has anybody read any of them? Stupid bitch. She's giving up. This lady sucks.
You're in control of the board right now, Susan. Look it over.
What's your best book?
Decide where we go for the next clue.
Oh, how
Let's have animals before
you bitch
Back
on
to that
Jeopardy?
category, this clue. Part of the witch's brew recipe in Macbeth was a pinch of this amphibian's
What is
eye.
salamander?
Susan,
What is Eye of Newt?
right.
We'll take
Huh.
animals for 500.
Shellfish are not fish, but members of 2 invertebrate classifications, of which this is
What
one.
is mollusk?
Susan,
What are mollusks?
mollusks or crustaceans? What's the other?
Hell
Let's go.
yeah.
They'll try Lewis and Clark for 500.
Wrap that category up with
There you go. And the worst seller. Don't fucking play. Forget about the worst seller.
$50 in this category, Lewis and Clark.
I'll wager 500.
$500 here is the clue for you. The 2 cast members of Webster who fit the category.
Who is Emmanuel Lewis and
Absolutely right. Nice going. $1,500 more than to the 2,000. In good shape and in control of the board. Make a selection.
Croaks for 300.
the west side?
Word which completes the line from the Virginian. Call me that.
It makes me want to fuck you.
Smile.
You got it.
Let's see what 1966 is about for 100.
I bet you it's about that year. In November of 1966, NASA was photographing possible landing sites here.
Where's the moon?
Florence.
What is the moon?
Correct.
Let's try 1966 for 200.
In Las Vegas on July 19th, this 50-year-old singer married 21-year-old Mia Farrow.
Who is Frank Sinatra? Come on, you dumb motherfuckers.
Let's try quotes for 400, please.
Answer there is this. Theodore Roosevelt's adage, with which you will go far. And speak softly.
Can carry a big stick.
Sandra, select again, please.
Quotes for 500.
Wrap it up with this. In Bartlett's, the line from Shakespeare's Henry V, The Game's Afoot, footnotes this other author.
Who's bacon? That's not right. That's right.
Sherlock Holmes. Sandra is still in command of the board. Select.
How about the west side?
For 100.
Starting it off with this. Term for any committee using both Republicans and Democrats.
Where's bipartisan?
What is bipartisan?
Right.
U.S. government for 200.
Minimum age for a congressman.
Where's
Sandra
25?
again.
What is 35?
Sorry, that is
No,
wrong.
you dumb bitch.
Susan.
What is 21?
Sorry, that too is wrong.
25, you fucking dumbasses.
Let me give it to you. What is 25? We've got
Fuck
about
yeah.
1 minute to go in this round. Sandra, you select.
U.S. government 300.
Answer. Of New York, Ohio, or Virginia, the state that has contributed the most members to the U.S. Supreme Court.
What is Ohio?
The state is New York. Sandra, go again.
U.S. government for 400.
Secretary of Defense under Kennedy and Johnson, who held the office longer than anyone so far.
Who's McNamara?
Category. Sorry, Susan, not fast enough. Man's name was Sandra, back to you.
Let's try sauces for 300.
Okay. Of Beaujolais, Bordelais, or Rouennais, the brown sauce made from Bordeaux wine. Florence.
What's Bordelais?
Correct.
Sauces for 400.
The answer is the color of bechamel sauce. Florence.
What is cream color or yellow?
Green colored, yellow, white, except that any of those.
Let's try sauces for 500.
The answer at the bottom is hollandaise, seasoned with chervil, shallots, and tarragon, becomes this sauce named for a region of southwest France. Sauce béarnaise. Florence, select. Oh, we won't have a chance to get any more clues up there. Let's see what we've got. Susan falling behind just a little bit. You're still in the lead with a total of 1,800. Florence in second with 12. Sandra in third with 800. Relax for a few moments. Take a break now. We return. Set the board up for double jeopardy. Stay tuned, please. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Our three contestants seem rather pleased with the categories and weighting them in this double jeopardy round. So let's not waste any time. Get right to it. Dollar figures into the monitors, ranging from $200 to $1,000 in this round and in these categories. Starting off with fictional heroines. Next, we have physiology, odd jobs, the Western Hemisphere, music, and finally, kids TV. Sandra, you're in third place at the moment. You get to select first. first in this round.
Let's try music for 200, please.
Top of the category for this clue. A curveball or the highness or lowness of a musical tone. Florence. Right.
Let's go to odd jobs for 200.
Columns over. In a Mary Poppins song, good luck would rub off if you shook hands with one. Sandra.
What is a chimney sweep?
You are right.
Music for 400.
Number of instruments that would comprise a nonette. Florence.
What is 9?
Right.
Let's go to fictional heroines for 200.
The prince had a ball with her, but only until midnight. Sandra.
Who is Cinderella?
Right again.
Music for 600.
Thought you might go back to that one. Lawrence Hammond invented this instrument. Susan.
What is the electric organ?
That is right.
Let's try kids TV for 200.
The answer is the cartoon featuring this group used Scatman Crothers as the voice of Meadowlark Lemon. Sandra.
Who are the
Lawrence or Susan? Susan?
Cosby Kids?
Oh, sorry, that was Cosby. Lawrence, would you like to try it?
No, thank you.
Okay, the correct response is who are the Harlem Globetrotters. And we go back to, let's see, who gave us the last correct response? Was it Susan or Sandra? Susan. Oh, go ahead.
Let's try another category. Physiology for 200.
Alrighty. The answer is your headline is found not on a newspaper, but here, near the phalanges. Susan.
What is the hand?
Yes, the palm of the hand.
Physiology for 400.
Lenses of this shape correct farsightedness. Susan?
What is concave?
Sorry, that is incorrect. Florence. Sandra?
What is convex?
Yes.
Hey, music for 800, please.
The answer back in that category. This instrument is a hybrid of the clarinet and the oboe. Florence?
What is the bassoon?
Sorry, that's wrong. Sandra or Susan? What we're looking for here is the saxophone. We go back to Sandra for the choice.
Well, let's try music for 1000.
Stick with it. All bands in the U.S. are technically classified into these two types. All bands.
What are acoustic and electric?
They're either marching or concert and symphonic. We go back to Sandra for the choice.
Let's try odd jobs for 400.
Interesting.
Odd jobs for 4. The answer is sport a tout is usually involved with. Florence?
What is horse racing?
You are right.
Let's have odd jobs for 600.
1940 film title profession of Edward Suchet. Accent grave over the E. C. Fields in that film played the bank dick. Florence, select.
Odd jobs for 800.
Answer. These Army recruits must be under 25, over 5 feet 8 inches tall, and be Catholic bachelors from Switzerland.
What is the
Florence.
Swiss guard?
Pope's guard. The Vatican.
Susan.
Or the Swiss guard.
The Swiss guard. Yeah, sorry about that, Florence. Susan, would you select again?
Physiology for 600.
The answer at the middle of that column is the daily double down children so far in the game. You're still in the lead. You got twice as much money as Sandra. Category is physiology. How much would you like to risk?
I'll try 1,000.
1,000. Here's the clue. Of the ear bones called hammer, anvil, and stirrup, the one that looks most like its namesake.
What is the stirrup?
You're right. Another $1,000 coming your way. You're up to 38.
Physiology for 800, please.
Answer this time. A femoral artery is found in this part of the body. Florence.
What is the leg?
The leg. Fine. You got it.
Fictional heroines for 400.
Of Franny and Zoe and Daphnis and Chloe, the two heroines. Susan.
Who are Zoe and Daphnis?
Sorry, that is wrong. Florence.
Who are Franny and Chloe?
That's it.
Fictional heroines for 600.
Julie Christie played Bathsheba in the movie version of this pastoral Thomas Hardy novel. Florence?
What is Tess of the Neighborhood?
Sorry, that is wrong. Sandra or Susan? The novel is called Far from the Madding Crowd. Florence, would you select again, please?
In spite of all that, I'll take fictional heroines for 800.
That's okay. That's okay. Ilse Lund Laszlo was the heroine of this 1942 film classic. Susan?
What is Casablanca?
Yes, great by.
I'd like physiology for 1,000.
Right. The heaviest human organ. It gets blood from both an artery and the vein. Susan.
What's the heart?
Sorry, that is wrong. Florence or Sandra? Sandra.
What is the brain?
That is incorrect also. Florence.
What is the skin?
No, sorry, that is wrong. The heaviest human organ is the liver. All right, we go back to Susan.
Kids TV for 400.
Ready? Star of Charlie, AT&T commercials, and Rod Brown of the Rocket Rangers. Sandra.
Who is Cliff Robinson?
Correct.
I jobs for 1,000.
Job of the Oshia in Japanese subways. Susan.
What is a pusher?
Pusher. Those are the people who push the others into the cars. You got it. Select again.
Let's try Kids TV for 600.
Years after playing a circus boy, he made a monkey out of himself. Susan?
Who's Mickey Dolenz?
That is correct.
Let's try Western Hemisphere.
How long did it take to get there? Mexico leads all nations in the production of this metal.
What is tin?
Florence?
What is silver?
Silver is right. We've got about a minute to go
Silver?
around.
Western Hemisphere for 400.
Measured by its shoreline, it's the largest bay in the Western Hemisphere.
What's the Hudson?
Susan?
What is Hudson Bay?
Right.
Western Hemisphere for 600.
The answer is an audio daily dollar. Susan, this is a good day for you. You found all three of them we asked. You got a commanding lead. How much would you like to venture?
Wager 1,000.
For $1,000. Here comes the music. Category is the Western Hemisphere. The answer is country. That's the title of the following. Listen.
I don't think this is right, but what is Tunisia?
What is Brazil?
Brazil is right,
It is
yes.
Brazil.
Another 1,000 for you. Go to 6,200. Select again.
Western Hemisphere for 800.
Moving down one. During the 17th and 18th centuries, all islands in this body of water were called the Sugar Islands.
What is the
Sandra.
Caribbean?
What is the Caribbean?
Right, select again. Oh, we won't get a chance for those last four answers once again. Susan, very impressive performance by you today, 6,200. The other lady's still in it. I want to remind you that players who finish in second
It's $6,200.
cash instead.
So little, $400.
Here's Johnny Gilbert to describe what we have today.
All right, Alex, today's second place contestant will receive the Lazy Boy Signature 2-sleep sofa and wingback chair in a wide variety of fabrics that are suitable for any decor. Enjoy elegance by day and comfort by night thanks to Lazy Boy. And Greyhound's travel-tested luggage ensemble features luxuriously woven fabric interiors combined with high-impact
Would you
down
fucking
shells
take a
for
shit
good looks and
Greyhound luggage?
durability from Greyhound. For today's third place contestant, you may get in shape with Excel's Brutus Bench Squat Rack and Leg
You
Development.
definitely would take
Ultimate
it,
exerciser for the home,
or
designed to make exercising a pleasure.
it's like not a
furnished by
deal
Excel.
breaker.
And now let's go back to Alex Trebek.
No, it should be cool. It's all the extra that's coming to
And
be
today's final Jeopardy
the fuck
category
happened
is
to them?
this. Business and industry. Pretty women will think about that and decide how much they're willing to this point they're willing to risk. And we'll be back to show you what the clue is following these I don't think our contestants were as happy with the final Jeopardy category as they were with the categories of the double Jeopardy round. Nevertheless, when I give you the answer in like 30 seconds, I want you to write down the question. Just be sure it is in that form. Category is business and industry. Here is the final Jeopardy answer. The world's #1 maker of infant formula. This company does 98.2% of its business outside its home country. Good luck.
I don't even know. Makes one fucking kind of infant formula. Well, who makes infant formula? What is that? What, 10, not? What are they drinking? Drinking. I don't know, Nestle?
Lawrence, we're going to begin with you. You finished in third place. Let's see if you got the correct final Jeopardy question. What is Nestle? That is right. How much did you risk? Oh, the category did intimidate you, so you remain with $400.
Tight down.
Sandra, who had $1,600. Did Sandra get the right question? What is Gerber? Wrong. How much are you going to lose? Just $200. We're still in second place. Now with a total of $1,400. We go down to the lady who's leading at $6,200. Susan, did you get the right question? What is Nestle's? Yes, here's an opportunity for you to clean up. How much did you risk? Oh, $200. So you wind up with $6,400, and that's a good sounding figure. And you are the new Jeopardy champion.
You fucked up. Francine Cullen.
Way to go, Susan.
You think she's still alive?
We'll see you on our next edition. You'll be the returning champion facing two challenges.
Really?
We've got to go. So long,
She'd be
everybody.
like 100. In 1984, Mr. Guy, Beverly Hills. I wonder if that's still open. Why? Not really. I would think I would have heard of it.
This is Johnny Gilbert speaking. Jeopardy is a production
Yeah, I spent some time in Beverly Hills. I never saw Mr. Gaga. Maybe.
This
That'd be
is
huge.
Jeopardy. Now entering the studio are today's contestants. A woodworker.
Do you think you could beat him in a fist fight? I think so. Good
A
barely.
substitute teacher from Jamaica,
Would
New
you
York,
fuck her?
Phyllis Rosenthal. And
Yeah.
our returning champion, a marketing manager originally from
Really?
Redwood City, California, Michael Siler.
Okay.
Whose two-day cash winnings total
I hope it's like
$10,199.
it's not that much money.
And now, here is the host
Then
of Jeopardy, Alex Trebek.
it's like shit didn't cost as much. There weren't as many bills and shit. So it was a lot of money. Man.
I hope all of you out there enjoyed over the past 6 weeks the reruns of our 3 special tournaments. By the way, with regard to the team tournament, our announcer Johnny Gilbert, a little later on in the program, will have some special information for those young people who might be interested in competing in this year's event. Jeopardy, as you know, is a program that seeks to entertain and inform, and it creates champions. And we have a good champion in Michael, who has won over $10,000 on our program. Today we find out how well he defends against Phyllis and Ken. Good luck to all 3 of you. Let's go to work. Let's play Jeopardy. In this first round, of course, we will have the 1 daily double to assist you. Here are the categories you're going to be dealing with. Facts and figures, followed by starts with the letter G.
I'm gonna beat them all.
Country music trivia, U.S. military,
Really?
poetry,
Oh, for sure.
and finally, with saint in quotation marks, geographical saints.
Like Saint Louis or whatever.
Thank you, Alex. I'd like poetry.
I think you suck.
First clue of our 4th year is Robert Louis Stevenson said, "It goes in and out with me."
What is this
Ken.
seat?
No, sorry. Michael of Phyllis?
Dumbass.
Michael, what is the C? No. Much more personal. He was referring to his shadow.
Ooh,
Michael, we go back to you.
that's tough.
Okay, scratch that one. Let's try geographical saints for women.
Right next to it. The Twin Cities' saintly side.
What is St.
Michael,
Paul?
What is St. Paul?
correct.
Geographical saints for women.
In Canada, it's the name of a river, a
What
gulf,
is
and a seaway.
Lawrence?
Michael again.
What is St. Lawrence?
Yes.
Geographical saints for 300, please.
Columbus named this Virgin Island Santa Cruz, but it's now called this, which means the same thing.
What is
Phyllis.
What is St. Thomas?
No, sorry. Michael.
What is St. Croix?
Croix. Yes. Michael, go again.
I'd like geographical saints for 400, please.
You might go to this resort in Cornwall to meet a man with 7 wives. Phyllis.
What is St. Ives?
That's good. Back on the plus side.
like that thing, the douche stuff that they have for fucking.
This city was the site of the first trial of the Dred Scott case in 1847. Ken?
Who?
St. Louis, Missouri is absolutely right, and you go to the plus side in second place. Make a selection.
U.S. military.
Service branch, now responsible for all major ice breaking for the U.S. Armed Forces.
What is the
Phyllis.
Navy?
What is the Coast Guard?
Correct.
Starts with G.
The
Anyway.
answer there, avarice. Michael?
What is greed?
Correct.
It starts with G for G.
Is this broken?
An unsanitary cafe or the soiled utensil they'd expect you to eat with.
What is a greasy
Michael?
spoon?
It's a greasy spoon.
That's right.
It starts with G for 300, please.
Avian term for the number 0. Phyllis.
What is a goose egg?
Correct.
Thanks.
Starts with G for 400.
Oh,
The
gee.
inflammation of this firm connective tissue is called gingivitis.
What is gum?
Phyllis.
What is a gum?
Right.
Starts with G for 500.
Finish it off with this. Even bad wives' surnames were once preceded by this word, short for good wife. Michael, what is goody? Goody is good for $500. That takes you to $1,300. You're all by yourself at the moment. And we move on to our first commercial break. So all 3 of you can relax. We'll pause for these messages. We'll come back to chat with the contestants and get right back into the answer to questions on Jeopardy. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. A few months ago, after taping some programs here in Los Angeles, I took the red eye and flew into Anchorage, Alaska, spent the day there, and then took the red eye back.
Do you think you masturbated?
Shows. We were conducting a contestant search up there. The first contestant we introduced on today's
I
program
really
to start our 4th season.
Anchorage, Alaska.
One of the results of that contestant search we did with KTVA.
Hey, we did. I did never do that now.
Member of Mensa.
USA.
Are there many members of that group in Alaska?
Yes, there are about 150.
And
That's
together
nothing.
on a regular basis.
Yes, there are very settlements. Fuck with them,
That's,
man.
that's a little embarrassing because I just joined about a year and a half ago and I was gone the past 6-7 months going to a school out of state, so I haven't gotten too involved in it today.
All right, well, if you do, perhaps you can let us know what goes on.
Oh yeah, I'll fucking send you a letter.
Next to Phyllis Rosenthal.
Oh yeah, here we are. Kansas, things are going well with Mensa and Alaska. Nice.
Substitute teacher, and you have a fantastic collection of elephants. Tell me how many.
You have elephants?
Well, I have over 400 elephants.
Holy shit, that's a
They
ton
range
of
in
elephants.
size from little bitty things to my 1979 Jeep, a gray Chevrolet with a license plate L.E. Man.
Okay, that makes sense. Nice having you with us. Our champion is Michael
That lady's
Seiler,
kind of creepy,
whose
but I
hero
love
is
elephants.
Franz Liszt. That seems like an unusual choice for a hero. Why him?
Well, he was a unique personality. He lived a very long, colorful life. He was a person who managed to use all of his talents to the fullest. He was a pianist, a composer, a conductor, a teacher, an author, a priest, and a lover of women.
Found my 190 whatever she
Some of
found.
those don't necessarily go together, but we'll discuss that after the program. Right now, we get back into the match. You're in control of the board. You gave the last correct question, so you select, please.
I'd like facts and figures for one year.
Okay, I'm gonna get all these.
Now over 3 million. The population of this West Coast U.S. city in 1840
What is
was only 1,610.
Los Angeles?
Michael, what is San Diego? Sorry, that's wrong. Phyllis.
What is Los Angeles?
Los Angeles is the correct response. Yes.
Lots of figures for 200, please.
The answer is, as of February 1987, 355,691 people, down from 596,897, held this
What is
Pentagon security
top
clearance
secret?
rank. Ken? That is it.
U.S. military for 200, please.
The answer there. It's said at peak strength, the U.S. Air Force has made up only about 10% of Allied air power in this war. Phyllis?
What is World War II?
Correct.
U.S. military for 300.
Until 1890, when these vessels came into prominence,
There's
the
submarines.
Navy had consisted mainly of cruisers. Ken? Right.
U.S. military for 400, please.
San Francisco headquarters of the 6th Army. It's been a military reservation since 1776.
What is the Presidio?
What is the Presidio?
Right again.
U.S. military for 500.
Used since 1806, its Commandant's House is the oldest continuous official residence in Washington. Correct response here is, what is the Marine Corps? Phyllis, back to you, please, for another selection.
Okay, facts and figures for 300.
Middle of that one. USA Today says this ex-Good Morning America host averaged 4.3 oh goshes per broadcast. Phyllis?
Who is David Hartman?
That's right.
Facts and figures for 400, please.
At 83%, it's the reason men and women gave most often when asked why they got married. Phyllis?
What is Husband with Blood?
That's right.
500 in facts and figures, please.
In 1986, this kitchen appliance costing only $5 was S&H Greenstamp's most popular item.
What is a
Ken?
blender?
No, sorry. Phyllis?
What is a blender?
No.
What is
What is an electric can opener? Back to you, Phyllis. We've got a minute to go in the
Here
round.
we go again. Country music trivia for 100, please.
The answer is, though Loretta Lynn was a coal miner's daughter, she was named for this star of the farmer's daughter. Phyllis?
Who's Loretta Young?
Right.
Country music trivia for 200, please.
The title of his 1985 autobiography is Stuttering Boy. Phyllis?
Who is Mel Tillis?
Right again.
Country music trivia for 300.
In 1973, 10 years after her death, she became the first female solo artist elected to the Country Hall of Fame. Ken? Correct.
Music trivia for 400.
In 1980, this singer found his first national hit while looking for love. It was Johnny Lee. He was looking for it in all the wrong places. Ken, go again.
Country music for 500.
The answer there is a daily double. Ken, you're in third place with $700. How much of that do you want to risk on this daily double in country music trivia?
350, please.
350. Here is the clue for you. 2 of the 3 female superstars featured on the 1987 album Trio.
Who is Linda Ronstadt
Right.
and Dolly Parton?
Correct. Emmylou Harris was the third one. That's $350 more to win. So at 10-50, and you're still in third place, but you're in a lot better shape as we wrap
Wow.
up the Jeopardy round.
You're about as
Pause
good.
now for some messages of importance. We'll come
Country
back and
music,
start
yeah, the
Double
Bible.
Jeopardy following this.
Shut the fuck up. I missed him, so it should feel better. Well, yeah, I know him. Everybody knows that. Coco boy.
Considering the fact that all four of us, I'm sure, had opening day jitters, our three contestants did very well in that Jeopardy round. Let's see if they keep it going now in Double Jeopardy. Two daily doubles in this one. First of all, the dollar figures on the screen, please. I will show you what the categories are. We start off with presidents. We follow that with Indians,
Hell yeah.
Shakespeare
They're still
on
using my
Broadway,
term. Red dot or feather.
England, and finally
What
Celebrity
did you call it?
Jeopardy.
Man?
These are quotes that have been given to us by the celebrities themselves.
Red
And
dot?
in this category, all of them are known primarily because of their comedy. All right, Ken, you're in third place. You go first in this one.
Okay, Indians for 200.
Hell yeah.
First clue is the name of this cooked mix of lima beans and corn is from the Narragansett Siwatash, ear of corn. Ken.
What is succotash?
That's right.
Indians for 40.
For Plains tribes, this had a hard sole and soft upper. For Eastern tribes, a soft sole and soft upper. Phyllis.
Where is moccasin?
Right.
Shakespeare on Broadway for 200.
The answer there. Laurence Olivier and Vivian Leigh starred in 1951 as both Shaw's Caesar and
What is
Cleopatra, and this duo.
Lawrence of Arabia?
Or Antony of Cleopatra.
Antony Cleopatra?
Shakespeare on Broadway for 400.
Cole Porter musical based on The Taming of the Shrew. Ken.
What's that?
Kiss Me Kate.
That's right.
Where is what's
Indians
that?
for 600.
Maybe that's it.
Chisateomo was the only Indian graduate of this college in colonial times.
Is Harvard?
Phyllis.
What is Harvard?
That's right.
Shakespeare on Broadway for 600.
In 1979, this Godfather star limped onto Broadway as Richard III.
Who is Randall?
Marlon Brando.
Sorry, that's wrong. You know, Michael? Michael? Al Pacino is the right response for $600.
I'd like biology for 200, please.
The answer is distinguishing color of chlorophyta, one of the three major groups of
What
algae.
is green?
Michael, it's green, right?
I'd like biology for 400, please.
A chromosome map identifies these units and what part of the organism they control. Michael,
What are genes?
that's it.
I'd like biology for 600, please.
This book, published in 1859, applied the theory of natural selection
What
to
is
plant evolution
natural
too.
species?
Phyllis,
What is Archie.
Michael again.
What is origin of species?
Origin of the species. You didn't get it out in time for it.
Yes, she did. She's good.
Michael, you select again, please.
I'd like
All the
biology
years
for
ago.
800.
Term for the message conducted along a nerve fiber. It's also a type of Isuzu. Michael,
What is an impulse?
that's it.
Biology for 1,000, please.
From New Latin for in glass, it describes fertilization which took place in a test tube. Phyllis,
What is in vitro?
that's good for $1,000 and control of the board.
Let's try Shakespeare on Broadway for
Okay, is it new Latin?
She played Juliet on Broadway in 1951, 12 years after co-starring in Gone with the
Where's
Wind.
Vivian Leigh?
Phyllis,
Vivian Leigh.
sorry, that's wrong. Ken?
Who's Olivia de Havilland?
Yes, Vivian Leigh played Juliet. Ken, back to you.
Back to Indians for
I'm
800.
sorry, 1940 was Vivian Leigh. Ken Flight.
Back to Indians for 800.
The answer there. The 1825 census showed this proud nation owned 1,277 black slaves. Ken?
Who are the Cherokees?
That's it.
The Indians for what?
The Ojibwa or Ojibwe tribe's name was garbled by Europeans into this, still used today. Ken?
Who are the Chippewa?
Chippewa is right for 1,000.
England for 200.
First clue is, this takes place at Buckingham Palace at 11:30 a.m. whether the Queen is in or out. Phyllis?
What is changing the guard?
Correct.
Shakespeare on Broadway for 1,000, please.
Your Own Thing was a 1968 rock and roll update of this numerically titled play.
What is 12th night?
Michael?
What are the two gentlemen of Verona?
Sorry, that is wrong. Phyllis?
What is 12th night?
12th night, you were trembling as if you wanted to ring in. It's a good thing you did because that's the correct response. $1,000 more and control of the board.
Okay, let's try presidents for 200.
While no presidents have been named Smith, two have had this name, the USA's second most common surname. Ken.
Johnson.
That's it.
England for 400.
In 1802, she left France for England, along with her 2 sons and a collection of wax models. Phyllis.
Who was Madame Tussauds?
Right.
President's Support.
The answer there is a daily double. Phyllis, you can see the score. You are in second place. You trail Ken by $550. And this one is a result you will deal with all by yourself. How much do you want to raise for your residence?
Let's try
$400 was the clue for you alone. While President Lincoln gave one in 1863, President Eisenhower had one from 1951 until his death.
What is an address? What is a Gettysburg Address?
That's it. Yes, $400. Select again, please.
Also, presidents for 600, please.
The answer is, in 1919, FDR wrote, "There could not be a better president than this man," whom FDR later defeated. Michael, was Taft.
Hoover.
Sorry, Phyllis.
Hoover.
Herbert Hoover, that's right.
Presidents for 800, please.
His last words were, "I know that I am going where Lucy is."
What's this in this?
No, sorry. Phyllis or Michael?
Yeah.
Rutherford B. Hayes, and you've got less than a minute to go. Phyllis, select.
Presidents for 1,000, please.
A relative said that he wanted to be the bride at every wedding and the courts at every funeral. Of course, referring to Teddy Roosevelt. Phyllis, select again.
All right. Let's try Celebrity Jeopardy.
I wrote for Will Rogers and 5 presidents, but am best known as Buddy Sorrell on Dick Van Dyke. Phyllis.
Who is Maury Amsterdam?
That's it.
Celebrity Jeopardy for 400.
Show of Shows star. I started on TV in 1949 in the Admiral Broadway Review. Kent.
Caesar.
That's it.
England for 600.
The answer there. She was the only female in the 1976 Montreal Olympics who didn't have to undergo a sex test.
Isn't that the
Michael,
economy?
who's Princess Anne. That's correct.
Yeah.
I'd like England for 800. The answer there is an audio daily double. We're running out of time, Michael. In third place, you've got the 2,200. How much do you want to risk on England?
I'll wager $1,000.
For $1,000, here is the clue first. English landmark, the new vaudeville band have it ripe against in the following #1 hits. Listen.
What is Big Ben?
Michael?
What is Winchester Cathedral?
That's good for $1,000 more. It takes
Fuck
it to
that place.
3,200, and it takes us to the end
Is
of
that
Double
called Big
Jeopardy.
Ben anymore?
All right, we've got quite a match as we get set for final.
Oh, like what,
Remember, the champion
Elizabeth
will be the player who
Hunt?
winds up with the most cash. The other players will enjoy these beautiful prizes. Johnny?
Travel arrangements to the beautiful beaches of Florida for today's first runner-up made through Eastern
Elizabeth
Airlines.
Town.
You'll be flying to the vacation of a lifetime with Eastern, the one to the sun. And in Florida, you have a guest will experience the Total Fitness Planet Safety Harbor Spa and Fitness Center on Tampa Bay. Meals, daily massages, exercise classes, sports, Lancome Skin Care Institute, and more. Today's third place contestant will receive Magnavox Video Escort, a compact, fully automatic camcorder with a high-speed shutter to capture fast action and play it back instantly from Magnavox. And now let's go back to Alex Trebek.
And our final Jeopardy category today is this one. Famous quote, something for Michael, Phyllis, and Ken to think about while we pause for these messages. We're back in just a minute. Our final Jeopardy category today is famous quotes. All 3 contestants have made their wagers. When I give you the answer, you'll have 30 seconds in which to write down the question. Please be sure it is phrased correctly. Here we go. Today's final Jeopardy clue is this.
Biggest bet of all time.
Though Neil Armstrong says he uttered it, this word is missing from tapes of his famous quote. Good luck, players.
What is mankind?
Michael, you were in third place with $3,200. We'll begin with you. Let's take a look at see what we got there. What is money? So that is wrong. How much
You
is it
dumbass.
cost you? $3,200.
That fucking shit out of here. That's dinner with us.
So we're down to the end. Ken Higgins, who was in second place with 4,050. What did he put down as his response? What is a? What was one small step for man? Is what we heard.
Oh, that's right.
One small step for a man. That is right. How much did you venture? 3,500, giving you a total of 7,550.
I don't think you can hear mankind that well.
Now to the lady who's in the lead, Phyllis
That's one
Rosenthal with
small step
5,100.
for a man.
What did Phyllis put down?
One giant.
Small. Sorry, that's wrong. It's going to cost you how much? 3,001. That takes you to 2,099. Good for second place today. But we've got a new Jeopardy champion
Yeah,
in the man from Alaska.
Alaska.
Congratulations. We'll see you on our next
Alaska
program
guy.
standing over here. We've got to go. Till next time. So long, folks.
Come on, dog. I missed the guy. Yeah.
This is Johnny Gilbert speaking. Jeopardy is a production of Bird-Driven Enterprises and is distributed by King World.
Yo. Chanel. What is this shit? It wasn't there.
Please. Please, gentlemen, go back to bed. Please. Stay back, please.
I don't want
You
this.
did this! You did this! You just wrote him until you broke!
Season 1, episode 686.
Come on, I'll get you! Larry, come on!
It's horrible. David.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. A few months ago, after taping some programs here in Los Angeles, I took the red eye from Anchorage, Alaska.
Not again.
Day there, then took the red eye back to LA. We've got a new Jeopardy champion in the man from Alaska, Ken Higgins. Congratulations. We'll see you on our next program standing over here. We've got to go. Until next time. So long, folks.
This is Johnny Gilbert speaking. Jeopardy is a production of Bird-Driven Enterprises and is distributed by King World. This is Jeopardy! Now entering the studio are today's contestants. A legal secretary and student originally from Iowa, Molly Harrington. A data processor from Jersey City, New Jersey, Vernon Jones. And our returning champion, a warehouse manager from Rosemead, California, Dave Crecto, whose one-day cash winnings total $8,001. And now, here is the host of Jeopardy, Alex Trebek.
Thank you, Johnny. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Hi, folks, and welcome to the first show of our 5th season of Jeopardy programs. I want to start off by thanking all of you for the continued support of our program, and also extend my wishes that this season you will find as enjoyable and as exciting as the past four. Having said that, I want to wish good luck to our returning champion Dave, and also to the newcomers, Molly and Vernon. Let's go to work in this first round of Jeopardy. Board swings into motion, and I'm going to do what I've been doing for the last 4 years, and that is remind you that there will be one daily double only in this round of play in one of these categories: the 1800s, the movies, the Bible, the calendar, track and field, and finally, common bond. Dave, returning champion.
Let's try track and field for 100.
The answer is On May 6th, 1954, he became the first person to break
Who
the
is
4-minute
Roger
mile.
Bannister?
Dave?
Who is Roger Bannister?
Right. And
Track and field for 200.
they're either 36 inches or 42 inches high,
What
depending
are
on the race.
hurdles?
Dave again.
What is the hurdles?
Correct.
Track and field for 300.
The long jump was formerly called this. Dave.
What is a broad jump?
Running broad jump. That's right.
Track and field for 400.
He ran on the record-setting 440 USC relay team before running through airports for hurdles.
Who is O.J. Simpson?
Who is O.J. Simpson?
That's correct.
Track and field for 500.
Of the 9 Americans who won the Olympic decathlon title, he's the only one to win twice, in 1948 and 1952. Dave.
Who is Bob Mathias?
Good, you ran the category. You picked up all the points in that one. $1,000, Dave. 1,500, sorry. But we have no more track and field.
The movies.
The answer there. In 1949, he made his last film with Ginger, The Barclays of Broadway. Dave.
Who is Fred Astaire?
Yes.
Movies for 200.
She kept her undies in the icebox in the 7-year
Who
itch.
is Marilyn Monroe?
Didn't cool off, Tom Ewell. Vernon.
Who is Marilyn Monroe?
That's right, you're on the board.
The Bible 400.
Answer. According to Romans, chapter 6, verse 23, the wages of this is death. Molly.
What is sin?
Sin, right.
The movies for 300.
Of a sapphire, a nightclub, or Marlene Dietrich, what the Blue Angel was in The Blue Angel. Vernon.
What is the nightclub?
Correct.
The Bible for 200.
Psalm 133 reports that Aaron's was so long it hung down to the skirts of his garments.
What is beard?
What is his beard?
Right.
Movies for 400.
Answer there is the audio Daily Trouble.
Oh, yeah, there.
Molly, you've got 300, but you can risk up to 500.
Let's go with 500.
$500, 800 if you are correct. Let me give you the clue first in this movie category. Film starring Meryl Streep that featured the following. Listen.
What is Sophie's Choice?
That's a very familiar theme, perhaps not too familiar film. It's very, she said, I had a farm in Africa, out of Africa, Armin and the Gong Hills. All right, you're at minus 200, but we're not going to worry about that. It's still very early in the game. We've come to our first commercial break. We'll pause now for some important messages, and we'll return to chat with the players and then continue with more answers to questions. Please stay with us.
Go right back. No commercial.
Whenever we are not in production on the program, we're probably on the road doing contestant searches around the country. Recently,
Fucking chicks.
Florida. As a result of that test, we wound up, among others, this lady was our contestant, Molly.
Molly Harrington.
It says here you're a legal secretary and a student. Would I be correct in assuming that the student part of it has to do with studying law?
Yes, right now I'm trying to finish my bachelor's degree so that I can go ahead and go to law school.
That means you've got another 3 or 4 years.
About 5 years, yes.
5 years, Molly?
Yeah.
And would you remain in Florida and practice law there?
I want to, unless my husband's job changes or something.
I was about to ask you,
Yeah.
who's your husband?
He's in the electronics field. He designs hardware equipment.
I see, so it worked out well for both of you.
Yeah.
All right, nice having you with us on the program. Vernon Jones, the man next to you, discovered in New York City. Contestant search we do with WABC. Data processor with an interesting collection. I've mentioned before that I collect caps. You collect
T-shirts.
T-shirts. What kind?
Like places and shows and movies and things like that.
You got one from Phantom of the Opera?
No, they won't let me go see that.
Not yet? All right, well, as soon as you get that, that's a nice T-shirt. How many have you got in your collection? Okay, good luck to you on the program today. Dave Prechtel, you had a bit of an advantage as our returning champion over the 2 newcomers because you knew exactly when you were going to come back to our program. We had those 6 weeks of tournaments in between. Did you really go up and study?
You really can't study, just play the game and study at night for practice.
All right, well, that's good advice. Good advice for future players on our program. Let's get back into things. Molly, you were in control of the board a little while ago, so you get to make the next selection.
Let's go with the movies for 500.
Bottom of the category for this clue. The first film directed by Mel Brooks, this 1968 comedy, featured Dick Shawn as a musical Hitler. Vernon.
Producers.
That's good for 500 and control.
Bible for 300.
The answer is the New Testament consists of the Gospels, Acts of the Apostles, the Epistles, and the book of this.
Epistles? What is epistles?
What is Revelation?
Correct.
Bible for 400.
God wanted him to preach to the city of Nineveh. He said no and became food for the fish.
Who's that?
Vernon.
Who's Jonah?
Who is Jonah?
Right.
Bible for 500.
He was sitting at the receipt of custom when Jesus asked him to become a disciple.
Who's
Vernon.
Thomas?
Who is Matthew?
Matthew is right for $500 more. You're in the lead.
I don't know that shit.
Calendar for 100.
Calendar for one. A proverb states, on this date, you may send a fool whither you will. Vernon?
What is April 1st?
Correct.
Calendar for 200.
Abbreviated FY, it's the 12 months for which a company plans its budget.
What is fiscal year?
Dave?
What is fiscal year?
That's it.
Calendar for 300.
2 of the 4 days of the week named after Teutonic gods.
What?
Dave?
What is Thursday and Friday?
Correct. Tuesday and Wednesday are the others.
Calendar for 400.
In 1963, the Vatican Council okayed a resolution to fix the date of this observance. Dave?
What is Easter?
That's it.
Calendar for 500.
The only month named after someone who died in 44 BC.
Who is that?
Dave?
July.
Julius Caesar. That is right.
The 1800s.
Answer there. Major act of Jefferson's presidency that doubled the size of the United
What is
States.
Louisiana
Dave?
Purchase?
What is the Louisiana Purchase?
Correct.
The 1800s for 200.
After his death at Trafalgar, his body was brought back to England, pickled in brandy, and then wine. Vernon?
Napoleon?
Oh, sorry. Molly?
Who is Wellington?
Nope, sorry, that is incorrect also. Dave?
Who is Nelson?
Nelson, Lord Nelson, yes.
The 1800s for 300.
In 1820, Nathaniel Palmer of Stonington, Connecticut, became the first man to lay eyes on this continent.
What is Australia?
Was Antarctica?
That's right, we've got less than a
What is
minute to go.
Antarctica?
Common bonds for 100.
Answer. Snow, milk, lily.
What is white?
Dave?
What is white?
Yes.
White. Common bonds for 200.
A rose, perfume, a rat.
What is smell?
What are things you smell? Some nice, some not so nice. Dave?
Let's go back to the 1800s for 400.
The number of times the Olympics were held in the 1800s.
What is one?
Vernon?
What is once?
Once, yes. The modern games were defined in 1896. Select Vernon.
Common bonds for 300.
Answer at the middle of that column. Black, Chicago, gummy. Vernon.
What are bears?
Right, go again.
Common bonds for 400.
A run in an English girl's stocking, a fire truck accessory, Jacobs.
What is the ladder?
Molly.
What are ladders?
Good.
Common
Select
bonds for 500.
Granny, son, reading.
What are apple?
Glasses.
Yes, and we've got one more clue, which we will not get to here. Molly, you're out of the hole. That's good. So you're well positioned to make a move in double jeopardy. Vernon and Dave, just $200 separating the two of you. So relax for a few moments. We'll be back to start that important double jeopardy round right after this. Welcome back. It's time now for double jeopardy. 2 daily doubles. This round we play, of course. Dollar figures we pop up. So we back and take a look at it. We'll start off on the left side of the board with world capitals. Follow that up with
I'm
fiction,
not good at this.
then physics,
I vote
famous
you.
Americans, architecture, and
Ah,
finally,
excited.
from the French. Molly, because you're in third place right now, you get to select first. Make it a good choice.
Let's go with fiction for 200.
The answer is part one of this book is entitled A Voyage to Lilliput. Dave.
What is Gulliver's Travels?
That's right.
World capitals for 200.
Travel guides say the best places in this Austrian capital's opera house
What is
are in
Vienna?
standing room. Dave.
What is Canberra?
Oh, sorry.
You dumb as fuck. Austria.
Molly.
What is Vienna?
Vienna, yes. Dave misread it. He thought it was Australian, not Austrian. Molly, you select.
Fiction for 400.
Answer there is a daily double. Although you have 200, you can risk up to 1,000 to try to get back into this.
What have I got to lose? Let's go for 1,000.
Good thinking. Good luck also. In fiction, here is your clue. Washington Irving wrote a history of this state from the beginning of the world to the end of the Dutch dynasty.
What is New York?
What is New York?
You're right, and you now have $1,200. Go again, Molly.
Fiction for 600.
She won a Pulitzer Prize for So Big decades before her giant success with Giant. Vernon.
Who is Edna Ferber?
You're right.
Physics for 200.
Answer. Named for a famous Scottish engineer, it's the unit of power equal to 1 joule of work done per second.
What is
Vernon?
what?
What is the watt?
Watt. Right.
Physics for 400.
If the length of one side of a seesaw is doubled, the force needed to keep balance is reduced by this.
What is?
Vernon.
What's 1/4?
No, sorry. Molly or Dave? Correct response, not fast. Correct response is 1/2. You had the right idea, Vernon. You get to select again.
From the French for 200.
The answer. The word for this creamy dessert served in a tall glass is French for perfect.
What is parfait?
What is parfait?
Right.
Fiction for 800.
John Milton's subject in this sequel epic poem was the temptation of Christ in the wilderness. Molly?
What is Paradise Regained?
Correct.
Fiction for 1000.
It's both the setting and the title of Dickens' classic about Little Nell. Dave? That's good for $1,000. Yes.
World capitals for 400.
Goddess after whom Greece's capital is named.
Where is
Molly?
Athena?
Who is Athena?
That's right.
World capitals for 600.
The clue, by 1991, this country plans to move its capital from Lagos to the newly built Abuja.
What is Nigeria?
Dave?
What is Nigeria?
That is good.
World capitals for 800.
Canberra is located in the Australian Capital Territory, which is completely surrounded by this state. Dave?
What is New South Wales?
Yes.
World capitals, right? World capitals for 1,000.
Until 1970, Muscat, the capital, was part of this Mideast country's name. Dave?
What is Oman?
Oman, yes. Sultanate of Muscat and Oman. You get to select. Really?
Famous Americans for 200.
In 1950, his comic strip Peanuts was launched in 8
Who's Charles
newspapers.
Schultz?
Dave?
Who's Charles Schultz?
Right.
Famous Americans for 400.
On June 23rd, 1969, he swore in his successor, Warren Earl Burger.
Who is one?
Earl Warren.
Correct.
Famous Americans for 600.
On losing re-election to Congress in 1835, he told the public, "You can go to hell. I'm going to Texas." Hey,
Who is Austin?
Davy Crockett.
right.
David
Famous
Crockett.
Americans for 800.
Answer there is another day, another one is round required. Dave, you're in a position right now in which you can do yourself a world of good. Prices like money is yours. $1,000 then in famous Americans. Here is your clue. Iowa's only national historic site is the birthplace of this U.S. president. That is right. Wish you'd done more. Again,
Famous Americans for 1,000.
in 1986, this billionaire put up $2 million to ransom American hostages in Lebanon. Dave?
Who's Ross Perot?
Good for another 1,000. Yes.
Architecture.
Answer. Imhotep designed the first of these, which was completed about 2650 BC. Molly?
What are the pyramids?
That's right.
Architecture for 400.
Floral name for the circular-shaped stained glass windows found in churches. Molly?
What are rosettes?
No.
What a
Correct. What are rose
rose
rosettes?
window.
Molly, you select.
Architecture for 600.
Answer. He gained international attention with the prairie-style houses he
Where's
designed
Frank Lloyd
from
Wright?
about 1900 to 1910. Dave?
Right. Frank Lloyd Wright.
Correct.
Architecture for 800.
The Hagia Sophia in this city
What is this
exemplifies
symbol?
the Byzantine use of domed interiors. Molly?
What is Constantinople?
Or Istanbul. That's right.
Architecture
Or
for 1,000.
is it?
He finished first in his field by designing the Gateway Arch in St. Louis and the TWA terminal at Kennedy Airport. Molly?
I'm not sure if I pronounced it right. Who's I am Pia?
No.
Who is I am? Okay?
Dave Roberto.
No.
Sir, we've got a minute to go, Molly. You get to select.
From the French for 800.
For 800. In France, a chiffonnier is a rag picker, but in the U.S., a chiffonier is this. Vernon.
French.
Can you be a little more specific for me?
What is a desk?
No. Dave.
Justin George.
Chest of drawers. Yes, you get to select.
From the French for 400.
Answer. You don't have to be French to know that the dentifrice is this. Dave.
What is a toothpaste?
Right.
From the French. From the French for 600.
It's French for castle.
What is
It's strange. I think this is the easiest one of all. Chateau.
Chateau.
Chateau. Day.
Oh, wow.
From the French for 1,000.
From early French for chain, it's a chic knot of hair worn at the nape of the neck. Molly?
But it's a chignon.
That is good. And we've got 3 more clues and
Yeah,
get to
that's
them.
not.
Let's see what we've got. Molly with 3,200, tied with Vernon. Dave in the lead with 11,800. Opportunity for a big payoff for you, Dave, depending on your wager in the final Jeopardy. We'll get to that in a moment. Right now, let's see what we have in the way of prizes for our runners-up today.
Travel arrangements to the beautiful beaches of the Caribbean for today's first runner-up made through Eastern Airlines. You'll be flying to the vacation of a lifetime. We've got your ticket on Eastern Airlines. And in the Caribbean, you and a guest will spend a week at the Bahamas Princess Resort and Casino. 2,500 acres of tropical paradise, championship golf, tennis, superb cuisine, and more in a luxurious resort setting. Today's third-place contestant will receive his and her watches from the Daniel Link Cobra Collection. Watches that come to life on your wrist. Lightweight, elegant, and water-resistant to 3 atmospheres from Daniel Link. And now, once again, here's Alex.
And it's time to take a look at our final Jeopardy category today, which is U.S. Geography. 3 contestants will decide on their wagers. We'll be back to reveal the clue following this. All right, contestants, you know the drill. Once I get to the final Jeopardy clue, you have 30 seconds right now to respond to the question. The category is U.S. Geography. Here is today's final Jeopardy answer. The longest boundary between any 2 U.S. states is the one between these 2. Good luck.
What are Nevada and California? Are you correct? Oh, how I be incorrect? I
All right,
bet
we're
it
going
all.
to begin with Molly. She was tied with Vernon at $3,200. Let's see if she came up with the correct response. What 2 states did you put down, Molly? What is California and Nevada? So, 600 and some miles. How much did it cost you? $3,198, leaving $2. Vernon, let's take a look at yours. You were tied with Molly. What did you put down as your response? Same thing. It's California and Nevada. How much did you lose? Everything. She's beating you by $2 right now, Vernon. Now we come to our returning champion, Dave. 11,800 and the lead. Did he get the right states? What are New York and no? Forgot about Texas and Oklahoma. Didn't forget about it. 900 miles there. How much is it going to cost you? 5,000 even, leaving you with 6,800. That's still pretty good going. You remain Jeopardy champion with a 2-day total of 14,001. Dave, so we'll see you tomorrow.
Wow.
And hopefully we'll have the pleasure of your company as well. Thank you for joining us. So long.
This is Jeopardy! Now in the studio are today's contestants. A filmmaker and production consultant from Los Angeles, California, Ed Manley. A bus driver from Seattle, Washington, Gordon Taylor. And our returning champion, a writer and teacher from Glendale, California, Kevin Glynn, whose one-day cash winnings total $12,000. And now, here is the host of Jeopardy, Alex Trebek.
Thank you, Johnny. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome as we begin our 6th season of Jeopardy. And I want to start off by saying how grateful we are to all of you, our regular viewers, for having made us such a big hit over the past 5 years. Let's see if we can do a second 5-year plan. While I'm on the subject of time, Kevin Glynn, our returning champion, might feel like a newcomer to the program today because he's been away from us for quite a few weeks. As you'll recall, we had our seniors tournament, followed by the 3 other tournaments, reruns during the summer months. And now we're starting off a new season. So he's been away for almost 2 months. Kevin, welcome back. And welcome also to our newcomers, Gordon and Ed. Let's go to work. Let's have a good time in this first game of the 6th season. One daily double, in case you've forgotten that, in this round of play in one of these categories: American Islands, recent television, mining, food facts, fashion designers, and finally, in quotation marks, the letter CC, and that means that those letters will begin the correct responses in that category. Kevin, you're the champ. You go first.
Let's take mining for $100.
First clue: the rock in which these are found is called blue ground, not sales. Gordon.
What is carbon?
What is
The diamonds.
What is diamond?
Yes.
Mining for $200.
It's also called open cut mining, and no, the machine operators don't take their clothes off.
What is strip?
What is strip mining?
Right again.
Mining for $300.
In the 1890s, prospectors headed for the Klondike region in this country.
What is Canada?
Ed?
What is Canada?
Correct, and you're on the board and you have control.
Let's try American Islands for $100.
The answer is: to get there from Brooklyn or New Jersey, you can cross a bridge, but you have to take a ferry from Manhattan. Gordon.
What is Staten Island?
Got it?
American Islands, $200.
Some descendants of Jean Lafitte's pirate crew live on Grand Isle in this state. Ed.
What is Louisiana?
Yes.
American Islands for $300.
If you float down this North American river, you'll actually find about 1,500, not 1,000 islands.
What is St. Louis
What is
River?
the St. Lawrence River?
Right.
American Islands, $400.
Theodore Roosevelt Island, the National Memorial, serves as a wildlife refuge in this river.
What is Hudson?
Kevin?
What is the Potomac?
Good for $400.
American Islands for $500.
100 billion gallons of rain fall annually in the Caribbean National Forest, also known as El Yunque, on this island.
What is Puerto Rico?
What is Jamaica?
Sorry, that is incorrect. Kevin?
What is Puerto Rico?
Puerto Rico, yes, American Islands.
Okay, let's take fashion designers for $100.
First clue there. Pierre Cardin's first boutique for women was called Eve, and his men's store was named
What
Liz.
is Adam?
Ed.
What is Adam?
That's right.
Let's say CC for $100, please.
Geraldine was the first child of this little tramp's 4th marriage.
Who's Charlie Chaplin?
Who's Charlie Chaplin?
That's the CC.
Let's take CC for $200, please.
Roll out the dough so it's very thin, then stamp it with this metal tool so the pastries all look alike.
What is cookie cutter?
Gordon.
What is a cookie cutter?
Correct.
CC for $300.
Cookie cutter here.
You could
I
have
haven't
seen
thought of it.
this dance performed for the first time in Paris's Moulin Rouge.
What is a cha-cha?
Gordon?
What is the can-can?
Could, right.
What is a can-can?
CC for $400.
It's a Maryland suburb of Washington,
What is
D.C.
Chevy Chase?
You're not. Gordon.
What is Chevy Chase?
Yes.
CC for $500.
Last clue in the column is the audio daily double. It's the only daily double in the round. And Gordon, you've got $100 more than our returning champion, Kevin. It's still very early, but you can risk any or all of that sum.
I hate audio daily doubles.
Come on, not that bad.
I'll take $100.
$100. The category is CC. Here comes the music as I give you the clue. The song heard here is the only #1 hit this group has had in the U.S.
What is like CC and the Sunshine Band? No, it's like CC and the Sunshine or something. Oh, no, there's Culture Club.
All right, you and Kevin are tied for the lead at $1,000 apiece. Ed's in good shape with $600. We're going to take our first commercial break. We'll be back to chat.
West Side Culture Club. Independent filmmakers. The first player we introduced on our program today, Ed Landler from Los Angeles. You did a film on the Watts Towers, am I correct?
I am working on the film right now. It's getting that done.
How long a film will it be and where will it be shown?
It will be probably about an hour long, and it will be taken to film festivals. It will be distributed non-educational.
Is he on the
We are going to try for some theatrical
internet? Would he know what the internet is now? You'd have to explain it to me.
Here in the Southern California area, are Are they? Is there any interest in them elsewhere?
In fact, I think architects in Europe are far more familiar with it than many architects here in the United States.
Probably some value.
Oh, absolutely.
Nice having you with us. Gordon Taylor from Seattle, Washington, a published novelist and also a bus driver. You get some of your material from driving the bus?
Absolutely not. No, the reason I'm a bus driver is I got married and about 10 years ago, and I continued to ride for about a year after that, and then one day my wife said, "Don't you think you should get a job one of these days?"
Out of the house?
And the rest, as they say, is silence.
All right, nice having you here also. Kevin Glynn is our returning champion from Glendale. How did you spend the last few weeks? You won $12,000, so you knew you had that money coming in. What did you do?
Well, basically, I read up a lot of magazines, and I kind of finished my master's program.
So you didn't do any reading specifically to prepare for Jeopardy?
I read the one.
You did. All right, good for you. Well, let's get back into the game and see if it paid off for you. Gordon, you're in control. You get to select.
Mining 400.
The answer there is, in 1935, it didn't dig the AFL, so it joined the CIO, and in 1942, it tunneled out of that group.
What are the
Kevin?
Teamsters?
With the United Mine Workers.
That's right.
Let's stick with mining for 5 minutes.
19th century English chemist Sir Humphrey Davy's contribution to mining was this invention.
What is dynamite?
Gordon,
what is the lamp that miners wear on their heads?
Safety lamp. Right. That's good for 500. You've got the lead again.
Okay, food facts 100.
Brioche, popular for continental breakfast, is a type of this food.
What is bread?
Ed?
What is a bread?
What's it?
Let's have food facts again for 200, please.
The flippers of this marine reptile featured in soups are often
What is
eaten
turtles?
separately. Kevin?
What is a sea turtle?
Correct.
Food facts of 300, please.
A famous Italian meat sauce is named for this sausage city.
What is
What is bologna?
bologna?
Food facts 400.
In Jewish cooking, latkes, commonly enjoyed on Hanukkah, are these.
What are pancakes?
What is flat cakes on leavened bread?
What are
Kevin?
What are potato pancakes?
potato pancakes?
Food facts for 500, please.
Creme d'ananas is a liqueur flavored with this fruit.
What is banana?
What are bananas?
No. Ed?
What is anise?
No. Kevin doesn't want to try it. Ananas are pineapples.
What is
Kevin, we go back to you
pineapple?
for the next selection. We've got a minute left in the round.
Okay, let's stick with fashion designs for 200, please.
James Galanos designed the one-shouldered sheath she wore to her first presidential inaugural ball.
Who's Jackie Kennedy?
Jacqueline Kennedy.
Kevin?
Who is Nancy Reagan?
Correct. Select.
Fashion designs for 300, please.
Oscar de la Renta was born in Santo Domingo in which country? Kevin?
What is the Dominican Republic?
Right.
Fashion designs for 400, please.
A former president of the Council of Fashion Designers of America. His initials are BB. Kevin?
Who is Bill
Who's Bill
Blass?
Blass?
Right.
Fashion designs for 500, please.
While Coco was her nickname,
Who is
this was Chanel's real first name. Gabriel Bona Chanel. Kevin, we're left with recent television. Let's go to work.
Okay, let's go with recent television for 100, please.
Domestic Goddess, who stars opposite John Goodman in an ABC
Who is
sitcom.
Roseanne?
Kevin,
Who is Roseanne Barr?
that's it.
Recent television for 200, please.
With The Cosby Show as its lead-in, this Cosby spin-off finished number 2 in the 1987-88 ratings.
What is
Gordon,
a
What is
different
Another World?
No. Kevin or Ed? You were close, Gordon. You were thinking of the daytime show. The series is called A Different World. All right, that wraps up the first round. Gordon, you lost some ground there to your two opponents. As a matter of fact, both you and Ed faltered a little in the latter stage. Kevin has $3,000, but we've still got a lot of cash available, as you know, in Double Jeopardy. We'll start that round after this. Champion has been doing very good. He's got the lead. He has a total of $3,000. We now have Double Jeopardy coming up. It's the daily doubles in this round. Here are the categories, gentlemen. 1982, biographies, religion, botany, London, and finally, name the play. Ed, you're in third place. You'll select first.
Let's try religion for 200, please.
The answer is, any religion described as polytheistic worships more than one of these.
What is God?
Kevin,
What are gods?
correct.
Religion for 400, please.
Pride, anger, envy, sloth, covetousness, gluttony, and
What are
lust.
7 deadly
Ed, what are the 7 deadly sins? Correct.
Religion for 600, please.
This word can describe the body of Jewish literature and oral tradition, or specifically the Pentateuch. Ed,
what is the Torah?
Right.
800 for religion again.
In 1966, Swami Prabhupada founded this religious movement in the U.S., not in India or at an airport.
What is?
Ed is the Hare Krishna movement.
Correct.
1,000 for religion.
Answer. The number of days after his resurrection that Jesus ascended into heaven.
What is trans?
Ed,
what are 40 days?
That is right. You did well in the religious category.
Oh.
You're now just $200 off the lead.
Let's try name the play for $200.
Answer. Bill Walker and Salvation Army members Adolphus Cousins and Barbara Undershaft. Gordon?
What is Major Barbara?
That is right.
Name the play, 400.
Alan Strang, Dr. Martin Dysart, A Horse Named Nugget. Gordon?
What is Equus?
Correct.
Name the play, 600.
Answer there. One of the 2 daily doubles in this round. Here's a chance for you, Gordon, to move closer to our 2 leaders.
Well, I better make a move, I think.
$1,000. Name the play as the category. Here is your clue. George Gibbs, Emily Webb, and the stage manager.
What is Our Town?
That's it. You now have 2,100. Go again.
Name the play, 800.
Donna Lucia Dalvadores, Charles Wycombe, and Amy Speckiu. Ed,
what is Man and Superman?
No. Gordon or Kevin? What is Charlie's Hands? Gordon, select again, please.
Name the play, 1,000.
Larry Slade, Harry Hope, and Theodore Hickey Hickman. Ed, what is the Iceman Cometh? Good for $1,000.
Let's try biographies for $200.
Answer. His widow, Pilar, subtitled her book, My Life with the Duke. Gordon.
What is John Wayne?
Correct.
Biographies, 400.
This star is the subject of Anne Edwards' A Remarkable Woman and Charles Hyam's Kate. Kevin?
Who is Katharine Hepburn?
Correct.
Biographies for 600, please.
Her daughter, Gail, wrote The Horns, An American Family. Ed?
Who is Marilyn Horn?
No. Kevin or Gordon? Another famous singer. Ed thought of it too late. It was Lena Horne. Kevin, select, please.
Let's stick with biographies for 800.
The answer is the other daily double. You've got $1,000 more than your nearest opponent.
Let's go $2,000.
Right, the category is biographies. Here is the clue for you. While King Kong was about movie mogul Harry Kong, Citizen Cone is about this man.
Who is
Roy Cohn?
Good.
Very cool.
$2,000. Select again.
Okay, let's go with Botnik 200, please.
The answer is positive phototropism is the bending of plants towards this stimulus.
What is light?
Kevin?
What is light?
Yes.
Botnik 400, please.
Despite its name, this plant is found hanging from trees in the southern U.S., not Iberia.
What is Spanish ivy?
What is Spanish moss?
Correct.
Let's have London.
Answer. Claridge's, the Dorchester, and the Savoy are 3 of the most luxurious ones in London.
What are hotels?
Gordon.
What are hotels?
Right.
London, 400.
It's served as a keep, fortress, palace, prison,
What is
observatory,
Tower
mint,
of
arsenal,
London?
and royal treasury. Ed,
what is the Tower of London?
Correct.
Let's try biographies for 1,000.
Answer. The Radican version profiles this playwright who wrote the Browning version. Ed,
who is Terence Radican?
Correct.
Let's try London for 600 now.
This should be called King Tutmosis' Needle, since it was carved in his honor. Kevin.
What is the obelisk?
Edward Gordon? Be more specific. Kevin.
What is Cleopatra's Needle?
All right.
Let's stick with London for 800, please.
Answer. A replica of Houdon's famous statue of this American president stands outside the National Gallery. Ed,
who is George Washington?
Correct.
London for 1,000, please.
Answer. In the 1940 film of the same name, Vivian Leigh died on this London Bridge.
And what is Waterloo Bridge?
Correct.
Let's try 1982 for 200, please.
Barney Clark made headlines when he was given one of these at the University of Utah Medical Center.
What
Kevin?
What is an artificial heart?
Right, we've got a minute left in the round.
Let's stay with 1982 for 400, please.
This colorful national newspaper made its debut in September 1982.
Where's USA
What is USA Today?
Right.
Let's go botany for 1,000.
Botany for 1,000. Plants which consist of both algae and fungi are known by this name. They are called lichens. Kevin.
Botany for 800, please.
If a flowering plant contains these two reproductive organs, botanists call it perfect. Kevin.
What is a stem and a pistil?
Yes.
Botany for 600, please.
Though its natural habitat is a rainforest, this Ficus elastica makes an excellent indoor plant. Ed.
What is a rubber plant?
Right.
Let's try 1982 for 600.
Answer. Though it was still about 1 billion miles from Earth, it was first sighted in October from Mount Palomar,
Where's
California.
Haley's comment?
Gordon.
What is Halley's Comet?
Correct.
1982, 1,000.
George Shultz became Secretary of State after his resignation. Kevin.
Who is Alexander Haig?
Correct. And we've got one last clue. Let's take a look. In 1982, Kodak introduced this innovative camera, roughly the size of a pack of cigarettes.
What is it for?
Kevin.
What is a disposable camera?
Gordon.
What is the disc camera?
Disc camera. That's $800 more for you, taking you to $4,500. Kevin in the lead with 8,000 ahead, not that far behind, trailing by just 1,200 as he winds up with $6,800. The final Jeopardy coming in a few moments. Reminder, gentlemen, the champion will, of course, keep the cash. Runners-up will receive prizes. Let's see what we have today.
For today's second place contestant, you and the guest will begin your vacation on this luxurious Air Portugal wide-body jet from Los Angeles, with services designed to allow you to enjoy your trip with the utmost comfort from Air Portugal. And in Portugal, you will stay at the Hotel Estoril Sol, a cosmopolitan resort on the fashionable Lisbon coast. Old world charm with luxurious accommodations and gala night dinner shows at Casino Estoril. From Hotel Estoril Sol. Today's third place contestant will receive new elegance of time with his and hers watches by Lucien Picard. Picture your wrist in this uniquely styled wristwatch, studded with inserts on the band. It contains a Swiss movement for accuracy within seconds a year. Truly a pride in possession, Lucien Picard. And now once again, here's Alex.
Just a few moments of uncertainty you experience in that double Jeopardy round, meaning that our scores are not correct at the moment. We'll verify them both during the commercial break. Right now, I want to draw everyone's attention to our final Jeopardy category, which is Soviet history. Back with a clue. Soviet history is up. Independent filmmakers. The first player we introduced on our program today, Ed Lander from Los Angeles. You did a film on the Watchtowers, am I correct?
I am working on the film right now. So I see getting that done.
How long a film would Independent filmmakers. The first player we introduced on our program today, Ed Lander from Los Angeles. You did a film on the Watchtowers, am I correct?
I am working on the film right now. So I see getting that done.
How long a film will it be? Where will it be? Independent filmmakers. The first player we introduced on our program today, Ed Lander from Los Angeles. You did a film on the Watchtowers, am I correct?
I am working on the film right now. So I see getting that done.
How long a film will it be and where will it be shown?
It will be probably about an hour long, and it will be.
It's going to be shown in my bedroom on the hot chicks.
The non-educational market. We are going
But
to
I call my bed the Watchtower.
Course television.
The Watchtowers are very well known here in Southern California area. Is there any interest in them elsewhere?
In fact, I think architects in Europe are far more familiar with them than many architects in the United States. Oh, absolutely.
Nice having you with us. Gordon Taylor from Seattle, Washington, a published novelist and also a bus driver. You give some of your material from driving the bus?
Absolutely not. No, the reason I'm a bus driver is I got married and about 10 years ago, and I continued to ride for about a year after that, and then one day my wife said, "Dear, don't don't you think you should get a job one of these days?
Get out of the house.
And the rest, as they say, is silence.
All right, nice having you here. So Kevin Glynn is our returning champion from Glendale. How did you spend the last few weeks? You won $12,000, so you knew you had that money coming in. What did you do?
Well, basically, I read up on a lot of magazines, and I kind of finished my master's degree.
So you didn't do any reading specifically to prepare for Jeopardy?
I read them.
You did. All right, good for you. Well, let's get back into the game and see if it paid off for you. Gordon, you're in control. You get to select.
Mining 400.
The answer there is, in 1935, it didn't dig the AFL, so it joined the CIO, and in 1942, it tunneled out of that group. Evan?
Who are the United Mine Workers?
That's right.
Let's stick with mining for 5 minutes.
19th century English chemist Sir Humphrey Davy's contribution to mining was this invention.
Gordon, what is the lamp that miners wear on their heads?
Safety lamp, right? That's good. 500. You got the lead again.
Okay, food facts 100.
Brioche, popular for continental breakfast, is a type of this food. Ed?
What is a bread?
That's it.
Let's have food facts again for 200, please.
The flippers of this marine reptile featured in soups are often eaten separately. Kevin?
What is a sea turtle?
Correct.
Food facts for 300, please.
A famous Italian meat sauce is named for this sausage city. Gordon?
What is bologna?
Correct.
Food facts 400.
In Jewish cooking, latkes, commonly enjoyed on Hanukkah, are these. Gordon?
What is flat cakes on leavened bread?
Kevin?
What are potato pancakes?
That is correct.
Food facts for 500, please.
Creme d'ananas is a liqueur flavored with this fruit. Gordon?
What are bananas?
No. Ed?
Oh, what is anise?
No. Kevin doesn't want to find it. Ananas are pineapples. Kevin, we go back to you for the next selection. We've got a minute left in the round.
Okay, let's stick with fashion designs for 200, please.
James Galanos designed the one-shouldered sheath she wore to her first presidential inaugural ball. Gordon?
Who's Jacqueline Kennedy?
Kevin?
Who is Nancy Reagan?
Correct. Select.
Fashion designers for 300, please.
Oscar de la Renta was born in Santo Domingo in this country. Kevin?
What is the Dominican Republic?
Right.
Fashion designers for 400.
A former president of the Council of Fashion Designers of America. His initials are BB. Kevin?
Who is Bill Blass?
Right.
Fashion designers for 500.
While Coco was her nickname, this was Chanel's real first name. Gabrielle Bono Chanel. Kevin, we're left with recent television. Let's go to work.
Okay, let's go with recent television for 100.
Domestic Goddess, who stars opposite John Goodman in an ABC sitcom. Kevin.
Who is Roseanne Barr?
That's it.
Recent television for 200, please.
With The Cosby Show as its lead-in, this Cosby spin-off finished number 2 in the 1987-88 ratings. Gordon.
What is Another World?
No. Kevin or Ed? You were close, Gordon.
It's a different world, huh?
It's called A Different World. All right, that wraps up the first round. Gordon, you lost some ground there to two opponents. As a matter of fact, both you and Ed faltered a little in the latter stages of the Jeopardy round. Kevin has $3,000, but we've still got a lot of cash available, as you know, in Double Jeopardy. We'll start that round after this. Champion has to be feeling very good. He's got the lead. He has a total of $3,000. Now, Double Jeopardy coming up with 2 daily doubles in this round of play. Let's go. Here are the categories, gentlemen. 1982, biographies, religion, botany, London, and finally, name the play. Ed, you're in third place.
Let's try religion for 200, please.
The answer is, any religion described as polytheistic worships more than one of these. Kevin.
What are gods?
Correct.
Religion for 400.
Pride, anger, envy, sloth, covetousness, gluttony, and lust. Ed.
What are the 7 deadly sins?
Correct.
Religion for 600.
This word can describe the body of Jewish literature and oral tradition, or specifically the Pentateuch. Ed.
What is the Torah?
Right.
800 for religion again.
In 1966, Swami Prabhupada founded this religious movement in the U.S., not in India or at an airport.
What is the Hare Krishna movement?
Correct.
1,000 for religion.
Answer. The number of days after his resurrection that Jesus ascended into heaven.
Ed,
What are 40 days?
that is right. You did well in the religious category. You're now just $200 off the lead.
Let's try name the play for $200.
Answer. Bill Walker and Salvation Army members Adolphus Cousins and Barbara Undershaft. Gordon,
What is Major Barbara?
that is right.
Name the play, 400.
Alan Strang, Dr. Martin Dysart, A Horse Named Nugget. Gordon,
What is Equus?
correct.
Name the play, 600.
Answer there. One of the two daily doubles in this round. Here's a chance for you, Gordon, to move closer to our two leaders.
Well, I better make a move, I think. 1,000.
$1,000. Name the play as the category. Here is your clue. George Gibbs, Emily Webb, and the stage manager.
What is Our Town?
That's it. You now have 2,100. Go again.
Name the play, 800.
Donna Lucia Dalvadores, Charles Wycombe, and Amy Spettigue. Ed,
What is Man and Superman?
no. Gordon or Kevin? What is Charlie's Aunt? Gordon, select again, please.
Name the play, 1,000.
Larry Slade, Harry Hope, and Theodore Hickey Hickman. Ed,
What is the Iceman Comet?
good for $1,000.
Let's try biographies for $200.
Answer. His widow, Pilar, subtitled her book, My Life with the Duke. Gordon,
What is John Wayne?
correct.
Biographies, 400.
This star is the subject of Anne Edwards' A Remarkable Woman and Charles Hyam's Kate. Kevin,
Who is Katharine Hepburn?
correct.
Biographies for 600, please.
Her daughter, Gail, wrote The Horns, An American Family. Ed,
Who's Marilyn Horne?
Kevin or Gordon? Another famous singer, Ed thought of it too late. Who's Lena Horne? Kevin, select please.
Let's stick to biographies for 800.
The answer is the other daily double. You've got $1,000 more than your nearest opponent.
Let's go to $2,000, please.
Right, the category is biographies. Here is the clue for you. While King Kong was about movie mogul Harry Kong, Citizen Cone is about this man.
Who is Roy Cohn?
Good. $2,000. Select again.
Okay, let's go with Botnik, 200, please.
The answer is positive phototropism is the bending of plants towards this stimulus. Kevin?
What is light?
Yes.
Botnik, 400, please.
Despite its name, this plant is found hanging from trees in the southern U.S., not Iberia. Ed,
What is Spanish moss?
correct?
Let's have London for 200, please.
Answer. Claridge's, the Dorchester, and the Savoy are three of the most luxurious ones in London. Gordon.
What are hotels? London, 400.
It's served as a keep, fortress, palace, prison, observatory, mint, arsenal, and royal treasury. Ed.
What is the Tower of London?
Correct.
Let's try biographies for 1,000.
Answer. The Radican version profiles this playwright who wrote the Browning version. Ed.
Who is Terence Rattigan?
Correct.
Let's try London for 600.
This should be called King Tutmosis' needle, since it was carved in his honor. Kevin.
What is the obelisk?
Andrew Gordon. Be more specific.
What is Cleopatra's Needle?
All right.
Let's stick with London for 800, please.
Answer. A replica of Uno's famous statue of this American president stands outside the National Gallery. Ed.
Who is George Washington?
Correct.
London for 1,000, please.
Answer. In the 1940 film of the same name, Vivian Leigh died on this London bridge. Ed.
What is Waterloo Bridge?
Correct.
Let's try 1982 for 200, please.
Barney Clark made headlines when he was given one of these at the University of Utah Medical Center. Kevin?
What is an artificial heart?
That's right. We've got a minute left in the round.
Let's stay with 1982 for 400, please.
This colorful national newspaper made its debut in September 1982. Kevin?
What is USA Today?
Right.
Let's go Botany for 1,000.
Botany for 1,000. Plants which consist of both algae and fungi are known by this name. They are called lichens. Kevin?
Botany for 800, please.
If a flowering plant contains these two reproductive organs, botanists call it perfect. Kevin?
What is a stamen and a pistil?
Yes.
Botany for 600, please.
Though its natural habitat is a rainforest, this Ficus elastica makes an excellent indoor plant. Ed?
What is a rubber plant?
That's right.
Let's try 1982 for 600.
Answer. Though it was still about 1 billion miles from Earth, it was first sighted in October from Mount Palomar, California. Gordon.
What is Halley's Comet?
Correct.
1982, 1000.
George Shultz became Secretary of State after his resignation. Kevin.
Who is Alexander Haig?
Correct. We've got one last clue. Let's take a look. In 1982, Kodak introduced this innovative camera, roughly the size of a pack of cigarettes. Kevin.
What is a disposable camera?
Gordon.
What is the disc camera?
Disc camera. That's $800 more for you, taking you to $4,500. Kevin in the lead with 8,000, but Ed not that far behind, trailing by just 1,200 as he winds up with $6,800. The final Jeopardy in a few moments. A reminder, gentlemen, the champion will of course keep the cash. The runners-up will receive prizes. Let's see what we have today, Johnny.
For today's second place contestant, you and the guest will begin your vacation on this luxurious Cat Air Portugal wide-body jet from Los Angeles, with services designed to allow you to enjoy your trip with the utmost comfort from Cat Air Portugal. And in Portugal, you will stay at the Hotel Estoril Sol, a cosmopolitan resort on the fashionable Lisbon coast. Old world charm of luxurious accommodations and gala night dinner shows at Casino Estoril. From Hotel Estoril Sol. Today's third place contestant will receive new elegance and time with his and hers watches by Lucien Picard. Picture your wrist in this uniquely styled wristwatch, studded with inserts on the band. It contains a Swiss movement for accuracy within seconds a year. Truly a pride in possession, Lucien Picard. And now once again, here's Alex.
A few moments of uncertainty we experienced in that double Jeopardy round, and our scores are not correct. We'll verify them both. Right now, I want to draw everyone's attention to our final Jeopardy category, which is Soviet history. Back with a clue. Soviet history is our final Jeopardy category.
This one as well. Last blockbuster was really cool.
Documentary. 2016-1966. 2020-2014. 31 seasons. 2016-23 seasons. Documentary. 2000.
Lava, sour grapes, The story of Trump. It's phenomenal. This is absolutely phenomenal. I love this music box thing. They're good. Music box films. Yeah, good.
At the end of the 1800s, a new art form flickered into life. It looked like our dreams.
Are you done? You gonna sing a bunch of songs like this?
Movies are a multi-billion-dollar global entertainment industry. But what drives them isn't box office or showbiz. It's passion, innovation.
That's the West Side. It's the West
Let's
Side.
travel the world to find this passion for ourselves. We'll discover it in this one, Stanley Donen, who made Singing in the Rain, and in Jane Campion in Australia, and in the films of Kyoko Kagawa, who was perhaps the greatest one ever made, and in Amitabh Bachchan, the most famous actor in the world, and in the movies of Martin Scorsese and Spike Lee, Lars von Trier, and
Dog. What about the West Side? What about the West Side?
An odyssey, an epic tale of innovation across 12 decades,
Think here's the West Side?
and 1,000 films.
Confusing. Confusing.
1944, World War II, the Normandy beaches. A bunch of Allied troops just plunged underwater to stop being shot by German machine guns. Above the water's tail,
I like the West Side.
bullets tinkled upon iron.
Look at this athleticism, more cheesy.
Cameras all over the place. This scene was actually shot on a peaceful beach in Ireland.
It was shot in Ireland.
Steven Spielberg.
Did anybody? No one knew it. It's just now.
This is filmmaking. Art of making us feel that we're there. A young woman in Paris has her eyes closed to feel the warmth of the sun on her face. At the same time, unseen by her, this little street drama takes place. White light floods the screen, makes the young and old we want to reach into the screen to help the old lady. This is filmmaking. Cinema as an empathy machine.
Yes, the French lady
show that in its use of sound and light and truth.
yeah, she was my
The story of it is the story of that greatness. It's a story full of surprises. At first thought, you'd guess that the story of film will be about scenes like this one from Casablanca, full of yearning, story, and stardom. Because Casablanca is a Hollywood classic. Ingrid Bergman's lit movie star, highlights in her eyes, is all filmed in a studio set.
But films like Casablanca are too romantic to be classical in the true sense. Instead, Japanese films like this are the real classical movies. Romantic films are always in a rush, but this one, in Record of a Tenement Gentleman, is a pause in the story. A cat, a chiming clock, a kettle quietly coming to boil. The almost square frame filled with smaller squares and rectangles. Pan emotionally restrained, like a little classical Greek temple. So Hollywood's not classical, Japan. Money doesn't drive cinema. The money men don't know the secrets of the human heart or the brilliance of the making of film. But if money doesn't drive movies, what does? Here's the answer. Ideas. Watch how a shot of bubbles becomes an idea in movie history. This is a scene from British director Carol Reed's 1946 movie Odd Man Out. The guy's in a mess. Sees his troubles reflected in the bubbles in a spoon drink. Now look at another close-up of bubbles in the drink. Again, the character isn't sharp, self-absorbed. This film's director, Jean-Luc Godard, knew and admired Carol Reed's work. So he's probably thinking, well, 20 years later, he filmed this movie. Now look at Martin Scorsese's film Taxi in 1976. Scorsese loves the films of Carol Reed and Jean-Luc Godard, so used the same idea that a character looking into bubbles can see the troubles and also somehow cosmos. Visual ideas more than money or marketing are the real things that drive cinema. Innovating with those ideas. It doesn't always seem like it, but sitting in the dark, it's the images and ideas that excite us, not money or showbiz. But if the business people don't control film, who does? Who knows how to get inside your head? David Lynch does. And Baz Luhrmann.
And then you close. It's very easy to
the story of film and Odyssey is a global movement to find the innovators, the people in film who give life to the sublime, ineffable art form, cinema. And here's a third surprise. In the 70s, you guessed that moments like this, the camera racing through space like a bullet, the scream of tires on the road as a car chases a train, will be the big story. New American cinema was wonderful, but Dakar and Senegal was as exciting as Los Angeles in the 70s movie was. A surprise indeed. Much of what we assume about movies is off the mark. It's time to redraw the map of movie history we have in our heads. It's factually inaccurate and racist by omission. The story of film and Odyssey could be an exciting, unpredictable one. Fasten your seatbelts, it's going to be a bumpy ride. New Jersey, East Coast America. A mom
two daughters.
Yes.
Why are we here? Because something extraordinary happened here. In the 1890s, movies were banned. Lyon, France. Two college friends were going to the movies. Movies were bought here too, maybe even more so than in New Jersey. So what is there to discover about movies in New Jersey?
So think about how they are.
We find this one, Thomas Edison. Edison was a manic, passionate inventor. Here's his office, where he invented the light bulb and the phonograph. Here's his desk, full of compartments, full of detail, obsessive, like yours. Here's Edison's factory. Computer, Victorian engineer.
Okay, so you're gonna try this, aren't you? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This quotation on the wall of the factory from the painter Joshua Reynolds.
Okay.
There's no expedient to which a man will not resort to avoid oblivion, labor, and thinking. Edison loved it and moved it around the factory so that his colleagues would get used to seeing it in one place. So Edison's factory was an ideas factory. Before Edison, there had been fun fairs, circuses, magic lantern shows, magicians' acts. Still images reflected on mirrors or spun in a box. This happened in other fancy cities in the world. Places like this, Leeds in England. The American George Eastman came up with the idea of film on a board. Edison and his colleague Dixon egged each other on to find that if you spin these images in a box, they give the illusion of movement. And then look at this, invented by Edison.
So what are you thinking? CMB.
Edison and many of the other manic ideasy inventors of cinema realized that beyond the equipment and machines, which needed more structures, was light. It probably didn't occur to them that cinema would become the art of light. But somehow, building this box on the wheels turned to follow the sun, whose roof opened by turning this wheel. Edison took the first steps in that direction. He had a hunch that cinema was a dark room where light mattered. He shot little movies here. This couple kissing, for example, a little woman that everyone could understand.
3 days.
But to see these films, you had to look inside something like this. That wasn't enough. It was too privately small. Cinema had to be bigger. And it became so. Here in Lyon, in this house, in the minds of these passionate men, Louis and his brother Auguste. The brothers were as ideas as Edison. Louis in particular was technically brilliant. He realized that the grand advance mechanism of a sewing machine would allow the strip of film to be advanced, paused, exposed, advanced, paused, exposed. This is one of the very first linear cameras. Open its back, shine a light, and it becomes picture. Kindly Tolstoy called the result the clicking machine, like a human hurricane. One of the first films the Lumiere shot was this one. dream everyday life. There are workers leaving a factory, the Lumiere factory. This is the
Oh,
factory
you
today.
can't do what you want to do, can you?
Single first one, source of the land. But it wasn't enough for the Lumiere
Okay.
to make such old movies. They wanted to
You
show
better do the other thing.
not just in a box to one person at a time like Edison, but to groups. On the 20th of December 1895, in this building on the Boulevard Capuchin in Paris, the Lumiere brothers projected film. Light shone through it onto a screen bigger than life. It's hard for us today to picture how enchanting it was. This is one of the very first films the Lumiere shot and showed on the Boulevard Capuchin. It's said to have unnerved the audience who thought the train was coming up. It's laughable.
So what you thought? Alright, so then we will delete this. We delete this. Wait, no. All the way top. Okay, we delete this. And we delete this. So it just starts on there.
Neither the Lumiere brothers nor Edison nor the other inventors of cinema would have known how big
So,
how they make us want to escape, play with
okay,
our
page down.
Filthy film, Nazi gas chambers, make us want to be a princess or a hero or a cowboy.
Get to that page down part.
Neither the Lumieres nor Edison could foresee that the movies would invent
Okay.
flashbacks in Shakespeare. That they glamorize war, capture the horror of day life.
So then what? Follow page down. No, it's gotta go follow page down.
Movies will become the world's greatest winner. Sometimes a hammer too, that will bash reality into shape.
Okay.
By the end of 1896, much of the
One.
world knew about this new invention of movies. But almost at once it was seen as a lowbrow for the working classes. Its jokes, strongly sophisticated, soon became boring. So from about 1898, the earliest filmmaker inventors turned their minds from the machinery of cinema to shots and cuts.
Is this still gonna work? No.
In Paris, for example, a theatre illusionist called Georges
Son of a bitch.
been at the Boulevard Capuchin that first night. Filmed on the street, film's now lost, and here's what happened. His camera jammed and started again. When he looked at the results, streetcars seemed to disappear. Just like these people seem to disappear.
Okay, page down.
In this scene, he used the same technique to make a man appear rather than a streetcar.
Copy. So we got 1, 2, 3,
Innovation by
4, 5, 6. Then what? Then
Lumière's were cinema's first documentarists.
okay, copy.
Was its first special effects director.
1,
His film, The Trip to the Moon,
2.
astonished people. In Lyon, the festival.
Page down. Okay, then what? Then close it.
Where other countries saw movies as a sideshow in recent years, France took them seriously. Film historian ROTHSCHILD
France has been doing something completely different with cinema because of the French Revolution and because dream to project something to the world and to itself, like what we call the Lumière. And this is Lumière invent cinema, but before there were Lumière in the sense of the French Revolution, of the encyclopedia, of Kant, etc.
In the decades to come, France believed that cinema was such a beacon, almost an element of foreign policy, that it funded French filmmaking like no other country. Also in France, the world's first female director, Alice Guy Blaché, became as interested in magic as Baby is. In Brighton, in England, it was a buzzing place in Victorian times too. Maybe the buzz and the light explained why local photographer George Albert Smith became one of the movie's early innovators. He was one of the first to film from the front of a tree, creating a ghostly tracking shot, which they didn't know as the phantom movement, as if a ghost was floating through the air. There was a magic to such shots. In this great documentary about the Holocaust, Claude Lanzmann filmed shots of the same train lines that took the Jews to the gas chambers. The Phantom Ride at its most morbid scenes. And in a completely different way, director Stanley Kubrick used a Phantom Ride scene near the end of 2001: A Space Odyssey. The camera seems to zoom through the coloured light of the cosmos, as if the main character, or the film itself, is tripping or having an out-of-body experience. In 1900, Smith used one of the first close-ups in cinema. Filmmakers usually kept their camera wide because they hadn't considered other options, or assuming that if they went close, it would confuse or disrupt the audience. But then G.A. Smith did this. He wanted to show us the cat eating in more detail. The cut between the wide and close already worked and seemed natural. And so close-ups were born. The films of some of the greatest directors are hard to imagine without. In this incredible moment in Sergei Eisenstein's film October, the government raises a plane storming the city. It's the close-ups, the dead woman's hand and hair being pulled off the raising bridge that give the real sense of movement and tragedy. In Sergio Leone's Once Upon a Time in the West, it's only when Charles Bronson looks in the big close-up into the eyes of Henry Fonda that he realizes that Fonda is the murderer he's been searching for all his life. Back in America, Enoch J. Rector extended film in another way. Filmed a boxing match, not the standard size of film, 35mm, with a negative that was 63mm wide. The broader image showed more of the action. Widescreen cinema was born. It's the norm now, not become commercially so until 1953. The film had already come far. It was born as a sideshow, a novelty, quick fun, like fast food. But almost at once, we came to hear that it was also a language. A immense avalanche of ideas. The early 1900s were a remarkable time to be alive. The first airplane flight. Albert Einstein announced that light, the flickering star of the sun, is the only constant in the universe. Here in Copenhagen, other physicists expanded his ideas. The Titanic sank. World War I began. Compared to all this, the changes in movies might seem tiny, but they aren't. By 1903, filmmakers had developed many of the key elements of the shot. They still had to learn how to do this. Cut, editing, mixing. To see how, look at the life of an American farm in 1903 by a Pennsylvanian dynamo of a man called Edwin Stanton Poulter. The fireman arrives outside a blazing house to rescue a mother and her child. We see the street action first. Then the same action again from inside. Some years later, Porter recut the film. This time, after the fireman arrives, we cut inside the house to see the first rescue, then outside again to see her being brought down the ladder, then inside again to see him rescue the child, then back outside again. The audience follows the story of the rescue despite the fact that one space, the street, suddenly disappears from the screen and is magically replaced by another space, the room. This could never happen in the theatre. The earlier version of the film, which you could call the theatrical version, doesn't fragment the space, it repeats the time like an action replay. The intercut version has a continuous timeline. We see everything in the order in which it was done, but the space is fragmented. Cinema is learning, experimenting, thinking even. It could now show the flow of action from one space to another. This made chase sequences possible. It liberated moves. It emphasized movement. Nearly every scene in the story of film will in some way use this most basic of storytelling devices. Continuity cutting, the editing equivalent of the word the hymn. This was a landmark. Theatrical cinema was giving way to action cinema. And Porter, who lost everything in the Wall Street crash in the 20s and died forgotten in 1951. It's easy to forget what a conceptual
being baby.
was. 20
Welcome on.
years after the life of an American farmer, the comic genius Buster Keaton shot a scene using double exposure, which reminds us Keaton plays a film projectionist who falls asleep, dreams of cinema, climbs into the film. And then, bam, a cut. The world around him is suddenly replaced by another world, instantly, magically. In 1907, Cinematic innovation went up again. Look at the horse that bolted by the Frenchman, Charles Pathet. A man leaves his horse on the street as he delivers food to an upstairs customer. The horse spies something to eat and tucks in. Cut to the man climbing the stairs. Then cut back to the horse, which isn't doing a new thing. It's still eating. Then back to it just a second later. Then back to the horse. To the life of an American farmer, the cuts showed what happened next. Here, they're showing what's happening at the same time. This isn't continuity editing, it's parallel editing. It doesn't say when, it says meanwhile. Great filmmakers have used this meanwhile editing ever since to contrast events, build tension, or advance two storylines at once. And soon after continuity and parallel editing were invented, another remarkable editing technique was born. This woman is looking towards us as if she's on stage, we're in the audience. What if she does this? In the earliest movies, people seldom turned their backs to the camera like this. This film, made in 1908, was one of the first in which this was done. But if directors were to give actors the freedom to turn their backs to the camera like this, then it occurred to me they could point the camera in the opposite direction. You see what would eventually be called the reverse angle shot. Directors were putting the cameras into the action, freeing themselves to film from any angle. This new freedom was an exhilarating break in the theatre and seemed entirely natural to see, central to it. So, in the 60s in France, when Jean-Luc Godard refused to bring his camera round to show the face of Anna Karen at the start of the segment, the effect was shocking. Combine this with this, G.A. Smith's close-up, and the actor, rather than the set, began to be the thing that's filmed. Just as the movie buildings were changing, the movies themselves took another leap forward. I look back at the life of an American farmer shows why. Audiences watching this film felt concerned for the safety of this woman. But they knew nothing about the actress who played her, not even her name. They'd known about her life or recognized her from other films they cared even more. Then enter into the movies this actress dressed in white hat. She was known semi-anonymously as the Immigrant Girl. In 1910, producer Carl Lemon announced in the press that she had died. She hadn't, and when she miraculously showed up, it seemed like this, very much alive, anxious and looking around. Lemon then told the newspapers the crowds were so hysterical that they tore her clothes off. This wasn't true either, but the furor had burned her name into the public consciousness. Florence became famous. She earned $80,000 in 1920. Then her career fizzled out. In 1938, at the age of 48, she committed suicide by eating and poisoning. Florence Lawrence was the first movie star that set a pattern for stardom. Hype, fame, tragedy. Here in Denmark, this actress asked Indians to become even more famous. With less censorship, actors can be more sexual. He's tied up. She's hip-grown fingers in her dress. Hollywood allowed for Nixon's fame, and instead of sex, does this reveal a global sensations? It troweled on the luck luxury and costuming. Hollywood was adding an element of sublime to Star Wars. Almost every aspect of cinema was affected by the star system. As the adoring public became more and more interested in Lawrence, Nielsen, or Swanson, so movie makers started to show their faces more clearly. Except it wasn't really their faces, it was their thoughts that audiences became interested in. The star system meant that psychology became the driving force of films, especially American films. Through those years, 1907, 8, 9, and 10, small movie theaters, places for working class people, emerged. In America, they were called Nickelodeons. This one lies on Spring Street in LA. This is the same spot. This little cinema, built in 1914, is in Leeds, England. And on this famous corner, the first Nickelodeon in New York was built. In the early 1910s, the best filmmaking in the world was taking place here in Scandinavia. Maybe it was the Northern Light, how it changed, and maybe it was the sense of destiny and mortality in Scandinavian literature that made Danish and Swedish movies more graceful and honest. By 1912, for example, the most innovative piece of film light in the world was in the work of Benjamin Christensen. Christensen studied at this theatre in Copenhagen and made this film, Mysterious X, in 1913. Gorgeous photography, cross-cutting, the dream drawn on film, one of the most daring debuts in film history.
Figure it out. Just do it one more time. I will figure it out. Plug them up. Click away.
Good. Nice, easy one. You got it. You understand it, right? That was so simple. Bring it on. We all know that the champion rarely
Guys, enough bickering, okay? Vegas is a great idea.
Look at your little baby. Look at you're a champion, baby. Baby being baby. Baby being baby. You're a little baby, little baby. He's a little baby.
Those parent topics never even show up. I'm here, and I can be there, and I just promise. Maybe they need to use it. It doesn't matter. You still manage to shoot yourself.
My units are fine. It's an 18. They can always pass me the numbers.
What are the 8 drops at?
All those years of free fantasy advice, here comes the bill.
Oh my God.
Not easy considering where we did it.
Hey, by the way, Union 9, my brother-in-law Rabbi is available. League championship.
Here, happy birthday.
Oh my God, I can't
Vegas? Oh, this is your plane ticket, Tom. Thank you for paying for it. Brother, I'm going to pay you back.
As your league champion, it's undeniable. Correct. I have already done that.
I'm a doctor and there's a medical emergency. I need to get on a flight.
I don't believe you, and a doctor wouldn't wear that hat.
Yeah, just careful.
All these colors don't go together.
It was designed by Santana.
Look out! Goddamn slip on!
It's a joke bomb.
It's a joke bomb. Sir, don't use the word bomb in this airport.
Classic Kevin joke.
Come on, lady.
1 second.
Just go on.
Okay, here we go.
Hey, I'm coming through.
No.
Come on, Rick. Woo!
Body cavity search now you want. All you're going to find is Tennessee running back Chris Johnson.
Woo! Look at
Sounds like Vegas.
So it's like a word scramble? I hate this game.
Don't hate the game. Hate the player, buddy.
I'm the player.
I know.
Wow. I cannot believe that something good actually came from Andre winning this year before.
Yeah, Pete's idea for a Vegas draft.
My idea.
So excited, guys. We're getting so many new ringtones.
Still doing it?
Yeah. And I hear they have a lion habitat here. I already have almost every other kind of cat fucking, but lions? That is the holy grail of feline fucking ringtones.
Dudes, check it out, all right? We are living the life. This weekend is going to be amazing. But I have one rule. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
No, it does not.
What do you mean, no, it doesn't? It's a rule.
I don't subscribe to that rule.
Okay, so you're going to do
Nothing.
I mean, that the people at home wouldn't want to hear about.
No. Oh, and by the way, the term "what happens in Vegas" that should be like buried in your graveyard of overused expressions, along with "you go girl" and "show me the numbers."
Come on, we don't play that.
Really?
Come on, let's just go check out the suite. It's so money. Vegas, baby! Gentlemen, meet Las Vegas. It's Spanish for Andre is awesome.
Wow. Well done, Andre. Well done.
I gotta admit, this is... Well, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Gentlemen, welcome to Las Vegas.
Chad Jones in the flesh.
Hey,
come on up, man.
What? Chad's gonna be our special guest. You know, our master of ceremonies.
How are you here? What? I don't...
Chad and I are getting into the cat plant business. I'm making molds of his cats.
Yeah.
2 sizes. Pre-season and playoff first.
All right.
Wow. Why are you working?
Yeah. Look at him. Look at this shirt. Ojo, this is just the tip of the douchebag iceberg. That is Andre.
Hold up, babe. We have on a white braided belt, son.
Yes! This is Nantucket casual.
Child, please. No. I want. Stop. Don't do that. Don't do that. Because you didn't even use it in the right way. But can I still use it professionally? Dude, you're a doctor. I know, but you know, when a woman comes in, she's like, I want a facelift. I'm like, child, please.
No, doesn't even go. I think you need to come up with something more Andre-ish.
Try the veal. Child.
What was that one?
Try the veal, child.
Try the veal. JD.
I'm not even Jewish.
I cry myself to sleep. I'm an adult virgin.
Not even true.
Do you have any draft advice for me? I'll draft you first if you give me some good advice. Hey, draft me first? Who need any advice?
Yeah. Try the veal, man.
Can you shut up?
What? I'm trying. Isn't Justin go back?
He's like a totally normal guy. Does he have his own room? Where does he stay at? Did it? What? Asshole. What have you done to sheep?
Oh, it's not the sheep anymore. It's the dread.
Why are you dressed like a ballerina?
I'm not dressed like a ballerina. I'm dressed like a weightlifter.
Oh, you're dressed like a weightlifter. That? Seriously? You made a god in your own image, Andre. No.
I'm not, dude.
It's the Shiva.
It's the Dre.
It's the Shiva.
It's the Dre.
No, it's the guys, we can reach a compromise here, okay? Let's call it the She-Dre. She-Dre.
Oh, no, wait, that's his name.
So we'll call him She-Dre. We'll call her She-Dre.
No,
okay?
call me Andre or winner or league champion.
She-Dre.
I don't care what you guys say. I'm a winner. I'm a champion. Respect me and respect the Dre. All right, this is just a pit stop because I have reservations at this molecular gastronomy place that is supposed to be off the hook.
We're not going there. Back off with this thing? What are you doing, a book report? One word, my friend. Stripper sound ringtone. That is a great one word. What do they sound like? Hello, friend.
Let's make it friends.
Nice to meet you. So you guys are not focused at all on what is at hand here, okay? The draft is upon us, and I'm the only one focused with my eyes on the prize.
I'm picking first. I got nothing to worry about. You guys.
Yeah.
You guys have to worry.
Do whatever you guys want. Take it from your league champion. QBs are all the rage this year. Philip Rivers, he's alone in the first round in all my trainer leagues.
What? Trainer league? What are you talking about trainer league?
Hey,
One second. You're such a great champion. Why do you need a training league?
You know what?
Why do you look back right answer from this is it?
Philip Rivers, round 1.
You draft. Go ahead. Philip Rivers. You know what? First round. Go ahead.
you guys have got it wrong. Rivers isn't going for third in any of my mock drafts.
What do you know about Rivers and drafts?
I won my league last year. So, what kind of league are you guys in? PPR? IDP? Auction? Dynasty?
8-man fantasy football league. And the losers take the winner out to dinner. Why are you such an authority in fantasy football?
Players come in here, they tell me everything.
Are you serious?
Wow.
I was actually curious about the rates for the champagne. I'd be interested in a little one-on-one time.
We're talking like 300 for the half hour.
Can we just do 200 and keep your clothes on? I really just need the info.
Oh, where's the fun in that?
I'll give you $250. You can keep your clothes on. We'll do 4 rounds.
Why don't you guys just pool your money and come in together?
No. God, no. Let's discuss that. We don't cross streams. I will give you $250. You can keep your park on. It doesn't matter to me. I don't care what you're wearing. I just want some sleepers.
No. 300. I just need 15 minutes, 3 rounds, but I need 3 sleepers.
400 for Kevin.
What? You're
Salt. You get the first pick of the draft. That's the only advantage you get.
I don't like this whole altruistic side to you.
What's with all the money?
We're at a strip club. You pay for services here.
Huh? I guess the HJs are free.
The chlamydia gratis as well.
I have a gut feeling on taking Felix Jones in the second round. I really do. I think he's poised for a breakout season.
Felix Jones? Why take Felix Jones in second when you can have Ricky Williams at 9th? End of the year, their stats are still going to be the same.
He's very good at vice ambrosia. 3 cuts. No. I don't need. The rounds get to here. Let's keep moving.
Gentlemen, welcome to the Helms Deep for the 2010 Feds Draft.
Nice.
Wow,
Yes, take it in.
It's all here. Beautiful women, free beer. This is what you get when you're league champion. There's also a winner at life. You know, gentlemen, I'd like you all to prepare for the year of the domination.
What? What did you say? What?
The domination.
No. You were the vocal change.
The Trump Andres.
Oh, really?
That's the worst. That was a quick one.
Hey!
What's up?
What's up, Ocho?
It's good. Before we go on, special thanks to the man that made all this possible. My homeboy. Way to go, baby. That was my idea. Yeah, you're embarrassing. Everybody here, first off.
The 2 out of 10 idiots are on all the draft. I haven't seen Vince all.
He's supposed to be coming, right?
Oh, that's right. I spoke to Vince. He's not going to make it to Vegas, and he's actually out of the league.
What? Now you tell us?
Wow.
I just found out like a month ago.
Oh, you're a dick.
The 18 league is already weak as it is. Y'all call me off here, all right?
All right, Chad.
Hey, quick question. These are cool?
Child, please.
Child, please me. Child, please me.
Jesus Christ, Ruxin, you knew. Why didn't you say anything?
Don't get your panties in a bunch. You guys need a problem solver. C'est moi. I will solve your problems, all right? That's why I've invited Rabbi to join the league.
Rolo? No. First off, he's terrible. Secondly, he's in Chicago.
No, actually, I've had him pulling his heels over the pie gout table. Rabbi!
Oh, boy.
Rafi bomb!
What's up, guys?
Andres!
I can see his penis beard.
I think you guys are so excited to belong to something. Well, it's not definite yet, right?
Yeah,
he said it's definite. He said it's on. All right, let's get this thing started, right? What is this?
Draft board, Rabbi.
You know, behind this, there are girls, right?
Kidding me? Is it come to this? Is this our only option?
I don't know, guys. You might have one more option.
Whoa! Dude, what the hell are you doing?
Oh, missed you too, babe. Good to see you. I was talking to Vince's wife on the phone. She said Vince was out. I thought you guys might need any.
We got our eighth. We got Rabbi.
No, guys. I think that this might actually need a vote.
Yes, vote.
Okay, yeah. No, I want to vote. What are we voting for?
You don't get a vote, Rafi.
Why not? I'm in the league.
This is humiliating. Yeah, me sitting here next to you waiting. Humiliating.
You want to make it?
No.
No?
No, I don't.
Okay. Sorry. Gotta ask. It's a numbers game, you know?
Hey. So we talked about it and we've come to a decision and congratulations, Rob.
Yeah! Woo! In your face!
I'm so sorry.
Are you kidding me? You picked him? Oh, unbelievable.
Don't be mad. Is she single? What's your story?
It's my wife.
Wow. Is it working out?
And it's official. Rabbi is part of our league.
All right.
There you go.
Let's do it. Hey, can we please get the draft started?
Yes.
Let's do it.
I want to know, who didn't vote for me?
Oh, it's a secret vote. Can't discuss the details.
Wow. I would have voted for you. There's already one woman in this league. You got right. She's Drake. You do, really. I'm paying for your room, man.
I don't know, guys. I just think it's really sad that you are afraid to lose. I think you did it because you're scared of me.
You could still be on my team.
What I want to do is inflict as much pain on each and every one of you as possible.
How are you going to do that?
Ruxin, do you want some help?
Serious?
fortune favors the just. I like it. All right, first pick for the 2010 draft, running back Chris Johnson.
Not just taking this.
Good point. Ass! Huh? Taco has traded his number 3 pick for Roxanne's
And Jenny.
number 6 pick in the draft.
What are you getting in return?
Nothing. 6 is my lucky number.
Did you want me in the league?
Love you. I would. Let's go get married all over again. We're in Vegas.
Roxanne, I've got some awesome sleepers.
You know my friend Mike? Michael Jacinto? Same last name. Maybe you guys relate. No? It's not so often you meet a guy with the exact same Spanish numerals as the last name.
Rabbi, it's your pick.
Fine, whatever. Blah, 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 blah. This guy. All right?
All right.
A kicker.
Kicker.
Adam Vinatieri. I like kickers. All right, I'm out of here. I'm going to find you later and wrestle you for dominance.
Round 3, Aaron Rodgers. Woo! It's not pick 4. No. No. Taco was there first. What? Okay.
You can have Eli. It's okay.
Hey. Probably one of the fastest to ever play the game. Never played the game too well at night. Too many people underestimate it. Oh, I got it. D'Angelo Williams. How did you do this?
Drugs. It's so easy, baby. You want me to explain it to you?
I hate this game!
Now, please. Trade. Oh, we just talked about using that.
I know, I thought I could see.
Man, little bit Jesus Christ. Never mind.
I'll stop.
Hey, Kevin, you put my 10th round pick up yet? On it. Packers D middle.
That's a taco. I need a better team.
Hey, where did you guys get the tubes? Where did you get the tubes?
Oh, look at this board. I mean, look at my lineup.
My husband in the bed.
Can you stop masturbating, please?
You can't just masturbate to your lineup in public. Kevin, you're just jealous because you took a big shit in the pool and put it up on the board.
Are you allowed to take a shit in the pool?
Oh, nice.
Man.
Gentlemen, table service provided by
The drink. Why doesn't it have a penis?
Oh, because it's anatomically correct, Taco.
No, it has a penis. I mean, yeah, here it is. Look,
you're gonna make it come, Andre. That is. My wife is hotter than her and her. My wife's hotter than her.
Okay, we get it.
You outkicked your coverage with Sophia. Oh, but you know who the prettiest lady at the party is? Really? You wouldn't let me bring the board. Look at this.
It is nice, though.
All right, enough with the Rossitory fantasies, okay? Do that in private.
hey, hola, Ocho.
What's up, baby? Come here.
Hey, man.
Hey, boys.
What are you doing here?
Nothing, just hanging out with Chad, talking football.
Oh, yeah. Hey, she knows her shit. Jen, work the rope, babe.
All right.
That is who you want.
You're good. You're good. Not you. You're good.
Champagne.
Come on in. Sorry.
You're really not going to let me in?
The VIP room's got enough members.
You know anything about ringtones? I sell and distribute ringtones.
That's what you do.
I have a few people telling me to get out of the ladies' room. I got some Chinese people. Swearing at me, and one old man coughing, and then into a fart. But I haven't struck gold yet.
Hey, just be patient. My ass coming back.
Fine.
letting my friend in, please?
No, I don't like it. Got it.
Well, yeah, neither do I. I mean, obviously, he's grumpy, he's a pilly. No fun to be around.
I'm saying right here.
He's one of these sick, disgusting individuals who actually has more fun with his wife. I don't get it. How perverse.
Yes. I was gonna ask how much you spent on that dress, because if it's more than
Hey, guys.
Hey, stop. You don't stop. Come on. I planned this whole weekend. Hey, Tom, you want a ringtone?
Yeah.
Andre, here's your... champion!
Yeah, that's not gonna sell. Ooh, can you make that straw noise again?
No. You don't get it. You don't get it. I don't care what you guys do. Hey, so watch out, world, because I am a champion! And this year, you're all gonna get Andre!
Oh, great. That made me feel it. So I'm gonna go use the bathroom upstairs. Why don't you just go to the bathroom right? Oh, did they replace all the liquid soap with conjunctivitis? How long have you known?
Oh! Hey, Russia, get up here and dance with me. I'm a champion, you're a champion. Come on! Yeah! Woo! I got the trophy! I got the girl!
Oh shit! This is my jam!
Yo, get out of here, man! Get him out of here! Hey, Rich, I've got a huge dick! Nick, let's do this! No! We're not done! Get out of here! Get out of here! Get out of here! Bump stuff with me! Chicks dig it when dudes kiss and bump stuff! No, we're not gonna... Kiss the bell! Whoa!
Oh my god, I just struck gold.
Hey, God, is he okay?
Well, you know what they say, guys. What happens in Vegas stays in Andre.
hello. Ladies and gentlemen, I now give you I'm inside.
I'm inside me, the best place to be. Like Sinead O'Connor, nothing compares to me. I'm the best of the best, so I bother with the rest. Wanna die myself just to get myself undressed. Tell me where I've been. I'm inside me. I'm inside me.
I'm like a man without no one can cover me, and I'm a lover, baby, and my love is me. Tell me where I be. I'm inside me. I'm inside me. Long white doctor who found out the hard way. Tell me where I be. I'm inside me. Too soon.
Got Reggie Wayne in the fourth, and then worked it. Got Miles Dawson in the fifth. Monterio Hardesty chose that one purely based on name. And went back, did some research. It's like together. I stuck a little Eli Manning in there. That goddamn mouth breathing dummy. Roxanne! Disgusting, Roxanne! Come on.
Las Vegas stays Vegas. I don't think so.
No, don't take a picture of me. Come on.
Racist lions don't like playing the game. Yesterday, the game was to eat a lot of yogurt.
President Andrew Jackson.
Who else would Old Hickory be?
How we doing, gentlemen?
Doing great. How are you?
Doing great. Listen, I got a question for you. Code, hand signals, snapping. What's going on here? We don't tolerate counting cards.
No, we're not counting cards. No, we're just playing a game, sir.
Okay, a game. Well, I like games. Why don't you explain the rules of the game to me?
I think we'd all love to hear the rules of the game. It's a verbal game that involves snapping, sir. We're counting cards.
Good night,
No! You would rather go to Casino Jack and tell me how this works? Yeah, of course. No! Woo!
Look at this one, Yoshi. She-Dog. Send on my column. What's going on there, She-Dog? Sometimes I call him She-Dog. Interesting. That's another good idea. Hold on. I don't know what the fuck this thing's doing. Hold on. Hold on. Well, that's because it got locked.
Later, he built a vast studio here in Hellerby, in the suburbs of Dublin.
What the whistle?
House masterpiece about witchcraft through the 80s. The light sources were multiple. The effects complex. Christensen himself played the naked devil. This telegram in the Danish Film Archive says, your masterful film Haxa had its first screening to a full house with a stellar motivation. In Sweden, director Victor Sjöström was just as great an early director and was more influential than Christensen. Sjöström started by selling donuts, but soon found himself here at Svenska Bio, Sweden's first major film studio. His 1913 film, Home, had naturalism and grace. But 7 years later, still at Svenska, Sjöström made one of the great multi-layered films of the silent era, The Phantom Carriage. It had stories within stories, swims, tinted blue evening light, and alcoholic David Home tells a drunken story about a phantom carriage which arrives at New Year to collect the souls of the dead. Here, Schuster plays himself. Later in the story, David dies. Schuster re-exposes them to show the separation of his bodies. The carriage driver arrives and shows him how horrible his life has been. A wasted life wrapped in a halting heat. And Schuster was brilliant and brilliant. And the strong mother died. Schuster ended his days in his cottage by the sea, west of Stockholm. Christensen and Schuster became starred repeaters, and, as was to become the pattern for European talents, they were seduced by what would be in years to come the centre of a place called Hollywood. They sailed there as a certain Swedish movie star called Greta Garbo did, and later another As a result of their departures, Scandinavia would not be central to the story of film again until the 1950s. A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away from Scandinavia, there was a garden
Sagebrush in the rain, the eucalyptus in the rain. You see, the spring was such a marvelous thing there.
The garden was about to be invaded, built upon. It was about to bring in artists and business people from around the world to paint clouds to look like real clouds, to create people to look like real people. The sort of place where you'd wear costumes in the daytime. The sort of place that invented youth and glamour. Where Marlene Dietrich could wear black feathers and be afraid of a train window and leave it in a lattice of shadows. Somehow. Youth and glamour came out of its test tubes. No one was supposed to be plain, or sad, or old, or racially equal, or sexually different. Wanted to die, wanted eugenics. And yet it attracted people, sounds, ideas, styles, shapeshifters. It became a ball of this place, shiny, perfect, something you could see yourself in. Movies started to be in the air. Of course, this place is called Hollywood. A fantasy see me because one of the things I want to avoid is this hobby. Why did movie people come here? Because of weather or sunlight. Why did movie people come here? Because of weather is this hobby. Why did movie people come here? Because of weather. Movies started to be in the air. Of course, this place is called Hollywood. A fantasy name because one of the things in Hollywood is this Hollywood. Why did movie people come here? Because of weather, sunlight, and because of the East Coast, New Jersey, and New York. The film process and patent copyright. Take this example of copyright. For years, film running through viewing machines had snapped because of tension in the sleeve. Then the Latham brothers and people around Thomas Edison did the brainwave of creating this simple loop, which created a bit of slack, which would allow the machine to stop, project an image, then move on again without tearing the film. The so-called Latham loop was patented by its East Coast inventors. They had to pay people to use it and other discoveries. But California was very far away from those rights owners, so you could break the law there. This is South Spring Street in 1897. Here's the same spot today. Things moved quickly. The first studio was built in 1911. It was like an outdoor tent. It was built here. The first feature-length movie ever made, The Story of the Kelly Gang, was filmed in Australia. Outdoors, head-on film. 7 years later, Cecil B. DeMille shot the first Hollywood feature here. Here it is, Squawk. In it, we can see another crucial element of filmmaking that fell into place in these years. A decent man is trying to decide whether to do a good deed. He looks right through a window and sees a young woman benefiting. Her eyes meet for a second. It's her pain that decides to do a good deed. But imagine if DeMille and his camera person lifted their camera from here, brought it round to the far side of this room and filmed the young woman from over there. A shot of her would look something like this. As if she was looking away from the man rather than towards him. And the scene wouldn't have had the same color. It's because their eyes match across the cut, him looking right, her looking left, they connect emotionally. Filmmakers in these years were discovering to make it look like people in different shots were looking at each other, or that armies were marching towards each other. The camera had to stay on the same side of an invisible 180-degree line drawn between the two people looking at or talking to each other. Because this rule was new, filmmakers in the late 1910s sometimes broke it by mistake. Later in The Squawman, DeMille made such a mistake. A man's dangling from a cliff. He's looking right. The cliff is on the right. But then DeMille goes to the bottom of the cliff to show the man's fall. But he films them the wrong side of it, so it looks like the cliff is switched to the left of the screen. The shot would have been more spatially clear. It was like this. And to make matters worse, his friends come to the rescue, leaving screen left, but entering the next shot, screen right, as if they've taken a detour to the pub. Once this discovery was made, it was used throughout mainstream cinema. This scene from The Empire Strikes Back, an old-style movie made 60 years later, shows how enduring the discovery was. Darth Vader was on the left of screen looking right. His audio, to whom he's speaking, is in a separate shot looking left. Because of the 180-degree view, we completely believe that they're looking at each other.
Set your course for the Hoth system. General Veers, prepare your men.
Crucial to the inventiveness of American cinema before the 1920s was how female it was. Film historian Carol Beecham.
Hollywood was built by women, immigrants, and Jews. People who would not be accepted in any other profession at the time. So Hollywood became this magnet for people who wanted to work, who were incredibly creative, but wouldn't be accepted in other professions. Well, half of all films written before 1925 were written by women. So that shows you how just comfortable women were in the business then.
Perhaps the first woman to direct a film in the first female studio boss was Alice Guy.
Most of the film companies focused on the machinery, and Gaumont started to make actual films, and Alice Guy was a secretary there. And they let her play with the cameras after hours, as long as she got the secretarial work done. And Alice Guy was not only one of the first female directors, she was one of the first directors. She was one of the first to actually put film together into a story with an arc. Up until then, we'd had the sneeze, the wave, individual actions. But Alice created some dramatic arc films for the very first time.
Here's an example of Guy Blush's touching ethics. A little girl overhears a doctor say that her sister died before the leaves fall from the trees. So she goes outside and starts to hide. One of the most innovative directors of the time was ROTHSCHILD. He or she also plays the lead in her film Suspense. Holmes is at home with her child. She hears an intruder, looks out the window, sees him in this remarkable sideways POV shot. She calls her husband. Weber uses a split screen to show the husband, the intruder, and herself all in the same moment. The husband jumps in a car and tries to race to save his wife. He's chased by the police. Weber shows in this invented shot of the window. The intruder climbs the stair. And again, Weber's camera position emphasizes the bridge, the threat. In the end, the police ask him to go and save the day. The film was credited to a male director, Frances Marion was an even more significant figure.
Well, Frances Marion was the highest paid screenwriter, male or female, from 1915 to 1935. That's an incredible accomplishment right there. She also is the only woman ever to win 2 Oscars for writing. And she won her Oscars for The Big House, the seminal prison film, and The Champ, the classic boxing film. And what I love about that is it just right there puts the lie to the idea, well, these women writers were writing the matinee weepies or the women's films, quote unquote. No, they were writing every conceivable genre of film. Women like Frances, Adela Rogers St. John's, Bess Meredith, Anita Luce. I mean, these were the creme de la creme of the writers, the ones that the Thalbergs and the Mayers went to when they had big productions, they knew they needed to count them.
Marion's screenplay for the film The Wind was about a woman living in a shack. The wind is incessant, sounds everywhere. It seems to blast the visual image. An aggressive man forces himself on her. She shoots him, the wind buries him in the sand. The wind moves the sand. The corpse is exposed, just like her fear, just like her unconscious mind. The wind was an epic tool, cut like a thread, film like a dream. Hollywood films like it show female audiences things that they felt but never seen.
Most people in America did not go further than 20 miles from their home from where they were born till they died. So you have this incredible country that really only lives in this bell jar of their own community. And as films start coming out, as movie theaters are being built, if by 1920 there's over 15,000 theaters in this country. So all of a sudden you can go around the corner, put down your nickel or your dime or your quarter, and have this entire world open up to you. And it's not just they're seeing Paris for the first time, they're seeing New York City or San Francisco. They are seeing women's fashions. They are seeing women acting in ways that nobody would dare do. With talking films, the price of making movies skyrocketed. And so with talking films, Wall Street really entered the business for the first time. And when money entered into it, the jobs started paying for it. It was taken seriously as a business, and men wanted those jobs.
If the great women filmmakers of the 1910s were all remembered, you could say that this man, here in a stagey family scene, the painted skyline, is over-remembered. People say that D.W. Griffith invented close-ups or editing, which isn't true. But he did something far more valuable for the art of cinema. He said it needs to show this, the wind in the trees. Before Griffith, film had a tendency to be staged like this. Airless, it brought the wind in the trees to cinema. A sense of outside. The delicacy of Lillian Gish's performance matches the delicacy of the light. Visual softness. Decades later, the critic Roland Barthes said that some images have unplanned and natural details that move us. Barthes called this the punctum, the thing that pricks our feelings. Griffith's work is full of punctum, the wind in the trees. This scene, on Way Down East, is set on a treacherous throne. Griffith could never have planned that Lillian Gish's right would push ice off the adjacent ice field. Griffith was one of the best cinematographers in the business, Billy Pitzer. Pitzer disliked the hard edge of the film image, so he would color the lens weight to make the edge of the image go slightly darker, adding class to the picture. Pitzer himself believed in influencing the look of film for a generation. Griffith Pitzer understood the psychological intensity of a lens. He used visual softness and backlighting, which gave a halo to hair and made actors stand out against backgrounds. What Griffith and Pitzer did in 1914-15 with all their talents, the halo imagery, or splendid tracking shots and feel for the outdoors, is one of the great shocks in the story of film. They made this deceitful state of the nation movie that raised a racist flag, that showed the power of cinema and its danger. The Birth of a Nation looks like it was shot in Griffith's native Peterborough. But it was was actually filmed here near Los Angeles. They show the American Civil War.
Court reporter.
Griffith mixed the epic with the intimate. A Southern officer returns home. He goes to his mother. Her arms cover no way to unfold. Don't see the rest of it. Such subtlety made the racism all the more dangerous. Black senators were shown as drunk and wicked.
John Cobalt show has its own thing.
This scene Griffith used bad music. Cameron family are being attacked by black soldiers. They're rescued by
You're suspended.
thrillers. After some screenings, black audience members were attacked in clubs. The Ku Klux Klan had been disbanded in 1869, but by the mid-1920s, its membership was back up. Talk about the troops. More than 80 years later, DJ Spooky sampled played the toxic scenes of Brother Nation, almost as if he was scribbling.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. I'm gonna check it out though. Dude, there's some dope movies in here. So you have randomly like someone brought up Death on Winger. Have you guys ever seen Officer and Gentleman? I know what it is. I know the name. I've never seen it. Starring Richard Gere, Louis Gossett Jr., and Death on Winger. It's got some of those iconic scenes you've seen in the period.
I don't know where else to go.
And also by the novels of Charles Dickens. He made a 3.5-hour film
all over the mountains over there.
about love's struggle.
I just like the way this film works. Right? I like how I like the treatment. Right? I like some shots.
Yoshimi.
The massacre of St. Bartholomew in medieval ages. Violent scenes tinted blue. And in modern gangsterism, they'll shiny cameras and jazz outfits. And then intercut lyrics. Griffith said Dickens intercuts, so what he did. He took a storyline he had so far, then jumped the storyline A, advanced it a certain point, then went back again to A, picked up where he left off. Previously, a cut from one shot to the next meant as we've seen, then one meanwhile. Griffith's cutting between time points wasn't saying either. It was saying, look, these very different events from different eras all show the same human trait. Intolerance, the failure to love. Editing is an intellectual signpost, asking people to notice not something about action or story, but about the meaning of the symbols. Soviets such as Eisenstein wrote about this
Look at this movie, yo.
as far away as Japan.
Retired? Yeah.
Made this film, Souls of the
Look at the thing. She.
At the end of the film, they come together. Two ex-convicts from one storyline. Here find a son from the other storyline. Their story has been one of hope, but the son has died. Pioneering use of parallelity in Asia. This made Souls of the first great Japanese film. In LA today, a shopping mall on Hollywood Boulevard, where the Oscars take place, is partially rebuilt as a massive Babylonian gate full of toilets. The original was here, a mile away from the shopping mall. It was demolished and Hollywood didn't care much for its own history. But what history? What ideas? Film the Dolly on the Crane.
Yosh. Chamesh class, dude. Chamesh class.
cinema was just 20 years old. The shots and the art form. Scandinavian directors had made it an art of light. Nickelodeon was given way to movie palaces, places built like cathedrals or Egyptian temples or Chinese pavilions. A garden called Hollywood started to pump fantasies out into the world. Film editing captured the fragmented experiences of modern life. Real creatures called the movie stars became the most famous people in the world. They lived in places of rapture and escape. The story of film seemed to have reached its climax. But in fact, it was all just beginning. In this chapter, we meet the great film comedian Charlie Chaplin and discover the realist directors who threatened Hollywood. 1918, World War I just ended. Much of Europe was scorched earth. The seeds of Nazism had been planted. A few years later, the Surrealist Manifesto said that art should record dreams. But what dreams? In the hills of Los Angeles, the myth of Hollywood had just been born. The time it started to burnish itself. Stars with these special splendors of youth were attracted by the hope that Hollywood, shiny and romantic, with its escapism, promise of perfection. This part of the story of film is about the strengthening of Hollywood out of the content industry, a factory with which the world can fall in love. But as we'll see, for all its strength and power, many inside the factory system of Hollywood seemed not to notice how fragile it was, how breakable. Before the 1920s were over, key filmmakers were trying to break the bubble. Investment in cinema increased tenfold in the late teens and 20s. Hollywood became an industry. The money often came from the East Coast bankers. On the West Coast, it was spent by a series of production bosses, working class, Jewish businessmen. Adolf Zucker, a Hungarian immigrant and fur trader, set up famous players, which would become paramount. Four Canadian Polish brothers set up Warner Brothers. A brash Russian called Rabbi ran MGM. They built big boring bunkers called sound stages so that filming could move indoors into the dark to control this light. This scene Citizen Kane shows a Hollywood would work wonders with light. The beam cameras and make the library look like a sepulchre. Documents gleam. Hollywood set up a production line system, the way that the Model T four-door car was assembled. In Japan at the time, directors led the production process. But in Hollywood, there's production bosses like Zuko and Mayer in one below in the movie bars, writers who concoct stories, talent scouts who find new starlets in coffee shops or magazines, set designers in the boring buildings who invent magnificent This is what legendary Hollywood designer William Cameron made his pup Baghdad might look like. Inhuman, skilled, elegant, and decorative. Costume designers conjured lifestyles themselves and got to know the bodies of their stars. This is what a Marilyn Monroe's dresses. Makeup artists came up with new types of foundation, eyelash, and look. This is the room table where Marilyn Monroe would run. Engineers devised new technology. Lights to illuminate hair, to make eyelashes cast shadows on the face of an identity trait. Desire. Dollies on which to move the camera to make the image glide. The image glided and gone with the wind, as if blown by the wind, away from the others, the sunset. And new cameras themselves, beautiful objects. This one, used in World War II, half camera, half gun. This one, from the 1960s, portable and noisy. And then the money men thought, wait a minute, why don't we buy the screens as well, so we can control where the films are shown and when. And so things that were made in boring buildings were shown in grand ones. The whole point was to standardize and control. Actress Joan Crawford's contract specified when she should go to bed. Johnny Weissmuller's powers in the contract fined him for every pound he weighed over 190 pounds. Novelist Henry Miller called Hollywood's production line a dictatorship in which the artist is silenced. It was a dictatorship, yet some say it was genius. The genius of Sirps, Busby Berkeley, choreographed this fantasy, girls in snow, making patterns with their moves, increasingly abstract, geometric. Sally Donan, who made singing.
Studio system, in my opinion, didn't really get into the film. The studio system was the garden where we all worked. I mean, there I was an engineer with a lot of enormously gifted people, and I often think about that idea of having a company which brought people together to make money. It's all they were doing. They weren't doing it for any other reason. What was behind it was an economic thing. They were a company making money, or hoping to make money.
So the industry was a ballroom, but also a garden, which is what Angus DeMille called Hollywood a decade ago. And what varied flowers grew there. MGM, for example, which was so proud of itself that it filmed its own neoclassical films, was said to have more stars than there are in heaven. Its movies had an opulence and optimism. In this dance scene, Singing in the Rain, even the shadows have light. Warner Brothers others was more streetwise. Its stars were angels with dirty faces, scenes like Whisper, Morty's Folk, Downtrodden Hill, harder lighting, sharper shadows, gangster outfits, nighttime settings, murder, melodrama, movie journalism. This scene from the Scarlet Empress shows paramount style, sparkling, champagne, costumes on display, feminine, romantic, wry, or taken by the veil to the east.
Tell me, I can feel fun.
Yes, Your Imperial Majesty, I love you.
I love a baby. His name is Baby. This is Baby. I love calling him Baby. He's your baby.
But the system also fostered expertise, taste, extravagance, and brilliance. The ghost shape was By the mid-20s, the boring buildings were making 700 films a day. This is one deep back down. You could stand for many. The states is theme on the front. A holy man shows that happiness must be earned, a tweak of the American dream. Then a wide shot of the street scene. We hardly notice the man behind the head height of merchants. Then we dissolve in the scene. We recognize him. He's a movie star, Douglas Fairbanks. He's also its producer. He's asleep at the center of the action, unaware that we're looking at him. We dissolve in again. Soft lighting, shallow focus, makeup, certain femininity. But then he steals a man's wallet. Our beautiful dreaming hero is a thief. The passerby exits the screen right, notices his wallet is missing. Cut to done, remove screen right. The camera doesn't cross the line. We know he's looking at his victim, smiling. In just 90 seconds, the film has told us it's there, introduced us to a society, then a scene, then an individual, seduced us with style, poetic lighting, amused us with character, a likable, a human being like us, more glamorous, more exciting life. It makes the space very clear. We're not confused where we are. The story kicks in, of course. The thief has broken into a palace. He hears that a princess is there. Glimpses of fairy tale land. Will we go down to look at her? No. Maybe. No. Yes. We can't wait to see her either. The curl of the fantasy balcony, the elegant elegant attenuation of her mosquito net. His trousers are see-through. He looks through the net, the shadow, hugging suddenly the bauble is brilliant at the anticipation of seeing, the desire to see, the pleasure of seeing. The thief falls in love, of course, and his love sets in motion the rest of the film. This sort of movie is usually called classical, but really, it's romantic. It became Hollywood's claim to fame in the 20s. It's what most people mean when they even say it's the mainstream. So Hollywood mainstream films in the 20s were entertaining and romantic, but our feelings innovation in cinema. Were they innovative?
How sweet is this lady? My buddy, okay, met a sweet black lady at a grocery named Karen. My buddy said there, it's a shame what they've done to the name Karen. You're nothing like how society uses the name these days. She replied, oh, it doesn't bug me in the least. I'm just going to keep being a breath of fresh air to whoever I encounter. What a sweet woman. I love her.
Then came Keith, obsessed by the camera. In this scene from his film The Cameraman, he shows that fascination. Keaton became the greatest comic image maker the cinema had yet seen. Thought like an architect. This segment in a short film made in 1920, the house he's built becomes a play pen. It falls around him. Keaton helped define silent cinema. He just got it. You've already seen that he got that in editing. A cut replaces one space with another.
Remember, I'd be right here being baby.
As he's walking down the
Okay.
street, he's suddenly
Are you done?
But as this scene shows, he also got what movies are about looking. And he got that they're brilliant.
Oh, I love that little dog.
He begins this
You know,
sequence with an overhead shot of the building the grill
baby and baby.
The story Buster was John
Baby. I don't know so much. I swear to God, he's too old for me. I'd squeeze him to death. I love him so much. Really? Yeah, I think I'm probably a little too aggressive with him. Now, I was way before. No, I would say, I was probably a little more aggressive with him than non-aggressive because I was around him all the time. But, I mean, I never dropped him. I never squeezed him to the point where he, barked or made a noise or anything. I never hit him to the point where I patted him. One time I patted him just to see how hard I could pat him to see it when he moved or do something. And he moved after I patted him sometimes on the bone. And but I did it with an open hand and just like boom, boom, boom. I wanted to see if he moved because I didn't know. This dog won't move. He stays here the whole time and he won't move. And he eventually moved. But were you aggressive with him? I mean, I never tortured him or antagonized him. The worst I'd ever do is just play with him. The worst ever, I don't even think, like, if he was sleeping, I would let him sleep. The worst ever, I guess maybe he'd be sleeping for like a few hours or something, and I'd see him there, and I'd go and I'd give him kisses and I'd wake him up. That's the worst I do. This is big. This is like very expensive scene.
This is no trick shot. The locomotive and the bridge were real. I reckon the train was visible for years to come. Such skill, such sublime, was a key element of silent film. Labor was cheap, Wall Street hadn't crashed. Imaginations were extravagant and uncapped. Studios were not yet afraid of the size of directors' dreams. Keaton's dreams outstripped his box office. He was eventually sacked by MGM. He hit the bottom and lived in a trailer in a car park beside his father's studio. It was forgotten for years. But as this rare archive footage of him shows, Keaton was joking till the end. His little cigarette routine shows he still had the urge to improvise. In 1965, the Venice Film Festival got a standing ovation. He died the next year. Amongst the scores of filmmakers who were influenced by Keaton is Palestine's Eli Suleiman. This scene shows that Suleiman, like Keaton, filmed deadpan, keeps back from the action, and finds grumpiness funny. Buster Keaton only once shared the screen with our next great silent film comedian, Charlie Chaplin. In this scene in Limelight, Chaplin shows that whilst he was less into the camera than Keaton, he was far more into body movement.
Yoshi. Horse chasing network. Horseshoes and handmaids.
Chaplin thought like a dancer in a vaudeville. Here he rehearses a comic movement before filming it.
Horse chasing network. Sea biscuit can suck my dick. Dude. I want this you to be like podcast, and then just show you podcast.
Roman Lloyd knew Chaplin, and also Alfred Hitchcock, who was born not far from Chaplin.
It's not long enough. It went like 6 hours.
Hitch came from a middle
4
class
minutes.
family.
This ain't work for no
And Hitch always had an aspiration.
Office ladies would be big.
Charlie came out of the Irish.
Yeah, I might have to listen to that. That'd be a big one.
I mean, stuff like he and his brother Sidney, his half brother, stealing food from
Yosh.
They would know where the wagon was with food that was
Yosh.
they go and get that food.
Yosh.
His mother being put into an asylum and out, in and out. I think his father was a drinker. Charlie had such a number in it that it's a movie.
And never more so than in his first feature-length picture, A Kid, which recreated the wounds and relationships of
Unfortunately, you will not be
worn-out
the Clips Awards.
life in a London garret with a bathroom.
Great matches.
Chaplin plays a version of his by now famous character, penniless tramp, who thinks he's a gentleman dilettante, finds an orphan boy and brings him up. The boy starts to work for his dad. He brings him
They should let you listen to the podcast and stuff. You know, really bad.
shot in America.
Yeah, and
English style doesn't
yeah, because I haven't been to the I don't know. I have to just sit there and do nothing. Not do anything.
Eventually,
Secretariat.
the boy is taken to an orphanage. Chaplin cooks the brilliant performance from Jackie Coogan as he's taken the lead. Film even used comic cinema. D.W.
What's that company called?
Showed Chaplin's passionate empathy with the hero. It was a huge hit around the world. Chaplin was cinema's Charles Dickens. He built his own studio in LA in the English style and filmed it in time-lapse. A rare thing to do, shows his pride in it. He had Final Cut on his films. His premieres were bold. The studio today is like a row of English houses
Yo,
in a megalopolous.
best of this. Yo,
A deleted scene from his film City Lights, that Chaplin made 10 years later, shows how his mind worked. He's on a street corner. A piece of wood is stuck in the air vent. Chaplin begins to play with it, to improvise.
Kentoshi, you'll see. Kentoshi. Yo. Why don't they just have it over like this? And then it's like, oh, you want to hear 6 hours worth of, it's like 4 minutes. 19 minutes. Like, it's not even a thing. 46 minutes. 5 minutes. Oh, okay.
It's like he's struck
No.
on the table, letting his unconscious do its work.
Hi, Doug.
The British director Douglas
Oh.
also seemed to try to show the unconscious lives of his
Oh,
characters.
you spot corrected.
People
I
acted
don't
cool,
think it matters.
but their hands felt too simple, just twitchy with energy. Chaplin's deleted scene is a lovely little poem about daydreaming on street corners.
Human hunting parties. This is fun. Oh shit, I figured it out.
Stanley Donen sees ideas and
That's a
challenges.
crazy thing. Sheen. Do you know who Sheen is? I swear to fucking Christ. I am so fucked. I don't eat.
That's what's hard to find. A great, wonderful, encompassing idea for the musical number. Well, the idea of the dictator kicking the balloon is a great metaphor because it's Adolf Hitler making the world his toy. And the image is so spectacular that that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. You can come up with that kind of idea, but it had to be first he was going to make, I don't know how he thought of it in one order, but he was going to make a film about Adolf Hitler, and he was going to play Hitler, and how is he going to make a buffoon of him, but not make him be the ogre that he was, and that's part of the accomplishment.
Huh. Does it not work?
Fascism and ballet. Who else would have thought of a scene like this? No one else in the story of film combines entertainment, ideas, movement, improvisation, and politics like Chaplin.
What is it? Start? Go back.
In France in the 1940s, Chaplin inspired Jacques Tati, but Tati lent forwards and wore short trousers, where Chaplin lent backwards and wore long ones.
1500.
In Italy, Toto became a huge star, wearing Chaplin's trademark bowler hat with Chaplin's Jabi on pin.
It shouldn't be that.
And in the massive film industry of India, this way, megastar and director Raj Kapoor
It should be.
screen character Trump, Chaplin's streetwise, lucky, tipping his hat, stealing the rich. And in America itself, the great director Billy Wilder saw Chaplin as his master. Laura Swanson explicitly impersonates him in Sunset Boulevard. But even a moment like this, Chaplin is the great dictator. Was reworked this scene by somebody. Chaplin co-founded United Artists, the studio that made Some Like It Hot. The studio was one of the great foundation stones of Hollywood. Chaplin was an American cinema's bloodstream. But to the country's shame, it kicked him out in the 50s because he was a leftist.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Work with a man like Chaplin or Redwall. You assimilate. You hope their greatness. That is to say, you become part of their world. And you try to not only work on that level, but you absorb something. And you begin to have the points of view that they have. Not that you disregarded your own, but what you bring is the ability to assimilate what they do.
The comedian who was most influenced by Chaplin in the 20s was the Nebraskan son of a photographer, Harold Lloyd. At first, Lloyd was too like Chaplin. Here he shrugs, wears a frock coat, sports a moustache, but then he and his producer tried him on big black rimmed glasses. In those days, this was a nerdy look. Add in Lloyd's athleticism and the flinty courage that we see here, and you get a ballsy dreamer who's aggressive, lyrical, and a jock nerd. Lloyd's most influential film, Safety Last, ends with one of the most famous sequences in 20s cinema. He plays a hick who pretends to his girlfriend that he's manager of a store. The climax of the film is a publicity stunt for the store. Lloyd, who had vertigo and a missing thumb and forefinger in one hand in real life, climbs the building. The sequence is a vertical obstacle race. A bird, a net, a plank, a clock, a rope, a dog, a mouse, a gun, and a wind gauge get in Lloyd's way. When he finally reaches the top of the building, the action reaches a crescendo, and he swoops in an arc into the arms of his sweetheart. The climb is a beautiful idea on film. On the other side of the room, Japan's great director Yasuhiro Ozu was influenced by the ballsy dreamer.
Why? Why not? Go fuck yourself.
They hurled Lloyd's confident silliness, his mad boyishness. The comedies were the brightest, most entertaining,
Oh.
and innovative things.
What the fuck are you doing? You are so loud.
They and the extravagant romance, films like The Thief of Baghdad in all its splendor, its special effects and sweep, made Hollywood a major export industry for America. But something in its very flickering, the fact that the bauble was a fantasy, made it vulnerable. This architectural dream of Baghdad isn't the real Baghdad, of course. This is the real Baghdad. To say so can shatter the bauble. It can break fantasy. And in the 20s, several filmmakers already realized this. They wanted to show this real life without the costumes and glitter. Non-fiction. In 1921, an Irish-American explorer, Robert Flaherty, made the longest non-fiction film so far in the story of film, Nanook of the North. It's set in Alaska. There's beautiful but conventional scenic shots like this. Then it focuses on one real intervening clan, Nanook, and his family. Nanook of the North was no traveler. It stared into Nanook's face. It was about his psychology, his mythic struggle against the elements. Like Chaplin and D.W. Griffith, Flaherty was a romantic, but by using non-actors, non-stars, no Douglas Fairbanks or Garbo here, made the audience look more ethically. As it happens, Flaherty staged this scene and others. But Nanook of the North was a huge hit around the world. People had seen a real man, a playful father with a sense of humor on screen. You could buy Nanook ice cream bars. Nanook's death 2 years later of starvation made headlines. And so, documentary as an art film, as a viable genre, was born. Documentaries are often thought of as merely information, but in fact, non-fiction cinema is amongst the most innovative in the story of film. ViralRabbi's Iranian film Houses of Black used beautiful tracking shots that took no home for people with leprosy, which is a film. In this film essay, Sans Soleil, Chris Marker filmed real cases in Japan, then wrote a fictional commentary which an imaginary each were made up nightmares from the film.
I'm just not tired of
Yes. Shinoshi.
waging inability snatches of sleep. Here they see all of that that's happened in the past and future words.
Imagined words on top of non-fiction pictures. And director Brian Hill and Simon Armitage interviewed this man about his war experiences, then turned his words into poems and had him speak the poems to make his memories magical. In the 60s, Jürgen Leth made this short documentary, The Perfect Human, and a documentary made nearly 40 years later. Director Lars von Trier asked Leth to remake the original 5 times, each time with a startling new challenge. All these are innovative high points in the story. Show the documentary directors and Flaherty owners who really co-directors. The other half of the directing team with real life and selfie. Back in LA in the 20s, maybe it was seeing documentaries like that that led our next filmmaker to use realism to undermine the Hollywood fantasy. The director called Eric von Stroheim took on the establishment. Here he filmed himself square on, looming out of the dark, grinning, scarred.
Eric von Stroheim was one of the few legitimate geniuses of the early silent days. He was a man of such vision, and he was so great a poet and an artist that he had found nothing but trouble in Hollywood.
Stroheim's drive to realism was more obsessive than Flaherty's. Here he even showed an actress how to do a simple thing, like comb her hair, a small detail in the scene. This is his gigantic physical greed. The man on the right is a dentist. His wife wins the lottery. In the original prints, the money was hand-tinted yellow. As she gets obsessively greedy, so her husband becomes drunk, penniless, beats her. Stroheim shows her agony, her smallness. Eventually the man murders his wife, and in this famous climax, shot in Death Valley, also kills a rival who put him out of business. By now the yellow, the colour of money, has flooded the whole world in the story. And as the man's handcuffed to the body, so he himself must perish. The story alone shows Stroheim's contempt for Hollywood romance with the body, as did his techniques. He shot every scene by Frank Norris, on which the film was based. 9 months of shooting. Sometimes, as a hero, baking it, actors pushed to their limits, a budget of $1.5 million. The finished movie ran 7 hours, striking into the 80s zone for Dostoevsky. Cinematographer Carl.
Very great humiliation, such deep inward psychic wounds, that there came in him an insane desire to use his genius as a weapon.
MGM hated the results. Stroheim's ultra-realism became a stigma. He didn't get to direct many more films. Here, in 1948, he returns to his home city of Vienna to direct a film. Nothing came of it. In 1950, he saw the cut version of Greed and cried. He said that the film was dead. In the same year, Stroheim played the detective butler in Billy Wilder's Sunset Boulevard. In this famous scene, Wilder shows fictional movie star Norma Desmond watching one of her own movies. The clip is from a sublime, extravagant real movie from the 1920s, Queen Kelly. In was directed way back then by none other than the sublime, extravagant Eric von Stroheim for complicated reasons that maybe never saw the light of day. 3 years after von Stroheim's Bleed, another MGM film tried to portray 20s America with far more realism in romantic cinema. Here, the greatest pre-Wall Street crash social problem feature of its time. The Crowd tells the story of an ordinary New Yorker. They have a child, she dies. In this heartbreaking scene, the father thinks his dead daughter's really sleeping, so tries to hush the street noise so that it won't disturb her son. The Crowd's director, King Vidor, met James Joyce in Paris. He adored D.W. Griffith's A Daisy epic intolerance. Was that rare Hollywood beast an intellectual? His films almost never feature villains, or written mostly by women. Vidor pushed realism and acting beyond the Hollywood norm. Here he films the leading actress, the Crowd, static shot, a lavish take, fancy clothes are set, just growing despair. The Crowd was the first movie to use New York extensively as a location. Vidor used hidden cameras. He cast an unknown actor, James Murray, instead of a star. To show the scale of the office where the husband worked, he designed this magnificent sequence. An overhead studio crane shot, fine job among the other identical desks. Billy Wilder repeated it in the apartment, bittersweet reworking of Vidor's film. So that was serious tragedy. We dissolve through to Wilder's Everyman, played by Jack Lemmon, at the very center of the frame. And Orson Welles used the same visual idea of trial, exaggerating it by craning up books and using small people, even dolls and smaller desks in the background to force perspective. MGM was uneasy about the Crowd's refusal to romanticize ordinary New York life. He made Vidor shoot 7 different endings in various shades of optimism.
For a studio turned to glamour pictures and happy endings, which it was for then and many years afterwards, to have a realistic picture which put the spotlight on marriage and on any kind of American life, and then you can't have a happy ending like that. It's just fit. But the studio didn't know, they lost sort of how to end this picture happened. So we made actually 7 endings and tried it out, 7 previews of the very thing. And finally I came up with the ending where he's lost again in the crowd. The camera moves back, back, back.
Crowd sums up a lot about cinema in the 20s and 30s. It showed mass society emerging. It focused on everyman, as French films would do. It showed the kinetic energy of cities themselves, their rhythms and compositions. Like the German movies of Fritz Lang and Walter Ruppner. The Soviet films of Ziga Vertov. Soviet Union itself in the 20s. This wonderful film played with the rebellious idea of realism in cinemas. We're on Mars. It's all angles, diamonds, modernist costumes. This is Queen Iolita. She's shown Earth for the first time and sees the city. A battleship. In a focus pull to a balcony in Moscow. A glimpse of something real, certain, and she wants it.
I love the movie. They'll be right there being baby.
Get to the famous Soviet films of 20s soon, with those by this director.
They're making sounds for the baby sound.
Tazanov worked at the same time as the director of this film, Evgeny Bauer. A scholar studies in his room, handsome side lighting. The scholar's aunt arrives. Bauer uses an open door to create a slit on the screen like a Vermeer painting. Later, we're in the scholar's study. Daringly for the time, the main source light is in the shot, here in the foreground. Bravely natural. Later, the scholar sees a beautiful actress on stage, then, astonishingly, gets a letter from her, asking to meet. He waits for her to smoke. She arrives in the background of this shot, again in composition, filmed in natural light. Then the actress arrives, and the scholar begins to dream of her. Here, I feel she walks into a room with intense light.
Yes, Yoshi.
At the end of the film, on his deathbed, exhausted with lamenting, the scholar's aunt consoles him. In Bauer dissolves from nighttime.
It's very sad, Matthew. I know.
The ghost of the actress in room 2, so the scholar stirs. His aunt can't see the actress, of course, and becomes upset. Where romantic cinema was usually optimistic, these early Russian films were laments, pessimistic, about the realism of grief and loss. You'd think that films like that would have been more agreed and crowd, those of Evgeny Bauer, would be the last word in realism in cinema this time. One profoundly serious Danish film challenged
Yoshi.
fantasy cinema. With
This
such deep
motherfucker next door.
it was almost a one-man reformation. Andre cultivated
Shinoshi. Look at this move. Yoshi. 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 This one.
15th century French Catholic who was accused of witchcraft has just signed a statement denying God to save her.
Yoshi.
The actress Mary Falconetti had never been in a movie before, nor would she again. She's filmed really close up. Whereas almost naked. You can see her freckles. Her eyelashes are matted with tears. Falconetti's hair was cropped just before the scene was shot. The filming was done in silence. Such an atmosphere on the set that even some of the electricians cried. Look at the lighting and focus. No depth to the image. Nothing in the background. No scent or shadows. The walls were painted pink to remove the glare, so as not to detract from Falconetti's face. The set designer, Herman Barr, painted the shadows mechanically. The film was directed in France by again Carl Theodor Dreyer. He was brought up in a strict Protestant family. Falconetti and the other little speaker. Dreyer had to say the actual words that were spoken in the trial nearly 500 years later. He thought this gave the scene conviction. The 90s Lars von Trier.
Dryer's fantastic. The same thing that he did with the decor, he also did with the started with the Pharisees. I don't know what he did,
I know.
but it had this monumental feeling that it was not producing for.
No, look at him. He's a baby. Yeah, he is just a baby. He's a little baby.
I think that goes for everybody else.
And
it's difficult to say, but it was for me to see this from
Results-based radio.
Hey, it's the West Side.
Didn't believe in God.
Today are going to be myself, Rachel
Hi.
Jr., and our guest, returning guest, Judy Meyer. We are going to cover the subjects of global elite, international pedophile rings, Pizzagate, and CIA black budget. Judy, we've been dealing with this field for quite some time.
I literally fall asleep thinking about making out with a dog. Really? No, he's just a little baby. No, but just thinking about it, how we used to sleep and cuddle. How sweet he is. He's a baby.
Even in his first film, he seems to want to sympathize with the to separate into
personalities, and then they will use those personalities to control that person throughout their life. And the common abuse is sexual abuse, abuse of the father, who's the one of the next one. And these two women that were actually cousins came to me and asked me for help. One of their daughters was on trial here in Utah for sexual abuse of his children. Yet this woman, who was the oldest child in the family, had been abused by him her whole life, had seen murders, had been sexually abused by him and her uncle, who was the father of the other cousin that came to me. And the Utah Attorney General even though they had him in a trial situation, they and so they came to me and asked me if I would help them gather some information to give to these special investigators that the state had hired. What happened is that back in 1990, the LDS Church did a study to come into their LDS counseling services and claim that they were ritually abused. And there were many that came in. And so the LDS Church decided to do a study to find out what was going on. At the same time, the state of Utah was also alarmed because there were many therapists and detectives in the state that were getting some of the same complaints that these men that went in claiming that they had been virtually abused in their childhood and protection. So they spent about a year, and the state of Utah did a study, and the LDS Church did a study, and they came out with some of the same perpetrators and some of the same facts. Because of that, they hired these satanic ritual abuse investigators at the Utah Attorney General's office. And one of their first arrests was the father, Bill Smith, who came to me. And even though they had arrested him, the information they had found about the ritual abuse, they were refusing to prosecute his mind. And so they wanted me to help them get evidence to the state of Utah. So I spent about a year or so with them in Utah, places where they claimed to have been abused, and gathering information. And then I took it up to the Utah special investigators, and the whole bottom line is they ended up not using it in court. The man got off on a court of law, and he's still out there doing his thing. But at that time, I started to get asking questions and through the information that I was gathering, I took a look at these. And through very inquiry I made, I met Jenny Heath, and ended up writing her biography, 22 Faces.
Jenny Hill, her abuse started basically a year after they placed MK Ultra.
Correct, back in 1960.
At the age of 6, I watched her share with you in an interview last night about her experience of seeing another child killed when she was basically insane. And it is so disturbing. I mean, it's just a cool one. I just bawled my eyes out last night. It's so hard to know that this kind of stuff is going on. The reason we're talking today is to expose this so that we can help people and to them. I just wanted to let her out there and have a heads up on this day.
Yeah, this is something that I've never heard before. Of course, I've heard about abuse, child abuse, and rape. I've never heard, never even thought that an infant, an unborn human, could be abused inside of the womb. That's really unfamiliar. How would somebody do that, and why would someone do that?
like I say, the purpose is to control the individual for their entire life. They use electrical stimuli to do that, to hypnotize the child in a way. And it's quite an effective technique that works. They have types of drivers and they have thousands of different thinking patterns as a result of using that technique. See, dissociative identity disorder, which is another diagnosis for multiple personality disorders, second diagnosis now, it's actually the same thing almost as post-traumatic stress and just normal daydreaming. Think of it on a scale. You have daydreaming on one end of the scale and post-traumatic stress kind of in the middle, which happens generally to people who are in more type traumatized situation. And then on the other end, you have multiple personality disorder or dissociative identity disorder. DID is known to only occur with children because as the brain of the child develops, cells separate and they die and do various functions as the child is developing. That's why they're able to, the reason why they do this to children is because they can actually separate those thinking patterns with the child, whereas in post-traumatic stress, the brain is already developed and the trauma is just regressed. The way to explain it is to think of the mind as a tree, and the trunk of that tree is your personality, and then you have various experiences that you think of randomly as the branches of the tree. As a child develops, they develop a tree, they regress those memories, so it's like that branch is no longer attached to the tree, it's still there. But yet, that memory is regressed. And those memories will not come back until 20, 30 years later with a person's safe situation. That's the wonderful way that our brain works in order to protect us. It gives us a regress those memories so that the child can function in an everyday environment.
Would you want to give us any pointers? What are some of the signs to look for in an individual that's being raped or trafficked or a victim of satanic ritual abuse? Would they all have similar symptoms or would they be different? Say if someone was raped or if someone was trafficked or the victim of satanic ritual abuse.
The second challenge. I think they're generally the same. They're usually very shy, non-social children.
The first activity is like an inept
common things. During their adolescent, they may have
the films he directed,
may have been
the heavy
in a
hand
certain color of clothing, and so to see that color,
and came up with the style. It was always
one of the general characteristics is that they say they can't remember, and it's not just a situation where they versus the time that they
smokes a ridiculously fat cigar. He has an army of cigars. His assistants in Montreal
That's her trait, right? Plainly in that one, which is anywhere as a kindergartner, she's ridiculous.
In this film, the right cat,
she can't
girl falls in love with a
time she left her house.
It's hard to
But in between those two situations was a house where she was being abused after kindergarten. And so her mind just went into a different personality in order to get her way past that house and to a safe situation. So that's one of the common characteristics is that they can't remember.
Snowmen come to life.
They actually go into
Films a riot of cerebral
the
screen masking
inside the nervous system who have personalities.
Such virtuosity was noticed by
So
one locals,
excited
and the
about
light
the
cat was
personality
Witch's
of
last
the
film before
and she asked them questions they had to kind of
American
fill out their
censorship
own
never
minds
really
and
helped
talk
limit
with their
their
cultures and see
highly
which
cultural
cultures to
sexuality.
answer the question. So they hesitate and are hesitant
This
and
hugely
these are kind of
successful
great
American
theology
Irish
classes
circle,
answer to that with
a
the right issue
psychiatrist
to
and his
the
wife are at
So that's
breakfast.
another characteristic. Generally, as a child,
They
it's
have a
very,
coffee.
very
She stirs her coffee. Then his hand disappears. Then rings.
they'll have various
The breakfast is pushed aside.
situations where they can't remember and they want to sit down and they cannot bring up a memory of
Which films nothing
things
but love
just because of their culture has taken over for an extra time and that culture is busy to
Jenny in particular, her father was one of her abusers.
Which went on to make more sparkling comedies in America in the 30s and 40s. And
And this house that she was going to after she had all her abusers.
Had this sound what it
my website, photooftheday.com, and read the first 3 chapters of the book. And in that,
which was innovatively film comedy. Where the song the conventions of 2016 came from this city, Paris. The pioneering Lumiere brothers have been influenced by impressionist painters. And now filmmakers Germain Dulac, Abel Gance, and Marcel Rabbi used singing in an impressionist way too. Like this, our restless eyes darting around, scanning and cutting. This showed how people actually see and how that images repeat and flicker. This film, Larry, is a grand impressionist. Strangely begins with images of its writer, producer, director, Abel Gance. It tells the story of complex love triangles. One of the men in the triangle falls off a cliff. Each of the triangles wants to see her. They feel for her. Them's own fear makes images of time she lived with into their eye.
she would have no memory of this abuse that she had gone through.
This Dr. Green showing up in many places. Dr. Greenbaum, otherwise known as Gibson Medway.
You know, there's actually Nichols famous for Nazi concentration camps. He was other people who they called free. Some actually they called them blind or whatever. They were people after free that were the same impact. And so specific Jenny claims was a perpetrator, and she describes him as short, brown hair,
The 4-hour impressions
and had a cane. And interestingly enough, that's the same person that
its main character is a tragic hero making mainstream movies. He captures time as a fistfuls of emotions and baggage and storms at sea. Gaunt's resolve killer's relationship to Lincoln. Gaunt had a fur-covered sponge mounted around the legs so the boys could punch right up to the speech and not get hurt. His first scenes of Napoleon as a young man in Corsica. Gaunt attached a nice air-powered cannon to the side of the horse to capture the horse kinetic energy.
The same description of Jenny came
Gaunt's such dynamism and
German accent and clarification.
the film fails and then
So that's how you find out
in epic era in grand sense classrooms can be
So this,
to come before. Here's the answer.
United States.
Filled with 8 atoms right on top of each other, each pointing in a slightly different direction. Audiences have to turn around and face in perspective. Napoleon had its world premiere here at the Paris Los Angeles Times called it the measure for all other films ever. But despite such a claim, it was shown in 1979 with their Mama the Restoration in the negative by British historian Captain Brown. Napoleon was triumphantly screened here at the Telluride Film Festival in Colorado. Goss, then aged 81, traveled to the screen and watched the film from his hotel room across the street in White Dorset. The last time he saw his masterpiece, Precious Testament.
The 1995 hearing, one was Christine Nicola and the other was Claude.
Germany in the late 1910s and 20s, the fourth innovative challenge to mainstream romantic cinema emerged.
They took that same type of torture that Jenny went through.
Directors wanted to show deeper aspects of the funding for French Impressionism, Babel Gauss. Influenced by the so-called expressionist painters and theater designers, whose work was jagged like Rothenburg, they began making expressionist films.
And each year, the intelligence community gets a certain budget for 2017. Just the CIA received a huge chunk of
Germany had just been defeated in the
expected
Cold
to
War,
have
but it was closed for like foreign films in 1916.
even at
Its homegrown film
$1
industry
billion
was
of that $50 billion towards it. That's sickening.
most influential of the expressionist movies was this one, Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, directed by Rabbi.
She was a child
Chaplin's first feature for the accession of Emperor Henry to the throne.
and she had a cage that they put near
Haunting
his
murders,
office.
graphic
One day they
reviews.
let the door to the cage and she got out and she was ready to find sets of papers in his office. She came across
Studio filmmakers filmed indoors, excluding daylight, on Scandinavian
titled The CIA Science Division, the CIA
whose chief designer,
research
Herman
command.
Barr, designed an apparently revolutionary third
$50 billion to
They flooded their set with flat light and then painted shadows directly
back
onto
in
the windows and floor.
1995, that was Souvenir. And as far as I know, this program is
Cesare, asleep on show at fairgrounds, and the enemies of his master, Dr. Caligari. The story had a political edge. Caligari represented the controlling German state. Cesare represented ordinary people.
I can't feel right.
Director Vega and his producer Eric O'Connor used the famous Facebook night by adding this in. The show that the whole thing was the dream of a madman.
Yeah, the media reviews
Dr.
coverage
Caligari is
of
not
the
able
book,
after the
Transformation
German state doesn't.
Yeah, Jenny and others testified to 2 congressional committees about her use by the CIA. Both committees investigated the matter, but refused to release the results of the investigation.
Imagery to the question of point of view in cinema, further even the French impressionists. Films speak
Well, check out if the results were released, the entire system would collapse
Caligari has
because high-level government officials are involved and they would be arrested and put in prison. The entire system will collapse, and in the name of national security, they could not release the investigation.
The seminal British director Alfred Hitchcock, who had worked in Germany, made his first important film the launcher with some of the shadowing and hysteria of Caligari.
Once again, and it's just going to blow everybody's mind. Some of these people who would be arrested.
The most astonishing outgrowth of the cabinet of Dr. Caligari came in Japan in the early 20s. Former actor Kansuke Kunigasa saw it in other
Despite
voices
judging
like
patterns, looks like something's really going to be coming about this one because it hasn't even been a year yet since the PTA visuals and photos. And we're already feeling a really potent first wave. Just wait for the second and beyond.
And just even the things that happened in the last couple of days, like that Trump had a meeting with anti-human trafficking and actually concerned him.
In complex flashbacks, we find out that she's tried to drive the child.
Now that was really exciting to see. One of the first things Trump did when he got into office. He had the inauguration on Friday. On Saturday morning, he was at the CIA office.
A page of madness comes forward in Canada because it's not just the setting character, psychotic. The film itself, its editing, seems psychotic too.
So I was really happy and surprised.
Age of Madness combines the fleeting techniques of impressionism with the deep motivations of expressionism.
We just have to keep our eyes on
Second, we challenge the film that exists after souls. Back in Germany, ROTHSCHILD, being son of an architect, started making films about the deep structure of society rather than the surface mix for itself. Like made the most iconic film with the silent hill, a movie that the writer created by an architect. Metropolis, set in the year 2000, tells the story of clashes between workers and an authoritarian industrialist in a giant city. Fantasy New York, roads and railways in the sky, brilliant modern shots. The young woman, Maria, inspires the workers and is almost Christ-like, but the industrialist builds a robot in Luxembourg to manipulate masses. The robot is a little flashing lights, symmetrically framed. The astonishing opening eyes of the woman enhance by makeup.
I bring that up because Fiona Barnett, age 3, technically was reviewed by his father.
Maria and the industrialist's son save the city, and workers and owners united. In a scene that seems to take place in the steps of the movie.
I sent you some links to it.
Lying cityscapes and exploitation and American paradise were profoundly
Even as one of those that didn't listen very typically, survivors and they're actually into this.
loved Metropolis, and as a result, there were expressionist echoes of the time in his city, cried.
So she was really into it. She's an
And of Hitler like Metropolis, and the images of the Nazi concentration camp in Mauthausen compared the huge ramp that they had to build to this one from Metropolis. Metropolis was shot here over a year and a half, using 2 million feet of film and 36,000 extras. Cities were scary things in the 20s, but poetic too. In this expressionist masterpiece, Sunrise, a man and wife walk through the world together, so wrapped up in each other they don't notice the traffic around them. The city becomes nature.
Why to mention that not only she named grandfather Kidman, but also 2 former Australian prime ministers, Parliament House General, and a state police commissioner. So as you can see the pattern,
Joy becomes
the
tragedy.
entire
On the way back to the
government
city,
officials
the wife seems to be
involved in it, definitely.
The man blames us
And another pattern I
from it.
found is that when the abuse
A
takes
woman who tried to
place,
seduce him.
Fiona
She showed him visions
claimed
of
that
bright light,
one of the places that she
dancing.
was abused was
She's a symbol of good speed.
Clean's worldly family base, which is the same family base that Tulsa Lean Bus also claimed to be abused. Tulsa Lean Bus was one of the first survivors that came
Sunrise was made by the German director after
international trials that committed selected vessels, and she was abused by
dancing
Sunrise
sunrise.
awkwardly rejected. She was taken to this boarding base in Australia and abused there, which is the same place that the pilot claimed to have been abused.
Unusually, he was offered total
They
freedom.
seem to have certain locations
He had this gigantic, he said, unit.
to abuse them. They connected a lot of the various governments.
Made most of the southern lighting effects available.
She also mentioned salmon hunting.
In the end, the city where the symbol of the end in Paris, and the life of the legend of the wife comes to the German.
Yes, when she was 6 years old for her 6th birthday, they took her to a place out in the woods.
Sunrise was voted the best
Actually, I
film of all
think she
time
told me
by
it was
French critics.
private estate.
French poetic realist in the 1900s was considered Leonardo their master.
And she walked out naked on a table, and they had some other children there, and they told her that you're supposed to save these children, they were going to kill them. And all the children were naked, and they had some hunting dogs, and then they told the children to run because they were going to kill them. And they told her that unless she saved the children,
Germany and France,
she and all the children
movies have become intellectually
they
fashionable.
I think they all made it up to several people. They started shooting
So it's no
kids.
surprise that experimental artists and filmmakers push movies even further away from the
That was her 6th birthday party.
expression.
See, we understand that government agencies or high up in high positions are the perpetrators, but do we have any names just for anyone who has a look past
glass, film result, wipe the red paint, added filmed again. One of the first abstract animations. Dadaist Francis Kennedy commissioned this film, former journalist who made the camera like conventional ballet, dream on, right on your or the barrel of a dancing camera. Said the caveat of the result, it respects nothing but the desire to burst out laughing.
He looked into this for many years and tried to get situations in order because the children were literally being raped because the Canadian government was trying to eliminate the immigrants because they wanted their land. And they were also bringing them into
Hitchcock's films,
experience. And there's many victims
But there wasn't a book. A lot of eyes came.
Back in 1926, Dali had spent 3 years talking about the desires of recently learned Spanish salmon hunters. Inspired by this conversation, they wrote a screenplay for this film, and she and Hondalu directed it. It starts with an image of the whales. It's a cut through the video. He sees a cloud move across the moon, and either he or the whale imagines it is something else. The razor cutting over his eye. Shocking association. An attempt to show how the unconscious works. Then a man dressed as a woman falls off his bike. He's been carrying a box. This is the box. The man appears to be a woman whose eye is being sliced, and bits are coming out of his hand. He's on to a woman's armpit, and then a sea urchin. These last three shots are again free association. Maybe excitement and fear about sex. This was a wildly innovative way of editing. And Sharon Dunn used directing several ways, including David Lynch's especially this strange legend discovery about an Wales next feature-length live is still shocking. A man and woman are trying to make love in the mud, crying out for blood, and clergy stops them. Then the man seems to have an image of a woman toilet nonsense with like a step-by-step process that they get resolved to lava. They kidnap and ritually, satanically abuse, possibly they crush them, they murder them, back to sacrifice them. Do they eat them afterwards? Are they cannibals? The film was premiered on December 1980. Members of the fascist League of Patriots a Spanish newspaper called the New Poison, which Judaism and racism want to use in order to corrupt the people. It was out of distribution for 50 years. Well, last door completely rejected the content of Atlantic cinema. Our seven disciplines completely rejected its film. She sees the city trailer killed. They were the most manic of these children, authors, in two revolutions, Russia dashed to where it was modernity, tried to make society violent and its own ruling class. Set life in a stream. One of the children of the revolution, nearly whiskey cigarette, whose name means spilled the camera attached to a train, worshipping peasants. New boss of the Soviet B.I. Leonard said, of all parts, for us cinema is the most important. Take a bow, Sergei Eisenstein, that art's most brilliant creator. This is his first film. Actors perform above the camera. Eisenstein was one of the most complex people in the story. He was a Marxist on the outside, and an engineer too, and perhaps a Christian inside that. Jewish, bisexual. He made this film about a mutiny on a battleship. The mutineer supporters on land come to pay their respects. Then the military opens fire. Eisenstein asked himself how he should show the horror of the murder. He said it was a cherry and threw away the stone. It's bouncing down steps, giving the head. Steps in front are like the world tilted forwards to form a stage. Eisenstein decided to film the world on such a stage. He'd cascade murdered people down the steps. He'd studied landmine technology, so say that when he got movement to detonate the murder. This is what he came up with. A huge caption. Fast shots of his mother realizes her delayed reaction to his mother, faces a mask,
I want to move that.
She walks in the corner of her light. The camera's mostly on the left, near the bottom of the steps. Then see top right, a mother at a TW. Eisenstein her pram teeters. Dying Rabbi pushes it and becomes like a cherry stone. Falls through the kiln. It's hard to stop your heart racing. Odessa steps. It's panic. It's what Eisenstein wanted. Called, we've just seen the montage of attractions. Look at the Odessa step sequence on screen. Rabbi stepping on the door moves us. Leaps from the screen to us. Seeing the pram moves us. The emotions come from the screen to us. In our heads, the two things collide to create the idea of innocence slaughtered by the state. Bizarre. 1 plus 1. Eisenstein says that he clouded the mind of the audience. Battleship Potemkin premiered to this cinema in 1909 when the oldest in the world. Film to the world by storm. Charlie Chaplin loved it. This is Eisenstein stuff. Walt Disney admired Eisenstein. 62 years later, Brandon Conrad published the Odessa Step series in his violated American film, The Untouchables. At the same time, the struggle for her screams is easily silent. Shots only a few seconds into shooting before the grand staircase. Some say that Eisenstein's movement is justified by the keeper of his film, his underground climate, surrounded by Eisenstein's books, disagrees.
What Eisenstein did also in Potemkin is not a kind of school for revolutions. It was very vulgar education in the 30s. Eisenstein teaches how to make revolution. Just opposite for him, brother was brotherhood and love. And this film is a result of this idea of happiness on the earth, and also peaceful life. End of the violence. This is actually film is against violence in any form. And if propaganda, then propaganda, but not something.
Yeah, Pizzagate is pertaining to a certain family.
Humanism that's hard to miss, right? Eisenstein's using another
Likely, actually, it's just possible. That there are
one night he
other
went to the
types of
family
gates
formed
that
by
we
this
exclude them, they become a case.
Alexander
They become a pedophile case. So, like, it's possible that McDonald's might place it
Mama, what goes on?
it could be happening anywhere.
Here's what goes on in Dovzhenko's film. It's set in complex time, recreating political history. There's a war, women stand motionless in the sunshine, dead villages. It's like women can hear the song inside their heads. German laughing gas. Astonishing images so dead, buried, smiling.
That's part of keeping it fresh. Everybody likes to be true. And they had such a case built up, they can't continue. They gotta squash the information before it gets too far.
Here's the greatest modern Russian character, Alexander Sokolov, on Dovzhenko.
Потому что он первым чувствовал.
Yeah, so we should really be looking at the Department of Family Services, orphanages, anything to do with a child that's been abandoned and does not have really that can just be bounced around. We should be looking at all these organizations that a person and government organizations.
Сердце открывается. Начинаешь думать, почему, что это такое, что до него это делал.
Here's the original screenplay of Dovzhenko's film, Arsenal. It still has film school where Eisenstein taught in this very Lenin died, of course, and Stalin killed him off. And the spinning, running brilliance of Soviet editing died too. Eisenstein went on to create more masterpieces, and then he died in 1948. Seventh challenge to the Hollywood Bowl, romantic entertainment cinema in the 20s and early 30s, comes from a completely different world, Japan. Japan fought most of the world in the 1830s and 40s. Its arrogance is
Watching a documentary last night. It's from 1981 on traffic. Prostitutes, but they're literally prostitution. That's all that they know. And that really, when it comes to these urban rapists,
people across the globe.
Some of them prefer young boys. And the reason being is because it's considered forbidden in their mind, and they have a chemical imbalance in their own mind where they want to do things that are vile. And even if the man isn't even homosexual, he's still raised as a book, and that's just strange to me.
Perhaps the greatest
psychology I don't understand.
No interview footage also exists. Didn't lie. Never worked in a factory. Didn't go to university. For 30 years, made films about the can lives of married people, factory workers, and students. He thought I was a very serious director. The first movie in which his mature style emerged, this one, I was wrong about, is an exquisite cine comedy about two boys, brothers. Naturalistic performances, filmed on a tripod, boys height. We moved to a new suburb. An existing gang of boys squares up to them. Battle of the Woods, a boyhood.
Is that typically you're saying teenage things, maybe their mind can't handle it at the young one?
Teenagers, they
Brothers
kind of get
their
a
dads
feeling
agree.
of
We see him in an amateur film. Boys boss. And our married. This turns their lives upside down. Legendary critic and filmmaker.
I was born but it's a 1932 film, and it's a silent film, and they're very extremely rare. Almost all the I would say about 90% of all silent film has been destroyed in Japan by natural causes, the earthquake, or by unnatural causes like the bombing of Tokyo. Those were itself said that it's supposed to be a comedy, but it came out sort of dark, said Tosin. And so this extraordinarily honest film tells a lot about society, a lot about kids, a lot about fathers. Is something where the balance is so right that of course it's a that's one of the many ironies of the film. The boys have adjusted. The boys could adjust to anything. They adjusted to their stomachs when they ate.
Look at this athleticism. What I don't really understand,
their fathers being an idiot.
how did I say?
They're starting to adjust to the ways that the adults
Just how athletic.
Their fathers told them it was a false world to live.
Well, they set it up that way.
So I think I will wait until some of the Pizzagate stuff comes out and starts to go into court, and then I'll be able to release my book, yes.
Well, seeing how the e-leagues and stuff is coming out, it doesn't look like it's going to slow down to me. It looks like it's only going to speed up and get more broad and more coverage. So, whatever we can do, I mean, do you have any suggestions that we could do as individuals and or groups to speed that process up?
Well, I think the main thing is to educate yourself that it's going on. The fact that these people are able to cover it up keeps it going on.
You're seeing
The more it comes out, the more survivors will come out. And it's the survivors that are
Rabbi Epstein? I don't
until it starts coming out in the open and more people are made aware of it, we're going to talk about it. I think grade school teachers could do a whole lot by trying to recognize the abused child and carrying through referrals to get them some protection. But I think the main thing is being able to recognize, first of all, recognize, yes, this is happening. You didn't want to believe it. I didn't want to believe it. When these women first came to me, and we spent this couple of years looking into it, and yet nobody around us would.
It is West Side.
Get so many I literally put my information in a box and put it downstairs underneath the stairs for a couple of years just because I couldn't handle it in my own mind that this was going on and yet I couldn't do anything about it. And then as more survivors came to me and said, this is going on and children are being abused right now, I decided I better get out of my hole and try and do something about it. So the first thing is to recognize that it's going on. And the second thing is to read everything you can about it. And the third thing, and this probably should be the first thing, is to try to find these children who are caused to be abused and then do what you can to protect them and save them from it.
Is that something now you have a group? I mean, is there like perhaps any teachers groups out there that could, form or already formed that could like get together with each other and say, hey, these are signs and how do we best go about this if we see any of these signs?
I don't have a particular organization myself. I limit myself to writing about it and getting out the word that way. But yes, that certainly would be a great idea for trying to educate people in the educational field about it. But it's even hard to even do that. You approach high school, for instance, and you want to talk about satanic cults and the dangers of teenagers getting into them. We don't want to talk about that. We want to put it under the cover and that's not going on in our area. So, educating the general public about it is one of the main things, and that's going to be through, information coming out and more survivors speaking out about it and more articles being written about it. And, alternative news is great because the mainstream media has been ignoring it for years and will continue to as long as they're controlled by Soros and the other people that are actually in this.
So if these, if these teachers do see these signs, where would they?
Want a little more pleasure in your life? Make 2024 your year to experience more pleasure than you thought possible. Lovers has the best adult toys, lingerie, and accessories to explore alone or together. Let our associates guide you on your pleasure journey and save 20% on your purchase with Lovers Afterglow rewards. Just mention Lovers 20 at one of our 12 Southern California locations. Offer valid with free Lovers Afterglow rewards membership until January 31st. Some exclusions apply.
Your tough Tacoma is here. Your powerful 4Runner. Your stylish Camry. Your versatile RAV4. Even your fully electric BZ4X. Your new Toyota car, truck, or SUV is available now. So see your Toyota dealer today. We make it easy. Toyota, let's go places.
But I think the development of artificial intelligence will spell the end of the human race. It's fine.
The craft generates its own gravitational field. You don't like it.
The internet has become the command center for criminals and terrorists.
from a secret bunker just off the extraterrestrial highway. Somewhere in the desert sands outside of Las Vegas. From somewhere in space-time, some label Generation X on planet Earth. Asking questions of you, artist, digital darkness. Good evening and welcome to Troubled Minds Radio. I'm your host, Michael Strange, and hello to all of you who may also have troubled minds. The show's live. We do this Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday at 7 p.m. Pacific. And what exactly is it that we do? Well, we talk about all the things you're not allowed to talk about. You know what they are? Aliens, conspiracy, the paranormal,
And the worst side.
the government, academia, 24-hour news cycle, propaganda, and the general feeling that we live in the upside down. Like I said, this show is live. We are streaming on Rockfin, YouTube, DLive, and Twitter, and we are broadcasting live on the French FM. And looking to take your phone calls tonight and get your idea on cloning, human cloning. Do you think this is a thing? Do you think this is actually a thing? That's what's on my mind tonight. Lots of things to talk about, lots of things to think about, ethical implications, and all kinds of just crazy stuff. And, well, that's what we do on this show. We do something called drinking the maybe juice. And what the maybe juice means is a quote by Aristotle goes a little something like this. It is the mark of an educated mind to consider the possibility of an idea without accepting it. And basically, that is a good way to boil down what drinking the maybe juice means. And so there are people out there that actually do believe in clones, that there's clones walking around on the earth.
And the
right
west
now,
side, Rabbi Rothschild might be one of them. I don't want to meet no fucking clone. But he's fucking annoying as
as usual,
shit.
right? Drinking the maybe juice as being part of this whole thing is not. I'm not telling you any of this stuff is true. We're discussing and considering the possibility. All right. So just so you know, I know we have a lot of new folks coming on board. So
Would you
hello to
want to
all
be
the new
covered?
folks. Hello to all the old
Yes,
folks.
it's
Hello to
cool.
all the folks that have been around for quite some
Yeah,
time and
yeah.
supporting the show. Appreciate that very much. I see everybody in the chat. We are watching all the chats, doing
You
our
just
best here to
pretend
keep
he's
up
here.
with everything. And of course, we've got all those chat rooms
You
going in
know,
all
doing
those
the
different
same
places I
thing.
described, including the Discord. So if you guys want to be part of the show, what we're going to do tonight is we'll take your phone calls like we do every other night. And looking for your thoughts on cloning. If you want to be part of the show, 702-957-1037. That's 702-957-1037.
How many
And
bucks?
we'll put you on the show. You can also join the Discord by going to troubledminds.org. That's the official website. Click the Discord link and it'll give you a direct invite. And come meet with lots of people, lots of good people. That there's really only two rules to be on this show and to be part of the community. Is just don't be so sure that you're always right about everything, and give everybody else some space. Right, that's part of the first rule. And just don't be a d-bag. Don't be a bigot. Don't be all these terrible things that people are. Right, it's okay to be wrong, and it's okay to get along and have a discussion, and that's what it's all about. So, also, we have another chat room rolling at fringe.fm/chat. I'm watching that as well. That'll give you a direct invite. Discord is a chat client. It's a voice client. It's completely free, and it's what we use on this show to do international calls because the 702 area code is from Las Vegas, which, of course, is where I'm streaming from, and international folks would get charged when they do that. So Discord's free, and you can use it anywhere in the world. You just need an internet connection. TroubledMinds.org, click the Discord link, and also fringe.fm/chat. That will give you a direct invite to both rooms. I'm watching all the chats and all the places. One more quick thing before we get going is if the easiest way to listen to Troubled Minds, if you're on the road or whatever, I've got a Bluetooth speaker or cooking in the kitchen or something and can't be around a regular larger type device, well, just download the fringe.fm app. You can find it on the App Store, Apple, and all the rest of this stuff, Android, you know where to find it. Anywhere apps are found, and it is completely free, and there you go. All right, so, well, tonight, speaking of Discord, by the way, as we get started on this weird thought regarding cloning, human cloning, this idea actually came from the Discord, came from the Troubled Minds Discord. Yesterday, Bailey, what's up? Shout out to Bailey. Actually, posted a link in there and said, "What is this? Is this guy trolling? Do you think this is real? What's happening with this?" And it was about human cloning and Kid Boo, which we'll get to in a moment here. But I was like, "What?" So I watched it and was intrigued. And not only that, several other people in the chat watched that as well in the Discord, and it kind of sparked a conversation. So thank you to all the folks in the Discord. You guys know who you are. If I name everybody, I'll leave somebody out. So we'll just leave it as Bailey started it. Lots of amazing folks jumped into the conversation and sort of got the idea, the brainworm going on right here in the Michael Strange brainworm head. So, okay, so that's what's going on. So, some Jennifer in the chat says, press 1 if you think it's real. There you go. Press 1 if you think it's real in the chat. All right, so okay, so the story goes a little something like, okay, before we get to that story, this is the thing, all right? This is the idea tonight, and there's some questions on my mind. Do you think cloning humans is a real thing? Do you think cloning humans is real? And meaning not like in a sort of, DARPA way. Like, let's say that this has been prevalent kind of all over the place, all right? Meaning, let's say there's human clones walking the world right now, and not just maybe a few, let's say more than a few hundred, more than a few thousand, and let's say that this is going to become more and more of a thing. I think that's the deal here, right? That's what's on my mind tonight. I don't know the answers to this. You guys know me. I'm trying to figure things out just like you are, just like everybody is. And so the thought crossed my mind again from that link in the Discord for Bailey. Shout out to Bailey. Thank you very much for sharing that. And lots of amazing links in the Discord, by the way. People sharing amazing stuff all the time. So the thing is this, right? If human clones are a thing, all right? So if, I'm saying if. I'm not saying this is real. I'm saying if, okay? Part of drinking the maybe juice, all right? So if this is real, how prevalent is this? All right. Do you think it's possible that we're actually cloning people out there in secret laboratories hidden deep under the ground, things like this? Or do you think this is all just some sort of elaborate hoax, some sort of troll, some people that are, into a particular religion, let's say, which we'll get to tonight? Have you ever heard of a UFO religion? Well, if you haven't, well, we're going to get to that as well. So it's part of this whole human cloning thing going on. It's sort of one of those deep rabbit holes where you're like, okay, this is fine. Let's look into some cloning, and then you do, and you're like, oh, a UFO cult? What is this? A UFO religion? What? Tens of thousands of people the world over have signed up to this, and what is going on? That's how fast it just spins off the rails when you start looking into this one. So that's what we're doing tonight. So that's the question as we begin. Do you believe that human cloning is real? Do you think we can actually pull this off, again, from some sort of DNA from one person, not to one person? Literally, let's say, for instance, you take my DNA, Michael Strange's DNA, you put it in a laboratory, and in 9 months, bam, there's a bouncing baby boy by the name of Michael Strange, genetically identical to me. We'd have to name him Mikey, I guess. We'll go with Mikey Strange tonight. But so you tell me. I think if that's the case, right, then clearly we're bypassing all the laws of nature as we know them. Okay, all the reproductive laws of nature, with of course genetic diversity and male, female, and type, the egg and the sperm and all the stuff. I'm not going to make this a class about the birds and the bees, but I'm pretty sure you guys know how that works. But the thing is that, right? So if this is real, okay, do you believe it's real first? And second, how long has this been happening if it is real? And how prevalent? Those are the questions on my mind tonight. So we're going to get into some pretty weird stuff, all right? We're going to get into some pretty strange things. Okay, so it starts like this. All right, we're going to go to this. So usually we do a news story, kind of like a current news story, but this one's not so current. It's from 2018, but it's good enough for me because apparently this cloning thing has been going on for a very, very long time. And so we'll do this. We'll do this. Here we go. This is from hotnewhiphop.com, and you'll see why this begins here, why this journey starts on this website. Here we go. All right. So the headline here is Kid Boo claims he's a clone, like Gucci Mane and Michael Jackson. All right, and it's like, Wait, what? Wait, what is going on with this, right? Okay, all right. So that's what's happening here, all right? That's the strangeness. That's the odd thing that's going down and got me thinking, right? And again, shout out to Bailey for pointing this out. Here we go. Kid Buu is a rapper who is named after a Dragon Ball Z character. He's also known as Wakashi of 558, all right, by some of his haters. Now, the entertainer is creating buzz with his natal story. He appeared on Vlad TV and revealed that he was a clone, right? Yeah, a clone, like an actual clone, right? This odd concept came up straight out of the gate when he was asked about his hometown. Vlad wanted to verify that he was in fact born in New Jersey but grew up in South Florida. And the quote goes a little something like this. Kid Buu agreed with a straight face and added on some more info to that. Quote, yeah, originally, my first gen. I'm a second gen now. My first gen was born in Jersey. However, I was cloned by Clonaid in Canada. My model number is 0112568 for anyone who wants to see the registration of cloning. That was a direct quote, and I've got those actual audio clips that we'll listen to as we go tonight, as we start going and see what's happening here. His nationality, straight from the article here, his nationality was brought up next. Kid Buu says he's Sicilian and Puerto Rican, adding that those are his two genomes. This information was made available to him through his stealing documents before escaping the cloning facility. Oh boy, like I said, right? Like I always say with this is truth seems to be stranger than fiction. And even if this is a tall tale, well, it is the tallest of tales, is it not? So as we start, we'll read a little bit more of this. Apparently, these documents were vital for his personal narrative. He says that most of his memory was wiped clean to allow for whatever new program was made to proceed smoothly. Oh, and apparently Gucci Mane and Michael Jackson have gone through a similar experience. Watch the clip below. I've got the audio clip on this, and we'll play some of the audio, and you can actually hear it in his own words. And clearly, obviously, this guy can be pulling our leg. All right, don't get me wrong. Like I said, we were on the algorithm channel on YouTube over the weekend, and I said it like this: look, I'm a semi-professional conspiracy theorist, and I don't believe all this stuff, right? All of it. There's truth to some of this. There's big tall tales to another batch of it. Our job is discernment, okay? And the thing is this, right? Conspiracies are everywhere, for sure, okay? However, it does not mean that everything is a conspiracy. Okay, and it's for us as individuals to determine what that means. Okay, so like I said, I'm not so sure I buy this, at least coming from this guy. And people have said that he's a troll and he's doing all kinds of stuff, and notably making up tall tales and all the rest of these things, right? So fine, whatever. All right, he's a clone, first gen, second gen. He escaped from a cloning facility. He stole documents that proves that he says, well, I kind of want to see the documents. I kind of want to see receipts on this because, well, that's just me. That's just me. But anyway, it doesn't matter what I think, right? I'm a one person, you're one person out there listening. And the thing is this, right? What do you believe? Do you believe that this is actually possible for, let's say, a cloning facility, for an escape like this, for human cloning to exist at all, for human clones to be walking around with wiped memories and implanted? Who knows, right? I think I looked into this a little bit, and the science, well, at least the science that you can find, suggests that it's not possible yet, all right? Though, we do know, they've cloned Dolly the sheep. Everybody remember the infamous Dolly the sheep cloning experiments, where, yes, indeed, they took the DNA from a particular sheep. They cloned another one, named her Dolly, and she lived for a few years, I believe, right? It's a few years, and there were some genetic mishaps and problems, and she wasn't entirely healthy. But, well, I don't know. So if they can do a sheep, right, and that was years and years ago, well, don't you think at some point they would try a human being, a human person? I would think so. Even if they did it in secret, I think they would have to especially do this in secret. And again, drinking the maybe juice here. I don't know if this is real, okay? But the thing is this. If they were cloning people in some sort of a secret facility, it would remain secret, don't you think? Because, well, we've watched recently in recent days the Robert Bigelow, right, of UFO billionaire fame, Skinwalker Ranch fame. He owned it just before the current owner. And, well, what's going on with that? He's looking into consciousness, into transferring consciousness, right? So if the cloning type of thing, by the way, he had an essay contest which has been awarded. They picked winners from that, and one of the winners last night was on an unnamed radio station with a nice fellow that lives here in Las Vegas as well. And well, I think the thing is, I don't know. Okay, clearly, like I always say, this is the question show. This is not the answer show. If it was the answer show, it'd be a super short thing because I'd just say, "All right, here's the answers." Well, it's not as easy as that, is it? I wish life were that easy, and it's not that easy. So okay. So as we do this, as we continue into this tonight, we'll play some audio clips from Kid Boo. I'll play one in just a sec here, but to get us started, it's a little bit of a medium length interview. So we've got a few we'll play as we go tonight. But you can hear in his own words how he describes he was actually cloned. He says he was cloned by a company that goes by the name CloneAid. CloneAid. Yep, that's right. As horrific as it sounds, I looked into it, and yes, shout out to Often Frozen on the on the Discord. Yes, it is a thing apparently. CloneAid is a real company, and of course, yes, it's linked to an alien religion. Yeah, you got that right. UFO religion, right? Yeah, yes, the truth is stranger than fiction. So, okay, so as we go tonight, that's the question. That's what's on my mind. If you want to be part of the show, you can give us a call at 702-957-1037. That's 702-957-1037. And click the Discord link at troubledminds.org. We'll put you on the show that way as well. Now, the question is this, exactly. So, do you think human cloning is real? Has this been happening? Do you think, how long, if so, right, yes or no, that's cool. Like, either way is fine by me. I don't know where to stand on this. I do believe that DARPA kind of hides things and, military applications and the National Security Act and all that stuff, right? I get it. So if there was something like this going on and, well, they wouldn't tell us. I don't think they'd tell us because all kinds of ethical implications here. Well, I think it'd be a secret. And I think if we can do sheep, for sure, it seems like at least we'd be trying to create human clones at some point. So that part doesn't seem way out there to me. The part that does is, let's say, I don't know, let's say God forbid out there somebody gets sick, right? And they are able to create a clone of themselves, artificially age this thing somehow, or even maybe as a baby, and just move your consciousness into said clone of yourself. Well, we've talked about this in terms of like ritual and the ancient Egyptians wrapping people in these funerary traditions, trying to basically keep their DNA alive for thousands of years. Well, what for? What for? Is this what it's for? Is this where we're at? I don't know. So I'd love to hear your thoughts one more time. 702-957-1037. Trumpetminds.org. Click the Discord link. And that's the question tonight. Do you believe human cloning is actually happening out there? And if so, how long do you think this has been going on? And how many clones do you think are walking around? Yeah, right? Yeah, okay. We may as well, let's do this. We may as well do this. Drinking a lot of the maybe juice tonight, because why in the world not? But okay, so let's play this clip from Kid Boo and hear the first part of this in his own words, describing his cloning process. So this starts out as just a regular, hip-hop type interview, right? He's promoting music, and they start the interview, but look what this guy says.
Kid Boo, welcome to Vlad TV. Hello. Make a lot of noise recently, man. Congrats. Thank you. Yeah, it's like, everyone works towards that, that video that goes viral. And it looks like you have like a nice little handful of them now. It's a big accomplishment.
Yeah, I got my hands on this one now. Thanks to these accomplishments. Got a few more extra things in my hand I didn't quite anticipate, but it all comes with the territory, I suppose. Of course. So, where'd you grow up? South Florida. Okay. I guess you originally were born in Jersey. Yeah. Originally, my first gen. I'm a second gen now. That's why you see the celebrity bursts say I'm born in Toronto, but that's false. My first gen was born in Jersey. However, I was cloned by Clonate in Canada. My model number is 0112568. If anyone wants to see the registration on Clonate. Okay. So you ended up in South Florida. Yeah. Okay. And what nationality are you? Sicilian and Puerto Rican. Okay. Sicilian and Puerto Rican. Okay. Yeah. I can see that now. Those are my two genomes. Okay. Who's the Puerto Rican one? Who's the Sicilian one? When I was cloned, they wiped a lot of memory. But when I stole the documents before escaping, I read that the mother was Puerto Rican and the father, surrogate, you could say, was the sperm donor was Sicilian. Okay, so you were test tube baby. Yeah.
Okay, so we got some plot holes already. We got just a little piece of that interview, and we got some plot holes, don't we? So if you have two donors, a mother and a father, doesn't that mean you're not a clone? Anyway, we're going to throw out plot holes aside tonight because we're talking about cloning, all right? Now, this is a pretty tall tale from this guy, and some plot holes as we begin. However, right, this Clonate place that he mentions not once but twice in this interview is actually a real company. If you can believe that. Clonate is a real company from Canada and sketchy, as said by Often Frozen in the Discord there. And, well, what's going on with this? So anyway, plot holes aside from his claims immediately, we'll get to exactly. Daryl's got it right. That doesn't make him a clone. It makes him a test tube baby. Exactly, right? So we got, again, plot holes, escapement from a cloning facility and all the rest of this. But we're going to suspend our disbelief as usual while we drink some of the maybe juice. And you guys know what that means. Drinking the maybe juice. Well, we're going to consider the possibility that, well, maybe clones do exist. What do you think regarding human cloning, regarding maybe DARPA, maybe who knows, this company Clonate from Canada? Do you think this stuff is real? That's what's on my mind tonight. I'd love to hear your thoughts if you want to be part of the show. 702-957-1037. That's 702-957-1037. This is Troubled Minds. I'm Michael Strange. More cloning and you. After the break, be right back. Don't go anywhere.
With Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
This is your captain speaking. We've got clear runway and the weather's fine, but we're just going to circle up here a while and get lucky. No, nothing like that. It's just these cash prizes add up quick. So I suggest you sit back, keep your tray table upright, and start getting lucky.
Play for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Are you feeling lucky? No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
Judy was boring.
Hello.
Then Judy discovered ChumbaCasino.com.
It's my little escape.
Now Judy's the life of the party.
Oh, baby, Mama's bringing home the bacon.
Whoa, take it easy, Judy. The Chumba life is for everybody. So go to ChumbaCasino.com and play over 100 casino-style games. Join today and play for free for your chance to redeem some serious prizes. ChumbaCasino.com. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
With Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to... Has anyone seen the bride and groom?
Sorry, we're here. We were getting lucky in the limo and we lost track of time.
No, Lucky Land Casino. With cash prizes that add up quicker than a guest registry.
In that case, I pronounce you lucky.
Play for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Daily bonuses are waiting. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
Welcome back to Troubled Minds. I'm your host, Michael Strange, and we are streaming on Rockfin, YouTube, DLive, and Twitter. And we are broadcasting live on the French FM. We're taking your phone calls tonight as we discuss human cloning. A little place named Clonaid in Canada, the Raelians, and all of this as being possible. We call it Drinking the Maybe Juice. What do you think? 702-957-1037. That's 702-957-1037. Love to hear your thoughts on this. Is cloning real? Not a Dolly the sheep, of course. We know all about that. What about human cloning? That's what we're talking about tonight. That's what's on my mind, this whole story with the Raelians and Clonaid and, well, Kid Boo and his, let's say, plot hole-like claims that he was actually cloned. And he's got a cloning number. He says he escaped from a cloning facility. And, of course, right, he's definitely known as a giant troll, apparently. And so, well, he's not the first one to mention Clonaid is the problem here. So, I don't know. What do you guys believe regarding this? I think this is one of those weird ones where, some people believe that, part of this breakaway civilization type thing, the secret medical programs and things like this, right? Well, if that's the case, how long has this been going on? How many actual clones do you think are human clones are walking around the earth right now? And again, right, so if that's the case too, I mean, there's a lot of questions here. So if that's the case and we have actual clones walking around, do they know they're clones? Let's say there was let's just use myself as the example. Let's say there's a Mikey Strange out there that's been cloned, right? That's me. It's exactly me, cloned. But does that person know that they're actually me and they've been cloned? Or do they think they're just, going through, living life just like I did? Or, well, you want a real brain screw. What if I'm already a clone? What if I've been cloned? What if my birth was, let's say, under dubious circumstances? Mother Strange out there, I apologize if you're listening. She listens from time to time. And so I'm not suggesting I was created in a laboratory, even though, right, sometimes I have my suspicions. But, of course, tongue-in-cheek, I'm just making fun of myself. But the question is tonight is, how much of this do you believe? Do you think cloning is actually happening, and how long has this been going on? So let's get back to this Kid Boo interview, right? Which really started this whole thing again. Shout out to Bailey for linking this in the Discord last night, which I thought was awesome and hilarious all at the same time. But this interview with this individual by the name of Kid Boo, he claims he was a clone. All right, he claims he was created in a lab in Canada, right, by this Canadian company known as Clonaid. All right, so I was like, okay, let's take a look at this. Let's see, right? There's got to be a paper trail of some sort. There's got to be something here if this is a real company, right? So you can actually, go right to their website. Yep, they have a website. They actually have a website. All right, clonaid.com, clonaid.com. I'm going to read straight from their website, all right? And this is, again, Kid Boo describing himself as being made as a clone and from this company named Clonaid. And let's see what this website says. All right, well, it says this. Clonaid, the first human cloning company in the world, was founded in February 1997 by RAEL, and a group of investors who created the Valiant Venture Limited Corporation based in the Bahamas. In the first couple of years of Clonaid, it has already received enormous media coverage. However, due to the pressure mounted on the Bahamas government by French journalists, Valiant Venture Limited was canceled as government representatives were thinking the laboratories would be established on the Bahamas island. Meanwhile, the list of serious potential customers had grown to more than 250 people. Therefore, during the year 2000, RAEL, R-A-E-L, we'll get to that in a sec, decided to hand over the Clonaid project to Dr. Bridget Bosselier. We'll say that's right. A Raelian bishop. What does that mean, a Raelian bishop? In order for her to start working on actually cloning the first human being with a team of well-trained scientists. Dr. Bosselier has PhD degrees in physical and biomolecular chemistry. In her last job, she was a marketing director for a large chemical company in France. All right, this is again from the website Clonaid, Pioneers in Human cloning. Got lots of questions here regarding cloning, of course, but we'll get to that as we go. But this continues straight from their website in the About Us page, right? The history of Clonaid. Yeah. In the summer of 2000, an American couple that wanted to help develop this technology in order for them to have a baby contacted Dr. Bosselier. They were the first major investors funding the equipment and the laboratory needed, and Clonaid's first human cloning laboratory was set up in early 2001. All right, in the summer of 2001, following several visits from U.S. government representatives in our facilities, Clonaid decided to pursue its human cloning project in another country where human cloning is legal. All right. So the plot thickens, right? We got a lot of stuff going on here, and how much of this is true? How much is true? Clearly, I think it makes sense to me that if there was a cloning operation happening, what about the ethics? There's another question to add into this. Do you think it's ethical to clone human beings, right? Some other questions that are being asked in the chat, right? Is if it is whether or not it's ethical, what happens to a clone itself, right? It's the exact DNA of some other individual walking the earth. So does that mean that there's a soul in that? Does that mean somebody mentioned in the chat a little ways up? Is there a soul or a spark inside? What is exactly going on with this? Okay, and I don't know. I think there's a whole lot of pretty wild ideas here. And what does it mean? What are the implications? Like again, think of it in personal terms. What if you yourself are actually a clone? And what if you just don't know the difference? How would you know? Right? I think that's the weirdness of this, and what it means is I have no idea. Once again, I have no idea. So we're going to get to the Raelians as we go tonight, but that's apparently who created this Clonaid company, all right? And so I was like, all right, no. This is not real. No, I'm not doing this. This is not real. This is not real. I'm not doing this, right? I start looking, right? And sure enough, let's see. This is from, where is it? Let me find this real quick. Yeah, you better believe it. Bloomberg on the Bloomberg website. We got the dog chewing the carpet again. Damn it! On the Bloomberg website, all right. They have a list of companies. Okay, and so all right, let's find an actual company here, right? Like a listing, like they're an official company. So yeah, here you go. This is from. You got it. You got it. Clonaid is a human cloning company. This is right on the Bloomberg website. The company was founded in February 1997 by Rael, R-A-E-L, who is the leader of the Raelian movement, an international religious organization which claims that life on Earth was created scientifically through DNA and genetic engineering by an alien. Yeah, well, all the links are in the description. If you don't believe me, if you think, no way, Michael Strange, what are you talking about? Well, yep, there it is. Right on Bloomberg, lists it as a legitimate company. Not that like Bloomberg is the end all be all, but if it was a joke, right? If this was literally like relegated to the conspiracy theory land, then you would expect, right, that maybe they wouldn't be listed as a real company, right? And actually, yeah, I copy that, James. Thank you. We'll go to you in just a sec. So that's my thoughts. That's like what is going on with this. So Bloomberg says this is a real company. They've got a real website. Also notable, often frozen out there in the Discord yesterday said, I tried to contact them through their contact form, but well, it's broken. So you can't contact them in traditional manner anymore because well, they've probably moved underground, haven't they? Or is this even real? I think like this is what I'm saying. So a few more questions now. So now we're talking about the Raelians, all right, who believe in it's a UFO religion. Like no joke, it's a UFO religion. We'll get to the Raelians in a bit here. But okay, so the thing is this, right? So if this is the case, let's say even the Raelians aren't the ones doing this. Let's say this is some sort of psyop cover, right? I think that's probably maybe what I'm more inclined to believe just right off with the Raelians right now and this cloning thing. But like I said, it doesn't matter what I think. It matters what you think. And what do you think? If you want to be part of the show tonight, give us a call at 702-957-1037. That's 702-957-1037. Click the Discord link at troubledminds.org, the official website. The phone number is there as well, so just one place for all your Troubled Minds needs. And, well, let's do it. Let's go to, looks like James is in the Discord, so let's go to James. Let's go to good buddy James of Salcedo Paranormal. What's up, James? Welcome to the show. How are you, my friend?
I'm okay. Glad to be here. Great topic.
Right on. Thank you very much. What do you think? Does this sound ridiculous and off the rails already? What's going on here?
Yeah, I don't know. I do agree with that there are, as you said, the potholes are definitely, they seem obvious, but just going off of and what has been said in the chat already, but I'll just say it, for the podcast version or whatever. The clothing thing is strange to me because, again, if you're looking for any kind of, there would be any kind of consciousness or a soul in there, I wouldn't think. How would you do that? Would it be, would their brains even work? That's a really big question I have about all that. And if they do work, how do they work if they don't have a consciousness or a soul? I mean, are they then just like basically robots? I don't know about any of the other stuff, but that's just the things that come to mind from that.
Yeah, I think basically we talked about this previously as well when we talked about transferring your consciousness from one thing to another. How does that work? DNA, is it sort of like source code to an individual and also the soul? And if that's the case, then would exact DNA replicated in a laboratory, creating a new human being actually result in more like another human? Or let's say like a golem of sorts, right? Some sort of something else that maybe may not be human at all. Well, the DNA is the same, but I have no idea what is going on with this. So okay, plot holes aside. Now, do you think this is possible? Do you think that maybe there are clones walking around today, right now on Earth? Maybe you bumped into one on the way down to the bus or whatever. You know what I mean? Maybe. Do you think this is really happening?
I think it's possible. I don't know for sure. I do think that it's interesting how in a lot of fiction, most time when you clone things, the clones don't always turn out so well. There's mistakes or errors in the process, and it makes you wonder where that's coming from in the literature. If it's something that's already been tried, and so it's kind of filtering through that. I don't know, but I'd be very surprised if they are able to totally copy a consciousness or a soul just based on the DNA. Not that I know anything about DNA, but I'd be very surprised. But yeah, I think it's possible. I think cloning would also give good opportunities to do even more experiments on people without having to capture anyone or trick anyone into volunteering. If you're just experimenting on clones for whatever reasons, then you might be easier that way too. So that might be a reason for them being there in the first place.
Yeah, and again, there's a whole lot at stake here if this stuff is real, right? Again, implications of the soul, like, again, how long, if this is real, how long has this been going on? What would they even use this for? I mean, let's go to fiction again, and let's go to Star Wars, right? Everybody that's a Star Wars fan knows about the Clone Wars, right? In that they created from Boba Fett, his DNA, an entire army of what became the stormtroopers at some point, right? The clone army, because they deemed robots were insufficient for their needs and clumsy and easily shut down and things like this. So, well, I don't know. Do you think that maybe real life is mirroring fiction in this, and they've created a clone army somewhere, very much like the terracotta warriors underneath the ground in China, except they're real? Oh boy.
Yeah. No, this is all just made. I mean, you know what? No, it's very possible. I mean, the times that fiction or that reality ends up mimicking fiction is just. I mean, at this point, I don't know. It seems like it's a given at some point in time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like clearly, I believe it's possible. All right, clearly, I believe it's possible. Do we have the technology now? Even probably, I would even say probably, right? So that Dolly thing with the sheep, that was the first public thing that got a ton of press, right? And as we know, they do tons of things in government labs on the ground, and kind of by off the books and things like this, because otherwise you'd never get anything done, right? So I don't know. Like, are we at the point where we could possibly create like a clone army, like out of Star Wars? Oh man, I hate to think of it as a thing, but I guess I would say we're probably close, right? Like, let's say you just threw all the ethics out the window, all the oversight out the window, and they were like, all right, let's just put all the resources and all our time scientifically into creating a clone army. I think we're probably close to that technology-wise. Do you think so?
Yeah, and maybe they don't care if there's not consciousness. Maybe there's enough there for them to control these clones without the clones being able to think have advanced enough thoughts to object. Maybe it's one of those things where it's more of a it is an army, let's say, but let's say they don't have consciousness exactly. So they're almost like biological robots. They're just a little more advanced.
Exactly, biological robots. Okay, all right. Pretty wild, amazing stuff. Anything else for us, my friend? We got a couple calls behind you, so we got to bump you off. But what else you got for us?
No, that was it. I'm glad you got some more calls and looking forward to hearing what everybody says, because this is not an area I am familiar with, so, but great stuff.
You as well. Thank you so much for breaking the ice, for calling. Everybody, this is James. Normally, he's got a fantastic podcast where he talks about paranormal stuff 5 days a week. Check him out. Links in the description. Thanks, James. You're the best, brother. Talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thanks for listening. Thanks for the call. Let's go. So we're taking your phone calls tonight. We're talking about all of this stuff. We're talking about cloning. We're talking about this Clone8 company. We're going to be talking about the Raelians in a little bit here. And Kid Boo claims, of course, he's a rapper. He claims that he was actually a clone himself and escaped from a cloning facility. So, like we said, some plot holes. I'll play that clip again as we go tonight and kind of reframe the conversation so you guys know what we're talking about. Folks that didn't start from the beginning, but okay, that's the deal. Do you think cloning is real? If so, how long has this been going on? If you want to be part of the show, 702-957-1037. That's 702-957-1037. And I'm not talking about Dolly the sheep. I'm talking about cloning human beings. You tell me. Love to hear your thoughts. Let's go to, I'm not sure who this is, but you are on Troubled Minds. What's your first name? Where are you calling from?
It's Lewis from California.
Lewis in California. What's up, my friend? Welcome to the show. How are you tonight?
Yeah, hey, I've been, those clones have been going on for a while, but mostly the celebrities, like Hollywood or, the music industry, right? So you got one person, but then they act out of control. So they had to kill off the original person, so they clone them to control, that clone.
Gotcha. So there's been, you're talking about Hollywood and sort of this control mechanism. We're talking about like maybe satanic control, or do you think it's something else before we off the clone?
I would say satanic.
Okay. All right. So just to frame it appropriately, I want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. Okay. So we're talking about, say, you have a celebrity that's being controlled through satanic means, and they spurg out, right? They freak out. They become uncontrollable because the voodoo or whatever the heck they're using to control them breaks, or their psyche breaks down, or whatever, right? We've seen celebrities, politicians, right? You can probably name some names, but let's not do that, because let's not claim anybody's in particular clone here. I hate to do that. But okay, but point being, people have said this in the past, and when they spurg out and they are no longer controllable, they destroy the individual and recreate them as a clone so they can easily control them. That's what's going on here, do you think?
Yeah, that's what's going on.
Okay, all right. How long do you think this has been happening?
Well, I don't know. Maybe a couple years, maybe 50 years.
Okay, all right, about one human lifetime or so. So sometime after World War II, they probably came up with this. All right, I got it. So what else? What else you got for us regarding this, or the aliens, or clonate, or anything else?
No, nothing really. I mean, if you look at the Clone Wars in the movie Star Wars thing, it's all about how they control too.
Yeah, all right. I'm with you. I do like to look at fiction for some of the ideas here. Fantastic stuff. I appreciate it. Thank you for calling. Your first time call, right? First time caller tonight?
Yeah.
Right on. Thank you so much for listening. Thanks for being part of the show. I appreciate your take. Thanks a lot, man. Have a great night. Lewis in California. There you go. Simple as that. You want to be part of the show? 702-957-1037. That's 702-957-1037. TroubledMinds.org. We'll put the phone numbers there. Discord link is there, and we'll put you on the show. Thank you, James and Lewis, for calling so far. And we're still looking to get your thoughts on, of course, cloning. Human cloning. Do you think this is real? How long has this been happening? Let's go to, I believe this is Joseph in Iowa. Welcome to the show, my friend. How are you?
I'm alright.
Right on.
How's it going?
Pretty good, man. Go right ahead. We got a couple minutes. All yours.
So, with the cloning thing, I remember seeing a video on Reddit, and I definitely wouldn't be able to find it again, but it reminded me of cloning. It had like a factory, a view of a factory, and all the workers inside were all like the same shape, they were doing the same motions. Like it was very hard work, and like you could tell like the video was like like a sneak video, and it just reminded me of like a clone workforce, and like how China is so aggressive with everything that like we would definitely have to jump on board. It's kind of like the nuclear bomb, you know. Next thing you know, we got people who are like the Hulk, you know, coming after us, and if we don't have that, we're gonna be in trouble. Yeah, we need something to combat that.
The arms race, exactly. If they're doing it, we got to be doing it, and that's why I don't have a problem believing this might be a real like secret military project or something for sure. So if you had to take a guess, how long do you think this has been going on?
I mean, as long as they've been able to do it, I don't know when that is, but as soon as they were able to do it, I'm sure they were experimenting. And I'd hope that, like, through testing, you'd be able to tell, like, because you never know in nature, like, if you're messing with nature, you know, if you make a copy of a copy, something, and let it go, and you can't track that down, you know, it could cause a lot of issues.
Yeah, well, a lot of issues with a lot of things. Go ahead.
Yeah, it'd be nice to know if you could, like, test if you were a clone. Like, I don't know, that could be a whole business in itself. Like, oh, test if you're a clone today.
I love it. There you go. If anybody gets that figured out, Joseph and I want in on the business. Let us know. All right. What else you got for us, my friend? We got about 30 seconds for you.
That's it.
Do the best. Thank you for calling in, Joseph in Iowa. Thanks for listening. Appreciate your input as always. Have a great night, my friend. Thanks a lot. There you go. Simple as that. Looking to hear your thoughts tonight. Great call so far already. We're considering all the things, right? Again, back to the Aristotle, drinking the maybe juice. I'm going to just paraphrase Aristotle and say, sometimes you just need to drink some maybe juice. And well, tonight's that's what we're doing. We're getting together, considering whether human cloning has been happening, and if so, how long has this been going on? We're going to come back and talk about the aliens, the UFO cult that's behind this Clonate company, and is any of this even real? That's what's on my mind tonight. I'd love to hear your thoughts. If you want to be part of the program, part of the show, part of the conversation, 702-957-1037. This is Troubled Minds. I'm Michael Strange. More cloning, Clonate, the aliens, and you. We'll be returning. Be right back.
Hey
guys, it is Ryan. I'm not sure if you know this about me, but I'm a bit of a fun fanatic when I can. I like to work, but I like fun too. It's a thing. And now the truth is out there. I can tell you about my favorite place to have fun, Chumba Casino. They have hundreds of social casino-style games to choose from, with new games released each week. You can play for free anytime, anywhere, and each day brings a new chance to collect daily bonuses. So join me in the fun. Sign up now at ChumbaCasino.com. No purchase necessary. VGW Group. Void where prohibited by law. See terms and conditions. 18 plus.
With Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to... Has anyone seen the bride and groom?
Sorry, we're here. We were getting lucky in the limo and we lost track of time.
No, Lucky Land Casino. Cash prizes that add up quicker than a guest registry.
In that case, I pronounce you lucky.
Play for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Daily bonuses are waiting. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
Lucky Land Casino, asking people, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
Lucky? In line at the deli, I guess?
In my dentist's office. More than once, actually.
Do I have to say?
Yes, you do.
In the car before my kid's PTA meeting.
Really?
Yes.
Excuse me, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
I never win and tell.
Well, there you have it. You can get lucky anywhere playing at LuckyLandSlots.com. Play for free right now. Are you feeling lucky? No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
We are talking about your eyes and your accessing broadcasting live from the city of Denver, just off the extraterrestrial highway. Somewhere in the desert sands outside of Las Vegas. Somewhere in space loosely labeled Generation X on planet Earth. Asking questions of you, Ernest. To the digital darkness. Good evening and welcome to Troubled Minds Radio. I'm your host, Michael Strange, and hello to all of you who may also have Troubled Minds. The show's live. We do it Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday at 7 p.m. Pacific. And, well, what do we do on the show? You got it. We drink some of the maybe juice. Talking about aliens, conspiracy, paranormal, government, academia, 24-hour news cycle, propaganda, and the general feeling that we live in the upside down. If you want to be part of the show tonight, we're taking your phone calls at 702-957-1037. That's 702-957-1037. You can also join the Discord at troubleminds.org and fringe.fm/chat. Watching all of the chat rooms, trying to keep up with everybody, including Laura Jean. I see you out there on the Fringe chat. How are you? Thanks for hanging out with us tonight. And we're just doing our thing. Drinking the maybe juice, considering all the things as possible. As Aristotle says, well, the famous quote from the old days, the good old days. How's it go? I screwed this up the first time. Let's see if I can get it right the second time. It is a mark of an educated mind to consider the prospect of something being true and not actually taking it as a truth for yourself. I botched that as well, but this is going to have to be good enough. And that's what drinking the maybe juice means, considering that, well, any of these things could or could not be true. And that's what this is all about. So tonight we're discussing, of course, you guessed it, Human cloning. Human cloning. Now, is this real? Right? We all know Dolly the sheep was cloned. Not in, I think it was 2002. I want to say something like that. Kind of made worldwide headlines. People freaked out. The implications, the ethics, all this other stuff. Right? But is it possible that somewhere in a secret lab, this has been going on anyway for a very long time, and they maybe perfected it, and they've been able to, whoever they are, whether this is a military, a breakaway civilization, some sort of rogue operation, who knows? Whoever they are, maybe they've been doing this. And if they have, how long do you think it's been going on? I don't have the answers here. I don't even know where I stand on this. It seems creepy to me, first off. And second, it seems like I think technologically we're probably close to being able to do this. But yeah, of course, if they're hiding technology from us, from the normal population, the useless eaters, right? The unwashed masses, the plebs, well, then we wouldn't know at all. This would all be done in secret and all the rest of that. So I can see how maybe, right? I'm definitely on the maybe train here, drinking some maybe juice. But okay, so that's what we're doing tonight as we hang out and consider all these things. We're streaming on Rockfin, YouTube, D Live, and of course Twitter, and we're broadcasting live on the Fringe FM. So do you want to be part of the show one more time as we talk about human cloning and consider the prospect, is this real? And if it's real, how long has it been happening? And do you think that there are human clones walking around every day now? Meaning, let's say you go down to the store on Black Friday, you elbow some people to get the cheap deals, and maybe you elbowed a clone on the way in, right? Maybe a clone elbowed you. That's what I'm asking. Do you think that it's actually widespread, prevalent in the population, and maybe you work with a clone? Maybe you've seen a clone. I don't know. That's really the question here as we consider all these things. I have no idea. You tell me. So let me hear your thoughts one more time. 702-957-1037. That's 702-957-1037. Let's go to our good friend Daryl in New York. Daryl, what's up, my friend? Welcome to the show. How are you?
Hey, Michael, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Loud and clear. Go right ahead. Do you think that cloning is a thing, or do you think this is some sort of just gag that we're being put through by this kid guy and some of the rest of this stuff?
Well, Dolly was cloned in 2002. In 2010, I remember listening to this show where this polo player was winning polo matches with a cloned horse. He kept cloning his horses, and he described them as identical carbon copies. It behaved just like the prior horse. It knew all of its, like it was like born knowing how this fellow rode it. And he would win polo matches one after another with the same horse that was cloned. His name was Adolfo Cambioso, and he's one of the top-ranked polo players in the world. And he won this team, like Delfino, to victory at the Palermo Open last weekend in Buenos Aires. And he just rides the same horse, genetically speaking. This horse is identical to the first horse that it was cloned from. And I think it cost $500,000, $800,000 in 2010 to sell that cloned horse. Something like that. Or $150,000 a horse.
Okay, so
something like this. So can you imagine, like, it's identical to like if you lose your pet and you want your pet, if you have the money, you could just get that pet back, like you love that Fluffy, you could just clone it and it's like it never died. It's going to have the same behavior, it's going to adopt the same personality, apparently. It's going to know what you like, it's going to know where to sleep in your arm, it's going to have its memories. It's a clone, it's identical. It's even more so than a twin, I believe. It's more like the same thing than a twin would be. Even it's not even an identical twin. It's even more unique than that. It's identical.
Okay, so if that's true, the cloning the polo horse, right? Meaning that they're identical in every way. Then they'll train the same way. They'll do all the same things, and even physically be able to compete at a world-class level. That would suggest to me, if that part is true, that story, then it would make sense that they're able to do human clones. If they can do like an actual racehorse or a polo horse or some sort of like actual world-class athlete type of horse, then I'm gonna say let's drink a little more maybe juice and say maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I think this is pretty wild. What do you think about human clones? Do you think that this has been going on? Do you think that maybe they're actually out there in society right now? Or do you think this is a little too far out there, science fiction style?
I think so at all. I think if you could clone a horse, I think the implications are incredible. I think, hold on a second. Let me just hang up. Like let's say somebody has a miscarriage, or not even a miscarriage, they have a baby that dies, or a son that dies in an accident, for example. You know, like God forbid, you know, they can clone it, and it's like it never happened. You know, that you get back that same exact identical human that lost its life accidentally. I think if you have the money, and this is the kind of thing that could happen, you could, like Robert Bigelow. I think this whole thing with the, you know, looking into extraterrestrial and paranormal stuff was trying to replace his son that had been killed. You know, he was devastated over the loss of his son, and he wanted to somehow get his son back. Now, I wouldn't be surprised at all if someone like Bigelow cloned his son if it was possible. I'm surprised he hasn't, you know, considering all the money put into researching paranormal things, just to have some kind of contact with his son some way. You know, he wanted to communicate with his dead son, and he thought, you know, investing all this is like his what do you call it, his motivation for looking into all the paranormal stuff that, you know, he invested in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and of course, like even recently, right, we saw that Jeff Bezos, by the way, opened up a lab in California with basically an unlimited budget and some of the best scientific minds to do something like this. Whether it's you know, transferring consciousness, or whether it's you know, expanding lifespans past, you know, hundreds of years for humans, things like this. So I mean, we see that even now. You know, a lot of these really influential and rich people are like, yeah, you know, like this is the next step. The next step is you made it, you got the billions of dollars, you know, you have everything you want, but you can't have an unlimited life. It's all finite. We're all stuck in the same human experience. And so what are they trying to do? They're trying to throw their money at it and create something like this. So if they're actually working on these things, I would expect that it's possible. I think it's definitely possible. They're looking at it now. Who knows what they're doing behind closed doors in places like China, or who knows, maybe North Korea, or some of the you know, kind of rogue nations that really don't care as much about human rights. Yeah, you never know. I think some of this stuff is going to be a little bit. I'll call it plausible. I'll drink some more maybe juice and say yeah, maybe for sure. What do you know about this company Clonaid and the Raelians? Have you ever heard this angle before?
I haven't heard, you know, I didn't really follow it until I brought the subject up, and I remember listening to that fellow talking about his cloned horse, you know. And it's, apparently it's not that uncommon to do this. You know, if you want to win polo, you have to get a cloned horse, but apparently he's got such an unfair advantage almost even by using a clone. So, you know, I don't know. You know, I believe it's real. I totally believe it's real. You know, why wouldn't it be? You know, if they can make cloned horses, why wouldn't they go to the limit and totally, you know, weaponize it, make a cloned army, like you said. You know, make cloned body parts. I mean, you know, there's terrible human rights ramifications that can happen. You know, I'm afraid. You know, that's going to be a lot of room for messing this shit up, you know, and then having revolutions with your clones. Maybe that's what we need, you know.
Absolutely. Yeah, it makes perfect sense. Appreciate it. What else you got for us?
Oh, I think that's about it. But I just wonder about the consciousness. That's, you know, does that identical horse have that identical consciousness? Does that get transferred? You know. It sounds like it has the same personality. It's personality consciousness. We don't really know where consciousness really is anyway. It's not in our brain. It's not in our physical. Is it in our physical body, or is it somewhere outside of it? You know, we don't even know that. So it's very possible that it can be transferred. That's the real question. I believe is the consciousness transferable? Maybe it is. Or do you get so much roaming consciousness? Who knows? You know, you pick up someone else's consciousness, but identical personality traits. I don't know. Very, something we don't know. We just don't know what consciousness or where it is, even within ourselves, But who knows if it's transferable?
Gotcha. All right. So, as you know, you're welcome to stay right where you're at. If you just mute up, stay right there. You can listen so you don't miss any of the action as we transfer from commercial time or whatever. So, thank you so much for the call to Daryl in New York, and glad you're feeling better. You sound like you're getting back to health. And good. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Appreciate the amazing take there. So, okay, the thing is this, right? We're talking about cloning human beings, right? And Daryl had some good points considering what happens to the consciousness. We've been talking about this, in terms of maybe the human soul, all right? And the scientific types that don't believe in the human soul would say that it's just genetically a clean slate, all right? And the consciousness wouldn't carry over. But what if we're talking about your actual soul or your consciousness or whatever it is you want to call it is sort of made whole by the DNA sequence, by that genetic, let's say, genetic individuality, all right? It's your source code, all right? And so if that's the case, if there was a source code situation going on and everybody's unique, what happens when no longer you are unique? Even identical twins aren't exactly, are they? And even if they are, well, genetically, they still turn out to be very different people in some cases, right? They don't do like everything and the exact same thing. I don't know. And so that's the question tonight. So back to this Kid Boo fellow, and we started this whole conversation. Shout out to Bailey for linking this in the Discord last night. That kind of spawned the idea in my brain to do a show on this human cloning. Do you think this is real? Do you think this is possible? How long has this been going on? Those are the questions tonight. And what are the implications? There's a whole lot here, including consciousness, like Daryl described. Some people have said they would not have a soul, golems of some sort, as Matt says in the chat there. Who knows? I think that's the question of, we can look to some of the fiction, and you see in Star Wars, right, the Clone Wars and the Clone Army and all the rest of this stuff. I don't know. I think there's some other things to this that are not just, it's easy as, it's just a clean slate genetically, and this whole new person's a whole other person. I'm not so sure. What are your thoughts on this? I'd love to hear your take, and we'll get back to Kid Boo and the aliens in just a moment. Do you want to be part of the show? 702-957-1037. Let's hear what Kid Boo had to say one more time. Let's play this so you understand where this all came from. Kid Boo is a rapper being interviewed about his career, and he confesses that he's a clone. Here we go.
Kid Boo, welcome to Vlad TV.
Hello.
Making a lot of noise recently, man. Congrats.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's like, everyone works towards that, that video that goes viral. And it looks like you have like a nice little handful of them now. It's a big accomplishment.
Yeah, I got my hands a bit full now. Thanks to these accomplishments. Got a few more extra things in my hand I didn't quite anticipate, but it all comes with the territory, I suppose.
Of course. So, where'd you grow up?
South Florida.
Okay. I guess you originally were born in Jersey.
Yeah. Originally, my first gen. I'm a second gen now. That's why you see the celebrity births say I'm born in Toronto, but that's false. My first gen was born in Jersey. However, I was cloned by Clonate in Canada. My model number is 0112568. If anyone wants to see the registration and Clonate.
Okay. So then you ended up in South Florida.
Yeah.
Okay. And what nationality are you?
Sicilian, Puerto Rican.
Okay. Sicilian and Puerto Rican. Okay.
Yeah.
I can see that now.
Those are my two genomes.
Okay. Who's the Puerto Rican one? Who's the Sicilian one?
When I was cloned, they wiped a lot of memory, but when I stole the documents before escaping, I read that the mother was Puerto Rican and the father is Serbian. You could say it was the sperm donor was Sicilian.
Okay, so you were a test tube baby.
Yeah.
Okay. like we said in the beginning, right? When we played that the first time through, it seems like we've got some plot holes here. If you've got a mother and a father genome, then you are not exactly a clone, are you? Not exactly a clone. I think there's something else to this. So, plot holes aside, it's not our job to really determine whether this guy's telling the truth or not. But it is our job to consider the possibility that maybe this stuff is happening out there. Whether, again, you believe in some sort of breakaway society, some sort of underground lab funded by some billionaire somewhere. Well, I don't know, name the billionaire. Like I said, we already know Jeff Bezos is working on something similar here for extending life and all the rest of this, sort of being able to transfer consciousness. We know Bigelow's working on this, Robert Bigelow. So, I mean, of course, as always, right, even when you have all of the riches in the world, the next step becomes finding the fountain of youth. And doing that, well, and is, practically a difficult chore, because what do? Do you extend your own lifespan, right, with an ever-failing body, because you're still locked into the same situation that we all are, right? You're still aging, and even if you can extend it, you're still going to end up even if you can live longer, you're still going to end up sort of at the wrong end of life, meaning that your body is still failing, even if it's slower, what have you. But then again, right, there becomes this whole other thing with something like Jeff Bezos and these billionaire guys trying to find a way to truly transfer consciousness, and then now we're talking, right? Because that means if you can transfer consciousness from one entity to another, that means that you could theoretically clone somebody, right? Clone your own DNA, make yourself a wee lad again, a young person again. We'll call it, as we started tonight, Mikey Strange, let's say. Let's say they cloned a small version of me as a baby. And there you are. Oh, it's so adorable. Oh, Mikey Strange. All right, I digress. But you get the point, right? Then, let's say I become an old man, and right, maybe you transfer my consciousness out of myself into this clone. So what in the world does that mean? So a couple of implications here. If this is what's going on, or who knows, right? We'll get to another idea here in a sec, but more like the island with Ewan McGregor, Scarlett Johansson. But if you're transferring consciousness, what about the individual that's born? What about the clone? Do they have a soul? Are they their own individual person? People are saying in the chat, maybe golems, maybe they're unholy, they're this, that, the other thing. What if they're not? What if scientifically they're just like your twin, and they're going to learn all the things, they just have your temperament, they look like you, and all the rest of that, right? Maybe that's the case. Well, but what happens then if, let's say, scientifically they are their own person, and you're using that individual to transfer your own consciousness into them? It means you're killing them, right? It means you're actually going to kill them by moving in this new brain, this new soul, this new, whatever you want to call it, right? I don't know, there's something strange to this, something odd, something that doesn't kind of fit. But then think about it in these terms. Let's say you could clone somebody, all right? And we know that we can do organ transfers and all this stuff now, transplants and, all the rest of this. So what if they're doing it like The Island? You've seen that movie where they kind of have these clones purchased by the ultra wealthy, and they're kept in tip-top shape. They're exercising, they're eating the right stuff, they're keeping their body in perfect working order, so that when that individual, the rich person that purchased the clone, needs, I don't know, say a heart transplant or something, well, they just cut it out of the clone and slap it in, and it's a perfect genetic match. And boom, boom, boom. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not sure what to think of this, other than probably technologically, I would think we're close. Again, they cloned Dolly the sheep, and so that's publicly. So it kind of makes me wonder what's actually happening in private. And that's what's on my mind tonight. That's the thought. We'll get to the Raelians in the last segment here on Fringe. But the idea is this. Clonaid is a company in Canada where they say they actually clone people. Do you believe that? Do you believe any of this is real? Do you believe it's a hoax? Do you believe it's some sort of publicity stunt? Do you believe in any of this? Or do you think that maybe it's a disinformation campaign for what's actually going on out there? Or somewhere in between? Any of the above ideas or anything I haven't mentioned yet? As you know, we like to drink the baby juice on this show. We like to consider all the things as possible. So what do you think? Are human clones actually walking the earth right now? is so, how long has this been going on? I'd love to hear your thoughts on this as we keep on trucking, talking about Kid Blue, talking about, that's right, cloning people in Canada and elsewhere, and all the rest of this. 702-957-1037, that's 702-957-1037. This is Troubled Minds. I'm Michael Strange. More cloning and the Raelians when we return. Don't go anywhere. Be right back.
With Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to... Has anyone seen the bride and groom?
Sorry, we're here. We were getting lucky in the limo and we lost track of time.
No, Lucky Land Casino. With cash prizes that add up quicker than a guest registry.
In that case, I pronounce you lucky.
Play for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Daily bonuses are waiting. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
It is Ryan here, and I have a question for you. What do you do when you win? Like, are you a fist pumper, a woohooer, a hand clapper, a high fiver? I kind of like the high five, but if you want to hone in on those winning moves, check out Chumba Casino. At ChumbaCasino.com, choose from hundreds of social casino-style games for your chance to redeem serious cash prizes. There are new game releases weekly, plus free daily bonuses, so don't wait. Start having the most fun ever at ChumbaCasino.com.
No purchase necessary. VGW. Void where prohibited by law. See terms and conditions. 18 plus.
Welcome back to Troubled Minds. I'm your host, Michael Strange, and we're streaming on Rockfin, YouTube, DLive, and Twitter. We're broadcasting live on the French FM. We're taking your phone calls tonight as we talk about human cloning. Do you think this is actually real? What's going on with this? Kid Blue seems to have hinted that he's an actual clone. Is this a big troll? Is this a joke? Is this some sort of psyop? Is it just a way to laugh at us for considering it to be real? You tell me. I'd love to hear your thoughts. 702-957-1037. That's 702-957-1037. Let's go to our good friend Jennifer in Missouri. Welcome to the show, Jennifer. How are you tonight? Doing very well. Go right ahead. What do you think about all this cloning stuff? Real or just a big gag?
I'm really glad you're doing this. Well, there's so much with it. We see, like Daryl was talking about the horses, and then they've shown the dogs several times that people are cloning dogs. When I saw that was a really big moment, like in my mind about this. And I started looking into it, and I think a lot of people, feel the same way who have looked into the cloning thing. It's beyond just unbelievably deep and weird. When you think about this Kid Blue, for example, like, I don't know, I can't be sure. Nobody can be really sure. He could be just pulling everybody's life for sure. But he could even be referencing to the first primary, like him, like talking about the donors. He could be saying he thinks the donors, and he's talking about, if he's a clone, that he's talking about the original parents who may have created a test tube baby, and then he's cloned from that. There's a possibility he's a generation down. In the whole cloning conspiracy, there's a lot of talk about that there were first generation, second generation, and the first, different generations of clones didn't do so well, and then some they got better and better and better. If they're doing other mammals, then I don't think it is too far-fetched to say that they could be doing people. I'd like to think that it's not, that they're not doing it. I would love to think that. The idea that they might be doing it, or that they have done it, or they've done it to the max, terrifies me. Like, it's one of the scariest conspiracies I've ever heard. I don't know why, but it really freaks me out. And when I was looking into it, I came across somebody named Donald Marshall. He's a big figure in this whole thing. And what he says is just unbelievable. And beyond all of that, though, that's something people can look up on their own or something. But just the concept that these people have, everyone's DNA. Like, if you've ever gone to have blood drawn or done anything like that, the very idea that they have everyone's blood, and then that there's a conscious link to that blood. They use that blood to create that a clone, then you have the idea that technically your consciousness could be aware of it and linked to it. And so people may even somewhat experience if they have a clone of some individuals, or God forbid, several individuals, that they're unaware of it in their conscious day-to-day life. And the clones are being used for who knows what. And the actual primary is subconsciously, maybe in sleep state or something of that effect, which is in reference to with the Donald Marshall stuff. Then they may become aware of it at times and see some of the events that are actually happening, not to themselves, but to their clone. And kind of like we can even kill the clone of the original. And the original, it's just having basically a bad nightmare or a strange feeling the same day or the following day. It's incredibly weird and frankly just horrifying.
Yeah, this is a weird one because, right, if they're doing it, clearly they're not sanctioned to be doing this by, right, like any ethical government anyway. But I mean, it is creepy to think that maybe you have been cloned. How would you know? You wouldn't even know. You know, right, like, go ahead.
There's talk about how you might know. And this is what I'm saying. I'm so glad you did it. But at the same time, this is deep conspiracy weird because it's so. At first, flash is completely goofy and like something we should immediately dismiss. But when you start looking into it, supposedly, if you're, for example, not being cloned, like they took a dead person and cloned them from the DNA or somebody who's fixed to die or something like that, if you're actually a living person who happens to have a clone, the theory goes something like that you, in a sleep state, in a semi, in a REM sleep state, the consciousness can become aware if the clone has been activated. So basically, the bodies of these clones are kind of in a sleep state, unactivated, but alive, almost like a comatose vegetable. When you're in a REM sleep, and if they decide to, which somehow they can do this goes into the whole alien thing. If they decide to activate that clone through some godforsaken ability to give me an idea of what they're doing when it comes to the alien aspect of it, they somehow transfer the consciousness of the sleeping prime, and I'm going to keep calling it that because I know to call it the original copy. They take the consciousness while it's in that state of REM sleep, and they transfer it over into the clone. The clone comes awake. Essentially, is like the theory, kind of, I think. And so people who have been cloned will see themselves in these absurd circumstances, and sometimes, and he may reference several types of circumstances, and they're used for all kinds of spectacles. And his running theory, and a lot of the running theories on some of this really deep clone stuff, is that they are cloning prolifically, like that they are doing it at will with any DNA at all, because the human they no longer are owned, they're part of a corporation. So there's all this weird stuff in it, and it's freaky. It is one of the, for me, thinking about this conspiracy theory is beyond any other conspiracy theory. Really, just makes me so uncomfortable because I do that they are cloning the mammalians, the other mammalians, the dogs, horses, as Daryl said, and I'm sure anything they want. And if they can do that, then I think with some of these scientists, I don't think it's beyond them that they can do it, that they would try to do it, possibly succeed, not tell anyone that, like us, that are aware of it all amongst themselves. And it goes also to the whole, they talk about the Black Eyes Club and tie it into that. And everybody's noticed that thing. But I mean, people get black eyes, no big deal. But he goes into explaining about why, like I saw the Martian guy talking about why. And he ties in an alien corner to it. And it's just ooh. It's one of those things. I mean, I can talk about aliens and demons and consciousness and string theories and all that stuff. The cloning thing, I can talk about it because I've really been interested in it, but it is one of the ones that really just, it'll keep you up at night if you get too into it, honestly, because it's just too strange. Because he's insinuating that it's not just these celebrities per se, or people who have lost a loved one or something, but if they are capable of it, but they may be taking it from the general public, some DNA, and I don't know, and you may even, by some kind of circumstance or synchronicity, even run into other people who have been cloned that you've seen at these certain Coliseum cloning centers or some like underground, or something. It's a huge conspiracy theory thing. Incredibly fringe topic and extremely, there's a lot of nooks and corners and it's very elaborate, and I played around with it for a while, but it was just, when you're done, you're just like, I don't know. I don't want to believe this one, but I think it's one of those ones that I can't think of a reason of all the other conspiracies why I wouldn't believe this one. And so it makes me very uncomfortable to think about these sleeping clones tucked away somewhere, being transported from one location to the other, and then activated by the consciousness of not dead people, but like living, average, citizens. Who knows where,
Yeah, totally. Imagine carrying around like a group of cloned humans in the back of a truck like they were cattle or something.
Tractor trailer. Like a tractor trailer.
Yeah, exactly.
Sitting like Indian style asleep, sloped over in like a crate, being transported to sleeping. Because they're not dead. They don't go dead. They're an organism that doesn't have any kind of consciousness activating it. So they're almost like a vegetative state, like a coma. And so they transport them, It's
creepy. It's creepy. I agree. 100%.
But that would be the idea.
Yeah, pretty well. So what are your thoughts then? Do you think this is happening? If you had to put, just say $1 down on this, would you say 51% yes or 51% no?
Oh, I'm so sad when I think it's not happening. I don't want to believe that at all. But when I saw the dogs, I was like, dogs, too close to home. And it's like, if you have it, and they have a similar personality and everything, if I was betting, I would say they probably have been like, hey, since we have, all this funding, sometime way back when, they're like, wouldn't it be a great idea to do this? Did it, and I think that it would not be, it's not a stretch. It's not a stretch beyond the imagination at all. If you cloned something as complex as any creature, any mammalian at all, to make a little reach and clone people, and maybe not get it right the first several times, but get it right enough, for whatever your nefarious intentions are to do with those clones.
Right, exactly.
I don't want to be committal. I don't want to be committal because it's like, I don't know. I'd like to think, no, it's absurd. Of course they're not doing that. But I can't really brace myself to, like, I don't know. I can't commit to saying that they're not doing it. I definitely don't want to think that they're doing it, but it's one of those things that seems like they're doing it.
I think technology-wise, right? So if you think like, okay, humans have created anti-gravity tech and advanced propulsion, I'm like, I don't know about that. But if you're like, they've cloned people, I'm like, yeah, probably. Right? I think they're.
That's kind of what it feels like. If they've done the animals, that's basically the same. I mean, not much. It's very complicated. Veterinarian can treat a human being. It's not much different. Right. And so I just really didn't care for that when I saw the little chifu. I was like, we just really missed Marley with the Labrador. So, and now they have it back. I don't know.
That's creepy. Yeah.
Anyway.
Appreciate it. Appreciate the phone call. You were the best. Jennifer has a YouTube channel. Please give her a follow. Scroll down, link in the description. Jennifer, you're the best. Thank you so much for the call tonight. Have a fantastic night. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. There you go. Looking to hear from you. 702-957-1037 if you want to be part of the discussion tonight. We're talking about human cloning. Do you think this is actually possible? We got a phone call here. Let's take this real quick, and we'll keep on trucking. We're going to talk about the Raelians in just a second here. How this all fits. Somehow this all fits into the Raelian movement, right? All right. Now, it gets wild. Truth is stranger than fiction. 702-957-1037. I think this is, let's see, it's like Dawn. Let's go. So, Dawn, you were on a Triple Minds with Mike. How are you, my friend?
Hi, not too bad. How are you?
Not doing very well. Thank you for calling. Thank you. What do you think? What's your take on this?
I have no doubt that they've been cloning. I don't have absolute proof, but I'm pretty sure they've been cloning since the 80s. There are businesses all over the world that are cloning cats and dogs and cattle and horses and this and that. You know, in China, what was it, 10 years ago, they took the two little twin girls and adjusted their genetic lineage so that they could fight off AIDS better.
That is true. CRISPR babies, yep, designer babies.
Yep. I have no doubt that they're cooking.
Yeah, it seems plausible, doesn't it? And even likely. Like I was just saying to Jennifer, technology-wise, we're there. We're doing it already. It's like, and this is the bizarre upside down we always talk about on this show. It's like, wait, so you mean to tell me we're like literally cloning mammals all over the place, right? All different species, but we're not cloning people? Okay. All right. Okay.
Come on, people.
Yeah.
You know there are Bill Gates types all over the world that are like, oh, let's do this. This will be fun. You know, not even a thought for the moral or ethical. Just because they're crazy and they can.
Yeah, rich and crazy and they can. Many things have been done with a lot less motivation than that, for sure. And yeah, fantastic stuff. What else you got? What other takes you got on this? Anything else for us?
Not really, other than I think that it's been used in politics, not just celebrities, but in politics. And I got, what I do wonder is how many generations of clones there are.
Ah, yes. Yes. When you start thinking in terms of exactly, if this is happening, how long has this been happening? And we're talking about second generation, third generation clones. What does that even mean? Pretty wild stuff. This is Dawn from the Fringe, right? From the Fringe Discord. Right on. Yeah. Okay, right on. Perfect. Just checking, making sure I know who's who. First time caller, I appreciate you calling in and being part of the show. Thank you for listening. And what else you got?
I'm gonna get off the phone here and listen to you all.
Okay, perfect.
Everyone.
Perfect. I appreciate you calling. Thank you so much for listening. We'll talk to you soon. Have a great night.
All right, thanks, Michael.
Thanks, Don. There you go. Simple as that. 702-957-1037. We got another call here. We'll get to in just a sec. Now, this is the thing, right? I'm gonna tell you, run through this Raelian stuff real quick. This is straight from the Wikipedia, right? The Ministry of Truth, I like to call them. This is wild, all right? This is the actual Wikipedia of Clonaid, the company we're talking about. Look at this. This is wild. Okay, so let's see. June 9th, 1997, Clonaid stated its intention to offer infertile, homosexual, and or infertile couples a chance to have a genetically identical child and take a step toward immortality. According to the internet announcement, the Raelian leader and a group of investors found a company in the Bahamas and called it Valiant Venture Ltd, whose project mission was named Clonaid. Oddly, right, so that the Raelian leader, we're going to get to that in a sec, But we have some weirdness here. Valiant Venture. Everybody remember Valiant Thor the Alien? I wonder if there's some connection here. Anyway, so responses by scientists, according to cloning specialist and physiologist George Seidel of Colorado State University, cloning a human being would not be difficult if many people donated their eggs or offered their wombs for implantation of clone embryos. Okay, not be difficult, he said. All right, an actual scientist that says, yeah, probably we can do this. So in spring of 2001, the Food Administration Office of Criminal Investigations inspected Clonade's lab in the small city of Nitro in West Virginia. NITRO is the way that's spelled. It was located inside a rented room within a former high school. Staff scientists reviewed the lab's research documentation and found them inadequate. The work of a graduate student extracting ovum from cow ovaries from a slaughterhouse. The FDA said that the equipment in the lab was state-of-the-art and had been bought by Mark Hunt, a former West Virginia state legislator. Weird political politics in this. And so anyway, we wanted to clone his 10-month-old son, Andrew, who died in 1999 due to congenital heart disease. Following investigations of the Western Virginia lab, Mark Hunt made an agreement with the FDA not to clone his dead son within the United States. Of course, the key there being within the United States. All right, here we go. On Friday, this continues. This is from Clonaid, the cloning company. On Friday, December 22nd, 2002, Balsilier, a Raelian bishop and the CEO of Clonaid, announced at a press conference in Hollywood, Florida, that Clonaid had successfully performed the first human reproductive cloning. Balsilier said that the mother delivered Eve, was the name of this baby, by C-section somewhere outside of the United States, and that both were healthy. Dr. Balsilier did not present the mother or child or DNA samples that would allow for confirmation of her claim at the press conference. It has subsequently become apparent that she announced the birth before genetic testing to evaluate whether the child in question was actually a clone. All right, it gets even more weird. So she is, again, the CEO and also a Raelian bishop, right? All right, Raelian bishop. What does that mean? Okay, well, check this out. Do you want to know what a Raelian is? Yeah, that's right. It's a UFO religion. Is the Raelians here? Let me do this real quick. You can't even make this stuff up, right? This is how bizarre all this turns into. Raelianism is a UFO religion that was founded in the 1970s by Claude Vory-Hahn, and also known as Rael. We'll just refer to him as that from now on. Scholars of religion classified Raelism as a new religious movement. The group is formalized as the International Raelian Movement or Raelian Church, a hierarchical organization under Rael's leadership. Raelism teaches that an extraterrestrial species known as the Elohim, right? Does that sound familiar to anybody? Created humanity using their advanced technology. An atheistic religion that believes that the Elohim have historically been mistaken for gods. It claims that throughout history, the Elohim have created 40 human and Elohim hybrids, of course, alien hybrids, who have served as prophets preparing humanity for news about their origins. All right, and the craziest part is that, yep, this is true, and you can actually still join this movement now. And these are the people that are supposedly doing this with they're cloning people apparently. So they told that senator that he cannot actually clone his son, his dead son, in the United States. So what do you think happened? Let's just put two and two together and assume that, well, it wasn't allowed here, so they did it elsewhere, right? And back then, there were people that said specifically, scientists that said, yeah, you know, if we had the proper people, you know, donating the proper, you know, whatever we needed, then yeah, we could do this. So, what's going on with this? Here's your Raelian movement. The Raelian movement International is the largest UFO religion in the world, currently numbering around 45,000 members with branches in 52 countries. It was founded by a Frenchman, Claude Vory-Hahn, however you say that, Rael, in 1976. This guy wrote. about his encounter with an extraterrestrial during a walk in a volcanic Clermont-Ferrand mountain range. This Eloha, or Elohim, from the planet Elohim, gave him his name Rael, R-A-E-L, and taught him the true meaning of the Bible. Okay, all right. Anyway, there it is. As we finish this up, like I said, some stories, the truth seems to be stranger than fiction. So not only do we have the question of whether cloning is real and happening with this Kid Boo claim, then we also have, on top of that, an actual UFO religion known as the Raelians that supposedly are behind this clonade and this human cloning thing. So, well, we're smack down in the United States. What do you think happened regarding, well, what happened when they left the United States? That's what's going on here. That's what's on my mind tonight. That's what makes a trip of mind, and what in the world is going on with this. So as we finish, you guys know the drill. We do this Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday on the Fringe at 7 p.m. Pacific. And of course, well, we do a couple hours, and then we do a third hour off the Fringe, and we keep on trucking, talking about this stuff. So, if you're listening to us on the Fringe FM tonight, stay tuned for Joe Blue Lighting the Void. If you're listening to us on any other platform, including the podcast feed, stay tuned for a third hour of Troubled Minds as we continue talking about aliens, cloning. That's right, and you still taking the phone calls. And as we finish on the radio tonight, you know how this ends. Be sure, be strong, be true. Thank you for listening. From our troubled minds to yours, have a great night. We are off of the Fringe. Here's what we got going tonight. Still talking about this cloning bit. What's going on? Do you think human cloning is a thing? What about the Raelians? What about Kid Boo? What about all of this? Is this really happening? If you can clone a mammal, you can clone a human. If they're cloning humans, what the hell is really going on out there? You tell me. Let me hear your thoughts. 702-957-1037. That's 702-957-1037. And we'll be right back with you, taking phone calls and feeling, well, strange, weird, odd about the conversation, because what does it mean? What are the implications and all the rest of this? What's up, Alvo? I see you there. Thanks for hanging out, buddy. Joseph on the phone. I see you. I had to get through some things real quick at the end there to round it out for the radio audience, but get to you in just a second. So, 2-minute break, more Troubled Minds coming up, and we'll get right back to Joseph here in Iowa. And what are your thoughts? What is going on with this human cloning? And do you think it's real, or do you think it's a bunch of BS? All right, more Troubled Minds coming up. 2-minute break, 2 minutes, more Troubled Minds. Don't go anywhere. Be right back. All right, welcome back to Troubled Minds. I am your host, Michael Strange, and tonight we're talking about cloning. Not just cloning Dolly the sheep, or your favorite Fluffy, or whatever the dog's name is, or whatever the horse, whatever, nothing like that. Sure, mammals, we all know mammals have been cloned. There's even services where you can clone your own pet after death, right, or right around it, to give you Fluffy back. Well, the question tonight isn't about that. It's a thing, and really, other than straight up, I don't know. I'm not sure who would deny that in this case, but well, that's true. They're actually cloning pets and animals and other mammals and all the rest of this. So the question becomes, what about people? What about people? And if they're still cloning people, what's going on with that? If they did, at what point do you think they started, and well, what is this all about? We're going to get to the Raelians and more of that in just a bit. We're talking about Clonade, we're talking about Kid Boo and how he claimed to be a second generation clone, and well, all the rest of this. So I'm still looking to hear from you. 702-957-1037. That's 702-957-1037. Let's get back to Joseph in Iowa. Pete, thanks for being patient with me. I had to get through some information there. Kept you waiting on the phone. Welcome back to the show, my man. How are you?
Hey, I want to talk about like an experience that made me kind of think in the past that I possibly was cloned or died and was brought back to life. And it's pretty short. It's like a little poem. It's basically I got hit by a rock out of a slingshot, and the last thing I remember was going into the freezer. So like when I was a kid, I played with this 300-yard water balloon slingshot, and we would shoot these boulders, these rocks out of them, which is pretty stupid, but it came back one time and hit me, and like I was thinking that's kind of like if they were able to transfer consciousness, it's not like you would know you're going to be cloned because you just died and everything. It would feel like you're about to die and then life continues somehow.
That's pretty wild. So how old were you when this happened?
Pretty young, like elementary school.
Okay. And so you do remember being brought into a freezer? Did you actually go out cold or unconscious?
No, I remember opening the freezer and then like the memory's fuzzy because it's so long ago, but
okay, that's pretty wild. So
I remember opening because there was an outside, like I ran to the garage. I told my friend to call the police. He disappeared into the house, and like I opened the freezer, and then like that was like the end of the vividness of the memories.
Okay, that's pretty wild, man. So
and it hit me dead in the chest, like dead in the chest.
Okay, all right. And so you've actually had some other experiences that you shared with us. If that's the case, do you think it's all related somehow? Maybe. So you think that maybe your consciousness was transferred into a clone, and you think maybe you passed away at a young age. So if that's the case, well, how would you know? I think that's the scary part that we're talking about tonight, right? Is that if this technology is available somehow, and they figured out how to maybe transfer consciousness at all in any capacity, things like this become possible.
Yeah, like I said earlier, I think people would pay for that.
Hell yeah.
I know.
Yeah, people would pay for that. Hell yeah. They're spending billions of dollars right now to figure that stuff out. So hell yeah, people would pay for that. I mean, that's what they're doing, right? Steve wants to know, question, what kind of freezer? Do you remember, can you describe the freezer?
It was like an outdoor freezer, like a big one, like a full body kinetic kind of freezer. Like the garage. It was in the garage.
Okay, so you
and the rock was big enough to knock me off my feet. Like it was probably the size of like 2 fists.
Wow, yeah, that's a big rock, dude. Holy smokes. Okay, do you have how about this? Did it leave a mark? Do you have a scar currently or something like that? Did it actually leave any sort of damage to it? No, nothing like that.
No, I think there was. I don't know. It hit me like right where the heart, like right where your heart is, and like, and it hit hard, like it was crazy. And it was one of them 400-yard slingshots. I mean, it's just an experience. I don't want to take up too much time here.
Okay, all good. I appreciate it.
And that's like that's kind of how it could feel to be cloned. Like you wouldn't know. It'd be like dodging death. Like.
Exactly, right? Especially if they can transfer consciousness somehow, like on a deathbed, they move it over and tell you, you made it, man, good job. We survived. Welcome back. How the hell would you know? Right? They dispose of the old...
or like everyone around you is just like, are you okay? Like, or like, what's reality? I don't even know at that point. Like, can they place you in reality at that moment as a different path or something like that? You know, that's a completely different, you know.
Other different rabbit holes, definitely different rabbit holes, that one. Good stuff. As always, appreciate your phone call. Thank you for sharing your experience. That's what this is all about, getting together and talking about this stuff.
Yeah.
Man, appreciate it, man. We'll talk to you soon. That's Joseph in Iowa. Have a great night, bro. All right, there it is. You want to be part of the show? 702-957-1037. A couple things here, right? I was looking into some of this other stuff. Like we talked about in the past, right? Is it possible? Clearly, you have to have some sort of artificial womb, right? Unless you had, actual carriers, right? Volunteer carriers, just like they have surrogates now. That sort of thing. But I would imagine if you were going to create like an army or a group of these clones, human clones, you would have to have something like this. And this is from flow.health. Yeah, that's right. Artificial womb for humans, a step forward in survival for premature babies. What about from the moment of conception? I think that's what we're talking about. So this is about artificial wombs, the artificial uterus, all kinds of other stuff, right? So they're using these technologies now, currently. But the question is, right, can you do this literally from the point of conception? Of course, it would be a petri dish conception, and this cloning ability. I don't know. Can you tell me how do you feel about this? Does this make you feel weird? It makes me feel a little weird thinking about it, talking about it. Because think about it, when this happens, do you think they'll tell us? That's the question, right? Do you think they'll be like, "Oh, yay, we did it. We cloned a person." Remember that dude in China that was doing something kind of similar with those CRISPR babies? They ran him off. He ended up in hiding and tried to arrest him and all kinds of this other stuff. Or who knows? Maybe that was all staged and they were allowing him, or he was the fall guy for something. Who knows? But this stuff is probably happening. If it's not happening, they're certainly trying it. And I'll pretty much certain of that. Okay, we're just hanging out talking about this stuff, taking your phone calls. What do you think about human cloning? Do you think this is actually happening? 702-957-1037, TrumanMinds.org. Click the Discord link. Let's go to Robert in Pennsylvania. What's up, Robert? Welcome to the show. How are you, my friend?
Fine, how are you?
Doing very well. Go right ahead. What do you think about
hearing myself?
Okay, let's see if I can fix that. Yes, I can. All right, go right ahead, sir.
Yeah, maybe that's what that Jeffrey Epstein was doing on his ranch out there. What is it, in New Mexico?
Yes. Yep. That's just one of them too.
I mean, he was. Yeah. Boy, I tell you, this topic is giving me a great idea for it. I'm hearing myself.
Okay.
I'm hearing myself back on the phone.
Okay. I'm not sure I can fix it. I've clicked all the buttons. Let's start, man. If you want to call
I'll just ignore myself.
Okay. There you go. Ignore the Robert clone.
Right. Anyway, this topic, this show tonight is giving me a heck of an idea for a short story or a novel. Right? Let's look at the premise. One, you can't transfer consciousness into a clone because consciousness is an ethereal thing, right? But that doesn't mean you can't accomplish the same thing. Which, let's say this is a story that the Robert's writing, all right? And here's this rich man, all right? And he has a clone made of himself, all right? And he's raising the clone as his own son, all right? But at a particular age, he's taken into an operating room, and his son's, the so-called son's brain is transferred out, and the rich man's brain is transferred into what was supposed to be the son. All right, now that's where the memories are all at, in the brain. That's the hard drive, that's the disk, but it's not the only one. All right, there's also memory storage, a second brain that's in the gut. Right? So what has to happen is that once the brain is transplanted into the young man, then it takes time for those memories to course through the nerves throughout the system, reach that second brain in the gut, and reprogram it too. And then you have accomplished exactly what that rich man wanted. He is now, let's say he's 20-year-old, all right, all over again with the same memories as he had when he was 99 or whatever age he is. That's how it would work. What do you think?
Yeah, so interesting. So it would be sort of a parasitic process, right? So it's not like you snap your fingers and bing bing. It's like doing magic. It's like it's sort of seeping down through the neurons and into all the cells. This new identity. I love it, man. I love it. And think about how horrific it would feel in that moment, however long it takes. If it's hours, days, weeks, or months, being somebody but having something course through your veins that's not you, but it's slowly taking over. I love it, dude. I love it. I'm buying that book.
Yeah, he was at temporary amnesia, right after the transplant took place. But over time, those memories would circulate, and it'd be like he is who he was. All the memories, all the experiences, and everything. Right now, and then they could have the old man die, claim that they were trying to do emergency surgery and old man died. And of course, he willed all of his wealth to his clone son. It's perfect. I'm going to write that thing.
There you go. It's coming. Let us know when it's done. Love to have it. Love to read it. So what do you think then about this in particular? Do you think this is really happening now, or do you think this is just science fiction type stuff?
Oh, of course it's happening. Of course it's happening. Of course it's happening in secret somewhere. All right? The question is, who's party to it? All right? And is it DARPA? Is it the military industrial complex? Is it Dr. Fauci? Dr. Fauci, I wouldn't doubt he'd be involved in that. All right? But certainly the technology there has been there for a long time. But the question has always been, you can create a clone of yourself, which I'm sure they can do today, and they probably are doing it. But you cannot be in fact clone the same experiences that you had. Right? When you were growing up, you took your bike, you fell off your bike. All those things that you were, those things that you had to get through life made you who you are right now. All right, all those experiences. But the clone wouldn't have those experiences. The only way the clone would have those experiences is the brains were swapped out. And according to the way I was describing it earlier, that's how it would work. That's the only way it could work.
Makes sense to me.
But yes, they're doing this. They're doing it. They're not just leaving off with pets and sheep. They're doing this. They're also doing some even more sinister things, like trying to create hybrid animals and humans. I mean, it's like science. It's like those old 50s mad scientist movies. And like you said on a show some time back, just because you can't do it. All right? There's no ethics involved in here. You pour enough money into something, morality goes right out the window. Right? And I think that maybe those mythologies of centaurs and other animal hybrid humans may have actually been true. Maybe back in Lamora or back in Atlantis or whatever. All right? They had their technology, they used it. All right? And it's just that once those civilizations were gone, we forgot about it. It's just all in the mythological literature. But if we're doing it now, they did it 500 million years ago.
Right? I like the centaurs. I love it. I want a horseman. Can I have a horseman? I gotta know. Do you think a centaur likes to eat apples, or do you think that's probably just a raw stereotype?
I think he probably likes to eat apples because he's got a horse's memory in him, I guess. I don't know. But my God, there's some horrible things that are going on in secret in the world, and I'm not one of of people that are looking for some kind of, conspiracy, dead of the night type of, but, it's going on because they can do it. And if they can do it, they do it.
Exactly. Yeah, like ethics aside, I agree with you. You pour enough money into something, and they're like, ethics who? What are you talking about? Let's do this. They're paying. We're doing. And again, right there in that Wikipedia for the aliens and this clonate thing, they said that it was an actual House member of the Virginia, the state of Virginia, I believe is what they say, West Virginia. I can't remember which one, but basically he wanted to clone his dead son. And they told him, nope, you can't do it here. They're going to prosecute him. He agreed not to do it here in the States. So what do you think happened?
I can sympathize with that man. Because my first daughter died when she was three days out of the, it was a horrible time. And even now, I can't deal with that, even thinking about it. But if I would have been very rich back in those days, and there was that, I might have tried that myself.
Why not, right? Why not?
I sympathize with that, man. I really do.
Yeah, it makes sense. Like it does make sense in a lot of these ways that why would we be doing it? And again, this was way back right around the year 2000. Scientists said, yeah, we can do this. I mean, it's just about having the right equipment, the right funding, the right donors, the right this, the right that. And I think that when you're talking about, like you said, you throw enough money at something, things get done, don't they?
Yes, they get done, and it's really that simple. If you have the money, it can be done. It's being done.
Amen, brother. Amen. What else you got for us? What other thoughts on this?
Well, that's it. I just wanted to hear what you thought about it, and that's not me. Explain your position on that pretty good. So I'm ready to. I finished that last piece of pumpkin pie.
Nice.
And I'm going to sit back and listen to the rest of the show.
Right on. Thank you so much for the call. Appreciate it. Robert is a writer. He's got a book. Scroll down the link in the description. Give this man some love. And thanks for calling, Robert. We'll talk to you soon. Have a great night. And he hates when I do that, but I do that he helps a lot with the show and some ideas. And like I said, this is not about competing, it's about succeeding together. So there you go. If you guys want to be part of the show, 702-957-1037. That's 702-957-1037. This is Trouble Minds. I'm Michael Strange. We're talking about human cloning. Do you think this is possible? If possible, how long do you think they've been accomplishing this, pulling this off, and doing all the rest of these things? So still taking your phone calls. Let's go to our good buddy Mike in Colorado. Algorithm. What's up, brother? Welcome to the show. How are you tonight?
Hey, I'm doing good, Michael Strange. How are you, sir?
Doing very well. Thanks for calling in. Thanks for the fantastic show on Saturday. Had a fantastic time. And like you said,
that was pretty fun.
That was pretty fun. Absolutely. What are your thoughts on cloning? Do you think this is really happening? Do you think this is just some science fiction BS?
Yeah, so let's do a real quick reverse engineering. Okay, right? So for the most part, the ARPANET came online in 1969. For what most people say is the first computer transmission from modem to modem. 1976, Queen Elizabeth did her first email. 1980, what is it? 84, the cyberspace was coined a term. 1995, 1994, Yahoo was created, Netscape was created. I think somewhere around there, 94, 93, the White House and United Nations were online, 1993. So the point being that from way back in the 60s, they were working on the internet as known as the ARPANET, and they let it out in the public at a certain date. So when they cloned Dolly the sheep in 1996, and they let that out to the public as well, I'd be guessing they've been working on it since the 40s or 50s. And think about your computer technology from 1996 to today. Absolutely, they're cloning humans somewhere, either in Nevada or the desert of Utah, possibly Colorado. They may be shipping them under DIA, but if people can't see the timeline connection and the reverse engineering of all the technology, I don't know what to tell
Yeah, it sure seems like this is, again, we talk about a lot of science fiction and all kinds of kind of like I said, navel-gazing and, the artificial simulation that we possibly live in, base reality, like all this like kind of out there stuff, right? And that's out there. That's out there. I'll give it that. But this one in particular, right? The technology is there. We're doing this to other mammals now. Like I said, dog and sheep, you can clone your little pet Fluffy now. And it's like a legitimate service, legitimate like businesses. They're doing these damn things. So I will be damned if they're not doing this somewhere in secret. I think you're right. But how long and what the scope is, who knows? Are we talking like Star Wars, Clone Wars type of thing, where they're just creating like super soldier type stuff, CRISPR babies and clones and like, the Clone Wars and all the rest of this? How deep do you think this goes?
I bet they're scared of them. I bet they're terrified of them. Only because the humans that I know who develop something that is more powerful than them, they're frightened of. I mean, even a handgun, until you learn how to use a handgun, people are scared of it. So I bet that the cloners are really keeping it slow and low key, and they'll make some celebrities, and they'll make a lot of money, and they'll say, okay, that one worked, but that other one didn't. And so as far as like full-on Clone War, ready to invade, you're seeing no evidence of that. And I generally think that anytime a man or a woman has more technology than they have mastery over, they're terrified of it.
Okay. So they're doing it. So what are they using it for? So they're terrified of the output. So what's going on?
Well, yeah, I think they're really scared of what they're capable of. But when there's a circumstance where a person dies, like when Ringo or who was it? Paul died, they had to substitute for another man. But now, if Britney goes off the rails, they can throw a clone up and still make money and still generate the propaganda or the mind control that they want over those people. So I think they're probably using it more than a mental space as opposed to a physical foundation space.
Okay, all right. That makes sense.
Does it make sense?
Yeah. And I think the thing is, too, this all goes back to how long this has been happening. Because we're talking about transferring consciousness and all kinds of like out there stuff. But like you said, if this stuff is happening in secret and then they roll it out to the public as a service, right? They clearly would have to have been practicing this for some time. So I don't know, like we're talking maybe like 40s, like 50s, right? When did they? I mean, we saw they grafted a second head on a dog in Russia in the 60s, and that dog with two heads lived for like a week, right, or something like that. I mean, they're trying crap like that. I mean, come on, it's for real. How long do you think it's been happening?
I bet they started after World War II. They probably started post World War II, and they probably made some progress mid to late 50s, and then they, cloned some cells in the 60s, and then they started just experiment. By the 90s, they cloned the sheep, right? You can eat mutton, you don't know the difference. 1996, that was a long time ago, relatively speaking, with technology. And yeah, I bet they've been doing it for a long time. And I think we may catch glimpses of it. I don't think they have a clone army. I don't think they need to. Because, you know as well as I do, this realm is entirely exists in the mind of everybody. So if you control the mind, you don't even need to control the physical body.
Yeah, for sure, 100%. So it makes me wonder then, other than sort of transferring of consciousness, what good is it for? Because they've kind of proved politically over a long scale here, not even the last 100 years, longer than that, quite a bit longer than that human flesh and bone is cheap, right? As long as you can manipulate the masses to do what you want and start a war, people will fight for you. You don't even have to really do anything. You just get ripped up in it and say, give me a sword, who do I cut? So it makes me wonder, like, they can already manipulate people to kill each other. So what would be the benefit other than something nefarious like transferring your brain into a younger body at some point, right?
Well, yeah, for their own individual purposes. To me, it reminds me of the Nissan Maxima back in the late 80s. they built a car that told you your lights were on and your door was open, and it was a novelty at best. And Eddie Murphy did a great joke a bit way back then about your lights are on, and do it in a black voice, but it was a novelty of technology that turned out to not be useful in the grand scheme. And I'd wager that their clone novelty is probably just that. For all the reasons you stated, we can wipe each other out with a mind virus. We can cause people to smoke. We can cause people to take a medical device in their body with a mind virus. We don't really need clones. So it may be just one of those fringe kind of, when they get bored, they, a celebrity dies, they clone them and just watch the people think it's the same one. It could be something like that.
Yeah, and that's actually a fantastic point. Like if you had a young, super famous person pass away, if you were able to cover that up somehow and then recreate it, you're putting tens of millions of earnings back on the table for whoever pulled off that stunt. Yeah, that's pretty wild, man. To think of it in terms of kind of keeping the zeitgeist window open for earnings based on the popularity of somebody. That's nuts, man. That's that, again, right? Like,
right on.
Right? Follow the money. Always follow the money, right? Like Robert said there just before you. There's money involved. People are willing to do it. And that's definitely money in that instance. Yeah, pretty wild.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Great show as always. Moving on. Somebody else can call in. Appreciate what you do, and we'll talk to you later.
Appreciate it, brother. Have a great night. Thanks for calling. That's Algorithm, Mike in Colorado. Follow him. Link is all the way down in the description below. Actually, scroll down to the bottom of the YouTube channel. I'll find it and I'll put it in the chat as well, so you guys can give him a follow. I was on his show on Saturday, and we had a nice talk and wide-ranging all over the place. Definitely, Mike is a fun guy, and you should give him a follow if you're just hearing about him for the first time. So I don't know. I think, yeah, there you go. What's up? Bernays says in the chat, Walt Disney died in 1966, and I've heard this before. There are these types of conspiracies, right? And so the thing is, right, like our good buddy Axel Steele, I don't know if you're out there, we were talking about this at some point in the past, meaning that do we have the technology to actually grow a baby from conception all the way to term outside of the womb, right? Clearly we can do the petri dish thing and make sure they're fertilized, probably remove the DNA and replace it, and do all the rest of that stuff, right? That's all there. That's all a thing, for sure. They do it with in vitro and all that stuff now. But, right, the question is, can you do this from conception to term in a device like this? This is from fastcompany.com, and this is way back in 2017. Look at this. This crib is designed to grow babies outside the womb. The provocative concept presented at the Biodesign Challenge Summit may not be as far-fetched as it sounds. And there we go. That's the thing. That's exactly what's going on with that. Here we go. This is short and sweet, so let's read this. Still taking your phone calls on this. Appreciate all the fantastic input tonight from all the folks who called in. If you have a take on this and you're interested, well, how long? Okay, the question is this tonight. Let me reframe it here. I'll play this clip again from Kid. What's his name? Kid. There you go. So basically this, right? Can humans be cloned? And if so, how long do you think they've been pulling this off? And then, as Mike was talking about, for what purpose? What purpose do you think this is? Is it just a rich man's plaything, right? The elites of the world. What's up, Kelly? I know you're out there. You hate when I use the word elites because they aren't. They're just sociopaths or worse. So it's just the billionaire sociopaths of the world. Well, what are they? What are they doing? What are they cloning for? Is it for organ harvesting, like that movie The Island? Is it for just for kicks? Is it for? Then again, some questions arise, right? If you're cloning as a corporation, let's say you clone somebody, who owns the clone? The corporation cloned you. You don't have parents, so who? I'm just going to teach you. I don't know. There's a lot here to kind of what's going on with this. So we'll do this real quick. Play that clip to reset the conversation. If you want to be part of the show, 702-957-1037. That's 702-957-1037. Let me get Algo's link here because Algo's a good dude, and I get the link right here. So let's share this. And if you guys don't know who Algorithm is, well, you should. They definitely should. And here is link is in the chat right now. Give Algo a follow. I did an interview with him on Saturday. That is his latest show up there, I believe. Go check it out. If you guys didn't catch it on Saturday, good stuff. We had a wide-ranging conversation all over the damn place, and conspiracy and everything else. So there we go. All right, let's do this. Let's get back to this real quick and keep on trucking. So this is the thing. This is the thing, right? Fastcompany.com. Here we go. This crib is designed to grow babies outside the womb. People magazine revealed last week that Kim Kardashian and Kanye West have hired a surrogate to carry their third child. It dominated headlines but shocked almost no one. After all, surrogacy is on the rise in the U.S. One nonprofit group tracked 1,593 surrogate births in 2011, up from 738 in 2004. But what if there were a way to avoid the costly, ethically fraught, and often emotional process of involving a third person in the birthing process? Here we go. Students from Artes Product Design Arnhem have come up with a provocative solution. Parturiens, an incubation system. That's what they call it. P-A-R-T-U-R-I-E-N, Parturiens. An incubation system for bringing a child into the world completely outside the womb. Don't forget, this is in 2017, and this is in the public sphere. Just because it's not widespread and everybody knows about this, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. All right. So let's. There we go. And not only that, how long has they been working on this technology? So this pod is an artificial and intelligent, internet-connected incubator that could live in your family room. It has a clear curved lid so that eager parents can obsess over every stage of the fetus's growth. To mimic the intimacy of carrying your own baby, there's a portable care bag that slings over the shoulder and simulates the baby's kicks. Oh, morbid is that. Likewise, when the parents gently rock the portable bag, the connected pod simulates the same movement to enhance the bonding experience. What in the hell? Yep. There's a feeding device that gets attached to the incubator as well, delivering just the right kinds of nutrients that have been freshly prepared and mushed up at home. And even a communication device, a microphone, that mom or dad can use to coo soothing words or pipe in those brain-stimulated Mozart sonatas throughout the baby's development. Everybody remember the 90s, the early 90s with the Mozart, baby Mozart for the brain? Yeah. So this project presented this year's Biodesign Challenge Summit is intended to offer a realistic impression of what the consequences of the progress of biotechnology and biodesign could be. And while this pod has the limits of our modern beliefs about tests the limits about our modern beliefs about pregnancy, the idea is both feasible and has merits. So there you go. They're talking about this, and again, the articles. You know me, my sources are always linked down below. You can see I'm not making this shit up. That is a real thing. Way back in 2017, which again was several years back, but still, you got to think if they're releasing it in some capacity in 2017, how long have they been working on it? And that's what this is about. Pretty nuts, right? So you tell me. I have no idea regarding all the rest of this, but we're talking about human cloning. And do you think this has been going on for a long time, if at all? I'm still open to the take that this is a bunch of BS and they're trolling us somehow. That this Raelian movement is, exactly that, sort of just another religious movement. You tell me, I don't know. What are your thoughts? It's pretty scary to me. So let's play this clip one more time. This is where this all started. Shout out to Bailey one more time for dropping this in the chat there last night in the Discord. If you guys have not joined the Discord yet, please go to troubledminds.org, click the Discord link, come say hi. Lots of swell people in there hanging out, having a good time, talking about all kinds of crazy stuff. And well, I plucked one out last night, early this morning, that Bailey shared. What was it? Yeah, that's right, human cloning. And this individual by the name of Kid Boo, he's a rapper, and he was discussing this in an interview. Let's hear this one more time, and then we got Jay on the line. We'll go to him in just one moment. Here we go.
Kid Boo, welcome to Vlad TV. Hello. Make a lot of noise recently, man. Congrats.
Thank you.
Yeah, you know what I mean? It's like, you know, everyone works towards that, you know, that video that goes viral. And it looks like you have like a nice little handful of them. You know what I mean? It's a big accomplishment.
Yeah, I got my hands a bit full now. Thanks to these accomplishments. Got a few more extra things in my hand I didn't quite anticipate, but it all comes with the territory, I suppose.
Of course. So, where'd you grow up?
South Florida.
Okay. I guess you originally reported Jersey.
Yeah. Originally, my first gen. I'm a second gen now. That's why you see the celebrity bursts say I'm born in Toronto, but that's false. My first gen was born in Jersey. However, I was cloned by Clonate in Canada. My model number is 0112568. If anyone wants to see the registration and Clonate.
Okay. So then you ended up in South Florida.
Yeah.
Okay. And what nationality are you?
Sicilian, Puerto Rican.
Okay. Sicilian and Puerto Rican. Okay. I can see that now.
Those are my two genomes.
Okay. Who's the Puerto Rican one? Who's the Sicilian one?
When I was cloned, they wiped a lot of memory, but when I stole the documents before escaping, I read that the mother was Puerto Rican and the father is Serbian. You could say it was a sperm donor was Sicilian.
Okay, so you were test tube baby.
Yeah.
All right, second generation clone, you see. This is Kid Boo. Again, all the links are in the description if you want to check this out. And, well, again, is he trolling us? Is he putting us on? What's going on with this? It's a little bit odd to me that he would be making these claims. And he says he's got the documents. I wonder if these documents were ever released. But I think it's less important, really, his personal story, because we can't really prove it one way or the other. But I think it's worthy of consideration that this type of technology is possible. And that's what we're doing tonight. We're discussing whether you could actually clone a human being. And if so, well, how long has this been happening? So, love to hear your thoughts. One more time, 702-957-1037. Let's go to our good buddy Jay. Jay in New York. Jay, what's up? Good evening. We have usually there's a delay in the when they jump over Discord, so let the man catch up. Whenever you're ready, Jay, we're just here kicking it, talking about cloning. Just let me know. All right, so love to hear your thoughts as well. We've got some more clips we can play from this particular interview with Kid Boo, but he's describing he was actually a second generation clone, and well, that means that of course I guess the parents were also clones. I don't know what to think about this. It does creep me out a little bit to consider that if this has been happening and it's maybe in the public sphere, what's been going on with this? Because what's up, Lily says, ask him if he has a belly button. That's a good question. I certainly do. Does that mean I'm not a clone? Sorry, Mother Strange. She says, she always says, she's like, if you refer to me, make sure it's Mother Strange and not Strange Mother. So, what's up, Jay? Are you there?
Strange Mother is the way I'm supposed to refer to you now?
No. Don't do that. Mother Strange. Mother Strange. Joking about the cloning process. I don't know, man. What do you think? Do you think this is feasible? First off, how are you tonight, my friend? What's going on?
Fantastic. Yeah. A beautiful day today. Lots of work done. Great day. Whatever. Awesome.
Nice. Love it. All right. So what do you think about human cloning? Do you think this is real? Or do you think it's a bunch of BS?
Well, I mean, yeah, it's definitely real. They've been soaking their hands in it forever. I mean, we've been doing it with plants. Ever and ever. One of the things that got me so excited about it and everything with all the different conversations that were rolling around is like, maybe we've been doing some sort of a cloning thing for way longer than we think with bloodlines and, monarchies and things like that. Somebody, just the comments that rolled around in there in the chat and all. And it was like, now we're getting a little bit better at it. We can do it more scientifically, petri dish, make sure that we can take the diseases out or the cancers or whatever. And we're doing it that way, but maybe we're missing the part of we're doing it wrong. People joke with me all the time. I have 3 kids, and everybody always jokes with me like, your kids are exactly like you. Yes, ma'am, no, sir, blah, 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 all of the things. And it's like, well, it's just the way that I raised them. It's so, but the joke is they're Jay's clones, because they're just like me. So, I mean, can we do that on our own?
without all the science, just live on through them. But then I also look at it as, if we're out in Vegas and we're looking at the betting thing, I'm gonna throw a couple bucks, not just one, down on somebody's doing it, and some deep bunker, old warehouse lab or something like that. Somebody's out there messing around with it, playing games. That how could that possibly go wrong? You're doing things like that with the science and technologies. I remember when the sheep thing happened. I was a younger person, 20s, maybe even late teens, and we had big discussions about, is that right to do that? I mean, Matt says some stuff in the chat that you could never instill a consciousness on that, something like that. Would that have its own? I mean, if you just took a little piece of something like that and made it new, you'd have to nurture it and grow it. It's not like you're going to put it in a machine and, 3 hours later you're going to have a 20-year-old man.
Exactly. Yeah. And that turns into a whole other can of worms, doesn't it? Like, so if they've done that and they've been doing it, is there some other process where they can maybe artificially grow them faster to make them, let's say, wink, military age quickly? You know what I'm saying? Or who knows?
Pump them out in 2 weeks.
Yeah, right. That's what they did in Star Wars and the Clone Wars. So they had them, and I think they said that they got them to like military age in an advanced aging process, and they spent the whole time learning and fighting and the whole thing, training. But they grew, I think, to full level fighting age by like 6 or 8 years or something like that. So they had to cut the time by a third. And so you would expect, right, that type of thing, because no offense to like a 5-year-old, but you're not going to kick any asses with a 5-year-old, they're still 5. So even
unless you start them off in karate when they're 3.
Yeah, even Chuck Norris at 5. Chuck Norris at 5 is going to do a limited amount of ass kicking. So it's just the way it is, right? We weigh like 50 pounds or less. It's hard to ass kick like that, but. Yeah, I don't know. This
just a little dorky geeky thing I want to say about the Star Wars reference that you brought up.
Sure.
Is that Boba Fett could shoot the wings off of a fly at 1,000 yards, and they were the first clones, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Boba Fett. Yep. He was the first. Yep.
Well, the stormtroopers couldn't hit the broadside of a barn with a shotgun at 50 feet. Look at the knowledge that they've lost in breeding that, the second generation thing that the rapper was talking about in the article. And I know some people know a bit about cloning of plants, and you always want to take it off the original plant, but at some point the original plant will die. If you're not taking that clone off of the original source, you're taking the clone off of a clone. It's like when you make a key for a door, you always want to use the keys that came with the door, not the one that was made another key, because you're going to lose a teeny piece of it every time you do it.
It gets worse and worse, doesn't it? Yeah,
right.
It's a great point about the stormtroopers, right? Like Jango Fett was actually the initial, right? Boba Fett was his clone that he raised himself. The stormtroopers couldn't hit the broadside of a barn with anything. So yeah, it is interesting that even inadvertently, because they have to not shoot the heroes, right? It has to be a plot device that stormtroopers can't shoot. It also stands to reason that, well, maybe there was some sort of DNA decay from all that test tube stuff and all the rest of that, right? Pretty wild. Yeah, I love it.
And speeding it up. Well, I mean, speeding it up. Getting it done in 6 years instead of 21, 18, 16.
Exactly. Yep. However long it took. Exactly. Yeah. Pretty wild, man. I love the take, and it's a good observation, whether it was inadvertent or not. Definitely good stuff. We got Kelly here too. Let's get Kelly in the conversation. Keep on trucking. You're of course stay to the MJ. We're going to do the J trip. If I'm correct.
Yeah, I'm going to mute up so I can hear Kelly.
No, okay. Yeah, you're welcome to chime in. Yeah. All right, don't go anywhere. Kelly in Colorado, what's up, buddy? Are you there? Welcome to Troubled Minds. You're on with Mike and Jay. What's happening, brother?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How you doing?
Pretty good. Doing our thing, man. You know, another night, another batch of weirdness. What do you think about human clones? Think this is a real thing?
Okay, so as the nowadays, as technology-wise, we're human beings. And nowadays, I would say yes. Only because I remember the times when they first did the whole sheep, and then there was a dog. There was a cow too, but yeah. Anyway, with that, I mean, these other countries, like here in the United States, it could be under some underground type stuff or some private companies. But as for other countries, yeah, like Japan, you know, they've been working some weird science fiction since World War I and World War II. Germany as well. You know, Russia has. These other countries like that, you know, they really didn't have any human rights or anything else like that. I'm not saying that all of it was bad, but they're trying to clone. I don't know why. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's for tracking all DNA and everything, and you know, trying to decode the whole DNA pool. But I want to. I'm kind of glad you brought this one up too, because it's what I was talking about. Where it's not really a theory. It's pretty much. Well, I guess you could say it was a theory because I can't really prove it, but as through the Sumerian writing, right? Back then, clone. Everybody on the planet Earth is a clone. And the reason why I say that is because through those writings, they talk about Enki, right? He was the main brother, he was the scientist. But he had what they called MEs, and MEs were distributed throughout the planet to different, I guess, family members, I would say, throughout their pantheon, right? And those MEs were actually to start different civilizations on the planet. What they were was like, you know, the egg and sperm of the human species. So what was happening was if you have a clone of a clone of clones of clones that you guys are talking about, that's how you started. But you can actually, you know, they were able to, you know, do slight alterations, you know, maybe what we all look like. You know what I mean? As in, like, you know, from Asian to black to, you know, white, you know, to all the range of colors and, you know, and stuff like that.
Sort of like the Easter babies, like in China they did, that they're able to make genetic modifications to eye color and some of these other traits, right? For sure. You would expect that a technology that is able to clone individuals would surely be able to make alterations like that to get you know, the more desirable traits, whatever it was. If you want, you know, stronger people, you know, throw it in there. That's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, there are some natural progressions, you know what I mean, like elevation where real people live at, stuff like that, you know, that's just how it works. But yeah, it's exactly like that, Mike, like CRISPR, okay? So now the thing about it is, if you look at it, I did a lot of examples to the Discord, the general one. And the reason for that is because you hear, you know, the word doppelganger, right? You hear people that say they kind of look like each other. But if you look at it, the ones that I sent you, you've had like even like movie stars showing up, some famous people. But there's examples of them like worldwide. You know what I mean? I'm talking like the Turkish George Clooney, right? This guy was from Turkey, but he looks exactly like him. He's on the subway. Or you know, throughout different races, you know, like Obama, I think he's on there, and there's a nation on there. But the Indian Mark Ruffalo, he's from India, right? The other guy, an Asian Johnny Depp, a Brazilian Danny DeVito. And then you even go back to history, right? With like Jeff Goldberg, you know, he has an Indian doppelganger. Or
or you go like throughout history, some people that look like people from back in history, right? The first one would be Egyptian actors and J Law, right? I guess J Law. They look almost exactly like
Jennifer Lawrence. That's the one I got up on the screen.
Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of other ones too, where they go throughout history, like Jason and stuff like that. But these people, this is the ones that I was talking about, because if we're all, that's what I was telling, brought up, is that we're all clones, all of us. It doesn't matter. We've been cloned from way back when, right? If this, like I said, if those stories, I would just say if those stories are true, then there's prime examples of like that. That I find pretty interesting, throughout all the different races and stuff of people. I mean, that's just, what do you, it's just, I would say it's uncanny, that if people look that identical, that have, they're on the opposite side of the world, they're supposed to be a different race, they're not, how are these people mating their parents, and then they come up with that looks exactly like that. Just, that should be pretty rare, but you find that everywhere throughout the planet. So that's the one thing I want to kind of throw in there was, that whole connection again with the Marian writing. Just, because it's all science throughout that, that's where, the first, even like mathematics, calculus, example of that for me, it's just another nail in the coffin. How interesting the combination between people, the connection between them.
Yeah. So for sure, you think this is happening? Do you think our military is doing this?
Yes, because if you're talking military-wise, that's the first thing, that you're cloning presidents, right? You see some of these presidents, like even now with Joe Biden. You see sometimes like you have one that's like can't even remember, and you have another one the next week, and he's like talking like the Joe Biden that that knows everything about like politics and shit. Interesting too, where you have some of those awful fingers, they think that they get frozen, watching TV or whatever. Prime example of that. They're just frozen, right? Maybe a trick word or something that sets them off, or shut down or something. Yeah, I would say military-wise, I'd say they've been doing that for a while too, and you would need that for research, because if you don't have a quote, then you need a doppelganger quote. I know Hillary Clinton was using one. There's a picture of them both together, even their names, like supposedly they're. But I would say they need clones, something like that, because it's only for protection wise anyway. You can send a clone in or some simple path where you give them some basic download it, it's the brain, like they just the information they need. They're going through a parade. They're not really getting answers to any questions. Here and there, maybe shake a couple hands, and don't really need to say anything.
Yeah, I got you. That makes sense. And so instead of very much like Jay brought up the stormtroopers, right? Sort of that they couldn't hit the broadside of a barn with the shotgun, but right, it's clearly a plot device. But I wonder, right? Sort of a slip. Oops. Maybe there is some sort of degradation in some of these things. Jay, you got anything for Kelly here? Go ahead, Kelly. Sorry.
No, just add on to that. What's interesting too is again, and that's right, and that's what it's in the lots of the one I was kind of referring to. But in that one too, they're actually talking about when they first made the humans, right? For a while, generations, they noticed that they were doing that. They were losing they were seen to say that the human beings were reverted back to the same species they were first made, right? Like the trace marker was gone from the repeating of different clones throughout the thousands of years, right? But they had to counter that. The way Enki had to counter, he did counter it was he added more DNA. And by what I mean, that not only had DNA, but it made that species, the human species, and added more DNA. So he was refusing to let go of his creation. And by doing so, when they, that species of us was reverting back, that's the only way, he found they could do it was adding more of their DNA. That's an interesting part that we do bring up to.
Yeah, for sure. Jay, anything on that? For Kelly here?
Well, Kelly thinks we're always getting the black goo going really good up there between the ears. Something that I haven't thought about before, but just looking at that, I mean, genetically, I mean, with the doppelganger things that you posted in the journal and stuff like that, quick scan through all of them. Some of those pictures were decades, centuries apart, And you look at that, and it's like, how many possibly combinations of it really can be, looking at DNA? I mean, obviously there's, 8 billion right now, different ones. But there's huge similarities in all of them that, certain people don't get sick, certain people don't do that. And then you look at it as like, I don't know who it was. You talk about the God things and the Sumerian record and all that stuff, and it kind of blows my brain up, so I can't remember the names. But if a God was coming down and meet with the humans to have more DNA, wouldn't those humans have a little bit of an advantage over the other ones? They were able to hold on to the DNA that didn't make them sick, made them understand math a little bit better. Just the dumb little things that would go in there, and then those would go ahead.
No, exactly what it was. That's the reason why when they said that, we had everything that we're actually them, right? That's how the story goes. We are actually more or less. The species that in DNA that most people, I believe that the original human DNA or the animal DNA that was the so-called jumpstart, right? Because and that's why you see a lot of these weird shaped skulls, like for example the elongated skulls, were the ones that immediately show way back in the day. Mike, when they had the word with all the different weird shaped skulls that we found throughout the planet, right? But every time they seem to do DNA tests on some of these, they're claiming that it's human. They have a lot of human DNA in it. But what is it really human? For me, it's not. That DNA is not human. That DNA is their human. They say human DNA is the creature that they jump from. Now, if that's the case, then yes, we have the long lineage of life. We have the ability and the strength back then. That's what's kind of weird too when I look at skulls, for example, too. Like the one, the top of the skull right here up above the brow line, right? That thickens up mostly on men. It thickens up during age. So these big old skulls that they have, they call them like magnon and stuff, and they have these huge eyebrows, the bone of the eyebrows. That's due to age. Now, to me, it's not that they were just weird, different shape. That, to me, that's like age. It just grew and grew and grew. That thing must have been old. Not just saying that it was an old back, that they, they found this gold and they're saying that it was back, from, 2,000 to 10,000 years old in a cave. I'm saying that they're saying that this thing is, like, the skull itself is old, besides, the age that they found it from.
It was alive for a long time. Whatever that skull was, yeah, their math on it, the guys were 34 years old or something like that. It was actually 340. You know, they forgot to carry the one.
Yeah, see, science proves that already anyway. So, I mean, so what is, like, military science is so fun. They're trying to send you into a direction that they want, you know, history to go. And we all know history is being rewritten by all the winners of the war. So, from thousands and thousands of years, we can only speculate, but that's why I'm saying when we go back to the oldest and it's in stone, and this thing, you can, you know, survive thousands, millennia. You know, it's kind of looking at that history, like, what the hell are these people talking about? Because, you know, if even science and technology and some of the stuff that's inside these rocks, you know, we could cut it with, you know, a diamond, but laser cut into something else, you know. It's pretty highly, it's, you know, that's the whole reason for, you know, the whole ancient alien theory, you know.
Well, I know very simple people can be extremely meticulous. You know, when I go and build things and stuff like that for people, I get myself into a thought process where I could probably build a computer from scratch, you know, raw materials. If I knew all of the knowledge, had the blueprints, you know, the protocol. I mean, are we really that much smarter than all those other people are, or do we just think we are? You know, did they have that knowledge? Did it get lost? You know, something happened, mud flood, you know, continents slipped under the sea, burned down Alexandria, all of that. I mean, within a couple of generations, if you're dealing with passing down verbal stories without it actually written down, we're even going on the translation of what the stone means. You know, you know, we paid 100 guys to do this in stone for the art museum for the beginning of our, you know, the collider there. You know, we want to have the same Aztec big huge tablet. So we're going to pay 100 guys to sit here with, you know, diamond chisels and chisel this damn thing out so we can hang it on the wall when we walk in the door because we've got more money than we know what to do with. And then after 50 years of people telling that story, you know, the victors, like you said, you know, what politicians got elected into office afterwards when they're trying to close the place down because they messed up, whatever. You know, 100 years goes by, 200 years goes by, next thing you know, we're all cooking food on firewood. You know, it's just how fast do those transitions really go? You know, that's one of the things that gets me with the clones is like, you know, you might have something that want to do the whole bouncing back and forth of brain transfer or even the Anne Rice Tales of the Body Thief thing. You just, you know, even if it's picking the right girl and having a child with him so you can steal your son's soul when he's 30, you know.
Right. I forgot about that. Tales from the Body Thief. That was one of her worst ones. That's what I forgot about. But yeah, totally. There was a whole book where it's talking about exactly that stuff. Yeah, nuts. What else you got?
I mean, there's twisted people. You know, that's what it is. It's twisted people that are trying to do this stuff.
Yeah, I think that's the problem. We're dealing with psychopaths, right? But we always say once you get past a certain point, money-wise, right? It's you cease being human. Right? It becomes money's no longer money; it's power, and you chase the power to become a god, right? Pretty nutty stuff. What else you got for us, Kelly?
Just another one added to that for, you know, for just that the Sumerian event. With another one, which is pretty interesting, connected to for me is the what they call the Winter Magna Bowl that they found in Bolivia that Sumerian writing in. Well, in Exactly right. So what they talked about is, before when they had problems with making species, they couldn't get it right because the admixture that they were mixing in the nose, they had the bowl would make it out of like right from their planet. So they made a bowl of that would need to be made to make, a month, like a month or like a month. So they started mixture adding the mixture inside of that. What's interesting about that when the magnetron on these sides, it's about a male and female or flower to like, their creation of each male and female and how to act right and how to, like the beginning of life, how to walk through life, right? And it's on both sides. It's just an interesting read. For me, that's just it's a destination out there kind of a reach, but I don't know, man. It's pretty interesting that they have to find something like that. Over the way it's just like, the connection between that and but yeah, that's just a thing that I want to add to it. It's just all about the whole thing about the creation of civilization, and then without the being thing, we're just it's just there's no way in hell that everybody on planet Earth is just not that they have that little connection with the local, like again, it's the brother's sister, and that many millions, which is another connection. To see that how that unfolds, where the whole gospel thing was going through, even throughout history, and like Jay said, that all that stuff is going apart. And yet here we are. They look like you think they're a vampire live that long, or part a different race and can live that long, or we're all everybody on the planet.
Just linked together, all one big family. Recycled over and over again. Great stuff, Kelly. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, buddy. You're welcome to stay, of course. You know the drill. Anything to that, Jay, as we wind this down?
I just look at that and it's like, yeah, we've been around here forever. We are one great big huge family. It's whether you like it or not, we're on the earth. We have to live here together. We should sit down and have turkey on Thanksgiving and not argue and fight about dumb stuff and have brilliant conversations. It's just that I do believe that people can live to be really, really old. And if you obtain that much money at a time, then you get bored, right? You just want something different to do. I'm going to terraform Mars because I don't know what to do with my $287 billion.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to try to work with the family. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. That, like, once you've done everything that's been done, you start to try to do things that haven't been done. And so that makes sense, doesn't it? That makes perfect sense.
You have tons of money, you can get away with whatever you want.
That too. That's exactly true. As we finish, we got a date from you. You got a comment for us on the way out of here?
I do. This one is really crazy because I got ditched today because someone got a boost and couldn't make it to work because he was ill. And the guy that's supposed to be in charge took off all day long.
Nice.
Doing shopping right out for his grandkids, so I was all by myself. So I was out having a cigarette and I had one. I was like, oh wow, that's kind of a odd one. I don't know about that one, but I gotta save it. And then it's like all day. It's like that's the one I'm gonna use. And I talked to Kelly into the $30 here, and I was like, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I suppose.
Right on. We're about to wind this down, Kelly. Anything else, brother? You may have checked out, gone into listen to it. All right. So here's the deal. Before you go ahead, Kelly.
Oh no, man, that was it. Everybody have a good evening, and we'll see you guys this week. Oh yeah, man, I hope this holiday was well. Mine was great.
Nice.
Had my kids here, and then seen it for a little bit. It was very nice to catch up with family and stuff. So hope everybody's well, and you guys take care of yourself.
You too, man. Appreciate that very much. Okay, so let's do it. Let's do it. Actually, before we do that, I want to point this out. We were doing this a little bit on the news show today. We got hats coming. We have a request for hats and things like this. I got a new Shopify store, and some of the things happening. So if you guys are into this and you like the stuff, well, Jay in particular has been asking me for a hat. So Jay gets the inaugural hat. So send me your address, Jay. For inspiring and keeping your fire under my ass, and I'll send you a hat. And if anybody likes this logo and the stuff and all the things, let me know. Let me know if you want some more of this stuff. If you guys are into the Troubled Minds merch, cool. With the baby juice cups and all the rest of this, all this stuff's coming. If you don't like it, that's cool. If you do like it, that's cool. You get some cool swag, and you get to hold the shirt. So good stuff. What's up? There you go. Penny says I've already got a T-shirt, and there you go. Appreciate that. Thank you for buying that, Penny. And yeah, all that stuff is already available. So that's what we're doing. We're gonna keep doing this stuff and keep pressing. And it seems weird that people are like, "Oh yeah, I like that," and I'm like, "Really? That's weird." I don't know, it's just weird. It's super weird. But anyway, more of this stuff coming if you guys are into it. If not, that's totally cool. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Thanks for being part of this. Let's do it, Jim. I'm going to click it so you can hear the music and you can time this perfectly. Let's do it. Here we go. Let's play this track, which is the J outro track. Here we go.
It's cool that I have a track. So, we have the prophetic word made more sure, for which you do well to pay attention as to a lamp shining in a dark place, until the day dawns and the morning star arises in your hearts. And I don't want to make people mad, but that's 2 Peter chapter 1, verse 19.
Nice. No reason to be mad. Wisdom is wisdom. It doesn't matter where it comes from. Fantastic. Thank you for sharing, Jay. Always great stuff. And thanks, everybody, for being part of the show tonight. Thanks, Jay, for the J-Tro. Thanks for keeping that in mind and sharing it with us. I don't know. At the end, like I said, I don't know if there are any answers here other than more questions, but it starts to put some things into frame and maybe line it up for some more questions next time. That's what we do on this show. One more time, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, 7 p.m. Pacific. This is Troubled Minds. I'm Michael Strange. We're here with Jay for the J-Tro, Jay in New York. Thanks, my man, for being here. What's up, Daryl's still here. And thanks, Kelly. Thanks all the great calls tonight. And thanks again always for being so enthusiastic about the show. Like I said, you guys make my week, make my world go around because, well, it's a lot better talking with people listening instead of just talking to yourself. I've done both, and this is by far superior, I promise you that. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Thanks for all the thumbs ups. Thanks for all the amazing chat. Thanks for all the amazing calls. Thanks for being part of the show. Thanks for being part of this community. Join the Discord if you have not. TroubledMinds.org. Hit the Discord link. Jay, anything else, brother?
Oh my goodness, there's hats now?
Yeah.
Yay!
And I'm sending you the first one. That's for you. Jay's been on my ass for weeks. He's like, "Where's my hat?" So this hat came about because Jay wanted a hat, and now we'll all have hats. Everybody wants a hat. The inaugural hat goes to Jay, and they'll be available on the Troubled Minds store. Coming soon to a website. So yeah, all right, let's get the hell out of here. Which one do you want to hear on the outro?
The grandmother's one.
Let's do it.
I always like your grandmother.
The bad news is we're done. The good news is, God willing, we've got tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Pacific for more Troubled Minds. Thank you for listening. More Troubled Minds to yours. Have a great night.
Yay, there's hats.
Have a good night, guys.